2-degree pie-shaped wedge to get us into the Earth's atmosphere, which we did by just brute force, no autopilot to help us stabilize the vehicles. And both Fred and I working in the spacecraft together, Jack doing the timing because even the clock was shut down. Got back in, of course, and the story, of course, is well known. We did make a safe landing in the Pacific Ocean, just about where we would have made the landing, but we arrived there several days early.
It was described by NASA after the fact as a successful failure. And it was certainly that. I would take it a step farther and say it was a miracle, and certainly a testament to the people at NASA and their ability to put their heads together, to work the problems, and to come up with solutions to an incredible situation and series of events that when you look back at it and you analyze everything that went wrong in Apollo 13, which started obviously with the oxygen tank bursting and taking out a healthy portion of the command module, and went on to the problems with carbon monoxide, the issues with the electrical system. When you put all that together and you consider the fact that these are 3 men who are exhausted, who are frightened, albeit trained to control that fright, but are certainly probably 75% convinced that they're not going to get home alive. You've got electrical failures, mechanical failures. The one thing you didn't have with Apollo 13 was human failures.
I look at it like now like a game of solitaire. You know, the game starts, you pick up a card. As long as you put that card someplace, the game continues. It's only when you pick up a card and there's no place to put it that the game ends. That never occurred on Apollo 13. We always had one more card that we could put someplace to keep the game going.
He was supposed to be a doctor, but fell in love with flight as a young boy and never gave up his dream of flying. He proved himself in the war over Europe and demonstrated in a series of bold missions that he could not only fly, but lead. He played an instrumental role in the development and deployment of the B-29 Flying Fortress, and every pilot who flew that plane flew it the way he taught them. And when the Manhattan Project bore its terrible fruit, the job of ending World War II fell to him. He planned the mission, set up the training and logistics to support it, and when the president gave the order, he flew the plane that ushered in the atomic age.
To think of Paul Tibbetts as just the commander of the aircraft that dropped the first atomic weapon is to do the man a little bit of a disservice. It was truly a defining moment in the world history. But Tibbetts himself had been an outstanding pilot.
He is General Paul Tibbetts, and he is a legend of air power. Paul Tibbetts was born in Quincy, Illinois on February 23, 1915. His father, a strict disciplinarian, served in World War I and never recovered from the death and destruction he witnessed there. After the war, he moved his family to Florida and got a job as far away from the military as he could, selling candy for the Curtis Candy Company.
When we got old enough to know what I was talking about, why, my father told me I was going to become a doctor. Having learned earlier not to disagree with him, and openly, I believed him. I believed him until I got my first airplane ride at the age of about 12.
Tibbetts' first flight was over the Hialeah racetrack in Miami. He flew in a biplane and helped the pilot throw candy bars down on the crowd as promotion. His father, down on the ground, disapproved of his son's obvious love of flight.
I knew that I was going to have to be a pilot. I didn't tell my dad, because didn't have nerve enough at age 12 to say anything.
Tibbetts' family sent him to Western Military Academy in Alton, Illinois, where he played football with future fighter ace Butch O'Hare. Tibbetts went on to the University of Florida. Florida lacked a medical school at the time, so Tibbetts transferred to the University of Cincinnati. During the summers back in Florida, he snuck off to sunny South Airfield for flying lessons. Without telling his parents, he enlisted in the Army and drove from Cincinnati to Wright Field in Dayton for a flight physical. A few weeks later, he was sworn in as a flight cadet and ordered to San Antonio for training. He took a train to Florida, dreading the conversation with his father.
Finally, I got my nerve right up to peak, and I looked at him and I said, I want to tell you, I'm leaving college. I'm going to go down to flying school at San Antonio, Texas, learn to be a pilot in the Army Air Corps. He looked at me, he said, you know, I've been supporting you ever since you've been little, and I've been sending you through school. But since you're leaving school, you're on your own from here on. And go kill yourself. I don't give a damn.
Tibbetts' mother was more understanding and encouraged him to follow his dream. But Tibbetts' relationship with his father was changed forever. And as he reported to San Antonio, he felt as if one life had ended and a new life was beginning. Tibbetts earned his wings in 1938. Clearly the outstanding pilot in his class, he surprised everyone by choosing multi-engine aircraft instead of fighters. He believed he would have more independence flying reconnaissance and spent the next 2 years logging hundreds of hours in ungainly observation craft. In 1941, he became Group Engineering Officer of the 3rd Attack Group. He trained in the A-20, the Army Air Force's new low-level attack bomber. Reassigned in early December to fly B-18s on anti-submarine patrol, Tibbetts was on his way to his new base when he heard of the attack on Pearl Harbor. The entry of the United States into the war, of course, changed everything. The Army Air Force changed Tibbetts' assignment to B-17s. The training pace was frantic as Tibbetts and the other flyers struggled to learn the almost entirely new art of strategic bombing. For 6 months, they flew hour after hour to targets hundreds of miles away, practicing for the battles to come. After 6 months of dry runs and pretend bombing, with the United States newly at war and completely unprepared for what would follow, Tibbetts and the 97th Bomb Group got their overseas orders. In the summer of '42, Tibbetts took off from Bangor, Maine, to fly the Great Circle route to England. There he knew the war awaited him. When Captain Paul Tibbetts arrived in Europe, England seethed with war. The Battle of Britain had been fought and won. The RAF controlled the skies over England, and the threat of a German invasion no longer loomed large. Still, the survival of Great Britain remained in enough doubt that the English exported most of their scientific research to the safer shores of North America. Among those who left were scientists working on advanced radar and a small group of German expatriates who were gradually unraveling the secrets of the atom. Thousands of Americans flooded the countryside, taking up residence in hastily constructed air bases at the ends of mud roads. The skies were filled with bombers and fighters, an Air Force unlike any ever assembled, with a single mission: hit Germany, and hit it hard. Though just one of hundreds of young captains, Tibbetts stood out. He and his crew seemed more ready for war than the other crews. And for that reason, the Army Air Force chose him to lead the first American daylight attack against German-occupied Europe. While nominally under the command of General Ira Aker, Tibbetts handled the operational details and execution. On August 17, 1942, 18 B-17s took off from England to bomb a train yard near the French city of Rouen. The mission went off without a hitch, and all 18 planes returned home safely. In late 1942, the European Command tapped Tibbetts to fly General Mark Clark on a secret mission from England to Gibraltar. Clark was laying the groundwork for Operation Torch, the American invasion of North Africa. Clark's mission was to meet with Admiral Darlan, the commander of the French colony of Algeria, to find out if the French Navy in Algiers would resist the American invasion. Tibbetts flew Clark around occupied Europe, staying low over the Atlantic Ocean the whole time. Clark's negotiations with Darlan went well, and the French admiral agreed not to resist the American invasion. Clark returned, and with a glowing report, not only about Darlan, but also about the young pilot who had executed the dangerous flight with so little apparent trouble. So it was no surprise when a few weeks later, Tibbetts got the job of flying Supreme Commander Dwight Eisenhower and his entourage to Gibraltar to observe the actual invasion.
We're standing there waiting, and it's almost midnight at night because the weatherman from the base had come in. Each time weather was still, marginal for takeoff even. They just said it was dangerous. Last time, we're standing under the airplane, and he comes up, and he looks at General Eisenhower, and he says, "General, I cannot promise you any better weather than this for the next 4 days." He said, "It's terrible, but that's my forecast. We'll have the same thing for 4 days." And Eisenhower looked at Jimmy Doolittle, he said, "Jimmy, what should we do?" Doolittle looked right back at him and said, "Don't ask me, General. Paul's flying the airplane. He's the man." And with that, I was looking at General Eisenhower. I said, "General Eisenhower, I realize the importance of you and your staff and the people, but if I'd been here alone, I'd have been gone by this time. I wouldn't have been waiting all this time. I'd been gone." And he said, "Let's go. I got a war waiting on me."
Tibbetts took off in a pea soup fog. Eisenhower sat on a board propped between seats in the cockpit. Once again, Tibbetts flew low to stay out of sight of patrolling German fighters. He covered more than 1,000 miles, only a few feet above the tops of the waves. He got Eisenhower to only the first. Tibbetts' plane was encrusted with salt from flying so low over the ocean. Eisenhower told his staff that Captain Tibbetts was the best pilot he'd ever flown with.
I had stayed pretty close to the Whitecaps, and that I always talked about that. And Eisenhower later complimented me, and so that sort of thing about what a nice ride he had. And I didn't know it until just a year ago. Eisenhower held a private pilot's license. He had earned it as a first lieutenant in the Philippines.
Doolittle apparently agreed with Eisenhower. After letting the captain fly a few more combat missions over North Africa, the general had him transferred to the 12th Air Force, which was trying to adapt to the B-26 Marauder. The Marauder was a nasty airplane, finicky in flight and difficult to control. Tibbetts, however, quickly mastered the plane and seemed adept at helping those around him master the aircraft as well. Halfway around the world in Wichita, Kansas, Boeing was fighting to tame the Air Corps' newest bomber, the B-29 Super Fortress. A huge plane capable of carrying a massive bomb load, the B-29 was a strategic planner's dream that had turned into a pilot's nightmare. Since rolling off the assembly line, the B-29 had killed the only crew that knew how to fly it. The Army Air Force needed a pilot who could come in, get a handle on the plane, and in effect save what was at that time the most expensive weapon system in history. In July 1943, Tibbetts reported to Boeing in Wichita. A line of B-29s sat parked on a taxiway. They were huge, technologically advanced, and, without crews to fly them, absolutely useless. Tibbetts looked around, shook a few hands, and asked an engineer if he knew how to start the plane's engines. When the engineer said he could, Tibbetts grabbed a pilot who was walking by and told him they were going flying.
He said, I've never been in one. I don't know how to fly it. I said, doesn't make a difference. I haven't been in one either, but we're going to fly this airplane. And with that, now, not trying to be funny, but I knew damn well if it flew like an airplane, I could fly it.
Tibbetts and his stunned co-pilot taxied back and forth on the runway, getting a feel for the plane. Tibbetts tested the brakes and the ailerons, stopping now and then to cool the engines, which were designed for the cold temperatures at high altitude. And then, with a small crowd looking on and wondering if he had lost his mind, he took off. Over the next few days, he and his improvised crew logged 10 hours in the unflyable bomber.
I did do the Phase 5 flight test for the factory and the government because there was nobody to fly that airplane in thunderstorms and things like that. But they wanted to measure stresses and strains, and I got to like the airplane, and I was really happy with it.
After mastering the aircraft and documenting its flight characteristics, Tibbetts set up the school that trained every B-29 pilot who fought in the war. It was at that school that Tibbetts was first approached about the mission that would etch his name forever in the history books. Walking into the ready room after flying a training mission, a mysterious captain approached him and started asking questions. Tibbetts apparently gave the right answers, because after a few minutes, the captain introduced Tibbetts to a second, older man.
Young man. And he said, I want to tell you about the Manhattan Project. So he gave me an outline about splitting. First off, he said, do you know anything about atoms? And I said, no.
The massive research effort to design an atom bomb had been going on for years. It was called the Manhattan Project, a code name designed to mislead those who stumbled across its paper trail into thinking it had something to do with sewers in New York City. In fact, it was the most monumental engineering project in history, a crash program to turn the most esoteric area of theoretical science into a working weapon.
They knew that it would do something. They knew, well, yes, it'll drop 100,000 tons of TNT, but what's 100,000 tons of TNT? Or how much, no one knew. No one ever seen that much in one place at one time.
The program was, by almost any measure, an amazing success. And as the first test of a nuclear bomb approached, the last piece of the puzzle became not scientific or technical, but logistical. How to deliver the bomb to the target. Doing that was not going to be easy. There were two designs for an atom bomb, and both were too big to fit in the bomb bays of even a B-29. The explosion itself would be so large that it might incinerate the crew that delivered the weapon. So a new type of mission would have to be designed. All of this would require the assembly and training of a logistics train stretching from the United States to the target. Hundreds of crewmen, mechanics, and other support personnel working in secretive isolation.
I was confident enough. I knew I could do it. I mean, at that time, I had so much confidence that you can't imagine. I'd been successful in everything I'd undertaken. And to put an airplane together to carry a bomb, to get the people to fly them, maintain them, and all that sort of thing, I had no problem with them.
Tibbetts' reputation was not only that he was extremely competent, yes, but he was also a wonderful pilot, and he was also a leader of men. He had demonstrated that time and time again, and he had also demonstrated his abilities firsthand to major figures in the United States Army. So they knew who this man was.
Ken, it's difficult to imagine a person who would have been better qualified.
Why?
Or have done it better.
The Army could do little to help Tibbetts do his job because no one had ever done what he was charged with doing. He was given a vote of confidence that included a caveat. Do it right, you're a hero. Do it wrong, you may go to jail. Armed only with his own knowledge and a code word, silver plate, that would get him whatever he wanted without question, Tibbetts went to work setting up what became the 509th Composite Group.
And General Ed had told me when I left his office, he said, you go by a window over Utah and take a look at it. If you like that place, you can have it. He said, if you don't like that, go to forgotten where field in South Dakota. And then he gave me one in Kansas. He said, if you like them, you can have them. If you don't like them, we'll hunt for one you will like.
Tibbetts liked Wendover just fine. Located on the Utah-Nevada border, it was only a few hours from the Los Alamos nuclear test site, so Tibbetts' crew could support the ballistics testing of the prototype bombs. It existed in self-sufficient isolation. No one would go off base for a drink and give away any secrets. Or so Tibbetts thought, until he got word from intelligence agents that a couple of his mechanics had been bragging about their secret mission in Salt Lake City. Tibbetts called them into his office.
You know, you're talking, you're breaking security in wartime. I said, I've got to debate whether I ought to put you in front of a court-martial and have you shot, or what I would do. Go back to the barracks and stay there. And you're limited to the barracks and the mess hall. That's the only places you can go. You can't go to the exchange, you can't go anywhere else.
Fortunately, information about what exactly Tibbetts was doing was so tightly controlled that even the people working for him had no idea what they were working on.
You had to have a green airplane, a green pass to get on an airplane. You had to have an orange pass to get into the area of the ordnance people. Just to be in the camp that we had, you had to have a white pass. So everybody had 3 passes if they were going either to the airplanes or the other to the ordnance section. Well, those were very few and far between, obviously.
The 509th formed officially in December 1944 and quickly grew to more than 200 officers and 1,500 men, almost all of them completely mystified about their location, their mission, and the heavy security that surrounded them.
Whoever chose Tibbetts chose well. Tibbetts is a remarkable leader. You discover this instantly if you talk to the people that he led during World War II. He is a remarkable organizer. He is a leader, an organizer, an airman. He has just many personal qualities that I think just kind of stand out.
Tibbetts asked for and got 15 brand new B-29s, stripped of armament and armor, modified with fast-opening bomb bay doors, equipped to carry a single 10,000-pound bomb.
Now, the way I worked it in the States was easy, keep them flying over the West where there's nothing, but I wanted them to get over water training, and I arranged to get Batista Field in Havana, Cuba, where I could send 3 airplanes at a time down there, let them stay there for a couple of weeks. They flew over water at night, they flew over water in the daytime. They had to use the sun, all the daylight flights, they had to use the stars on the night flight. Good at what they were
in the spring of 1945. Tinian was the American air base closest to Japan, and the 509th set up its operations separate from everyone else on the island.
The special training the crews received, it was primarily to increase accuracy, and then they also had to know that they could not use the normal technique for bombing. Normally, you fly straight and level over a target, you drop your weapons, and they fall below the aircraft, and they fall basically under the aircraft until they hit the ground. You cannot do that with an atomic weapon because the blast will come straight up, the mushroom clouds we're familiar with. So they had to develop a new technique, and the crews had to be prepared for this, which once the weapon was dropped, the plane would immediately make a sharp turn and dive away so they would be out of the blast range.
Along with his pilots and mechanics, there was a group of nuclear technicians who would assemble the bomb. President Truman was at the Potsdam Conference when he was informed that the first test of a working nuclear device was a success. The explosion, far from population centers in the New Mexico desert, was like nothing the world had ever seen. On the way back from the conference, Truman gave the order to go forward with the atomic bombing of Japan. At 2 o'clock in the morning, August 6, 1945, Tibbetts' plane, the Enola Gay, began its long roll down the runway on Tinian. Once in the air, the technicians aboard finished the final assembly of the bomb, which was nicknamed Little Boy. The flight was uneventful. Japanese radar detected the Enola Gay and its escort just after dawn and broadcast an alert. At 8:16, the Enola Gay's bombardier released Little Boy over the center of Hiroshima.
no regrets, whatever. I've never lost a night's sleep. I've never lost 15 minutes sleep. This was war. I didn't carry the war with me. I didn't start the war. I had a job to do during wartime, and nothing personal entered into that. I was going to do what I was told to do.
Tibbetts put the plane into a steep dive to gain speed, swung back in the direction he had come from. He pressed the throttles forward, and when the protective goggles he had been instructed to wear kept him from seeing his instruments, he took off. He needed 8 miles between him and the explosion for his crew to survive the shockwave. They made it, barely, and when they got back to Tinian, they were greeted as heroes. 8 days later, the war was over. The flight over Hiroshima was Colonel Paul Tibbetts' last combat mission. He was a Russian by birth. He fled the motherland one step ahead of a Bolshevik firing squad. He designed and built the first 4-engine airplane, the first airplane with an enclosed cockpit, and together with Charles Lindbergh, cooked up the seaplanes that made international airlines practical. Lindbergh called him the greatest aviation engineer he'd ever met.
He showed tremendous scientific talent at a very early age. By the time he was 11 or 12, he had read how to build small electrical motors, but he couldn't find any in Kiev at that time, so we actually began to take the bobbins from his mother's sewing machine and wrap them with wire, and he created his own electrical motors that he then powered with batteries by taking pickle jars and making batteries out of them.
For all his fixed-wing achievements, however, he is most closely identified with helicopters. For it was the helicopter company he founded relatively late in his life that turned his name into a household word. He is Igor Sikorsky, and he is a legend of air power. Igor Ivanovich Sikorsky was born May 25th, 1889 in Kiev, Russia. His father was a psychology professor and his mother a doctor, and together they nurtured their son's early interest in science.
His life was in a home in which he was felt very sheltered, very secure, very happy, in a home in which his father encouraged scientific research and encouraged daydreaming. He read what today we call science fiction books, primarily Jules Verne. He loved Jules Verne, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, 80 Days Around the World, Voyage to the Moon. But primarily, there was one book, Robur the Conqueror, also known as, prophetically, The Clipper of the Clouds. And it's very, not too well known here in America, but it's a book that describes a flying machine very accurately, actually a helicopter. Very, very accurately described as a helicopter, some obviously 40, 50 years before it was ever flown.
He attended the Petrograd Naval College, but left in 1906 to study engineering in Paris, then the center of aviation in Europe. His time in France was a revelation. The Wright brothers were demonstrating their flyer outside Paris. The sky seemed filled with airships, and everywhere there were aeronauts and engineers collaborating on bigger and better flying machines. He returned to Russia and enrolled at the Mechanical Engineering College of the Kiev Polytechnical Institute.
He started pestering his parents to send him to Paris, because that was where the Wright brothers were flying. That's where immediately after the Wright brothers' success, The Europeans tweaked their airplanes a little bit so as to pick up a little bit of the know-how that the Wrights had demonstrated, and flying exploded in France.
In 1909, armed with an engineering degree, he returned to Paris. He befriended the elite of aviation there and spent much of his time talking about his vision of an aircraft that could take off vertically, hover, move sideways, and set itself safely back down. The experienced pilots around him laughed at his plans. It was hard enough then getting an airplane to simply fly. Getting it to stand still without falling out of the air seemed laughable. Sikorsky announced to his doubting friends that he would return to Kiev and build a rotary wing aircraft, a helicopter. He bought 2 engines, 15 and 25 horsepower, and boarded a train east.
It's significant to me that his first aircraft and his second aircraft were both helicopters. They didn't fly. We know now that 15 and 25 horsepower is just too little to do it. But these were the first 2 aircraft he attempted. Very wisely, he then decided that he had to, in his words, temporarily postpone the helicopter.
He built a succession of small planes that clearly owe much of their inspiration to the Wright brothers. In only a few years, Sikorsky was one of the leading engineers in Russia. He was put in charge of the aviation subsidiary of the Baltic Railroad Car Works and went to work designing and building aircraft for the Tsar.
He was the first, actually, to come up with the idea of using multiple engines on an airplane. After he had one engine get caught with mosquitoes in the carburetor and the airplane went down, he realized that 2 engines are better than 1.
A multi-engine airplane was a radical idea. Other engineers thought it impossible. If the weight of the engines didn't keep the plane on the ground, they believed the forces and vibration of more than 1 engine would tear the plane apart in the sky.
During his early years, he developed multiple engine aircraft, 4-engine aircraft that were very, very large, which requires a great deal of skill as an engineer to be able to produce a large aircraft that everything works correctly, especially at the time of the type of materials they had to work with. It was quite an achievement.
Sikorsky continued on, however, and the result was a 4-engine behemoth with an almost unfathomable 89-foot wingspan. Called simply the Grand, when it flew in 1913, it made Sikorsky into a Russian hero.
The Grand was a unique experiment in trying to convince the world that a large 4-engine aircraft was possible. He wanted to build this airplane because he wanted to prove that an aircraft had to have 2 characteristics. The Grand was designed to demonstrate 2 critical elements. A, the element of being able to maintain altitude and continue flight if one engine failed on you. And the second, equally important element, that airplane had to be able to lose inboard, outboard, and he, with a twinkle in his eye, would talk about the Grand and say that it was a very unique aircraft. It took off at 65 kilometers an hour, it cruised at 65 kilometers an hour, and it stalled at 65 kilometers an hour. But other than that, it was a highly efficient airplane.
His next plane, the Ilya Muromets, was even bigger and became the main bomber of the Russian Imperial Air Force in World War I. Designing aircraft had made Sikorsky wealthy. He was invited to meet several times with the Tsar, and there was talk that he might be knighted for his work.
When the revolution started, that very fact that he had been recognized by the Tsar and had been rewarded by the Tsar made him an enemy of the working class and made him a target of the Soviet, or the Bolshevik at that time, hit squads.
A committed individualist, Sikorsky could not live under communism and decided to leave. His wife chose to stay and refused to let their daughter travel with him. He left penniless and broken-hearted, a refugee bound for Paris, but destined for the United States. After fleeing the Russian Revolution, Igor Sikorsky tried to find work in Paris.
The World War I was still on in 1917, and so he went to France, where the French aviation authorities knew him very well because that he had purchased during the war a large number of French as well as British engines for his 4-engine bombers. They commissioned him to build a large bomber for them.
But when World War I ended, so did the French commitment to aviation. And with no other option, he sailed for the United States.
My father then spent some weeks studying the situation and then decided that he would go to the United States because he felt that this very, in his words, this very great and wonderful country was probably the only nation which would accept a penniless immigrant with the dream to start building airplanes again.
Though famous in his own country, he was unknown in the United States. He arrived in an unwelcome wave of refugees. There were no opportunities for him in aviation. With World War I ended, no one was building new aircraft. The glut of military surplus biplanes supplied the embryonic commercial aviation business with all the planes it could handle. With nothing else to do, Sikorsky tutored Russian immigrants on New York's Lower East Side. He lectured on math and astronomy and aviation. He lived in poverty, but never let it break his spirit. And as time passed, he built up a following in the large community of Russian refugees. His optimism seemed boundless, and his vision of the amazing future of flight made what were really little more than daydreams seem real.
For a lot of the Russian immigrants, he was something of a hero, something to aspire to, having come here as an immigrant and having all these dreams that he was so anxious to fulfill.
In the early 1920s, Sikorsky resigned himself to the fact that he would never again get to design and build aircraft. Then, in 1923, a group of Russian emigres approached Sikorsky. They had a small amount of money and were willing to work. Would Sikorsky do them the honor of helping them design and build an airplane? Sikorsky set up operations on a chicken farm next to Roosevelt Airport on Long Island. There, he and his small band of Russian immigrants went to work. There was never enough money for payroll and barely enough for materials. No matter, Sikorsky and his Russians worked through night after night on a large twin-engine airplane Sikorsky had designed. And then, with the plane partially built and a desperate need for high-powered engines to make it fly, Sikorsky and his Russians ran out of money. It seemed as if their dream of flight was going to die.
A gentleman drove up, stepped out of his chauffeur-driven limousine, walked around inspecting the airplane, which was being built in the open. The gentleman stopped, started a conversation with Igor Sikorsky, and Igor Sikorsky eventually tells the story that this gentleman sat down and wrote out a check for $5,000, handed it to my father and said, "I believe in you, I trust you, pay me back when you can, go, start building your airplanes." The man's name was Sergei Rachmaninoff, and it was this great pianist and composer who gave Dad his start in America.
The plane Rachmaninoff's contribution made possible was the S-29A, a twin-engine, all-metal transport that was the forerunner of the modern airliner.
It gave him the intellectual freedom and the financial wherewithal to produce the aircraft that a visionary could see, and in the process produce very successful aircraft.
He followed with other designs and started building a reputation as a visionary. In 1930, he gave a newspaper interview in which he described a glimmering future of sleek metal aircraft carrying hundreds of passengers from continent to continent.
Igor Sikorsky predicted in this newspaper interview that New York would be the center and the hub of one of the most busy airline services. Giant all-metal airplanes, sleek all-metal airplanes carrying hundreds of passengers would be taking off every hour on the hour for the far corners of the world.
At a time when most aircraft were still made of fabric stretched over a wooden frame, he talked about pressurized cabins and jet engines as if they were something he had already tested.
To get metaphysical, my father also believed very strongly in intuition, in a sixth sense, which sometimes came to you in a flash in the middle of the night. Sometimes it arrived very, very slowly after you'd been chewing on a problem for a while.
He had his first big hit with the S-38, a flying boat that Pan American Airways used to open new commercial aviation routes to Central and South America. That success brought in other investors, including United Aviation, which was then a major producer of aircraft. And for the first time since leaving Russia, Sikorsky had the money for large-scale design and construction of aircraft. Though still fascinated with helicopters, his business grew because of his success designing fixed-wing aircraft. Among those who visited the Sikorsky factory was Charles Lindbergh, just returned from his flight to Paris. Sikorsky and Lindbergh found in each other kindred spirits. They were both intellectually restless, at the same time cerebral and instinctive. Both had clear visions of aviation as an everyday experience, pioneers who longed to make their field of endeavor commonplace to the point of being boring. Even their differences seemed complementary. Lindbergh looked at aviation from the point of view of a pilot. He wanted to open the world to aviation, and he traveled ceaselessly, charting routes for others to follow. Sikorsky, on the other hand, saw aviation as an engineering problem. To follow the routes Lindbergh was plotting, a passenger plane would have to have a certain range, be able to reach a certain altitude, and carry a certain amount of fuel.
He'd spent a lot of time in the dark listening to music, thinking, and he felt that he could almost see into the future, so to speak. Again, he was a very mystical, very spiritual man, to see what the needs would be, where his ideas could be applied to the betterment of mankind. And I think his particular genius came in his ability to take technology and apply it to the human need.
Lindbergh, Sikorsky believed, was the greatest pilot in the world. Sikorsky, Lindbergh said, was the most gifted aircraft designer he had ever met.
Dad had a great deal of respect for Lindbergh because there's no doubt about it, man knew a great deal about aviation. And in fact, it was this gentle teamwork between Lindbergh and Sikorsky, the mutual respect that they had for each other, that was absolutely wonderful to see in action.
The first plane they collaborated on was the S-40, a flying boat larger and more dependable than any other. Lindbergh was working for Pan American Airways, setting up airmail service to the Caribbean, which was then a sea of islands without landing strips. Tying them together,
I was a small kid, but I was privileged once in a while to sit in a corner of the dining room when these two giants would discuss the growth of aviation, the need for higher speeds, the inevitability of higher wing loadings, and yet the improvement of our knowledge of aerodynamics, which would still keep landing speeds down while the cruising speeds would go up. Now, it was a wonderful way to grow up because you may have gotten a formal education in high school and in college, but if you were an aviation buff, as I was, those evenings listening to Charles Lindbergh and Igor Sikorsky were the greatest aeronautical academy that anybody could dream of having.
it was the beginning of one of his most productive periods. Working together with Pan Am and Lindbergh, he designed a series of amphibious aircraft that formed the famed Pan Am Clipper fleet. He had in his career played a key role in two separate revolutions. In Russia, he had pioneered multi-engine aircraft, which became the first dependable air transports and long-range bombers. In the United States, he had designed the flying boats that had made intercontinental air travel possible. The Pan Am Clippers shrank the world, putting every place in the world within a couple of days' travel of every place else. So, with his company doing well and his reputation secure, he returned to his first love. In the middle 1930s, Igor Sikorsky dug out 30 years of notes and sketches, dusted off a handful of patents, and went to work on the helicopter. Before Igor Sikorsky got seriously into helicopter development, there had been a number of more or less successful experiments in vertical flight. Some could fly but not hover, and others couldn't fly at all. Overcoming the torque of a spinning main rotor and still being able to maneuver was such a big problem that it led many to believe that a practical helicopter would never be developed. Sikorsky, however, believed passionately that the helicopter would work.
He was not interested just in engineering and technology. The primary reason he developed with the helicopter was to rescue people, to save people's lives.
As he worked and reworked the design of his helicopter, Sikorsky said over and over that if a person was in danger, an airplane could fly over and throw flowers to him. But a helicopter could come in and perform a rescue. Working at his Stratford, Connecticut factory, he and his team, still made up largely of Russian immigrants, built the VS-300. Ungainly by modern standards, the 300 was little more than a framework to support the engine and rotor. On September 14th, 1939, Sikorsky sat down in the VS-300's pilot seat for its first flight.
When he climbed into this machine for the first time, he said it was a beautiful chance to relive one's life all over again, to design a new type of flying machine without quite knowing how to design it, build it without quite knowing how to build it, and then you climbed aboard and you opened up the throttle and you tried to teach yourself to fly at the same time that you were the test pilot in charge of the helicopter.
Sikorsky carefully, slowly lifted off, learning to fly the helicopter as it rose. He went only a few feet off the ground, hesitated a few seconds in midair, and settled gently back to Earth. The world had its first working, practical helicopter. While Sikorsky thought the helicopter's future lay in rescue, the first American military band to get a look at the VS-300 instantly recognized its battlefield potential.
People began to realize the idea that we can move large numbers of troops, we can attach weapons to these, and so the United States Army, for example, their aircraft, their helicopters, and these are very, very important for maneuver of the Army units.
In 1942, while looking for aircraft that could be developed to fight German U-boats in the North Atlantic, two Coast Guard officers paid Sikorsky a visit. They watched in awe as Sikorsky lifted 25 feet off the ground, lifting a second man below on a suspended rope ladder. In their report on the test, they said Sikorsky's machine had many advantages over the blimps the Navy had developed for anti-submarine warfare. They recommended the Coast Guard buy 3 or 4 for testing, but the Navy balked at the $250,000 price tag. When the officers pointed out that helicopters could serve a search and rescue function, the War Department replied that the Navy was not interested in life-saving. They just wanted to get on with the business of killing the enemy.
I think he was aware that inevitably, sometime sooner or later, it would be used as a military instrument of war. But that he said, was not the fault of the helicopter, because for every single person that it killed, he insisted quite logically that it probably saved 100.
For the remainder of his life, Sikorsky designed and built helicopters. From the R-4, the first mass-produced helicopter, to the UH-60 Blackhawk, the machines he and his company designed and built rewrote the rules of aviation, of warfare, and of search and rescue.
Whenever one talks about Igor Sikorsky today, it is the helicopter that he is remembered at. And that's, I think, justifiably so. It is the last and, in many respects, the most important piece of equipment that my father invented and left for mankind. When I asked him about it, he said he had a number of favorite aircraft. And obviously the Grand, the first prototype 4-engine aircraft, was one. The flying boats were another one. But I believe also he himself felt proudest of his achievements in designing the helicopter.
He grew up in Brooklyn, and one of his earliest memories was waving at Charles Lindbergh as the Lone Eagles parade passed triumphantly through his neighborhood. He took his first flight when he was 7, and barely out of his teens, was World War II's youngest American fighter pilot in China. After the war, he earned a degree in aeronautical engineering, and when his military career ended, he helped design the rocket engines that took man to the moon. That accomplished, he joined the staff of the National Air and Space Museum before it was built and helped turn it into the most visited museum in the world. He is Donald Lopez, and he is a legend of air power. He was born in 1923 in Brooklyn. He grew up surrounded by aviation, though no one in his family was an aviator. It was the times as much as anything. Flight was still new, records seemed to fall every day, and barnstormers were pop culture heroes. When Lopez was 3 1/2, his parents took him to see the greatest of them all, Charles Lindbergh. Lindbergh's parade passed through Brooklyn. One of Lopez's earliest memories is seeing Lindbergh sitting on the back of a convertible, waving at the thousands of people who had gathered just to catch a glimpse of him. Lopez's parents befriended a barnstorming pilot, and when Lopez was 7, the pilot took him up for a ride. He was, he says, hooked on flight from that day on.
I used to ride my bike out to Floyd Bennett Field and hang around, and my pilot friend was hopping passengers in cabin wacos, and I'd stand by the fence and look as sad as possible, and every now and then, when he didn't have all the passengers he needed, he'd let me go up with him.
Floyd Bennett Field was, in many ways, the capital of aviation in the United States. Lopez watched from outside the fence as the royalty of early aviation passed through, on the way to what he imagined to be a great adventure.
He got to see the likes of Wiley Post and his aircraft, the Winnie Mae, Louise Thaden and her Staggerwing Beach, even Balbo's Savoia Marchetti flying boats when they came through. And there were some Navy Helldivers stationed there, and they would often let the kids sit in the cockpit. So he really had an interesting and unique exposure to aviation at a young age.
Everybody was interested in it then. All the kids were. Flying was a relatively new thing. And it was just something that looked real exciting. And
At the age of 15, and his contact with aviation temporarily ended. His fascination with it, however, did not. He spent long afternoons reading pulp magazines about pilots and flying, and knew everything there was to know about the great pilots of World War I. His family lived outside Tampa. He could see and hear planes from nearby MacDill Army Air Base as they flew over, but lived so far from the base that he could not stand outside the fence as he had in New York. In the years between the World Wars, American air power withered. Congress approved almost no money for upgrading aircraft, and every year it seemed as if the force grew smaller and smaller. After high school, Lopez tried to enlist as an aviation cadet, but the Army Air Force didn't need him. They told him to come back when he was older and had a college degree. He went to college and enrolled in the Civilian Pilot Training Program, a government-sponsored basic flight school. While he was in training, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. The Army Air Corps quickly dropped the college degree requirement for pilot cadets.
so I went down to join up, and they told me if I joined up, I'd have to be probably marching for the next 9 months because they didn't have room in the flying schools for all the people that were applying. So he said, don't bother, wait a few months.
Lopez returned to college. All around him, his country was gearing up for war. Men were enlisting and shipping out. Battles in the Philippines and Guadalcanal were on the radio.
The country had never been attacked before, and it was considered a real sneaky, dirty trick, and everybody was really outraged. And in fact, people who never heard of Pearl Harbor were just as outraged. And it was very much like the feeling everybody had right after September 11th. They bombed the towers and things. Everybody patriotism sprung up all over the place where it hadn't been very noticeable before. But everybody realized what we had to do and wanted to do it, and almost universally in this country, I mean.
And Lopez, who wanted more than anything to fly, was lugging textbooks from class to class.
But in May, I just couldn't stand it anymore, so I went down and got sworn in as an aviation cadet. Even then, I didn't get called till September of 1942.
Lopez became part of an Air Corps trying desperately to catch up with the Germans and Japanese. The instructors had little or no combat experience, and the only equipment available for training was almost comically primitive.
You had to fly a sort of a fake airplane that they moved the lights around. You had to move the controls to make the lights go next to the one that was lit up, so all that stuff. And then they decided whether you'd be a pilot, a navigator, or a bombardier.
The Air Corps tabbed Lopez as a pilot and put him in the pilot training pipeline. He went from base to base, always learning more about military custom, flight, weapons, and tactics. He flew PT-19s and BT-13s, the legendary Vultee vibrator. He learned night flight and cross-country navigation. He mastered every aircraft easily, though as they got larger and more powerful, they posed new challenges. Lopez met those challenges and was selected out of his class to train his last 10 hours in P-40s, then a frontline fighter.
Sort of overwhelming at first because it was so much bigger than anything I'd flown. You can't see out the front at all. On first takeoff, I nearly ran off both sides of the runway because the torque was so strong, and I nearly went off the left side, and I overcorrected and nearly went off the right side, and I got in the air before I went off the left side again. And but after that, I didn't have any trouble. I landed.
Flight training complete, he was assigned to a P-40 squadron to await overseas deployment. He flew nearly every day, staging mock dogfights with P-47s and P-39s from nearby bases. The P-40 was a heavy, not very maneuverable plane, but required special tactics in dogfighting.
You couldn't turn with the Japanese planes. They turned too fast. They're much lighter than our planes. So you never tried to turn, and we used the tactics developed by General Chennault, and it worked very well. But we just did high-speed passes, fired at them, pulled out, and came back again and tried to fire on them again.
As Lopez honed his skills, the Flying Tigers became as much heroes to him as the great pilots he'd seen at Floyd Bennett Field. After 2 months of hassling over Florida's interior, he got orders to report to Miami. He had no idea where he was going. What mattered to Lopez was that he was finally on his way to the war. When Don Lopez shipped out from Miami, he didn't know for sure where he was going. A trained P-40 pilot, he knew there were few places where Warhawks were still in use. A student of the flight tactics of the Flying Tigers, he knew that there were more P-40s in China than anywhere else. Americans had been fighting in China for years. Claire Chennault had set up the American volunteer group, the Flying Tigers, in 1940, long before Pearl Harbor. They had become legends, but once the United States officially entered the war, the Army took over the AVG's operation. Lopez arrived in India as one of a flood of rookie pilots sent to augment the AVG's tiny force. He spent a few weeks practicing his strafing and bombing under veterans of the air war in China. Ordered to the 14th Air Force, he and another pilot hitched a ride over the hump in a B-24. The 14th Air Force assigned him to the 23rd Fighter Group.
The 23rd Group was not like a lot of the groups in Europe where the whole group was together on a base. We had three squadrons at that time, and each one was at a different base about maybe a couple hundred miles apart.
The job of keeping those widespread squadrons together as a functional fighting unit fell to legendary fighter pilot Tex Hill. Hill had been one of the original Flying Tigers, and even though the Army Air Corps had taken over operations in China, he remained to continue fighting. Hill, though an officer in the Army, was casually scornful of regular Army trappings.
I was kind of in awe because I'd read all about him. And I went to his office, and his office was just a very small, bare, wooden-walled, wooden office with one desk and two chairs and a map. and an in and an out basket. The in basket had peanuts in it, and the out basket had the empty shells, and that was it, no paperwork.
One thing that became evident was Don Lopez was born to be a fighter pilot. So to get into that theater of combat, and there was plenty of action and plenty of challenges as well, was probably as exciting as could be for someone of that age, especially under the tutelage of someone like Tex Hill, and having been in the same unit as Robert Scott, who was famous for writing God Is My Co-Pilot. These were all names that were almost of mythical status to someone of his age training to be a fighter pilot at that time.
At 19, Lopez was one of the youngest American pilots in one of the youngest aviation units in the world.
We had about 3 or 4 pilots in the squadron that were 26 and 27, and we thought they were really, really ancient. Used to tell the room boys to check every morning whether to wake them up or cover them up.
His first combat mission was strafing Japanese patrol boats on the Yangtze River. The Japanese, whose supply lines were long and inefficient, were in the process of stealing a whole rice crop from the Chinese peasants who'd grown it. They would take an area and hold it only long enough to empty the fields and storage bins, pull back, and then take the next valley over. The American pilots were assigned to support the Chinese army, who were trying to disrupt the Japanese and prevent the theft of their rice.
Every mission we went, we hoped we'd run into some Japanese planes so we could, but we didn't. My first 7 missions, we didn't see any Japanese.
Though the duty wasn't glamorous, it was critical. The Chinese army depended on American air cover. The relatively few American pilots in China were, in effect, keeping the Chinese army a viable fighting force. As a result, the Japanese had to keep hundreds of thousands of troops in China that would otherwise have been available to fight American and British forces elsewhere in the Pacific. The only times that Lopez got to fight against Japanese aircraft were when the Japanese mounted massive bombing attacks against the Chinese positions and American bases. The resulting air battles were as much melee as dogfight, with dozens of planes swirling around the sky in a confusing tangle. It was in one of those battles that Lopez got his most unusual kill.
In the distance, I saw a P-40 being chased by an Oscar, way out of range, but I took a great big lead and fired over that way, hoping my tracers, he'd see the tracers and break away from him, which he did. But he started heading toward me, which wasn't part of my plan. And we were making a head-on pass at each other. And I was diving a little bit, he was climbing a little bit. And when we got within range, we both started firing. I could see his guns winking, you could see the fire on them, and I could see my bullets flashing on the front of his airplane. And then I wasn't trying to ram him or anything, but I didn't want to brake first because they didn't want him to be on my tail. So at the very last second before we hit engine to engine, he started a very sharp right bank, which they could do, but it was a little late, and my wing hit his wing, and I knocked most of his wing off and knocked about 2 to 3 off. But it didn't seem to be after that.
And Lopez went back into the battle.
He proved himself to be a very competent pilot very early on, and I would think that his commanders probably saw that in him and depended on him as he became part of the unit.
He flew more than 100 missions in China and stayed on after his flight assignment to help in mission planning. He left China in early 1945, credited with 4 kills. He was in New York visiting his family on VE Day.
Boy, it was really something. Everybody was cheering and running around the streets, and it was nice to be in uniform in those days. And they had a real good deal. They, if you were an officer, I guess, they went to there was some hotel you went to, and they gave you tickets to any Broadway show you wanted to go to, and all sorts of real nice things. And so I saw 3 Broadway shows just in the 4 days I was there.
The Army assigned Lopez to Eglin Army Air Base in Florida as a test pilot. Only a few weeks after the end of the war, he was training in the first American jets, the P-59, and after that, the P-80.
What they would do is take combat pilots and move them into testing at Eglin, where they would get the latest, greatest aircraft and test their systems under combat circumstances, or as close to it as they could get.
Eglin was, Lopez says, fighter heaven. Though the flight test activity was shifting gradually west to Muroc, now Edwards Air Force Base, Eglin remained an active flight test center. It was a period of furious innovation, the transition from props to jets, an obsession with the Air Force. During the week, Lopez flew jets, and on weekends, there were outdated but still feisty P-51s and P-47s available for hassling over the Gulf of Mexico.
And we'd fly in air shows a lot. The P-80s were in great demand at air shows, and we were responsible for flying in the air shows in the Southeast, because we had the only jets in the Southeast at the time. So they'd send us by ones and twos to air shows to fly, and we didn't do much because we just went real fast, and everybody was amazed.
As a test pilot, Lopez flew both Air Force and Navy aircraft. He flew a P-80 to Alaska for cold weather testing and went briefly to Korea to do operational testing on the new F-86 Starfighter, and to England for a rotation with the RAF. For all the transience of his Air Force life, his most impressive accomplishment might be this. He somehow found time to complete his college education. After 3 years of night school, he received a bachelor's degree in aeronautical engineering. The Air Force was so impressed by his achievement that it sent him to Caltech, where he earned a master's degree, also in aeronautical engineering. He taught at the brand new Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs and was a founding member of the thermodynamics department. He finished his Air Force career in the Pentagon, an expert on missiles, helping to plan the rocket-based warfare that has become commonplace. He retired in 1964, but his career was far from over. Retired from the Air Force after 22 years, Don Lopez went to work for Bellcom, a division of Bell Labs. Bellcom's specialty was rocket development, and their main customer was NASA. For the next 8 years, Lopez worked inside NASA's offices. The irony of that placement did not escape him. While still a test pilot, he had been one of only 110 pilots certified by NASA as eligible to apply for the newly created astronaut program.
They were going to have 12 astronauts originally, but they had to give them a really extensive physical test. So they took the first half of them and tested them. Thought they'd have to test 110 to get 12. They decided to go with 7 instead of 12. And they had no trouble. Everybody volunteered. And so I never got tested, so I didn't. So the next time they were recruiting for them, I applied again, but I was about 3 months too old, and they didn't accept me. So, yeah, I would love to have done it, but I had a pretty good life without that anyway, so I wasn't too terribly disappointed.
As a civilian at NASA, he worked on the rocket engines that would power the second stage of the Saturn V rocket that would eventually carry men to the moon. The kid whose earliest memory was seeing Charles Lindbergh in a parade, who had watched early aviation heroes from outside the fence of Floyd Bennett Field in New York, who had studied the tactics of the legendary Flying Tigers, and who had then found himself serving under the command of the very pilots he had idolized, was now involved in the most ambitious aerospace project in history. In July 1969, Apollo 11 took off. The second stage engines that Lopez had worked on worked perfectly, pushing the command and lunar modules out of Earth orbit and toward the moon. When Neil Armstrong stepped out onto the moon's surface, he became the greatest aviation hero since Lindbergh. Before the moon landings were even over, Lopez moved on to the Skylab project. Skylab was the first American space station, improvised out of the modified Saturn V second stage that had powered the trip to the moon. And then, with the space program winding down, Bellcom, the NASA contractor Lopez worked for, decided to get out of the space business entirely.
That wasn't really their business. Bell Labs has, working on other. So they offered everybody jobs in their system, but I really wasn't too interested in working on telephones and things like that. So I was looking around for some other jobs. There weren't much engineering jobs right at that time.
His wife read in the newspaper that the National Air and Space Museum had been funded to expand into a new building. She urged Lopez to apply for a job. Though he didn't have any museum experience, Lopez sat down and wrote a letter to his old friend, astronaut Michael Collins, who had been named director of the museum. Collins hired him immediately. Lopez joined the staff in 1972. His first day of work was the day the museum broke ground for its new building.
I was involved in all the planning for all of the airplane exhibits, and I was actually the curator on about 4 of the galleries myself.
Lopez's job was, in effect, to build a shrine to the heroes of aviation who had inspired him his whole life. He went to work in Washington, traveling to collect the artifacts that he felt the museum needed if it was going to tell the real story of aviation. And as far as Lopez was concerned, there was no more important story to tell.
I think it's been fascinated people through the ages. You know, every god in every religion, every myth you ever hear about, the gods or the mythical characters are flying. And the people have always wanted to fly. It just gives you a whole new dimension. And it happened in a lifetime. It's something people can relate to.
People did indeed relate to the story of aviation that the Air and Space Museum told. Lopez's passion for and deep personal understanding of aviation came through in the exhibits. The number of visitors far exceeded expectations, and the Air and Space Museum became the most popular museum in the world.
When we got the money for it, the Smithsonian, as opposed to the Air and Space Museum people, thought, who wants to see a hangar on the mall? They said, you'll probably get maybe 3 million visitors the first year because it's the bicentennial year, but then you'll probably level off about 2.5 million, which is what some of the other museums were getting about that time. We got 1 million the first 25 days. We got to over 10 million the first year, and we've averaged since then right about a little over 9 million people a year.
Lopez made the National Air and Space Museum the last stop in his long and remarkable career. The kid who'd learned to fly in a biplane hung a biplane on the ceiling of the most popular museum in the world and retired once and for all.
As I say, all that 75th guys, they're just really top-notch. He is one of the real outstanding fighter pilots, and then the job he's done here at the Smithsonian is really outstanding.
Neat thing about Don Lopez is he's just a great guy. He's probably the nicest person you'd ever want to meet, and I don't think you'd come across anyone that's ever met him that would say otherwise. He was someone who learned at an early age what he wanted to do and went out to pursue that to the best of his ability, and really reached the pinnacle of several careers in aviation. And yet he would probably be the last one to say that.
He was a kid from Wisconsin who so badly wanted to fly that he enlisted in the Air Force before he'd ever set foot on a plane. Test pilots of the early jet age. When space beckoned, he stood almost alone in defending the idea that an astronaut would be a pilot, not simply a medical guinea pig. Chosen as one of America's first astronauts, it took him over 15 years to make it into space. But during that time, he did more to define the role of astronauts in the space program than any other person. He is Deke Slayton, and he is a legend of air power. Donald Slayton was born March 1st, 1924, on a farm in Sparta, Wisconsin. He was a kid with an indomitable spirit of adventure, an explorer who gave his parents fits almost from the first day he could walk.
He wanted to get out of the yard and go across the neighbor's fence and go out into the road and explore, explore, explore. That was his key word. Even as a 4-year-old child, his mother had to tie him to a tree. And finally one day when she got him to promise he wouldn't wander away, did she let him go, and she didn't tie him to the tree anymore.
Slayton lost a finger at the age of 5 while trying to help his father fix a horse-drawn mowing machine. The loss barely slowed him down. As he grew, his horizons broadened, and by the time he was in high school, he had decided that he wanted to be a military pilot. The decision was a bold one. America in the 1930s was a nation in denial, with a withering military and no desire to get involved in the world's problems. Still, flight was an almost hopelessly romantic thing, attractive and off-putting at the same time.
There was a lot of Lindbergh thrown in there. There were a lot of the air racers of the 30s and the barnstormers, and flight was so new to everybody that if you were a young boy growing up in that era and you wanted to do something that took you for a walk on the wild side, flight was the way to do it.
On December 7th, 1941, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Slayton was one of the millions of young men who volunteered to fight. He enlisted in the Army Air Corps as an aviation cadet. And then, the Army doctors noticed that the big, healthy farm boy from Wisconsin was missing a finger on his left hand.
People ran scurrying to the guidebooks to see what was written about whether or not you could fly with a missing finger. And it looked for quite a while that he was going to be disqualified on the spot. And somebody came back and said no, that he was missing the only finger you could miss and still be eligible for flight training.
So Slayton entered the Army Air Corps as a flight cadet. He learned to fly biplanes in Texas, and a few weeks after his 19th birthday, earned his wings as a pilot. He trained as a B-25 pilot and was assigned to the 340th Bombardment Group. He flew 56 combat missions over Europe before being rotated back to the States as a B-25 instructor pilot. He learned to fly the A-26, a wickedly unpredictable aircraft, and worked training and certifying A-26 pilots for combat. In April 1945, he shipped out to the Pacific and flew 7 more combat missions over Japan. For a year after the war ended, Slayton served as an instructor pilot. As the military shrank after the war, Slayton's career options shrank as well. And like most pilots, after the war, he left the service. He earned a degree in aeronautical engineering from the University of Minnesota. He went to work for Boeing, but didn't really like the corporate life, and was relieved when the Air Force recalled him to active duty after the outbreak of the war in Korea. The one-time B-25 pilot returned to military aviation as a fighter pilot, the maintenance flight test officer for an F-51 squadron stationed in Minneapolis. The F-51 was an upgrade of the World War II P-51 and was the last American propeller-driven fighter. Over the next few years, with war raging in Korea, the United States made the transition from props to jets. It was arguably the most creative period in the history of aircraft design. Slayton spent the next several years in a succession of assignments that kept him close to new developments in aviation. He was responsible for the maintenance and technical inspection of a variety of high-performance fighters and showed an almost incredible aptitude for learning new aircraft. In 1955, after a tour in Germany, he returned to the United States to attend the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Surrounded by the finest, most competitive pilots in the world, he fit in perfectly.
I think Deke Slayton is one of those individuals who engendered both a lot of respect, but also a lot of admiration. In part, that was his personality. Maybe fundamentally, it was his personality. But it was also how he carried himself.
He tested most of the Century series of fighters, the F-101, 102, and 105. He put an F-105 into an inverted flat spin and survived. And in the rough and ready world of Edwards, he sometimes flew without even bothering to don a G-suit.
Now, a G-suit is necessary when you're pulling a lot of G's. It redistributes the blood properly so you don't pass out. Deke was known to fly with no G-suit and pull as many as 9 Gs, which is phenomenal.
In 1958, the newly created National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, put out word that it needed pilots. But NASA envisioned these pilots as mere passengers, sealed into a capsule and launched into orbit. In general, the test pilot elite at Edwards wasn't interested. Being launched helplessly into space didn't appeal, and most passed on NASA's offer to volunteer. Not Slayton, however. He believed that space flight would inevitably require exactly the same traits it took to be a test pilot: courage, physical strength, and the ability to think straight under extreme pressure. He saw spaceflight as the ultimate challenge, and he applied for the yet undefined job of astronaut. When Deke Slayton applied to be an astronaut in 1958, no one was really sure what exactly an astronaut was. In fact, when NASA started recruiting astronauts, there were only two things it knew for sure that astronauts would have to be: brave and physically fit. Brave, of course, because in the late 1950s, America's rockets were better at blowing up than they were at flying. It would certainly take a brave person to even attempt spaceflight. And physically fit, because no one knew what the human reaction to the rigors of outer space would be.
Nobody was really agreed on the impact of spaceflight, and you had doctors worrying that limbs were going to break off, hearts were going to explode, heads were going to pop off. I mean, there were serious discussions about these types of things.
NASA narrowed the list again and again, cutting those with less than impeccable service records or any hint of physical infirmity. They put the candidates through a humiliating series of medical tests that seemed to the pilots to have nothing at all to do with aviation. In fact, the farther the candidates got into the process, the less it seemed that their aeronautical abilities mattered. But every time NASA made a cut in the roster, Slayton survived. And every time he survived, he seemed closer and closer to actually going into space. In April 1959, with America in the depths of the Cold War and scared almost literally to death that the Russians would conquer outer space before the United States could even get a missile successfully into orbit, NASA rolled out 7 brand new astronauts.
And what they ended up with was a group of individuals that looked like the All-American boys. And in some level they were. They were kind of, and it's interesting, they're not elites. These are not a bunch of folks who went to Harvard or Yale or an Ivy League school. They oftentimes went to the state university, they went to the technical university. In many cases, they are the first generation in their family to attend college. You know, they're like most of the rest of us.
And America fell instantly in love with them. They were, as author Tom Wolfe has described them, the country's single combat warriors, ready to put their lives on the line to go into space and fight the Russians for the high ground. They were the best America had.
These guys were used to taking untried equipment and pushing it to its limits, and had to have steel nerves and be ready to face just about anything. And the people at NASA were looking for people that were used to that kind of environment and that kind of pressure, who were going to be able to step into a Mercury spacecraft and not freak out the first time something went wrong.
And were incredible, and the astronauts became the subject of a vicious tug of war. Politicians wanted to be seen with them, the media wanted pictures and interviews, doctors wanted to probe them, and scientists wanted them to study geology and astronomy, on the off chance that once in flight, they might have time to conduct a few experiments. The astronauts, on the other hand, wanted to be left alone to prepare for their flights. As test pilots, they had been involved in the design and engineering of the craft they flew. As astronauts, NASA expected them to spend their time glad-handing politicians and plant managers. The disagreement was a constant source of friction between the astronauts and NASA. Soon after Slayton debuted as an astronaut, NASA doctors detected a slight irregularity in his heartbeat. The irregularity was fleeting, a slight, almost imperceptible flutter in Slayton's chest that no one thought much about. He had, after all, thrived doing highly competitive, highly stressful work at Edwards Air Force Base. and had passed the enormous battery of physical tests in the astronaut screening process.
He was obviously as healthy as a horse, and there were very little was said about it up until the point that somebody began asking around the White House about one of the astronauts having heart trouble.
Slayton found himself in an intensely political environment where his piloting skills meant almost nothing.
Now it is time to take longer strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a clearly leading role in space achievement, which in many ways may hold the key to our future on Earth. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
President Kennedy had promised to put a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s, and his political advisors weren't going to put the president's pledge in jeopardy by allowing an astronaut with a heart condition, even a tiny one, to fly. The White House put pressure on NASA, and NASA grounded Slayton.
It just about broke his heart. He was absolutely destroyed, and the people around him who knew him and cared about him were destroyed, and nobody thought it was reasonable or fair. But once he recovered from the shock and the disappointment, he decided he was going to stay in there pitching, and he fully believed that if he did that, he would ultimately get his space flight.
To placate Slayton and other astronauts, NASA created a new position, Coordinator of Astronaut Activities. NASA figured Slayton could handle the paperwork associated with scheduling the astronauts' public relations appearances and training.
There were lots of places that Deke Slayton could have made a very important difference other than in the astronaut office. I think there was a recognition that he had the respect of the other astronauts, that he had the leadership skills to kind of be their front person, that he could both serve as the individual who could liaison between the astronauts themselves and the NASA leadership, and in turn around and represent the agency's leadership's priorities to the astronauts.
Slayton, on the other hand, figured that the closer he stayed to astronaut training, the better chance he had of getting back on flight status. He also figured that no matter what else happened, he could use his new position to get NASA to start treating astronauts like pilots instead of guinea pigs. When NASA grounded Deke Slayton and put him in charge of the astronaut office, Slayton took the job a lot more seriously than anyone expected.
Whereas in this day and age, you might have people that would call a press conference and whine about how unfair life is, Deke took what was handed to him and he said, okay, let's make the best of it. And he stepped up to the plate and took hold of the job and essentially defined its parameters himself.
He coordinated the astronauts' public appearances and training, cutting back on the former and increasing the latter. Disdainful of the civilian sloppiness of NASA, he organized the astronaut office on a military model. But mostly, he insisted that the astronauts be treated as test pilots and that they be involved in every aspect of the design and construction of the craft that would take them into space. And without anyone paying much attention as Project Mercury rolled into Project Gemini, Slayton kept in training himself.
I don't think he ever gave up on the possibility of flying in space. There were a whole series of missions all through the 1960s. At any point in time, presumably, if something were to change, he could re-enter flight status and be assigned to fly one of them. And I'm sure that that was his dream. I'm sure that that was one of the reasons he stuck with it all those years.
Slayton developed the rhythm of the astronauts' lives, the pacing of crew assignments and training. He resisted attempts to replace pilots with scientists. NASA wanted scientists, but Slayton pointed out that pilot skills were primary, since putting a geologist on the moon to die wouldn't do anyone any good. Pilots coming into the astronaut corps, well aware that Slayton assigned crews for the space flights, concentrated on the aspects of training most likely to appeal to him. They put minimal effort into studying geology and astronomy, and maximum effort into perfecting their flight skills and being strong team players.
I'm sure that some people felt they had better access to the selection process that was pretty much determined by the two people in the Mercury program. Deke Slayton, who was grounded, and he was in charge of flight crew operations. Once that sequence was selected, there wasn't too much opportunity for changing around.
In the years that Slayton ran the astronaut office, his personnel decisions went nearly unchallenged. Only once did NASA's administrators challenge one of his assignments, insisting that he switch the crews of Apollo 13 and 14.
Alan Shepard, having overcome a ear malfunction and been given an upjet, was commander of 13, but NASA hierarchy wanted to give Al some more time to train. He had been, grounded for about 9 years, and so Deke Slayton came to me and said, Jim, you're on Apollo 8, you're back up on 11, you're pretty well trained. Al needs some more time. Would you trade Apollo 14 and take 13?
During Apollo 13, as NASA struggled to bring the damaged spacecraft and its crew back safely to Earth, Slayton distinguished himself. His highly trained backup crews worked night and day to perfect and document the actions the crew in space would have to execute to survive.
Deke, of course, was on top of everything, and he was sort of the honcho, along with Gene Kranz, really, who was the flight director and head of the Tiger team that kept people going and kept doing things to make sure that they could solve these problems.
Slayton himself worked tirelessly and, fighting a head cold, asked a doctor for something to keep him going.
One of the doctors had advised him to pound vitamins, which he did. And he began to notice after taking all these vitamins that his heart problem seemed to be going away. And he hadn't had any fibrillations in quite some time.
He checked with the doctors after Apollo 13 returned, and with some additional treatment, eventually eliminated the heart murmur that had grounded him in the first place. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He appealed to NASA and underwent another battery of medical tests. And in March 1972, NASA restored Slayton to full flight status.
Of course, the problem that he ran into was that after Apollo 17, the rest of the Apollo program had been canceled due to lack of interest and lack of funding. So now suddenly he was flight ready and didn't have very many flights to choose from.
It would be years, Slayton knew, between the end of Apollo and the first mission of the planned space shuttle. He would be too old to fly then. His last chance was a joint Russian and American mission that had as much to do with international politics as it did with science or engineering. On July 15, 1975, more than 15 years after he was introduced as one of America's first astronauts, Deke Slayton took off on the Apollo-Soyuz test project mission.
We take our last Apollo flyable spacecraft and launch it into Earth orbit to rendezvous and dock with a Soviet spacecraft, the Soyuz, where 2 Soviet cosmonauts and the 3 Apollo astronauts shake hands, orbit the Earth for a few days, and symbolize the détente that had been taking place between the United States and the Soviet Union.
His role in Apollo-Soyuz was, in a lot of ways, hog heaven for him. He was the docking module pilot of the 3-member Apollo crew with Tom Stafford and Vance Brand, who eventually went up to meet the Soviets.
He described himself as the world's oldest rookie, but even as a grizzled old pilot, he could not hide his glee at going out into space. After he to behave in space, gravity. He executed his mission assignments with zealous precision and heartily shook the hands of the Russians with the spacecrafts linked up high above the Earth's surface. Even when it came to the public relations side of the astronaut business, the part he had always abhorred, he excelled.
They patched through a message from President Ford, who asked him what it is that he would say to school kids who were interested in becoming astronauts or interested in exploring.
I have a lot of advice for young people, but I guess probably one of the most important bits is to, number one, decide what you really want to do, and then secondly, never give up until you've done it.
No one, of course, knew more about perseverance than Slayton. He spent more than 217 hours in space on that mission. When he returned, he knew his days as an astronaut were over. Still the team player, he signed on with the Space Shuttle program. He managed the approach and landing test project, knowing full well he would never fly in it. He put the orbiter through its engineering paces, testing flight controls and the orbiter's maneuvering. He was responsible for flight scheduling, post-flight mission evaluations, and ferrying landed orbiters back to Florida for relaunch.
He essentially laid the groundwork for the first space age. He selected the people, he selected their training, he put the right guys in the right place at the right time. And so many of the potential disasters, and on practically every space flight there was at least one, so many of those were nullified because of the fact that Deke Slayton had chosen the correct people for the correct jobs, because of the fact that Deke Slayton had worked with them, because of the fact that Deke Slayton had overseen their training. And he really defined the face of the early space program.
Because the love for adventure, the love for new challenges was always there. His dream was to have adventure, to fly, to go out into the limits and even beyond.
He was the son of a World War I pilot. His earliest memories were the sounds of aircraft starting in early morning. 2 years before the United States entered World War II, he tried to enlist in the RAF, but at 17 was too young. A year later, he went to West Point, where he played football and made All-American. He was one of the most natural fighter pilots his instructors had ever seen. A kid who seemed to meld with his plane into a single being. On his first combat mission, he shot down 2 German fighters. By the end of the war, he destroyed 13 German planes in the air and 11 and a half more on the ground. He sat out Korea, but in Vietnam flew more than 150 combat missions. He was a hard-drinking, hard-cussing officer who didn't bother to hide his contempt for the limits politicians had placed on the war.
I think he ruffled feathers and made people very, very uncomfortable, because often what he was saying was absolutely true and it was going against what people were expecting him to say.
He was nonetheless so well respected by the Air Force press, they made him Commandant of Cadets at the Air Force Academy, in hopes that he would pass his passion and tactical brilliance on to the next generation of Air Force officers. He is Brigadier General Robin Olds, and he is a legend of air power. Robin Olds was born in 1922 in Honolulu, Hawaii. His mother died when he was 4 years old, and his life was dominated by his father, Major General Robert Olds, himself a flyer and a confidant of Billy Mitchell.
Well, his father, General Robert Olds, was one of the pioneers in military aviation, and Robin grew up with that background. He grew up with people coming to his house every night or, on weekends that were the pioneers of aviation when military aviation was just starting. So he got indoctrinated pretty early.
He spent most of his youth living on base in Langley, Virginia. His father played a prominent role in convincing a skeptical bureaucracy that the country needed to spend more money on combat aircraft. Olds remembers the uproar among flyers when President Coolidge asked, in all seriousness, why the Army didn't simply buy one airplane and let the pilots take turns flying it. But mostly what Olds remembers is growing up among the camaraderie of those early aviators in a world that seemed to him to revolve entirely around airplanes.
When I was a little boy, the first noises were engines of airplanes warming up pre-dawn. And I could tell one engine from the other, even when I was 4 and 5 years old, to my dad's delight. And I'd sneak down to and watch the aviators, watch the pilots. And I remember once, years later, I ran into a fellow who had been a sergeant there at Langley, and he told me the story of going into a hangar once. There was one plane sitting in a hangar, and no one was around, but all the controls were moving. And he walked up to the airplane and looked in this open cockpit, and there I was, down in there. I was about 6 years old, working the controls for all I was worth.
While there was never any doubt that he'd end up a pilot, his father insisted he get a proper education. But when the Germans invaded Poland in 1939, Olds showed up at the Canadian Embassy and tried to enlist in the Royal Air Force.
They laughed at me. They have to get permission, your parents' permission. So Dad had just moved to Washington. I went home, he came home from work. He said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Dad, I want you to sign this piece of paper." Well, it took about a week to scrape him off the ceiling. And back in prep school I went. That was the end of that.
After graduating high school, Olds considered enlisting and trying to fight his way into the Air Corps. But the rules at the time made that route difficult. And, having watched reserve officers struggle to gain a regular Army commission, he opted instead for West Point. He had, he admits, a romanticized view of what his career would be like.
I'm going to go to West Point, and I'll have a regular commission, and I'll fly airplanes, and I won't have to work for a living. And so I went to West Point.
There, he says, he learned the most valuable lessons an officer can learn: to associate and trust the people around you, to take orders, and to ignore fun and games. He impressed his teachers with his drive and focus, which was also evident on the football field. He played tackle, and in 1942 made the All-American team. By then, of course, football seemed an almost irrelevant diversion. The Japanese had bombed Pearl Harbor, and the United States was no longer dominated by pacifists who believed we could stay out of the war. Olds took his basic and advanced flight training at tiny Stewart Field, just north of West Point. From the first time he put his hands on the stick, he knew flying was exactly what he was meant to do.
You're the brains, you know, you're the blood. The aircraft is the muscles. And each explosion of a cylinder, each whirl of the prop, every movement of the aircraft translates itself in, and you react. You don't think it's going to go up there. You're there. You don't think about it. It's instinctive.
2 months before Olds graduated, his father died. Robert Olds was only 47 years old. The flyers he had grown up with were scattered around the world and could not attend the funeral. So Olds graduated from West Point an orphan. His family was the Air Corps his father had helped make, a force that had fought for its very existence while young Olds was growing up. It had flowered into a full-fledged strategic force, the only force in the early months of the war capable of striking significantly at the enemy. Olds learned to fly P-38s in Arizona and California. He and all his classmates were anxious to get overseas, to get into the battle and test themselves. But they were caught in what Olds refers to as a catch-22. The Army wanted the Academy graduates to go overseas as flight commanders, but didn't want to promote pilots to command who didn't have battle experience.
And once it really soaked in that we weren't going anywhere, my friend and I, Al Tucker, went down to the L.A. Fighter Wing headquarters, found a sergeant who said, "You guys really want to go to war?" I said, "Yep." He said, where do you want to go? I said, I want to go to England. He typed out, 20 minutes later we had orders. So the moral of that is, if you want to get something done in the service, go to the sergeants.
Olds and his partner were off to England and the war. It took them less than a week to get there. Olds had never been so excited about anything in his life. Lieutenant Robin Olds arrived in England with the 479th Fighter Group in May 1944. In only a few days, he strapped into his P-38 and flew off with his squadron for a mission over occupied France. And there, the squadron flew around in circles, not bothering to attack anyone.
And I'm sitting up there getting more angry, cussing in my oxygen mask, you know, looking down the train, the trucks over here, the airfield there, and all enemy trying. This is prior to D-Day. Hey, why don't we do something?
After a few up and down missions, Olds and his wingman cooked up a scheme to get themselves into combat. While flying over the French countryside, Olds radioed his commander that he saw a moving train and was going down after it. Roger, came the reply over the radio, and down Olds went. He made 2 passes at the train before his squadron arrived to back him up. And as he was swinging around for a 3rd pass, when an angry voice on the radio ordered everyone back into position at a safe altitude. Back at the base, the major in command of the mission confronted Olds, wanting to know why he had disobeyed orders by attacking the train.
Sir, I called you. I said, this is New Cross lead. This is Blue 3. I got a train at 7 o'clock. I'm going down. Will you cover me? And you said Roger. He said, I didn't say Roger. You know what that's called? Gotcha. Gotcha. It was my wingman, and we had set it up.
While the strafing run on the train might technically have counted as Olds' first combat, his first air-to-air engagement occurred a few days later. Assigned a night mission, though they were not equipped with night fighters, Olds ended up separated from his squadron. Rather than returning to base, he continued on with the mission, flying alone toward a bridge in eastern France. He found the bridge just as dawn broke over the continent and was on his way back to base when he spotted a couple of planes on the far horizon.
And don't ask me to explain, but you know immediately, enemy. If something tells you, enemy. 99.9% enemy. But that 1/10 of 1%, I cut them off through the field, came up underneath and behind, and there were 190s, 2 of them. So we went roundy round and I shot them both down.
Because of a design flaw in the P-38 gun camera, Olds expected there wouldn't be definitive records that the dogfight had even taken place. He returned to base sure he was going to be in trouble for going on the mission alone, and decided not to even bring up the kills for fear that no one would believe him. Sure enough, as he climbed out of his plane, his commander was waiting for him on the ground. The commander was mad, but not very. A bomber flying high over the battle had reported the kills. On his next mission, his flight came upon a large group of German fighters bearing down on a group of American bombers.
We pulled up behind them, and just as I was about to fire, both engines quit. Because in my excitement, I'd forgot to switch tank. What the hell, I fired anyway. So I've always, all these years since then, laid claim to the fact that I'm the only fighter pilot in the history of aerial warfare that shot down an enemy aircraft while in the glide mode.
He got his engine started again and returned to battle. He got 2 more kills that day. In only 2 air-to-air engagements, Robin Olds had shot down 5 enemy aircraft. He was officially a fighter ace. He was quickly promoted, first to captain and then to major. By the end of the war, he was one of the most famous pilots in the world. A dashing hero with an outsized personality and a total of 24.5 kills, 13 in the air, the remainder German aircraft on the ground. Not long after the war ended, Olds was summoned to Supreme Air Force headquarters in France. When he got there, he was shown into a room that was filling with what Olds refers to as a book of heroes of the war. generals, Medal of Honor recipients, half the staff of the Supreme Allied Command. All were awaiting the arrival of their host, General Carl Dewey Spaatz. Spaatz had been an old friend of Olds' father, a pioneer military aviator who had been in charge of American air operations in the European theater. When he walked into the room full of heroes, Spaatz greeted Olds first. Before he spoke with anyone else, he ushered the 22-year-old major into a side room for a private chat about Olds' father and the young officer's career.
Gave me some advice for the future about me firsters, me tours, Deadwood, dedicated people, you know. Then he said, look, here's, and he pulled out a wad of francs. He said, here's about $500 I won off poker from those fellows out there. He said, my car is waiting for you out front. Go into Paris and get lost, which I did.
After the end of World War II, the Army Air Force took its rakish, heroic fighter ace and assigned him to coach football at West Point. Robin Olds reported as ordered, but wasn't happy with the assignment. Thankfully, it lasted only a few months, and then he was transferred to California to fly the Air Force's first combat jet, the P-80 Shooting Star.
It was like flying a jet-powered glider. Wonderfully acrobatic, agile, you know. No nav equipment. I mean, everything was still dead reckoning, but fun.
Olds helped form the Air Force's first jet acrobatic team, a precursor of the Thunderbirds that toured around the country, building the profile of the Army Air Force in support of making it into a separate branch of the military. He was flying a performance in California when his wingman, Pappy Hearst, failed to pull out of a dive and crashed.
I wanted to land way down at the end of the field, but they made me taxi right in. There was a little lump of people. They didn't know which one was. They just knew one had crashed. And I had my visor down, my oxygen mask on. I didn't want to get out of that airplane because his wife was standing in that little crowd. But finally, I put my head down, took my helmet off, and stood up and backed out. And I glanced over my shoulder. She was dead gone.
Olds reformed the group as a team of 4 and went on flying shows for the remainder of the air show season. He also planned a flight from California to Washington, D.C. for lunch and back in a single day. He and his wingman got lost in clouds over West Virginia. When it seemed like enough time had elapsed, they dipped out of the clouds to see where they were. They were right over the Washington Monument.
We hadn't asked anybody's permission to do this or told anyone that we were going to do it, but the press got hold of us, so they were flight following us by telephone, you know. And the Pentagon heard about it, and they were furious, but, you know, especially the information people, because they hadn't been cut in on it.
The publicity stunt worked. The idea of flying so fast that you could cross the continent voted to make the Air Force a separate branch of the service. Olds missed the Korean War. He had recently married Ella Raines, a movie actress, and was convinced that she or powerful studio people she worked for pulled strings to keep him out of combat. He revamped gunnery training for the fighter forces in Europe, but was angry that he missed the war, and came back, he says, with a chip on his shoulder. Assigned to the Pentagon, he started fighting what was then the prevailing wisdom that in a nuclear age, fighters were irrelevant.
Well, my boss, a 2-star general in the basement of the Pentagon, called me in one day and said, Robin, or Colonel Olds, said, I'm sick and tired of these studies you're forwarding to me about our lack of tactical air capability. I want you to understand, Colonel, and get it through your head. We are never again going to fight a conventional war.
That was in 1962, just about the time the first American Army forces were deploying into Vietnam. In 1966, Olds, then 44 years old, was angling for a combat assignment when he got what might, in other circumstances, have been good news. He was on the list for promotion to general.
Now what am I going to do? I don't want to be a general. Because the war was just heating up over there in Southeast Asia. I missed Korea. I was damn well not going to miss this one.
Old's only option was to find a way to get himself off the promotion list. To that end, he staged an impromptu, low-altitude aerobatic demonstration just outside of London. Sure enough, Old's commander called him in.
He pulled out a piece of paper, waved it in my face, said, "You can't see this, but that says you'll never be promoted." I think, now we're getting somewhere. Then he waxed really furious and eloquent, and finally he shook his finger at me in an utter rage. And he said, "And you are the kind of Air Force officer that ought to be in Southeast Asia." And I jumped up and saluted him, said, "Thank you very much, sir." We walked out of the room, and he was still shouting at me.
Colonel Robin Olds, at the tender age of 44, was sent to command the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing based in Thailand. On the way over, he stopped off to see his old friend, fighter pilot Chappie James.
I overheard them talking, and he was offering my father a position in his wing in Thailand. He said, "Oh, really? You're going to Thailand?" I said, "Yes, if you come over, you can be my operations guy. You can be the deputy commander for operations. And then when Colonel Garrison goes home, you can be the vice commander. What do you think about that?" And he said, "Well, that's fine, but that wing is primarily a reconnaissance wing." He says, "Nope." He said, "That's all going to change."
Olds arrived and James wasn't far behind him, and the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing did indeed change.
He knew what he was getting into from his World War II experiences, and he knew the way the war was being fought in Vietnam, and he trained his people to fight that war, and he protected his people, which was a large part accounted for the success they had as a wing.
The two officers drilled their pilots in air-to-air tactics and demanded of them the same steely discipline they demanded of themselves.
And they became known as Black Man and Robin. And they shot down more MiGs in one day, more enemy aircraft in one day in the famous Operation Bolo MiG sweep as they called it, than any other organization did.
Olds flew an incredible 152 combat missions in Vietnam. He shot down 4 North Vietnamese planes, bringing his lifetime total to 17.
I asked him once whether he really had the rumored 5th MiG, and his quote was, and this is a quote, "I choose not to answer that question." And the reason for that is that he had been told that when he got the 5th MiG, and it looked like he was going to, that when he got the 5th MiG, they were going to bring him home. And Robin Olds is a fighter pilot, and he wanted to stay with his wing, he wanted to stay in the war, in the fight, and there has always been a suspicion he may have gotten the 5th plane. Nobody really knows but him, I guess.
He came home disgusted with the failure of his government, but inspired by the accomplishments of his men.
They were proud of themselves. They had every right to be. We were doing what we were told, and we were doing it well. And we admired, respected, loved one another. It was a very tight, wonderful unit. Still is to this day. No, nobody feels sorry for himself.
Olds returned to the United States in 1967 and took over as Commandant of Cadets at the Air Force Academy. There he became a living symbol of the Air Force, a direct tie between its origins in World War I, where his father served, and the era of missiles and laser-guided munitions.
He did have a major impact on a whole generation of fighter pilots who met him at the Academy. He inspired a lot of people who would later go on and fight in the Vietnam War.
I loved being in the Air Force. I loved the responsibilities that came my way. I met them head on with everything I possessed given to the jobs that I had. I wouldn't change that for anything.
When he reported for flight training, there were those who thought he was too large to fit into a cockpit. He wasn't. He became an outstanding pilot and trained hundreds of African-American aviators for World War II. He flew more than 100 missions in Korea and 78 in Vietnam. During a coup in Libya, he faced down Muammar Gaddafi when the dictator threatened to take an American airbase hostage. Appointed to head the Strategic Air Command, he became the Air Force's first black four-star general. In every assignment, he lived by what his mother had taught him. And you can be whatever you want if you want it badly enough to contribute, to prepare, and to persevere. He did all of those. He is General Daniel Chappie James, and he is a legend of air power. Daniel Chappie James was born February 11th, 1920 in Pensacola, Florida. His father worked for the local utility company. His mother was a school teacher.
There was reported that there were 17 children born into the family. He was the youngest. Now, I don't know how much of that is true, how much of that is folklore, but certainly there were as many as 6 to 7 kids in the home at one time. As other children left to go to start their own families, to start working or go to school.
James's mother, who everyone called Miss Lily, dominated the household and, in fact, the community. She founded a school for black children that taught its students much more than just reading and writing.
And I never realized how close he was with his mother and what a great influence she was on him until he started making speeches and gave some quotes of hers as an educator. She believed very strongly in education, of course. But one of the things you believed in that many young people don't have today is that dream that carries you through some adversity and keeps you focused on achieving something that's extraordinary.
She taught that the only way they could overcome the South's segregation and discrimination was through hard work and excellence. She created an 11th commandment, "Thou shalt not quit," and insisted that her students pursue every opportunity to stand out, no matter how small.
Now, the interesting thing about Pensacola was that unlike many southern communities, it was not as segregated. And it had a history of blacks pursuing opportunities and being part of the social fabric. There were a lot of black professionals that owned shops and worked in a variety of capacities and even lived on the same streets as whites. And so he grew up in a community that, although suffering from its own share of racial woes, probably gave him some early insight into what was possible when blacks and whites worked together.
Pensacola was home to the enough, he went to the Pensacola Naval Air Station and tried to enlist. He was told in no uncertain terms that the Navy did not have African-American pilots.
And if he wanted to be a cook or steward, he could go and get in that line like the rest of the colored boys were doing and join.
Instead, James accepted a football scholarship to Tuskegee Institute. He arrived in 1937. A year later, the War Department set up an outpost of the new civilian pilot training program in the fields adjacent to the Institute. There was, in reality, nothing civilian about the pilot training there. The intent of the program was to increase the pool of pilots available to fight the war brewing in Europe and Asia.
The Air Force up to that time had been a private reserve for white officers, and it was presumed to be the preserve for white officers because blacks were not capable of flying these highly technical new aircraft that constituted the new weapon of warfare. And therefore, blacks were totally eliminated from the Air Force, and not only from the Air Force, but from the Marine Corps, for instance, from the Navy, except as stewards. Anything that had a technical capability to it, blacks were eliminated from.
James enrolled as a cadet in the program. He quickly distinguished himself as both a pilot and a leader. He also met his future wife, Dorothy.
He was pretty impressed with himself. She was not that impressed with him at first, and so he pursued.
James graduated 4 months after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor with a BS in physical education and a pilot certification. Tuskegee invited him to stay on as a flight instructor. It's difficult to overstate the significance of what was then called the Tuskegee experiment. A generation of African Americans had, like James, been inching slowly forward toward equality. In the coming war, they saw an opportunity to prove themselves, to pay dues they did not owe, so that when the war was over, they might be treated as full citizens. Given a chance to fly, the best educated, most motivated black men from all over the country converged on Tuskegee. They were greeted by an officer corps that cut them no slack, that believed they would have to be better than white pilots to get the same treatment. Flight instructor Chappie James was among the toughest.
The thing is, he was always pushed by his mother to seek excellence, to be steadfast, and to seek for perfection and all this kind of thing. He grew up with that kind of an orientation, and so when he entered the military phase of flying, well, then he just took those values along with him.
For nearly a year, James taught cadets as a civilian instructor. In 1943, he became a cadet himself and received his commission as a first lieutenant that summer. He asked for a combat assignment, but instead remained at Tuskegee as an instructor. He finally got on the combat track when the Air Corps decided to form an African-American bomber squadron. James was training in B-25s when the war came to an end. In the largest mustering out in history, with millions of men around the world going from uniform to civilian life, Chappie James decided to stay in the Air Corps. That the Air Corps treated him like a second-class citizen seemed not to matter. He was flying, he was serving the country that he loved, and he was convinced that he could change both for the better. The Air Force that Chappie James served in the years after World War II was segregated both officially and unofficially. With a fighter pilot's healthy scorn for authority, he practiced a kind of quiet civil disobedience that pointed out the absurdity of segregating military officers by race.
He became involved with incidents at white-only clubs on military establishments, which he did not think was appropriate. And at an early age in the Army Air Forces, he stepped forward and would not accept that, which that in itself made him a very controversial figure.
One of James's favorite maneuvers was something he called Operation Checkerboard. Even after the Air Force itself desegregated, many Air Force bases were located in rural southern communities still subject to Jim Crow laws. In movie theaters, for example, blacks and whites had seating set aside on opposite sides of the aisle.
When the movie theater lights would go down and the movie would come on, they would enact what they called Operation Checkerboard. And they would end up sitting, by the time the movie finished, black, white, black, white, black, white. It obviously, it didn't make any lasting difference, but it was something that struck a little blow.
But James's most effective tool of protest was excellence. When confronted with discrimination, he put into action something his mother had told him. Don't be so busy exercising your right to dissent that you forget your obligation to contribute. He earned the respect of his fellow pilots by working harder than anyone else on the base. Assigned to Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines, James found himself in a familiar position, the only black officer in his squadron. He walked into the 18th Fighter Wing not knowing what kind of reception he'd get. He'd been there only a few minutes when a wiry little Texan walked up and introduced himself.
He was the first person to greet my dad when he walked into that squadron. When everyone else kind of ignored him, he walked up and stuck his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Spud Taylor, what's yours?"
James and Claude Spud Taylor became fast friends. They flew together whenever their schedules allowed. A few months after they met, they took off for a training flight in a tandem-seat T-33. Plane's engine flamed out, and the two young pilots crashed in a sugarcane field. The impact spread jet fuel over the whole area and knocked Taylor out. James struggled free from the wreckage, but went back in when he saw his friend strapped helplessly in his seat. He pulled Taylor out, still unconscious, before the fuel could ignite. In 1950, the North Koreans invaded South Korea. James volunteered to be one of the first flyers to reinforce South Korea. He did it without hesitation, though his life had changed. He was no longer a pilot without responsibilities. He was instead a husband and a father of two.
I can remember that something very serious was happening because my father gave me the speech, you and your sister take care of your mom, do what she says, I want you to be good in school and so forth, and all that. And I remember seeing my mother cry for only the first time when they said their goodbyes and he got on the transport to leave to go to Korea.
James flew 101 missions, first in outdated F-51s and then in F-80 jets. He won the Distinguished Flying Cross and proved himself a battlefield leader. He also learned the lesson that all warriors have to learn. In the days just after the landing at Incheon, James and the other 12th Squadron pilots were softening up North Korean positions near the invasion site. Bombing and strafing the Pyongyang airfield in preparation for a paratroop landing, Spud Taylor was shot down.
I remember that when Uncle Spud went away and Dad went away, I figured it would be okay because Uncle Spud was there. And come to find out, Uncle Spud was shot down and he was killed. And that's the second time I remember my mother crying.
James came back from Korea a captain, a more serious and more committed officer. He and his wife had a third child, whom they named Claude and called Spud. James went back to work on his career, moving from assignment to assignment, improving himself along the way, and always seeking positions of more responsibility. After the Korean War, Chappie James was one of dozens of former Tuskegee airmen working their way up through the Air Force. He attracted attention wherever he went, constantly pursuing excellence, working aggressively to advance his own career.
He was very, I think, courageous in many ways because even though he was on the rise and he could have his career thwarted at any time by a commanding officer who didn't like his attitude or whatever, he was always the diplomat. He could always the politician. He could always maneuver himself out of things that might hurt him at one time. But his goal always. He was a ground or a pilot in the air, then he always tried to be the best.
He became operations officer of the 58th Fighter Interceptor Squadron, and then was promoted to command of another fighter squadron. At Otis Air Force Base, he was such a huge presence on both the base and in the community that he was named Young Man of the Year by the Massachusetts Junior Chamber of Commerce. The Air Force sent him to the Command and Staff College in 1957, and when he graduated, assigned him to Air Force Headquarters as a staff officer. James was paving the way for a generation to follow, and he knew it.
I think he had a tremendous amount of natural charisma that not only made people want to pay attention to him and what he was doing, but also made people want to follow him. And obviously, if people are willing to follow you, then you're much more likely to be put in a position of authority over them.
He moved steadily up the ladder at every assignment. meeting and impressing people, no matter what role he played. He made friends easily, was comfortable in command, and proved effective in everything he did. One of the people he met and befriended was Colonel Robin Olds, a brilliant tactician and fighter pilot. Olds, on his way to an assignment in the growing war in Vietnam, paid a visit to James, then Deputy Commander for Operations of a crew training wing at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Arizona. Olds invited James to join him in Thailand, flying missions over Vietnam. James accepted the job, becoming Olds' Vice Commander for Operations.
They were an interesting pair. Olds was a natural pilot, natural leader, was an absolute genius at aerial combat tactics and strategies. And Colonel James complemented that tremendously well with his people skills, with his ability to rally the men, with his administrative strengths. And the two of them really worked hand in hand to create an outfit that was not only effective, but was also incredibly loyal to both of them.
Together, James and Olds converted the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing from a sleepy reconnaissance unit into one of the best combat fighter wings in the Air Force.
The men that flew for Olds and James referred to the two of them affectionately as Black Man and Robin. Now, it was a humorous tribute to the cartoon characters Batman and Robin, but it also reflected their opinion of the way that this team operated cohesively.
Flying the new F-4 Phantom, James flew 78 combat missions in Vietnam, including Operation Bolo. Olds designed Bolo to lure the North Vietnamese Air Force into combat, something the communist pilots avoided. Bolo was a huge success. American pilots shot down 7 MiGs, more than any other operation in the war. While in Vietnam, James wrote an essay about his feelings of patriotism. The essay was a reflection both of what he'd learned in his life and what his mother had taught him. Titled America, My Freedom, My Responsibility. The essay was a shot across the bow of the growing counterculture movement back in the United States. It challenged people not just to demand freedom, but to work and sacrifice for it.
He was always the patriot, and he adhered to patriotic fervor more than he adhered to civil rights kind of demonstrations. And many people didn't like that about him, and were very derisive in their criticism of some of his attitudes, as opposed to his feeling for civil rights and feeling as a patriot and his duties toward the military.
Chappie James was always willing to stand up and explain to people very clearly why he loved America and what its value was, and he wouldn't back down from that kind of fight.
James returned from Vietnam in 1967. The general, he became a lightning rod for public scorn of the military. Because he was black, he suffered doubly for professing loyalty to a country that black leaders of the time considered nearly genocidal. He deflected some of the criticism by wearing a Black Panther on his flight helmet, joking that he was a Black Panther who fought for his country, not with it. He moved through a couple of assignments. He was up for a command position, but was passed over. A second position opened up, and James didn't get that either.
And when he didn't get that position, he called a friend by the name of then Colonel Jumper, and asked him to help him get an assignment in a command position anywhere. And he said, Chappie, the only thing we've got coming up for the #1 slot is for a flying training group in Libya, North Africa. And it's not a big wing or anything. He said, I'll take it. I've got to move to the command position or else I'm dying on the vine here.
There was probably no assignment less visible than Libya. It was command, but it also bore the risk of being so far out of the public eye that James's career might die on the vine there as well. History intervened, however, when a minor officer in the Libyan army staged a coup that threw the king out of power. Muammar Gaddafi took command of Libya and turned his attention to the American air base there. In a nationalist outburst, he threatened to attack the American base and take those stationed there hostage. The situation seemed tailor-made for James. His mixture of pure personal power and diplomatic skills saved the day, and Gaddafi backed down.
Everyone knows what followed with Muammar Gaddafi, but I will tell you that many of the airmen and NCOs and officers who were there, and their families in particular, have come to me subsequently and told me what a comforting feeling it was to have such a strong-willed, strong, dynamic, protective commander there. Because if it had not been for Chappie James, they feel that what we later experienced in Iran would have happened in Libya. Americans taken hostage and kept and held as hostage for many, many months.
James returned to the United States a highly visible hero. The Air Force made him Commander-in-Chief of the North American Air Defense Command, the keeper of America's nuclear force. The job carried with it a promotion to 4-star general, which made James the first African-American 4-star in the history of the Air Force. James achieved the most that could be achieved. He also changed the Air Force and, in the process, his country. His career stood as proof that no aspect of Air Force operations was beyond the capabilities of African Americans. He had demanded and received excellence from a generation of young officers, white and black, guaranteeing that though he may have been the first African American 4-star, he would not be the last. And he had stood up publicly for his country in time of extreme civil strife, when it would have been much easier for him to remain silent.
I think that Chappie James' true strength was not as much as a pilot, though obviously that was something he loved and something he was extremely good at. But I think one of his real strengths was his ability to promote and market not only himself, but his vision of what America was, what the American military was, and what it could be in an integrated and free society.
He was the son of a Chicago lawyer who was a business partner of Al Capone. His parents sent him to military school because he was lazy. And when he announced his intention to apply to Annapolis, his father secured him a congressional appointment by turning state's evidence against the mob. He was training as a pilot when he received word that his father had been gunned down by Capone's henchmen. In one incredible engagement early in World War II, he shot down 5 Japanese bombers in 4 minutes. That earned him the Congressional Medal of Honor, which he claimed he died of air power. He was born Edward Henry O'Hare on a Friday the 13th in March 1914 in St. Louis. His father, Eddie O'Hare, was an ambitious young lawyer. Eddie's big break came in the early 1920s when he met an inventor and dog lover who developed a mechanical rabbit for use at dog racing tracks. The two formed a partnership, and Eddie earned a good living cutting deals with dog tracks around the country. The Roaring '20s were, of course, an era of gangsters and bootleg liquor. The dog tracks Eddie did business with were, without exception, owned by organized crime. In 1927, Eddie's inventor partner died, and Eddie used his legal skills to push the inventor's family out of the picture and take control of the mechanical rabbit business. By all accounts, a doting father, Eddie was gravely concerned about his son.
He was spending too much time laying on the couch eating his grandmother's donuts, reading books. And the last straw came one day when his mother asked him to go to the bakery, which was only about 5 doors from where they lived. And he, as always, was happy to do it, but he asked for the keys to the car.
They dispatched Butch to the Western Military Academy, which proved to be one of the best things that ever happened to the boy. Butch thrived at military school. The discipline suited him. He developed an interest in target shooting and became president of the school's marksmanship club. Butch loved shooting, and on his weekends at home, he and his father would take turns shooting cans off the fence in their backyard. Affluent, well-connected, and with sole control of a growing business, Eddie left his wife and moved to Chicago.
They got along very well, and his father kind of treated him as the apple of his eye, and they used to say that every conversation that his father had, who was known as Easy Eddie, involved somehow my son Eddie. So he took a lot of pride in his son.
There was in the 1920s no wilder place than Chicago. Scarface Al Capone, the most famous gangster of them all, had recently taken control of the city's vast criminal enterprise. Politicians, police, even judges were bought and sold on an open market. It was no surprise when Eddie met Scarface Al. The lawyer was, after all, selling hardware to dog tracks, and Capone was getting into the dog track business.
If you were going to be in business in Chicago, one way or the other, you were going to be affiliated with one of the outfits, the same as you were going to be affiliated with an insurance agency. I mean, that's just, otherwise you just didn't do business.
Capone invited Eddie to be a partner in his dog track. That dog racing was illegal in Illinois at the time didn't bother Capone, and it seemed not to bother Eddie either. He spent his days working on the expansion of Al Capone's empire, and his nights playing Ozzie Nelson with his children. It was Eddie who first suggested that Butch might want to go to Annapolis.
He was about 14 first time that he went up. Of course, way too young, to try to get any kind of a learner's, license. But he did like things that moved. It didn't make any difference whether it was a horse, it was a car. If it moved, he wanted to be on it. And if he could be sitting behind the wheel or the stick, all the better. But his dad caught that very early on and knew that this was something in which he was intrinsically interested, and he used it as motivation to get Butch interested in going to the Naval Academy.
Butch at first resisted, but when he decided to apply, it put his father in an interesting position. The feds were closing in on Capone, and by extension, the people like Eddie who made Capone's empire tick. Led by the legendary Elliot Ness, whose men were so incorruptible they were called the Untouchables, the feds had largely abandoned trying to convict Capone of murder. Instead, they were following the money and attempting to imprison Capone for tax evasion. The key to that, of course, was people like Eddie, who'd overseen the movement of Capone's money between illegal and legitimate businesses. It was, Eddie knew, only a matter of time before the feds came knocking at his door. And while he might not have been a member of Capone's gang, the ensuing scandal would certainly have made Butch's nomination to the Naval Academy more difficult. Eddie considered the harsh reality of his own future and the promise of his sons, and he decided to cut a deal. Using a newspaper reporter as an intermediary, he made the feds an offer. He'd testify against Capone if it did not derail his son's nomination to Annapolis. The deal worked its way up the chain of command, from the FBI Chicago field office to J. Edgar Hoover, to the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service, to Congress itself. The deal was simply too good to pass up. Butch entered the academy in 1933. For 4 years, he lived and breathed Navy life while his father helped bring down the most famous gangster of them all. About the time Butch graduated, Eddie got a letter from an ex-con who'd done time with Capone in Alcatraz. The message was simple. Capone is mad, he is enraged, he will kill you. Butch graduated from Annapolis in 1937. In those days, graduates had to serve 2 years on a surface ship before moving on to either aircraft or submarine training. O'Hare landed an assignment on the battleship New Mexico. 2 years later, his surface Navy obligation fulfilled, O'Hare reported to Pensacola for flight training. He was there when, in November, he received word that his father had been gunned down on the streets of Chicago.
He loved his dad. His dad was his hero. He had the kind of a relationship that the most personal decisions that a young man would ever make, which today would be almost unheard of for a son to go and talk with his father about some of these problems. That was not only who he went to, it was the first person he went to. A lot of times it was the last person he went to. A very close relationship. He idolized his dad.
Butch O'Hare, pilot in training, rode a train back to Chicago for his father's funeral. The killing made headlines. The papers cast Eddie as a gangster turned snitch. It was devastating to Butch and his family.
After a 3-week layoff, he went back to Pensacola, picked up right where he left off, and of course we have his records as to how he performed in training, and he didn't miss a beat. His scores were as good just after he returned as they had been, prior to the time that he got there.
After his father's death, Butch O'Hare returned to his naval flight training in Pensacola. There, he trained on a succession of increasingly powerful and sophisticated biplanes. Then he moved on to transports and light bombers, moving through the Navy's inventory, but always with his sights set on fighters. In early 1940, he graduated from flight school. The Navy assigned him to VF-3. O'Hare's executive officer was John Jimmy Thatch, a legendary pilot and officer who was probably one of the best tactical thinkers of his time. Thatch turned his keen eye on O'Hare and the other young pilots. War, Thatch knew, was not far away. Despite the pacifist sentiments of the American people, the American military was getting ready. The pilots who arrived at their operational assignments in 1940 were training not for some theoretical war far off in the future, but for a real war that was already being fought. Thatch spotted O'Hare soon after his assignment to VF-3.
He had a touch with the stick. He didn't jerk it. He didn't move fast. He knew that to really control the plane, it had to be a very gentle movement of the stick.
Thatch liked to take cocky young pilots like O'Hare up for mock dogfights, letting them gain advantage and then casually outmaneuvering them. It was a lesson a lot of young pilots needed, and when Thatch invited O'Hare up for a hassle, the young man took it as the compliment it was. Thatch and O'Hare took off, and try as Thatch might, he couldn't get around behind O'Hare. He tried everything he'd learned in his long flying career, and Butch would just turn out and keep Thatch at bay. Impressed, Thatch became O'Hare's mentor and father figure. In 1941, the Navy assigned VF-3 to the aircraft carrier Enterprise, based in San Diego. In San Diego, O'Hare for the first time flew the F-4F Wildcat. The Wildcat was down. The landing gear was cranked down by hand. The pilot charged the machine guns manually. The flaps were vacuum-powered, and the plane's basic mechanics had been improvised out of sprockets and bicycle chains. The pilots loved the Wildcat, however, because it was a tough little plane that protected the cockpit in a crash. The plane had such a tough reputation that the factory where Wildcats were built was referred affectionately to as the Iron Works. O'Hare fell instantly in love with his new aircraft, and fell in love as well with a California girl he met soon after arriving in San Diego. He proposed to his future wife, Rita, the first time he met her.
When he asked if he could drive her home, she wasn't all that excited about it. When they got home, she never did invite him in. I mean, it was all, out there, sitting out in the car. But he proposed. He proposed that first night. He knew, never any question in his mind.
Aviation in 1941 was an insular life. America wanted nothing to do with the war building around the world. The military was small and isolated on out-of-the-way bases, nearly ostracized from society. That all changed with the attack on Pearl Harbor. The American Pacific Fleet had been devastated. In what proved to be the beginning of the end for the battleship Navy, the capital ships that survived the attack were aircraft carriers. Suddenly, trained naval pilots were in great demand. O'Hare, by then the father of an infant daughter, was dispatched with Thatch and the rest of VF-3 to the aircraft carrier Lexington. Only 10 weeks after the attack, O'Hare was flying combat missions near the Gilbert Islands in the Pacific. The Navy sent the Lexington to penetrate Japanese-controlled territory and attack the port of Rabaul. On February 20th, 400 miles from its target, a Japanese patrol spotted the Lexington. Thatch shot the spotter plane down, but it had already radioed back to its base that there was an American carrier in Japanese-held waters. The Lexington came under almost immediate attack by Japanese bombers. After a flight of 9 bombers had been turned away, O'Hare found himself patrolling, accompanied only by his wingman. The carrier was vulnerable, its deck crowded with aircraft being rearmed. On the horizon, another flight of Japanese bombers appeared, headed straight for the nearly defenseless ship. As if the situation weren't desperate enough, O'Hare's wingman's guns locked up. It was butch or nothing, 1 man against 9 Japanese bombers. In the next 4 minutes, within sight of the Lexington's deck crew, Butch O'Hare did the impossible. Low on fuel, much of his ammunition already gone, he flew full speed into the Japanese formation and started firing his .50 caliber machine guns. He knocked down 1 bomber and then another. The carefully organized attack fell into disarray as O'Hare appeared again from below, knocking down a 3rd bomber and then a 4th.
4 minutes. The amount of time from the time he engaged to the time he broke off, and the reason he broke off was because he was out of ammunition. As he was into his 4th pass, the last of his ammunition was gone. And, there have been a lot of legend and myth seem to really catch the imagination, and no amount of documentation and presentation of fact is going to change what actually happened. But what he did was sufficient to earn him the Medal of Honor.
I think that probably the thing that Butch O'Hare had going for himself is that he was just an excellent shot. And he had been the president of his rifle club and school, and just had the ability to see a shot. And some people just have the ability to be better marksmen than others, and he had that ability, obviously, to be able to shoot down 5 planes in that amount of time with that few rounds of ammunition.
Butch O'Hare had become the first American fighter ace of World War II. After only a handful of combat missions, he was taken off combat status and returned to the United States to sell war bonds. The son of a reputed Chicago mobster received the Congressional Medal of Honor from the president. The award citation called his mission one of the most daring, if not the most daring, in the history of combat aviation.
When Thatch informed him that he was being written up for a medal, Butch objected because he said that what he did was exactly what anybody else in the squadron would have done. He followed squadron doctrine right to the T. He did not think that he had done anything unusual, unique, particularly heroic. He did his duty. He did what he was trained to do. He did it by the book. And he knew that anybody else in that squadron would have done the same thing. And so he was a very honest person. He was not given to false modesty. He just genuinely felt that this was not worthy.
O'Hare just wanted to get back to the war. Butch O'Hare toured the United States selling war bonds. The first American fighter ace of the war, a hero whose father had died in a mob hit, he was a sure draw at bond rallies. Like other heroes paraded for the home folks, he'd rather have been back with his unit.
I don't think any of them liked it. These people were warriors, and there was a war going on, and they knew they were good. And if not even for themselves, they were concerned about the people that they had left behind.
O'Hare didn't get back into combat until late in 1943. The war he returned to was considerably different from the war he left. The furious scramble to get any kind of force into the war had matured into a methodical march from island chain to island chain. Aircraft that had existed only on the drawing board a year earlier were arriving in the battle zones. Among those new craft was the F-6F Hellcat, a fast and maneuverable fighter that it was hoped would be the equal of the Japanese Zero. The biggest technological change coming online was, however, radar. The British had developed radar before the United States had even entered the war. During the darkest days of the Battle of Britain, Winston Churchill moved the entire radar research program to North America to protect it. Radar had already proven itself as a defensive system, making it impossible for planes, particularly big bombers, to fly invisibly through the night. The challenge was to turn it into an offensive weapon. By the time O'Hare returned to the Pacific, the Navy had deployed radar aboard aircraft carriers. Large, heavy, and lacking detail, it alerted the ships to the approach of aircraft, but could not direct fighters to the planes with enough accuracy that the pilots could make visual contact at night. O'Hare, assigned to the Enterprise as Commander Air Group, threw himself into the development of tactics that would allow radar to become the decisive weapon in the Pacific that it had already become in Britain. The Navy put heavy, bulky radar sets in TBF Avengers, but could not wedge them into the smaller Hellcats. O'Hare and his team came up with a plan. Send Hellcats up into the dark night sky accompanied by radar-bearing Avengers. A radar operator on the ship, the fighter director officer, could then direct the formations of fighters and Avengers toward incoming Japanese aircraft. Then, radar operators in the Avengers would maneuver their squadrons close enough to the Japanese bombers that the fighters could see the bombers' blue exhaust flames. It was an audacious strategy, but in the midst of the aerial free-for-all that became known as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, no tactic seemed too risky to at least try. The first time O'Hare and VF-6 tried their radar-guided night mission, they were not able to find the incoming Japanese bombers. Then, on November 27, 1943, O'Hare and VF-6 took off from the Enterprise deck. The flight consisted of 4 Hellcats and 2 Avengers divided into 2 teams. The night's events are, to this day, shrouded in confusion. O'Hare and his wingman had trouble finding their Avenger. Officer on the One Avenger stumbled upon the Bettys, and despite being only lightly armed, managed to shoot down 2 of them. A third Japanese bomber somehow came up behind O'Hare's flight. The gunner and the Avenger squeezed off a few shots. The bomber returned fire.
The Japanese action report is that the Betty that did the shooting, they didn't report a shoot down because they report, it's in the action report that they did see the exhaust flame of Butch's Hellcat. They did shoot at it, but since they did not see any flame or an explosion, they didn't report it, as being shot down.
The burst from the Betty killed Butch without setting his plane on fire. He spun, nearly invisible in the darkness, down into the ocean. Butch O'Hare, at the young age of only 29, was gone. His wife had lost a husband, his 2 children a father, and his nation a hero. O'Hare's death made headlines around the world, and at long last, the fact of his heroism carried more weight than his father's association with Al Capone. Millions of people were touched by his sacrifice, inspired by his bravery. Nowhere was touched as much as O'Hare's adopted hometown, Chicago. After the war ended, planners in the city decided to expand Orchard Field to replace Midway as Chicago's primary airport. Robert McCormick, the publisher of the Chicago Tribune, led the crusade to rename the field O'Hare Airport in honor of Butch. In 1949, more than 200,000 people showed up at the ceremony dedicating O'Hare Airport to the memory of the likable, charming Butch O'Hare. The war then was still a fresh memory. The sacrifices of people like O'Hare were viscerally understood by a country that had lost hundreds of thousands of its sons to the fight for freedom. The talk at the ceremony was not about gangsters. It was instead about duty and bravery and selflessness. It was about Butch O'Hare and the memory of a brave young man that should not die. As a pilot, he was called Tex, a reference to his home state. He joined the Air Force ROTC in college, but never flew until he got into flight school years later. He flew 62 combat missions in Korea and served alongside the likes of Buzz Aldrin and John Glenn. He was lead solo pilot in the Air Force Thunderbirds flight demonstration team, co-wrote the first tactical manual for fighter pilots, and was director of the Fighter Weapons School, the Air Force's Top Gun Academy. He flew 25 missions in Vietnam before being shot down on a strafing run. He was imprisoned by the North Vietnamese for the next 7 years. When he returned home, he asked only for a banana split and his next assignment. He is Sam Johnson, and he is a legend of air power. Sam Johnson was born in San Antonio, Texas on October 11, 1930. He went to high school in Dallas and studied business administration at Southern Methodist University. He signed up for Air Force ROTC, the only ROTC training SMU offered, but he had little interest in aviation.
This was a man who had really absolutely nothing to do with aviation before he joined the military and signed up to fly. He was, on track to be a businessman, to live his life in Texas, not serving in the military. When Korea happened and when he volunteered and then volunteered to fly, he knew that that was what he wanted to do with his life.
I was in the first class, and they called the whole class up for after graduation for the Korean War. And I said, if I'm going to be in the Air Force, I want to fly airplanes, and I applied for flying school and got it. So we graduated on May the 30th, I believe, and in July the 8th or 9th, somewhere in there, I was in flying school down in Bartow, Florida, flying T-6s. Never been in an airplane in my life, so that was the first airplane I was in. I loved it.
Johnson was an outstanding pilot. He rose to the top of his class and became friends with another hot stick, Buzz Aldrin.
Sometimes they let two students go together, believe it or not. Kind of dangerous, but I was in the front seat. Buzz and I checked the airplane. He checked one side, I checked the other. We got in, pushed the button to start the engine. It wouldn't start. Nothing happened. Tried again. I said, Buzz, this thing won't start. Crew chiefs are down there laughing their skin off because there wasn't any prop on the airplane.
Nonetheless, Johnson and Aldrin emerged as the top pilots in their class. As a reward, Johnson got the chance to fly a World War II vintage P-51. It was far and away the fastest, most maneuverable plane he'd ever flown. And Johnson decided before he reached the ground that he would ask for assignment to a P-51 squadron. The P-51 was, however, a plane at the end of its useful life. The Air Force assigned Johnson instead to Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada to learn how to fly the new F-86. As soon as he was combat ready, the Air Force shipped him to Korea. The early days of the Korean War had been fought largely by World War II veterans who had learned combat tactics the hard way in battles over Germany and Japan. They knew that no matter what the Air Force said, the newly minted pilots arriving from the States were far from ready for combat. When Johnson arrived, he was, like just about every other fighter pilot, confident, bordering on arrogant, wanting nothing more than to get into combat and record a few kills. But their commanders held the young flyers back. Hot shots at flight school or not, the vets knew the young officers were not ready for combat. They eased Johnson and the rest into combat, taking them out on gold brick runs to the edge of battle.
He said he flew with the best of the bunch, and it really honed his skills while he was there, and it helped him grow up in a lot of ways.
Johnson and his friends, particularly Aldrin, who had a talent for engineering, modified their aircraft on the ground to get as much performance out of them as they could. They went as far, in fact, as putting car wax on the front edges of the jet's wings, which decreased drag and squeezed a few extra knots out of the planes in battle. For all of that, what Johnson learned most was that the key to survival in combat was discipline. There was simply not time for debate and discussion of what came next.
I'll never forget, we were up one day, and when your leader tells you to brake, boy, you do. And he said, brake left. I broke left and looked back, and the MiG was, you could see the tracers, all their rounds are tracers coming at you with their 20 millimeter and a 37 millimeter cannon.
Johnson flew 62 combat missions in Korea and got one confirmed kill. He chased a MiG down low into a North Korean river valley. Using the superior speed of the F-86, Johnson followed it lower and lower, down to within 1,000 feet of the ground. He swung in behind the MiG and fired. The MiG burst into flames, and the enemy pilot ejected. Johnson jerked his craft away and flew right into a field of heavy flak.
I mean, there was anti-aircraft all around, and so it was like this, trying to get out of that, and finally got out of it, and I was down on fuel. So they climbed up to about, shut it down at 50 pounds of fuel remaining, which is nothing. And I thought, well, I'll glide back and start it up so I can land.
He coasted 100 miles back to Seoul, trading altitude for distance, as if skiing down a long, gentle slope. When he spotted the airbase, he started the engine, pitched up, and landed. The engine flamed out on the runway, not a drop of fuel remaining. His commanding officer chewed him out for getting so preoccupied with fighting that he forgot something as basic as fuel. Johnson didn't care. He had shot down a MiG. That's why he had come to Korea in the first place. Sam Johnson returned from Korea with one kill, one probable kill, and a damaged MiG on his record. A flight leader, the Air Force assigned him to Nellis Air Force Base as a gunnery instructor. where his job would be to pass on the lessons he had learned in combat. Married with children on the way, he settled into Nellis and enjoyed both the flying and the teaching. He teamed up with another pilot to write the first tactical manual for American fighter pilots. The two spent their days in mock battle over the desert, testing tactics. They enlisted the help of other pilots, many of them combat veterans, to put into writing the lessons they'd learned over Korea.
The way they evaluated you, the way Blessé evaluated you, is you go fly with him. Take off, and as soon as you clear the field boundary, start hassling. So you learn to fly and fight real quick in the 96 Squadron at Nellis, and it was great flying.
In 1957, the Air Force made Johnson a member of the Thunderbirds flight demonstration team.
We were the first F-100 team, supersonic Thunderbirds they called us, and we opened the show with a sonic boom when I was flying solo, and they obviously don't do that anymore. And we had no FAA restrictions like they have today, so I'd come by supersonic, they can't hear you, and they'd see you go by, and then kaboom.
After 2 years with the Thunderbirds, he began what was, for Air Force officers, the nearly obligatory tour of Europe. He served in France and England, preparing to defend against the Russians if they poured into Germany. He returned to Nellis in 1961 and became director of the Fighter Weapons School, the Air Force's Top Gun program. There, he flew F-100s and the Air Force's newest fighter, the F-4.
That was part of McNamara's folly of trying to build an airplane, an all-purpose airplane that would work for all services. And the F-4 was a Navy airplane, it wasn't an Air Force airplane, and we adapted it.
The first F-4s were not impressive. Though they were fast, maneuverable, and showed signs of toughness, the combat veterans at Nellis wondered how the plane would perform in battle. Designed for use with air-to-air missiles, the plane originally had no machine gun for close-in work. The gun pod had been added almost as an afterthought, and the mechanism for sighting seemed a little more precise than sticking chewing gum on the windshield. In the fall of 1962, as his tenure at Nellis was coming to an end, Johnson got orders to start moving aircraft to Florida as quickly and as quietly as possible. Secret spy plane photography had confirmed that the Russians were moving nuclear missiles into Cuba, and it seemed as if an invasion would be necessary. Johnson's Nellis pilots started moving aircraft around in ways they believed would confuse Cuban radar and any Soviet spies working near Florida air bases. They'd fly in a big group of planes, refuel, and then fly out another, slightly smaller group.
We ended up putting, gosh, I can't remember, I think it was 198 airplanes on the ground down there, fully loaded, ready to go at a moment's notice. And when I got back after the last trip down, escorting airplanes down there, they called me one night at midnight and said, "You're going down there as the Air Division plans officer."
Down there was, of course, Cuba. Johnson was one of several officers designated to serve as forward air controllers, a liaison between the troops on the ground who needed air cover and the Air Force, which meant that when the United States invaded Cuba, he was going in with the ground troops. Johnson reported to parachute school at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. As it turned out, President Kennedy defused the Cuban Missile Crisis, and the Cold War stayed cold. The invasion Johnson trained for didn't happen, but he was asked to stay on to write the first direct air support manual for the Air Force. To this day, when pilots and forward air controllers learn how to support ground troops, they do it according to a book Johnson helped write. Though the conflict between communism and the West had not broken out into war over Cuba, on the other side of the globe, a long simmering civil war was about to become a face-off between superpowers. Because of his expertise in setting up the Direct Air Support Center, in 1965, the Air Force assigned Sam Johnson to MAC-V, the Military Assistance Command, Vietnam. His job was to help set up and coordinate the first B-52 strikes against Communist North Vietnam. When he arrived in country, he was struck with how strange the war was compared to his previous combat experience. It struck him particularly one night when he was manning the Emergency Action Center during one of the first pitched ground battles of the war.
All of a sudden, this red phone rang, and I picked it up, and they said, "This is the White House. What's going on over there?" In fact, I think he said, "What the hell's going on over there?"
The White House, it turned out, had been watching reports of the battle on television, and the president and his men didn't like what they were seeing.
They're in hand-to-hand combat and don't have time to talk to us at the moment. And he slammed the phone down. I woke up Westmoreland, and we found out that what had happened is they had committed all their reserves. They were in hand-to-hand combat, and they had encountered a full division of North Vietnamese regular troops. And it was the first firefight like that. You've probably read stories about it. But the press was with them, and the press went in with them, and when they saw guys getting killed, they got scared and ran back to the shore and said, "Our guys are getting killed." And, you know, no kidding, it's a war.
Soon after that, Johnson injured his knee and rotated back to the United States for rehab. As a veteran of 2 wars, he could probably have stayed out of combat, but decided, once his knee healed, to put in for a return assignment to Vietnam.
You know, a real fighter pilot doesn't want the easy way out, in my view. And being an ops officer in a situation like that is really a neat deal, because you got a lot of great guys around you and good airplane.
Upon his return to Vietnam, he found the war as weird as it had ever been. Pilots flying over enemy territory faced rules of engagement that made absolutely no sense. They were prohibited, among other things, from doing what pilots had been doing since aircraft first went into battle, attacking targets of opportunity. In every previous war, pilots who had completed their missions were encouraged to expend their leftover ordnance on enemy trains or convoys they came across on the trip home. In Vietnam, however, pilots were ordered to return with leftover ordnance still hanging from their wings.
We got out and on the way back found a bridge and dropped on it and took it out. So we got rid of all our ordnance, but they didn't like that when I got back on the ground. What'd you do that for? Well, they're targets of opportunity, and this is a war, isn't it? And I told them, "Man, if you don't want me to drop bombs, don't put them on the airplane."
On Johnson's 25th mission, he was running reconnaissance on a highway the North Vietnamese used to move supplies into the south. He spotted barges moving trucks across the river and decided to attack. Coming in low and fast, he felt almost invulnerable.
You felt like, you know, if you make the airplane go 1,000 miles an hour, they can't hit you. That's wrong.
Just as Johnson was about to pickle his bombs, his plane got hit.
So I pulled it up. First time I've ever seen every light in the cockpit come on, every warning light.
Unable to make it home, Johnson and his backseater ejected over enemy territory. They were quickly captured and taken to 2 houses, one for Johnson, one for his co-pilot. Johnson had a broken back, a broken arm, and a dislocated shoulder. The North Vietnamese held them there for nearly 2 weeks.
They would pull you out for interrogation. You never knew if how it was going to be, and whether you're going to come back or not. And I remember, you know, at night you hear the jingle of the keys. You say, "Oh God!" That feeling inside you, knowing that is he coming towards my door? And if they got closer, and then you hear the door the keys in the door lock being turned, and you realize, okay, it's somebody else. In a way, you go, whew.
During that time, they came in one night and blindfolded me and took me out into a room that was set up like a courtroom with a judge and a jury, the whole works. Through an interpreter, I was sitting there tied to a stool. They, through an interpreter, said, "You're guilty and we're going to kill you. You know, you're a war criminal." So they blindfolded me again, took me out in the woods, and when they took the blindfold off, I was standing in front of a slit trench, and there were 5 guys out there with AK-47 rifles, and they took clips out of their belt, jammed them in, charged the rifle, pointed them at me, and I have to tell you, I was praying harder than I ever prayed in my life, and the Lord came through, and when he said fire, those guns went click, 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 click. And I laughed at them. I don't know what made me laugh, but they kicked me in a slit trench and left me there for a while. But I have to tell you, from that moment on, I never had any fear of them. I never feared them again because I knew the Lord was with me.
A few days later, the North Vietnamese moved Johnson and his co-pilot to Hanoi and put them in a former French stockade that American POWs had christened the Heartbreak Hotel. For the next 2 years, his family back home had no idea whether he was alive or dead. For 2 years after that, they knew he was alive but had no correspondence with him. For almost 7 years, he was the subject of both physical and mental torture. His life was threatened so much, it became commonplace.
I am constantly awed when I've read about Sam Johnson, when I've talked to him on the phone, when I sat next to him at breakfast a few years ago. I had no idea. He's just the nicest man. I knew nothing about his past and what he had been through. And when I understood it, I just admire him a great deal, and his ability to remain so human and so compassionate and so hopeful after going through an ordeal that no human being should ever have to suffer.
If there is a single moment of his captivity when Johnson's character revealed itself, it was upon his release from solitary confinement. After 4 years of communicating only by tapping on a wall, Johnson walked into a cell shared by 2 American officers. He did his best to stand at attention, saluted, and said, "Lieutenant Sam Johnson, reporting for duty, sir."
Well, I learned you can put up with a lot and get by. The body's very resilient. And the mind is, you know, your brain is a computer that's got every thing that you've ever done in your life stored in it. And if people will just use it, it'll work.
Johnson came home with the other POWs in 1973. He reunited with his family, his wife and 3 children, now grown to adulthood, and embarked on a long and painful series of operations to restore him to health. In 1991, his home district in Texas elected him to Congress. Even as a member of Congress, Johnson has continued to fly. He's racked up more than 500 hours in small planes, has flown along the Rio Grande with the Border Patrol, and has piloted both the F-15 and F-16.
I've had a lot of opportunities to fly airplanes that other guys don't get nowadays, and through a significant era of the history of the Air Force, and I just feel fortunate, and I think being a fighter pilot's the greatest thing that ever happened.
He grew up on a South Dakota farm that had neither electricity nor running water. Like hundreds of pilots in his generation, he saw Charles Lindbergh on a barnstorming tour and decided that he would be a pilot. He was already in flight training when World War II broke out, but was told by his superiors that at 27, he was too old to be a fighter pilot. He didn't believe them, and he talked his way into training. He was ordered to Guadalcanal, where in his first combat engagement, he shot down one Japanese aircraft and crash-landed his own. The ground crew counted more than 200 bullet holes in his plane. In a little more than 2 months, he shot down 26 enemy aircraft, tying the World War I record of Eddie Rickenbacker and earning the Medal of Honor. He didn't stop there. He went on to serve as governor of South Dakota, as the founding commissioner of the American Football League, and one of the key players in the creation of the Super Bowl. He is Joe Foss, and he is a legend of air power. Joe Foss was born in 1915 on a 160-acre farm east of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. His mother was Scotch-Irish and fiercely independent. His father, a charismatic Norwegian who instilled in him a spirit of adventure and an understanding of the importance of honor and service. He remembers his youth with nostalgia, a time of hunting and fishing with his younger brother and sister, and listening to his father tell remarkable stories about the times he had flown in an airplane. Airplanes were rarely seen on the South Dakota prairie back then, and the young Foss was so delighted by the idea of flying that his father took him to an air show in Sioux Falls.
So we went out there, and Dad and I got on there and went for the ride over to the city of Sioux Falls, and from that moment on, I wanted to fly myself, see, be the pilot.
In those days of barnstorming pilots, Foss crossed paths with aviation a number of times, and each encounter made a deep impression on him. In 1927, he saw Charles Lindbergh as the pilot crisscrossed the country after his historic New York to Paris flight. His father took him to see Marine pilots execute aerial stunts, the likes of which South Dakota had never seen before. Foss made plans to go to college and learn to fly, and his parents encouraged him to dream big dreams.
And of course, everything was going good until 1933, when my dad was killed on the way back from the field at night in a farm accident. The wires blew down and he was electrocuted, and I found him in the road.
Joe was forced to temporarily abandon his dreams. He enrolled in college, but dropped out when it became clear that he could not attend class and tend the farm at the same time. So instead of flying, Joe worked the fields.
Then the airmail plane flew right over our house. So all the days that I farmed, well, I'd look up there and the pilots would fly so low that he'd wave, and I'd wave at him, and he was just still climbing, getting out of there. And I thought, someday I'm going to transfer big guy.
The farm's $5,000 mortgage and turned the farm over to his brother.
So I said to my brother, you can have this place lock, stock, and barrel. And we shook hands on it. Here's a paid-off mortgage if you just support Mom and Sis and yourself. And he did a very good job.
He returned to the University of South Dakota, working his way to a business degree by waiting tables in a restaurant. When he got a little extra money, he spent it on flying lessons at the nearby airport. When he got his pilot's license, he paid for his flight time by taking people up for rides. In 1939, he joined the Civil Pilot Training Program, and when he graduated in 1940, he enlisted in the Marine Corps and endured what is called elimination training. 16 aspiring pilots entered the program. Only 8 would move on to flight school.
He came in to the military with 100 hours of flying time, roughly, that he had gotten before he got in. So he had a little bit of an edge there.
Foss made the cut despite the fact that he was significantly older than the other cadets. Assigned to flight school in Florida, he hitchhiked south for basic flight training in Pensacola and fighter training in Miami.
I never told anybody in the Marine Corps I'd ever seen an airplane before, because it makes it a little tough if you tell them, you know, that I've flown, you know, and they just figure, well, this is a wise guy, so we'll show him what it's all about. But when they said, that's a rudder, oh, yes, sir. And I played the dumb side, is the advice of some of my predecessors.
The planes they were flying were badly outdated, ancient F-2 and F-3 biplanes, while across the oceans, the Germans and Japanese were upgrading their air forces with fast, nimble monoplane fighters and bombers. That mattered little to Foss. He was racking up literally hundreds of hours of flight time and enjoying every second in the air. He got sent back to Pensacola as a flight instructor, and that's where he was when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. He talked himself into a photo reconnaissance squadron, but was shocked to discover the planes they used had no guns.
I was the most junior pilot in the outfit. 40 pilots were there, and each of us had a desk, and my job was to take the mail from the squadron down to wing headquarters and bring back the mail from wing and group that was up there for us.
On the other side of the field, Navy pilots were learning how to take off and land on aircraft carriers. Foss, a Marine pilot, asked to be transferred to the naval unit. The Marines told him that if he could convince the Navy to accept him, they'd sign the transfer.
And I finally got to see the commander, I've forgotten his name, and a Navy captain, and he says, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "Sir, I'd like to go through the school." He said, "You're a Marine." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, you don't go through here. We don't have any Marines over here. We don't have time to train our own people, let alone having a Marine over here." And I said, "But I want to fly fighters and go to war." He said, "I told you there's no chance. Get out of here."
Foss didn't, of course, but instead hung around until the Navy agreed to let him train as a carrier pilot. He flew whenever he got a chance and earned the highest gunnery score the flight school had ever recorded. When he completed training, the Marines promoted him to captain and told him to get ready to go overseas.
I said, "That's the only reason I got in the Marine Corps, was to be a fighter, and I'm ready to go."
The Marines shipped him to a base that had pilots but no planes. He was so desperate for flight time that he went up in a Brewster Buffalo, a barely flight-worthy plane that confounded even experienced pilots. Flying high over the base, he turned too tight, and the plane flipped end over end, almost killing him. Foss didn't seem to care. In September 1942, he got his orders. They didn't specify where he was going. That was a secret. But he knew he was headed for the war. Captain Joe Foss, newly installed as the executive officer of VMF 121, flew to the Pacific aboard an air transport. His unit's aircraft traveled by ship. They met up aboard the escort carrier Kapahi, and out to sea they went.
They didn't tell us where we were going, other than we were headed out there somewhere. And when we got see, all our boxes had a code on. It was a half an orange with a D on it. And that stood for where we were going to unload, which was Guadalcanal. And when I did hear he was going to Guadalcanal, I thought, I never heard of that canal when I studied geography. And of course, it's not a canal, it's an island.
An island that in September 1942 was a pretty terrible place to be. The Japanese were attempting to take the island as part of their push south toward Australia. The Americans, on the other hand, had decided to make their first stand of the war there. MacArthur had been driven out of the Philippines, and New Guinea was on the verge of collapse. Island after small island was coming under Japanese control, and the possibility that Australia might come under attack loomed large. The United States decided to stop the Japanese at Guadalcanal, an island northeast of Australia. The Japanese wanted the island for its airport. Planes based there would be able to attack the convoys that had become Australia's lifeline.
The Japanese wanted the island, we wanted the island, and there was an all-out battle for it. And that's where Joe Foss really won his spurs as a military aviator.
On August 7th, American Marines went ashore at Guadalcanal almost unopposed. They took the island's airstrip, which they renamed Henderson Field, and dug in. The Japanese began a relentless series of attacks. Every night, it seemed, they would appear out of the jungle, wave after wave of attackers who seemed to care little for their own lives. By day, the Japanese Air Force bombed relentlessly, sometimes hundreds of bombers at a time, pummeling the Marine positions. As the ship approached Guadalcanal, Joe Foss lined up for his first combat carrier takeoff, flying his F-4F Wildcat from the Kapahī to Henderson Field.
They got us up in the middle of the night and said, we've got to catapult you off because there are a bunch of Jap subs in the area and we don't want to lose you and the airplanes and the carrier here now, so goodbye.
One of the 12 planes in his flight crashed into the sea. The others continued. Flying in, Foss was shocked by how battle-scarred the island was.
You know, he come on around, made our hotshot approach and come around and landed. And of course, as we taxied up, there was a big cheer from the people that were there. Because they were leaving as soon as we got squared around, they were just happy to get out of the mangy place.
Foss asked if the veterans would stick around a little while to help train his rookies. The veterans laughed, saying that after a few days, they'd all be vets anyway. That was no overstatement. The relentless Japanese attacks left little time for getting acclimated. Foss scored his first enemy kill a week after he arrived, when 32 enemy fighters and bombers appeared over Henderson Field. Foss focused on a group of 4 Zeros.
And at that time, Lord helped us to get above these airplanes. And so I figured, well, this is easy. This is duck soup. I'll pick off the #1 guy. There were 4 airplanes down there. And I shot that #1 guy down.
The other 3 Zeros took off after him. Foss was suddenly in a high-speed fight for his life. Circling above Henderson Field, being shot at by the Japanese and flying through layers of anti-aircraft flak being shot from below, Foss heard his plane being hit over and over.
We got near the field, everybody shooting, and I didn't know whether it'd get me or the enemy. And they never touched a hair, either me or them. And when I hit, I was going too fast to get stopped.
Foss ran off the end of the runway and into a grove of palm trees. The ground crew counted more than 250 holes in his airplane. And on the walk back up to the operations shack, he was trying to figure out a way to get out of Guadalcanal.
Oh, they were hitting me on the back, congratulating me, and I looked at these kids, 17, 18, and the look I saw on them and that they were depending on me, I've never gotten over. I just figured I got to lead. These kids are going to depend on me, and I've got the experience, and I can, excuse me, I can lead these kids, and we're going to go. If they want to go that bad.
The next day, the Japanese sent in more bombers. Foss sawed the wing off another Zero. 3 days after that, he shot down 3 Japanese planes in a single day. In 9 days on Guadalcanal, he had become an ace. His squadron, nicknamed Foss's Flying Circus, was also running up a spectacular record. He set up invasion, they ratcheted up the pressure on the Americans fighting there.
The enemy fleet pulled in and parked out there and started firing at us broadside at 9:30 in the evening, and it went with no stop, no time out, till 4:30 a.m., and we were right in the middle of the impact area. There was 14-inch guns, and the enemy planes were flying over, dropping bombs and dropping those star lights that they drop so you can, it's like an acetylene torch. It just daylight, and there we were pinned down.
The bombardment killed men, destroyed aircraft, and pocked Henderson's Field dirt runway. The Japanese came in the next day, expecting to be able to land on the field. Voss had only 8 aircraft that were flight-worthy, and 2 of those crashed on takeoff. The remaining 6 Marine Wildcats lifted off to take on a skyful of Japanese planes. On October 25th, 1942, the Japanese planned to take Henderson Field and Guadalcanal. With only 8 flight-worthy aircraft, Joe Voss and his flying circus took off to take on a much larger Japanese force.
In the days when Joe Voss was flying airplanes, you got close. And one of the first lessons he learned was not to use your ammunition up at an enemy that's far away. You waited until you got close. You only had so many rounds in the airplane. You had to preserve them. This is in your face, Joe Voss against whoever he was against flying, and he was a master at it.
Voss claimed 2 of the Marine kills that morning, but came down angry at himself for wasting ammunition and missing other opportunities. In the afternoon, he went back up and knocked down 3 more enemy aircraft. 5 planes in one day made him the first Marine ace in a day. 14 victories overall in only 14 days made him one of the high-profile heroes of the early part of the war.
I've read that so many times today, where it was like a race to see who'd get the most airplane. I didn't give a hoot who got the airplane. What I was interested is getting that sucker today so he wouldn't be back tomorrow.
It seemed as if Voss's war was moving in fast motion. In early November, after attacking a Japanese destroyer, he crash-landed into the ocean. He floated in shark-infested waters, was rescued by natives, and hidden by nuns before being rescued by a Catalina flying boat. He received the Distinguished Flying Cross from Admiral Bull Halsey, and then, 3 days later, helped turn away a flight of Japanese bombers and fighters that was attacking a convoy of reinforcements for Guadalcanal.
And they encountered a substantially larger group, estimated at about 60 Japanese airplanes, intent upon dropping their bombs on American targets. And rather than engage the enemy, he basically held high, making the Japanese think that he was a decoy to try to get them to attack him. And the Japanese, fearing that there was a larger group waiting for them to do just that, in fact, dropped their bombs and headed back to where they came from.
Voss had an incredible 23 kills when he contracted malaria. He spent 6 weeks out of action, then returned to Guadalcanal on New Year's Day. He started flying again 2 weeks later and immediately shot down 3 more enemy planes. That brought his total to 26, a tie with the legendary World War I ace Eddie Rickenbacker. The fighting at Guadalcanal died down in February 1943. The Japanese, frustrated by the tenacity of the American defenders, gave up their hopes of taking the island. The sea lanes to Australia were safe, at least from the air, and the tide of the war in the Pacific had changed. The Marines rotated Voss back to the United States. President Roosevelt pinned the Congressional Medal of Honor on his chest, and he went out on what he called a dancing bear act to sell war bonds. Assigned to set up and train a new squadron, Voss found himself dealing with a new aircraft, the F-4U Corsair. The Corsairs had problems. The engine stalled, and his training pilots ended up having to bail out.
And then there were a lot of other problems with the airplane. It just was a new airplane off the line, and it wasn't quite tuned in yet. So I was having a heck of a time with him there.
Voss asked his commanding officer for help.
I've got all these green mechanics here that don't know a haystack from a pitchful, and they're just green, and I don't have enough talent really to handle things here. I need an expert.
Voss was stunned when the expert turned out to be Charles Lindbergh.
We visited a little bit, and about the time I saw him and so forth at Sioux Falls back in 1927. And then he says, well, I'm the expert, and I'm here to get things done. I want to go and get a place to stay, and then I'm all set to go to work. I said, you don't have to get a place to stay. You can stay at my house. I got plenty of room.
So Charles Lindbergh moved in while he worked on the problem with the Corsairs. And when he was finished, Foss said that Lindbergh could fly with his squadron anytime he wanted. The new squadron, VMF 115, moved to the South Pacific a few months later. And sure enough, Lindbergh showed up, and for 3 weeks flew dive-bombing missions with Foss and his men. When the war ended, Foss remained one of the outstanding American fighter aces. Others had eclipsed his kill total, but a look at Foss's career needs to include the accomplishments of the units he led. On Guadalcanal, Foss's flying circus shot down more than 60 Japanese aircraft. Foss got 26 of those. The small group of flyers working in nearly impossible conditions had played a critical role in a critical American victory.
I think Joe Foss is the kind of guy everybody wants to be. You know, all-American boy. I think he's the person that doesn't settle for anything in his own personal life other than perfection, or as close as he can get to it. And I think that just pretty much permeates his entire life, whether it was his childhood, whether it was his military career, whether it was his life after he got out of the military. He doesn't settle for second best.
Back home in South Dakota, Foss helped set up the South Dakota Air National Guard and served 2 terms as his home state's governor. He was president of the National Rifle Association, developed and hosted the television program The American Sportsman, and served as commissioner of the startup American Football League, which eventually merged into the NFL. Fighter pilot Tex Hill, a longtime friend of Foss's, liked to kid his fellow fighter ace about his long and varied life.
I always kid him. I said, Joe, I said, I don't know what's going to happen to you. I said, you've been shot down 4 times. I said, and you're still around. I said, I know what the problem is. The devil won't have you. The Lord won't take you. I said, you're going to have to live in this purgatory forever.
Well, I think when you look at the number of airplanes that he shot down within that period between 42 and 43, in that short period of time, 5 in one day, a Medal of Honor, and his success just as a military pilot, that says loads as far as his ambition and his ability to set his mind on a goal and do well at it.
In 2003, Joe Foss died in Arizona, his adopted home state. He died as he lived, respected, secure in his belief in God, his country, and himself. He was small and thin and seemed to have a nearly supernatural connection with flight. Flight was all he talked about, all he lived for, all he ever wanted to do. As a college student, he paid for his own flying lessons, tried to join the British RAF, and enlisted as a flight cadet as soon as the Army Air Corps would have him. When he finally made it into combat, he shot down 5 enemy aircraft in his first 2 missions. For the next 2 years, it seemed like every time he went up, the enemy went down. With the end of the war in sight, he embarked on a mission that had a single goal: get enough kills to become the greatest American fighter ace of the war. Instead, he died in a battle that he never expected to fight, killed by an enemy that no one knew existed until almost 30 years later. He is Tommy McGuire, and he is a legend of air power. Thomas Buchanan McGuire, Jr. was born in Ridgewood, New Jersey on August 1st, 1920. His father, Thomas Sr., was a dealer in luxury automobiles, and his mother, Polly, came from a family of wealth and social standing. He was tutored in art and culture, attended exclusive summer camps, and became something of a dandy. But he was also a daredevil who seemed willing to take huge risks simply to prove his courage.
On a dare, he dove into a swimming pool at the Ridgewood Country Club that was filled with snow. And he dove into the snow from a diving board and ended up getting badly skinned. It could have broken his neck.
His parents split when he was 10, and mother and only child moved from New Jersey to Sebring, Florida.
I think he was actually grateful when they moved to Florida because he was able to start anew. And I don't think there was any expectations for him to be the tough kid from Jersey. I think he affected a Floridian kind of dialect almost immediately. You would have a hard time imagining that McGuire was from New Jersey unless you knew it previously.
He was insulated from the Great Depression. Small, almost frail, McGuire played clarinet in the school marching band and seemed to love dressing up in the band's ridiculously fancy uniforms. He always had the nicest car in town, but drove it so wildly that most parents forbade their children from riding with him. Fastidiously dressed, always conscious of what those around him thought, McGuire was in fact considered something of a sissy. Always one to take up a challenge, in his senior year, McGuire went out for the football team.
And they decided they'd teach him a lesson. So they pummeled him for 2 or 3 days. And finally, one of the kids on the team said, we've hit that kid with everything we've got, and he keeps coming back. He weighed about 130 pounds. And they said, he's going to take it as long as we give it out, so let's quit. So they quit trying to punish him, and he was one of the guys after that.
After graduating high school, McGuire attended Georgia Tech University, but dropped out after only 3 years to enlist as an aviation cadet. In July 1941, he reported to MacDill Field in Florida and later trained in Texas at a quasi-civilian contract school run by retired military pilots. He stood out immediately and was so passionate about flight that when the other cadets went into town, he'd remain on base, looking for someone, anyone, with whom to talk flying. The one time they did talk McGuire into going into town, he met a pretty girl from San Antonio named Marilyn Gosler. Nicknamed, for no apparent reason, Pudgy, Tommy and Marilyn took an almost immediate liking to each other.
One of the things about McGuire that's interesting is he was sheltered. I don't see a lot of interaction between he and females in high school. He's a very shy man. But he saw what he liked, and he was becoming more and more confident, and I think he was not allowed to let Marilyn go after that first date.
McGuire got his wings 2 months after the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor and was shuffled to Florida for fighter training.
He just had a flat-out determination that he was going to be a leading ace.
McGuire requested a combat assignment, but was instead relegated to duty flying over the frozen tundra and icebound seas of Alaska. He and his fellow pilots patrolled for non-existent Japanese submarines and went gradually stir-crazy. One day, killing time in the abandoned weather station that served as their ready room, McGuire reverted to his high school form and started bragging about his daredevil exploits. McGuire's squadron flew P-39s, an underpowered, overweight tub of an airplane that was legendary for its lack of maneuverability. McGuire bragged that he had once done a loop in a P-39. No one believed him. Soon enough, bets were made, and McGuire was trudging out into the cold to prove his claim.
So he went up over the airport, and he did complete a loop in this airplane. And when he landed, he was ordered to report to his CO, and he wrote right in his logbook that he was restricted to the tent for 2 or 3 days because he had done this loop over the airfield.
Late in 1942, the Air Corps sent McGuire to Harding Field in Louisiana.
They were flying east, and they did not have the password for the day. They got caught up in a blizzard, and the people on the ground would not give them instructions, would not vector them into the field because they didn't have the password. So they ended up landing 5 P-39s in a frozen swamp, so he survived that.
McGuire eventually made it home. He married Marilyn, whom he hadn't seen in a year, in San Antonio. They moved to Mississippi, where McGuire was stationed for about 6 weeks before he shipped out to California to train in the airplane that would make him famous, the Lockheed P-38 Lightning. Since the outbreak of the war, Tommy McGuire had been requesting a combat assignment. Newly married and assigned to a 9-to-5 job in Mississippi, he wanted desperately to get into action. Word circulated among the landlocked pilots that the Air Corps was looking for volunteers to train in P-38s, and McGuire signed up. The P-38 is an interesting airplane. Nicknamed the Lightning, it seemed on paper the perfect aircraft for the war in Europe. It had a longer range than other fighters, was faster, and with 2 engines, tougher to knock down than most other fighters. However, in action over Europe, the P-38 proved much less effective than expected.
The P-38 got a bad reputation in Europe because the engine oil congealed, and they would have engines blow up, and some pilots went down just because the engines failed. So there were P-38s available to be sent to the South Pacific.
So the call went out for pilots to fly a plane with a nasty reputation. Though he had only been married for a few weeks, McGuire volunteered. It was, he knew, the shortest route to the battlefield. And McGuire had set a goal for himself that to others might have seemed ridiculous. He wanted to be the greatest fighter ace of them all. In March 1943, McGuire was ordered to report to the 49th Fighter Group, then based in Australia. He named his P-38 Pudgy, after the wife he barely knew, but he saw no combat with the 49th. He did, however, meet Lieutenant Richard Bond, who was the leading American ace at the time, a young farm boy closing in on Eddie Rickenbacker's record of 25 kills from World War I.
He was really jealous of Bong. He wanted to catch him, but Bong already had 17 or 18 victories by that time, and McGuire was untested. But he told the guys that he would catch Bong.
Not surprisingly, McGuire developed a reputation as a big talker. Transferred in August to the newly formed 475th Fighter Group, his incessant talk about flying and his own desire to be the greatest ace ever so alienated the other pilots that no one wanted to fly with McGuire. So, the most natural pilot in the unit was assigned the job of inspecting newly arrived aircraft to make sure they were combat ready.
That is where McGuire comes into his own. But McGuire was a sponge, and his abilities kept growing to such an extent that by August of '43, he...
407 ventured out into a real combat zone for the first time, but did not engage the enemy. The next day, attacking the Japanese airdrome at Wewak, McGuire recorded 3 confirmed kills and hit 2 other enemy aircraft.
He had had gunnery training as part of his cadet training, and he happened to catch on to how all of this worked. And he was the master of what they called a deflection shot. He could visualize where this Japanese plane was going to be when the bullets got there, and he would fire ahead and above these planes so that the pull of gravity on the shots he had fired would bring the shots and the airplane, the target together. And he could fire from a half-mile away and hit a plane sometimes.
3 days later, in his second combat engagement, he knocked down 2 Japanese heroes. After 2 missions, he was an ace. It was not uncommon in New Guinea during that stage of the war for pilots to make ace in a mission or 2. Japanese aircraft seemed to arrive for battle in endless waves, and just keeping track of who killed what was a nearly impossible task. Ace or not, McGuire didn't slow down. He got his 10th kill in mid-October in fierce fighting over Oro Bay. The next day, with his own plane grounded for repairs, he took his commander's personal P-38 without permission and joined in another fierce fight. In full view of American ships below, he shot down 3 more Japanese fighters before being shot down himself. He bailed out, was hospitalized and off flight status for nearly 2 months, but never considered going home.
He was married to Marilyn for literally only weeks before he shipped out. And he missed her greatly, and they had a very touching relationship, but he felt an obligation to his men that exceeded everything else.
In December, he was promoted to captain and returned to flight. He quickly recorded 3 more kills and was promoted to operations officer for the 431st Squadron. With 16 kills in only 5 months, the skinny rich kid who talked too much had risen to the point where he actually rivaled Bong. And when his unit moved up to the Philippines, he started attracting the attention of newspaper reporters and the people back home.
McGuire was outspoken. He would sit around and talk to anybody. Bong was quiet. He was from a large family and was raised on a farm. McGuire was an only child and was an extrovert. So the reporters really crowded around McGuire for the interviews.
So the stage was set. The ace race, which had existed largely in McGuire's own mind, now captured the American imagination. And then something happened, something McGuire could do nothing to prevent. The Japanese Air Force disappeared. For 5 months, McGuire barely saw any Japanese aircraft. He flew hundreds of hours, going sometimes on 2 missions a day. It was as if the Japanese had simply vanished. And with them, so had McGuire's chances of becoming the greatest fighter pilot of them all. For 5 months, it seemed as if Tommy McGuire's war had ended. While leading ace Dick Bong took extended leave in the United States, McGuire made up no ground. The Air Corps, in recognition of his leadership abilities, promoted him to commanding officer of the 431st Squadron and moved him to Hollandia. In May, the Japanese returned, and McGuire scored a couple of quick kills. But as conscious as he was of his ambition to be the greatest fighter pilot, command was also changing him.
McGuire's first sergeant told me that McGuire used to agonize because here he was a young man, 22 and a half, 23 years old, and he's having to sit down and write to the relatives of a pilot that's just died and tell them that he's sorry that they died and give a little bit of information about the circumstances and all. But he said that McGuire got distant from the men because of this, because he'd fly with a guy one day and he doesn't know, maybe he has to sit down that night and write a letter.
He insisted that new arrivals address him not as Tommy, but Major McGuire. He began to isolate himself more and more inside a circle of pilots he knew well. In June 1943, Charles Lindbergh arrived on a tour of the South Pacific that had been constructed in large measure to get the world's most famous aviator into combat. Lindbergh, who had plotted air routes across the Pacific for Pan American Airlines, taught the P-38 pilots how to squeeze hundreds of extra miles out of a tank of gas. The P-38 pilots, who were already routinely flying missions that lasted more than 4 hours, were less than enthusiastic about Lindbergh's formula for extending their missions by 2 hours.
But after the meeting, McGuire went to Charles Lindbergh and said, I don't know how the other people feel about this, but I feel like anything that would extend our range and might save some of my pilots' lives that we ought to learn.
So Lindbergh went back to McGuire's squadron to teach the pilots how to maximize their plane's range, and he soon moved into McGuire's tent. The two flew missions together, and Lindbergh called McGuire the finest pilot he'd ever seen.
And they were naturals together. They both are charismatic. And Lindbergh thought the world of McGuire in the very short time that they spent together.
McGuire kept racking up kills, always with Bong in his sights. When Bong scored his 35th kill, the War Department decided the greatest ace of them all was more valuable as a propaganda tool than as a pilot. They took away Bong's plane and gave him the Congressional Medal of Honor.
After the ceremony, Bong said, it looks like I'm through. They have taken my airplane away. And McGuire said, come on over to our place. We have a plane for you anytime you want to fly. So Bong showed up over there, and they would go hunting together.
At 40 kills, the War Department sent Bong to the United States for a bond drive. McGuire saw his chance, but his quest to win the ace race took on a new flavor. It was competitive, yes, and McGuire was certainly inspired by the men of his unit, who took such pride in his accomplishments. He went out looking for Japanese aircraft, but couldn't find them. For weeks, he did not record a single kill.
He did become somewhat driven because he felt like he was never going to get an opportunity to score. He wanted to go home, and he felt like the best way to do that, and it would have guaranteed him swift passage, would have been to get 41 victories.
He could have grounded himself, but that would have been a betrayal of his men. So instead, he went up, looking for Japanese to kill, trying to get to the magic number 41, so that he too would be ordered home to sell war bonds. On Christmas Day, 1944, he downed 3 Japanese aircraft over Manila. The next day, again over Manila, he knocked down 4 more. The score, Bong 40, McGuire 38. Bong had not even made it home, and McGuire was going to pass him as the greatest ace.
They're down in the area in one of the tents down the line from mine, and I go down to say hello to Mac, and everybody's talking about basically, what do we have to do to get you 3? Where can we go? What can we do to get you 3?
McGuire was on the cusp of incredible fame. The Associated Press and New York Times had already written profiles of him, set to be published upon confirmation of his 41st kill. Together, the flyers cooked up a mission. Early on the morning of January 7th, 1945, McGuire and 3 other aircraft took off to hunt Japanese planes. The P-38s were heavily armed and loaded with extra fuel and dual belly tanks so they could range far and wide. The weather was gray and visibility limited. A couple of hours into the mission, a single Japanese plane flashed past the formation of P-38s.
They just turned as a precaution that he wouldn't turn and attack them. But McGuire ordered them to keep their wing tanks because
he was wrong. Japanese. At the same time, a second Japanese plane, unknown for decades after the action, stumbled on the scene and started firing as well. McGuire, hearing the distress calls of his wingman, turned toward the battle. What happened next, no one is sure. There are those who think a lucky shot killed McGuire in the cockpit. But it may be something easier than that. McGuire may have turned too sharply, either stalling his plane or causing its structure to fail.
McGuire's crew chief told me that every P-38 McGuire ever flew was bent out of true, that he actually bent the wings and
popped rivets and that sort of thing, turning the plane in violent turns. So McGuire made one of these turns, but this was the wrong time to do it. He was at low altitude, at low flying speed, and he had the full fuel tanks. And he just didn't get away with it this time.
Whatever happened, whatever the ultimate cause of the crash, Tommy McGuire's death sent shockwaves through the Pacific Theater. A hero who had seemed invincible was dead, and the effect on the morale of those who remained was palpable. Back home, his young wife was devastated. The husband she had barely known was gone. At the ceremony in Paterson, New Jersey, where Marilyn McGuire accepted her husband's posthumous Medal of Honor, a tall, familiar figure slipped quietly into the room. Charles Lindbergh had come to pay his respects. Charles Lindbergh, thought of as the greatest aviator of the time, took Tommy McGuire's widow aside to tell her what a great man she had been married to. He was a tough guy fighter pilot from Louisiana who had little tolerance for those he thought foolish, even when they were his superior officers. He resigned his commission 4 years before the United States entered World War II. He wanted to help the embattled Chinese defend themselves. Convinced that the massive Japanese forces could be defeated in China by 100 good pilots in 100 good planes, he got secret permission and funding from President Franklin Roosevelt to set up a freelance American Air Force in China. His group, which became known as the Flying Tigers, shot down 15 Japanese planes for every plane it lost. He is Claire Chennault, and he is a legend of air power. Claire Lee Chennault was born in Commerce, Texas in 1890, according to his official Air Force biography, or 1893, according to recent scholarly research. He was raised in tiny, waterproof Louisiana and spent his boyhood hunting, fishing, and learning self-reliance in the forests and bayous that surrounded his home. Unlike most of his peers, he attended and graduated from college. He might have spent his life as a teacher, except that World War I intervened. Swept up in the patriotic fervor of the times, Chennault enlisted in the Army.
Had an interest in flying, joined the Army during the First World War, but didn't really get to see any combat and didn't even become a pilot until after the war. So he became a pilot, but too late to participate in World War I.
He got his wings in 1919 and started his career in one of the hardest periods in American military history. The war was over, and the overwhelming sentiment of the United States was to disengage from the world. Military budgets plummeted to nearly nothing, and the few officers not mustered out spent all of their time trying to justify their paychecks to a disinterested public.
He believed in aviation, and at that time it was not a popular thing because the Air Force was under the Army, and it was not an Air Force.
Military pilots became little more than officially sanctioned barnstormers, traveling around the country and risking their lives to convince the public and their own commanders that aviation had a future. Chennault's contribution was 3 men and a trapeze, the first Air Corps flight demonstration team.
They flew their
airplanes tied together with ropes and did loops and all kinds of aerobatics that way.
He actually used it in a way to promote his concept of pursuit and his policies on how air power should be used.
But no matter how many distance and speed records the flyers broke, no matter how many ships they sank or precise maneuvers they perfected, the fact remained that the generation in command had come of age on horseback. They believed that air-to-air combat was a gimmick destined for irrelevance, and only grudgingly accepted that large bombers might have a place in battle. Chennault took every opportunity to argue the case for fighters, saying that air superiority was the most important factor in modern battle. Chennault advocated a concept he called defensive pursuit, the interception of bombers by small fighters willing to venture out over enemy territory.
Defensive pursuit basically means keeping the enemy away from your own soil. You know, you fly out and intercept them before they get to you. You know, you take the fight along with the bombers to escort them into hostile territories.
In a time of extremely tight budgets, the Army Air Corps had decided to concentrate on bombers. Chennault, then only a major, took over as the Army's Chief of Pursuit Training in 1936 and made defensive pursuit the centerpiece of fighter pilot training. In effect, he was teaching that official Air Corps doctrine was wrong.
In his tactical lectures, you could tell that the guy had been there and done that, you know. He just, he was the kind of guy just exuded confidence. That you could
Tend to butt heads with the people around him, particularly his superiors. If he came up with what he thought was a good theory, then he thought that that's a theory that they should use, whether or not they thought it was a theory they should use or not. And he didn't back down, and that's not the way to get ahead in the military.
The Army let him get away with it for barely more than a year. In 1937, they declared Chennault medically unfit for service. None of the medical problems cited in Chennault's discharge was new. His lungs were shot from his 2 packs a day smoking habit, and his hearing had been damaged by years of flying in open cockpit aircraft. The Army had known both of those things for years, but his real affliction was defensive pursuit.
He got in a lot of trouble. In fact, that's why they retired him from the Air Force, because he was advocating developing more fighters and fighter tactics, and the Army Air Corps was interested in getting to be a separate service, you know, a separate Air Force. So they were concentrating on strategic bombing. They thought that was the way to go. And they didn't want to hear that fighters could shoot down bombers and bombers needed escort and all that stuff.
In a fit of pique worthy of a petulant teenager, Chennault packed his bags and headed for China, as far away from his tormentors as he could get. The Japanese had invaded. Chennault saw the war as both an adventure and a chance to prove his rivals wrong about defensive pursuit. And prove them wrong he did. The Japanese used large, slow bombers to destroy Chinese cities and troop concentrations. Because the Chinese had no Air Force to speak of, the Japanese didn't bother with fighter cover.
The Japanese, who had been basically chewing on the Chinese heels for 40 years at that point, were basically having free reign of the air and destroying Chinese towns, industrial facilities, population centers, and they really had no defense. So Chennault was able to come over and advise the at that time
that if he could get 100 pilots and 100 good fighter planes, he could defeat the Japanese using the defensive pursuit technique the Army command had rejected. One of the people Chennault buttonholed on the subject was Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, the supreme commander of the Chinese military. Chiang was desperate enough to try what the American conservative military had rejected. He put Chennault to work, assembling a small, fast Air Force that could defeat the Japanese bombers. Claire Chenault, retired involuntarily from the Army Air Corps, arrived in China armed with his belief that a few good planes and pilots could turn the tide in the war. What he found appalled him. The Chinese Air Force was still flying biplanes, and their pilots were nearly untrained. In a single day, Chenault watched 5 supposedly combat-ready pilots crash on routine landings or takeoffs. He knew the job he had volunteered to do was bigger than he had imagined.
When he went to China, he only intended to stay for 3 months. But then, of course, he saw the Japanese, the bombing Shanghai and the massacre in Nanjing, and then the Chinese people sort of urged him to stay on.
Chenault, through friends, appealed to President Roosevelt for permission to recruit American pilots to fight in China. Roosevelt, looking for politically manageable ways to contribute to the war, quickly approved the project. Chenault's first effort, the 14th Volunteer Squadron, was a nearly complete failure. He recruited the conveniently available pilots, not the most qualified. He outfitted his hard-drinking mercenaries with the only aircraft available, outdated Chinese fighters. After a few missions, it was clear, even to Chenault, that he would have to start over. The Japanese kept winning, bombing Chinese cities at will and inflicting horrible tortures on conquered civilian populations. Chenault knew that if he was going to make a difference in the war, and if he was going to prove that defensive pursuit had a future in aviation, he needed good planes and good pilots. And that meant going back to the United States. He told Chiang Kai-shek that his only hope was to buy new planes and man them with competent pilots recruited from the United States. Chiang was by nature suspicious of Westerners, but Chenault was one of only a handful of Westerners who seemed to care about the Chinese, and that commitment won the Generalissimo's trust.
I think it was a personality thing. Chiang Kai-shek was, I think, of an awe-type relationship with Chenault, and their personalities just seemed to mesh. And I think that he appreciated the qualities in Chenault that perhaps the U.S. military hadn't appreciated up to that point.
In 1940, Chiang dispatched his brother-in-law and Chenault to Washington. With war building around the world and Lend-Lease orders piling up in American factories, just finding the aircraft was a challenge. But in Washington, Chenault tracked down a shipment of P-40s that had been rejected by the British.
The P-40 in those days was really not ready for combat. It didn't have bulletproof tanks, it didn't have armor plate, it didn't have a lot of equipment in it that it needed if you're really going to fight. Our guns would fire and the airplane would fly, but there were many changes made to the P-40 before we actually started combat in it.
No matter, the planes were available. Chenault took his Chinese escort to Bowling Field for a demonstration. Johnny Allison, then a young Air Corps pilot, put a P-40 through its paces for the Chinese delegation.
We got in out of the wind and the Chinese began to excitedly talk to General Chenault, and that's when one of them said to General Chenault, well, what we need is 100 of those airplanes. And that's when Chenault looked at the general and he said, no, that's not what you need. And he tapped me on the chest. He said, you need 100 of those.
Chenault got his planes and recruited his pilots and headed back to China to set up his American volunteer group.
Well, the AVG was a way to bring the American military under the guise of a civilian force into the war in China against the Japanese before we had really declared war on the Japanese.
Chiang got his Air Force. Roosevelt got a war that would tie up more than 1 million Japanese troops. And Chenault got a chance to prove himself. Chenault's flyers did not start out as an elite. Many had flown nothing but basic trainers, and others were more interested in flying airliners than fighters. But lured by the money, $600 a month, plus a bounty for any Japanese plane shot down, and the adventure of fighting in exotic China, they signed up.
Well, my attraction, I'd heard Daddy talk about that part of the world, you know, and it's just kind of intriguing.
It took a long time for Chenault's pilots, planes, and support personnel to make their way to China. As they trickled in, Chenault drilled them mercilessly. He was not about to send his men into battle as ill-prepared as the Chinese. Along with all the standard flight training, he drilled them on the architecture of Japanese aircraft, so the pilots would know the Japanese weak point. But mostly, he trained them in his own tactical theory, preparing them to disrupt the Japanese bombers by intercepting them before they reached their targets.
We were better trained in one way. The Japanese pilots, the only weakness I saw as far as handling an airplane and everything, the Japanese were superb. They really were good. But they were so regimented that once you break up any plan that they have, they don't have the capacity to accommodate to new situation. And that was the weakness I saw in them.
It was during this period that the American volunteer group started painting their planes with fiercely bared teeth. The design was cribbed from photos of fighters in an Indian magazine. The paint job wasn't anything the AVG took special note of. In fact, part of Chenault's strategy was to repaint the planes almost every mission, so the Japanese would be fooled into thinking there were more Americans in China than there really were. While Jimmy Doolittle's Raiders usually get credit for striking the first American blow on Japan, in fact, it was the American Volunteer Group. On December 20th, 1941, 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, Chenault sent 2 AVG squadrons to attack a flight of 10 Japanese bombers near the city of Kunming. It was the first application of Chenault's strategy of defensive pursuit. The Americans, far from home and farther out of the limelight, shot down 3 or 4 of the bombers, accounts vary, and lost only a single P-40, which ran out of gas and crash-landed.
Up to that point, the Japanese had been allowed to just basically bomb at will anywhere they wanted to in China. So it did kind of draw a line in the sand and keep the Japanese at bay.
It wasn't long before word trickled back to the American public about the American Volunteer Group. The early months of the war were difficult for the United States, with few victories to celebrate. In that environment, the AVG made great press. Dubbed the Flying Tigers by reporters, they were a small group of renegade flyers under the command of a maverick officer. Volunteers all, they fought not for glory but for good, and became real-life cowboys fighting real-life Indians. The Flying Tigers, who did not refer to themselves by that name, quickly captured the imagination of the public.
You know, they were kind of the people that you wanted on your side. You didn't want them on the other side against you. And I think that pretty much sums up Chenault's personality and probably his whole career. You know, he was a success because he had the right ideas and he pressed it.
Chenault's obsession with training and his doctrine of defensive pursuit were amazingly successful. After a string of stunning defeats, the Japanese were forced to transfer hundreds of fighter aircraft to China. While that reduced the number of fighters in other theaters, it posed a problem for Chenault. Despite all the great press, he commanded a remarkably small force. And despite their great record, they were flying P-40s, which were already outdated. The Japanese arrived with faster, lighter, more maneuverable fighters and pilots who were already battle-tested. The only way for the Tigers to survive was to maintain rigid discipline and follow Chenault's tactics without fail. They hit and ran, swooping down from out of the sun, blowing a path through the Japanese formations without ever slowing down. The Japanese didn't have time to react before the Americans were gone.
But we just did high-speed passes, fired at them, fire on them again. We did.
And in so many places, the Japanese intelligence concluded that Chenault had several hundred more planes than he really had. In fact, Chenault never had more than 100 Flying Tigers, and most of the time, the number was closer to 60.
Chenault did use the tactics that guerrilla commanders use, but No, we were a regular Air Force fighting also a well-trained Japanese Air Force. But if you were above them and you used the strong points of our aircraft and exploited the weak points of the Japanese airplanes, we had a superior situation, and that is the reason that actually the AVG shot down hundreds of airplanes with the loss of very few of our own.
For 6 months, Chennault's Tigers hit and ran against Japanese bombers. They shot down, by some accounts, nearly 300 Japanese aircraft, while suffering only 16 pilots either killed or captured. They were massively successful flying Chennault's way.
All of the pilots admired General Chennault, and all of us listened to him. And he was really an outstanding leader.
In 1942, the regular Army arrived to take over. When the Flying Tigers became the 14th Air Force, most of Chennault's pilots decided not to enlist. But Chennault, convinced that he had proven himself and promised command of the 14th, stayed on.
At that time, he was pretty much running his own show, and he got along with the Chinese leadership, did some marvelous things as far as tactics goes, and he was the right person at that time. After we declared war and the AVG went away, you could make a case that he might not have been the right guy at that point.
He gave very inspiring talks to us, but we were motivated more by the people that he had trained because we were with them all the time, you know, the leaders like Tex Hill and other people that had been with him earlier, because we just didn't get to see him that much because he had bombers and all sorts of stuff to be in charge of. But we had the greatest respect and admiration for him. We followed his tactics rigorously.
The argument Chennault had been having with the Army for almost 20 years resumed almost immediately. General Joseph Stilwell, Chennault's new commander, ordered Chennault to concentrate on ground support, a mission he detested. "It's the man in the trenches who will win the war," Stilwell told Chennault at one of their first meetings. "Damn it, Stilwell," Chennault snarled back, "there are no trenches."
He was in all kinds of fights with General Stilwell, who had the whole theater. Stilwell didn't like aviation very much and didn't think much of it, and so they didn't see eye to eye.
Morale among the flyers plummeted, and as it fell, the amount of noise Chennault made about his woes increased. He eventually succeeded in getting Stilwell removed from command, a victory that derailed any hope Chennault had of fitting in with his regular Army commanders. In fact, his dedication to the Chinese caused some back in Washington to wonder whether he had switched his loyalties from the United States to Chiang's China. In 1945, with the Germans surrendered and the Japanese all but defeated, Hap Arnold gave Chennault the option of resigning or being demoted and fired. Chennault was on the flight back to the United States when word came through that the Japanese had surrendered.
In a way, he was punished for his success, but probably more to the point, he was being punished for some personality traits that his superiors perceived in him.
Chennault didn't stay away from China for long. In 1946, he returned, again as a civilian, to set up Civil Air Transport. Supposedly a civilian airline, it later became a cover for an enormous CIA logistical operation, and years later reappeared in Vietnam as Air America. Chennault returned to the United States once and for all in 1950. His doctrine of defensive pursuit had become the status quo. Nonetheless, it wasn't until 1958 that the Air Force admitted that it might have been wrong about Chennault. On July 18, 1958, the Air Force promoted him to Lieutenant General. He died 9 days later. He was a preacher's kid from South Dakota who volunteered for pilot training to prove to himself that he was not a coward. As a 24-year-old pilot, he seemed almost unnaturally calm and in control, a premature adult chosen to lead a crew of children into war. As a bomber pilot in World War II, he flew missions into the most dangerous skies in the world. And against all odds, he always brought his crew back safely. He returned to South Dakota after the war, dedicated his life to public service, spent more than 20 years in the United States Senate, and at one of his country's darkest moments, ran for president. He is George McGovern, and he is a legend of air power. George Stanley McGovern was born July 19, 1922, in the Wesleyan Methodist Parsonage in Avon, South Dakota. His father, Joseph, was a professional baseball player turned Methodist minister. His mother, Frances, a soloist in the church choir. The Depression started in South Dakota almost 10 years before it struck the rest of the country, and most everyone McGovern met growing up was in desperate financial straits.
We were all poor, and consequently, we didn't know we were poor. There was nothing to compare yourself to. There weren't any rich people in South Dakota in the 1920s.
McGovern was 5 years old when Charles Lindbergh flew from New York to Paris. Even in the isolation of the Dakota Plains, the details of Lindbergh and the flight were all anyone talked about.
I was old enough to know that this was the greatest man in the world. That's what we thought at the time. To make that flight all alone across the Atlantic Ocean, the first human being to do that, he was a hero to everybody.
In 1928, the McGoverns moved to Mitchell, a town of around 12,000 in southeastern South Dakota. There, the McGoverns bought their first house, and the family that had moved from town to town and church to church settled in. Every young man has a defining moment, an experience that clarifies in his own mind what he is really all about. McGovern's came in a confrontation with a well-respected local coach and gym teacher.
I was probably, I don't know, maybe 13 years old, 13 or 14, and we had a coach. He was a wonderful coach by the name of Joe Quennell. I greatly admired him, as did the other boys.
One day, Quintal asked his class to jump over a leather horse, duck their heads, and roll in a kind of aerial somersault. It was a typical and not particularly difficult gymnastic move, but McGovern couldn't bring himself to do it.
I'd run up to that horse and I'd stand there. The whistle blew. It was Joe Quennell. "What the hell is the matter with you, Mac?" I said, "Well, Mr. Quennell, I can't do that. I just can't dive. I'll break my neck of it." He said, "You see these other boys doing that?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You know why you can't do that? You're a physical coward." God, imagine that in front of 75 or 80 guys. It just cut me right to the quick.
From that point forward, McGovern nursed a dread that he was indeed a coward. When he graduated high school, he enrolled in Dakota Wesleyan College, just down the street from his home in Mitchell. A friend of his was trying to organize a chapter of the civilian pilot training program on campus. If he could get 10 students to sign up, the government would pay for an airplane and an instructor. McGovern, who had never been up in an airplane, signed on.
I think I did it in part to show Joe a coward. But I wanted to show him I wasn't lacking in courage.
McGovern learned to fly in a 2-seat Aeronca. He soloed after 8 hours of flight training. When he landed, he felt charged up in a way he had never felt before. He'd proved something to himself and, in a way, to Coach Quintal. In 1941, his civilian flight training complete, McGovern looked up into the sky and saw a formation of B-24s passing high overhead. Based in Omaha, Nebraska, the B-24 crews were training for a war that was clearly about to engulf the world. McGovern looked up at the planes and thought that if war came, he'd be ready to serve as a pilot. George McGovern was a sophomore at Dakota Wesleyan University when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. When he heard about the attack, he, like most Americans, had no idea where Pearl Harbor was.
No television then, it was just the radio reports. And somehow by the end of the afternoon, I figured I was going to be involved in war. I didn't quite know how or even how it worked, but I think by 6 o'clock that night on Sunday, December 7th, I knew I was going to be involved in war sometime in the near future.
24 hours later, McGovern and 9 other Wesleyan students had cooked up a plan to travel to Omaha and enlist.
I felt it was a patriotic duty. The country had been savagely attacked. I thought the biggest danger from what I had read still came from Nazi Germany. Japan seemed an awfully far away place, and I thought the main test would come in Europe. But I felt an obligation.
The contingent from Dakota Wesleyan hit the road in 2 borrowed cars, and on the way debated whether they should join the Army or the Navy.
When we got there, one of the guys picked up a rumor that if you went to the Army Air Corps recruiting office, they'd give you a free meal ticket to a downtown Omaha cafeteria. So on the strength of that unsubstantiated rumor and a meal ticket probably worth about $1, all 10 of us joined the Army Air Corps. It's the cheapest I've ever sold out.
The Army Air Corps, however, was in no shape to accept thousands of new recruits. There were not enough airplanes, instructors, or even bases for the flood of volunteers. McGovern and his friends signed a letter of intent that declared they would enlist when the Army could take them. Then they went home. McGovern spent the next year at Dakota Wesleyan waiting for the Army Air Force to call. During this period, he wooed and won the hand of Eleanor Stegeberg, a pretty sophomore who'd once beat him in a debate and who had more recently outscored him on a current events test. Impressive achievements in the eyes of McGovern.
I walked across the campus one day and took her hand. We got engaged just before I left home, but we decided we should wait until after the war.
McGovern finally went into the Army Air Force in February 1943. When he left the Dakota Wesleyan campus, most of the students and faculty turned out to see him off.
It was a kind of a festive occasion. The band was playing this peppy martial music. And then I saw my mother standing out there, tears just streaming down her face. It just broke my heart. I think my mother felt that she was looking at me possibly for the last time.
McGovern traveled to Jefferson Barracks outside of St. Louis. At the age of 21, he may have been one of the older cadets, but he was certainly not one of the more worldly. The drill sergeants shocked him. They screamed their orders and punctuated every sentence with profanity. Far from home and lonely, his resolve to not marry before the end of the war softened.
Finally, we decided, why wait? So we got married at the end of primary training. I hitchhiked home to Mitchell, South Dakota. My father presided at the wedding ceremony. That night, we went back to the flying field in Muskogee, Oklahoma. We sat up all night on a troop train.
Through flight training, George and Eleanor saw little of each other. McGovern moved from base to base as his father had moved from church to church. Eleanor tagged behind. When he got his pilot's wings, she was there to pin them on. And when he faced the decision of what kind of pilot he wanted to be, Eleanor helped him make that decision.
We had a choice of either becoming fighter pilots or combat bomber pilots. I chose the bombers. Somehow those big 4-engine birds that I'd seen fly over South Dakota a few times captured my fancy. And I decided that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I became.
There was something about the big, lumbering B-24s that reassured McGovern. It was as difficult to fly as the South Dakota prairie had been to farm, as demanding of its pilots as his father had been of his son. The serious, earnest personality he developed in Depression-era South Dakota turned out to be exactly the personality a bomber pilot needs.
McGovern's approach to flying was very much his approach to life. He was very cautious, he was very methodical, and he made sure that all the I's were dotted and all the T's were crossed.
The disastrous losses of pilots, crews, and planes over Europe had thinned the Air Corps' ranks to the point where training schedules were shortened. In September 1944, McGovern said goodbye to his pregnant wife and went off to war. He arrived in Cerignola, Italy, then 6 weeks later flew his first mission. At the time, AAF policy was that pilots had to fly 5 missions as co-pilot before they took command of their own aircraft, and then 30 more before being rotated home. McGovern's first mission aborted as the bomber approached the cloud-shrouded target. In his second mission, over a rail yard in Hungary, he encountered nightmarish flak, but came out unscathed. The third mission was a milk run, and the fourth again featured heavy flak. On his fifth mission, his last as a co-pilot, he dropped bombs on Ziln, Czechoslovakia. He knew on his next mission he'd take off as captain of his own crew, and he knew that he had to complete 35 missions before he'd get back home.
I didn't know that half of the bombers, the B-24s that I was flying with, never completed their missions. The crews went down sometime during the missions. In fact, the average crew never got beyond 17 missions. You were only half through at 17 missions. You had to fly another 18 after that. I'm glad I didn't know that at the time.
After flying his first 5 combat missions as a co-pilot, Lieutenant George McGovern reunited with his own crew. He named his plane the Dakota Queen in honor of Eleanor, his pregnant wife. And on December 6, 1944, he lifted off for a rail marshalling yard in Austria. To McGovern, the plane seemed heavier, harder to maneuver on the taxiways than it had before, and he was very aware that the young men in his crew were now his responsibility.
He was dealing with kids 20, 21, 22. He himself was 22 years old, but he had a much broader and more mature understanding of the fact that the lives of his crew members were in his hands.
The planes ended up dropping their bombs in the Adriatic Sea after clouds obscured their target. It counted against the total of 35 missions needed to rotate home, despite the fact they had encountered no enemy. A week later, McGovern received word that his father had died while pheasant hunting back in South Dakota. McGovern's commanding officer offered to take him off the next day's mission, but McGovern insisted that he would go. If his crew was going, he felt he belonged with them. On that mission, his 7th, McGovern and his crew learned what combat was really all about.
On the 7th, a shell exploded ahead of the nose of our airplane. A piece of shrapnel about that size tore through the middle of that windshield and struck a large steel girder just over the head of the co-pilot sitting on my right and myself. This girder was across our head. It smashed into that girder and fell on the floor in front of the engineer who was standing up between the two of us. It could have taken off the head of either the co-pilot or mine if it had been 8 or 10 inches left or right, or the engineer if it had been 8 or 10 inches lower. From that time on, I knew we were in war.
The air at 25,000 feet was freezing cold, and McGovern struggled to keep his plane in formation. He wrestled the Dakota Queen down. Noticed he had proved something to them by getting them home safely. Every few days after that, McGovern and the Dakota Queen crew would take off on another mission. Some were milk runs, relatively easy journeys with a minimum of enemy resistance. Others were nightmarish flights into dark clouds of flak, epic journeys that took the preacher's son into what seemed almost an Old Testament hell. And he knew that down on the ground, he was killing people.
Sherman said, war is hell. It is hell. It's hell on the civilians, it's hell on the soldiers. So you can't brood about that too much or you'd lose your sanity. And I didn't brood about it. I thought about winning the war, knocking the Nazis out of the war, and that's what you concentrated on, winning.
There was, however, one incident in the war that ate at McGovern for years. On a mission to the Scotia Ammunition Works in Czechoslovakia, a 500-pound bomb lodged in the bay of the Dakota Queen. McGovern knew the plane couldn't land with the bomb hanging precariously beneath it.
Well, they kept working on it, and we came down quite a few thousand feet, and right at high noon, it broke loose just over the Austria-Italian border. And it was a clear day, and you could see what happened. It hit right in the middle of a little Austrian farmyard. People that doubtless thought they were safely out of the war zone.
McGovern, convinced that he'd wiped out a farm family just like the hundreds of farm families he knew back in South Dakota, flew the Dakota Queen back to base and landed it safely. Back at the base, he learned that his wife had given birth to his first child.
And I thought, gosh, Eleanor and I have brought a new child into the world. She's 5,000 miles away, of course, back in South Dakota. The same day I probably killed somebody else's children. It was a bad scene.
He flew more missions. On one, he blew a tire during takeoff, went ahead to the target, dropped his bombs, and executed an almost perfect landing on the blown tire.
There was a saying, it probably doesn't make any sense, but we used to say, if it has your name on it, you're going to get it. If it doesn't, you're okay. And we always thought it didn't have our name on it.
McGovern's crew developed an enormous amount of respect for the young skipper.
One of the reasons that his crews were so happy with him was because he was very serious and mature in his approach to flying, and they could depend on him to do everything within his power to get them back alive.
More than once, McGovern offered his crew the opportunity to bail out rather than land with him in a badly damaged aircraft. None of his crew members ever took him up on the offer. Eventually, McGovern and his crew worked their way to their last mission.
We knew the United States was going to win the war, and I didn't feel any special fear about that 35th mission. I have to tell you, it was probably the worst mission of the war for us.
The mission was to Linz, the same railroad marshaling yards where flak had knocked the windshield out of the Dakota Queen. Now it was over Linz where McGovern's combat career would end. As the formation of B-24s approached the city, German 88s started firing in front of the planes. By fixing their guns on the box the planes would have to fly through to hit their targets, the Germans challenged the courage of the Allied pilots. They could see the black flak cloud ahead of them, and they knew that they could avoid it by turning away. McGovern didn't waver.
That was the one where we got over 100 holes torn in the fuselage of that big airplane. We came back without any brakes. The hydraulic system was shot out. We had no flaps to slow the landing speed. We couldn't put the gear down automatically. We had to crank it down laboriously by hand. And then we had this riddled old tub that we somehow had to keep together until we got to the landing field.
With no brakes, McGovern ordered his crew to attach parachutes to the yoke supporting the waist guns. He had them tend to the waist gunner, who had a hunk of flak lodged deep in one leg. When he contacted the tower, they were surprised to hear from him. The Dakota Queen had already been listed as missing in action. When the plane touched the runway, crewmen threw the chutes out the windows to slow it down. It still ran past the end of the runway. They carried their wounded crewmate out to the ambulance themselves.
We were 10 men who knew our lives depended on teamwork and on the proficiency of the other members of the crew.
McGovern returned home to his wife, to his new baby, and to the grave of his father. He returned to college on the GI Bill and eventually went into politics. Like a lot of veterans of World War II, he was never comfortable talking about his experience in battle. Even in the heat of the 1972 presidential election, when the anti-Vietnam War McGovern was labeled a coward by political opponents, he declined to capitalize on his 35 combat missions. And then, late in his life, his courage was challenged again when his daughter Terry died of alcoholism.
Terry McGovern was a wonderful young woman, a delightful, intelligent, humane, compassionate, witty person.
And after years in and out of alcohol treatment programs, she froze to death in an alley after a drinking binge.
I've always hoped that in God's good time, that someday I'll learn why Terry died. I think I know the reasons. I think she was overcome by a malady she couldn't surpass. That test to her was more difficult than overcoming German anti-aircraft fire in World War II. And she went down.
McGovern learned that courage takes many forms. He saw his daughter's courage in fighting her illness and came to appreciate more his wife's courage in starting their family while he was flying in combat. One night, while appearing on German television, he told the story of the accidental bombing of the Austrian farm and how the vision of random and horrible death had agonized him over the years. It was a powerful story, one that was not easy for McGovern to tell.
That night, an old Austrian farmer called the television station and said, "Tell the American senator who was on television tonight that that was my farm. I know because it was right at high noon. It was right in the area where he said, but we saw that lone bomber coming, and we got our family out of the house. We hid in a ditch. Nobody was hurt. And furthermore, I hated Adolf Hitler. So if bombing my farm ended that war 1 minute earlier, tell the senator not to worry about it."
She was working as a clerk at a Douglas aviation factory near Chicago when a test pilot invited her to go flying. Looking down over the city, she fell in love with flight. A year later, she heard that the legendary Jackie Cochran was coming to town to interview women interested in training to fly military aircraft. She applied, passed the physical, and endured the same training as any other flight cadet. As one of the WASPs, the Women's Air Service pilots, she flew 7 days a week through an intense political firestorm that swirled around her and her colleagues. The question was whether women had a place in military aviation, and her career and the career of hundreds of other WASPs answered in the affirmative. She is Lorraine Zillner Rogers. Lorraine Zillner was born in Chicago on September 11, 1920. Her mother was a homemaker, her father an accountant. She was an active girl, always playing outside, and the only thing that seemed to bring her to a halt was an airplane passing overhead.
The planes from Chicago Municipal used to fly over the house. And when I'd be out in the yard gardening or doing any of those things outside, I'd hear them and look up, wonder where they were going, why. How did that plane stay up there? It was so big.
After graduating from the University of Illinois, she returned to Chicago and took a job with the Austin Company, which was building a new factory for Douglas Aviation on what would eventually become O'Hare Field. When the factory was complete, Zillner transferred to Douglas, and one day a test pilot asked her if she'd like to go up for a ride. She jumped at the chance and was, she knew, hooked on aviation.
So every weekend, I took my earnings and went right out to the local airport, little teeny 2x4 grass runways, and I spent my entire salary on lessons.
One day out on the flight line, she heard that the Army was starting a new program that would train female pilots to fly military aircraft.
The WASP program was the brainchild of aviatrix Jackie Cochran, who about 1939 came to the conclusion that a lot of people in the United States had, which was that ultimately America would be involved in the war in Europe.
Cochran grew up in poverty in Florida, founded a highly successful cosmetics firm, and learned to fly as a way of staying in touch with her far-flung businesses. She had become a famous air racer, breaking dozens of flight records.
She was a very generous lady, but I sort of classed her. She couldn't stand tranquility and complacency, like if you were at a dinner table of say, 12 people and she was in charge. I don't think she could stand everybody being happy and joyful. She'd have to generate some explosion or something like that to kind of break it up, and that's the way she was. And she was a very aggressive gal, and basically when she wanted to do something, she did it. You didn't want to get between her and it.
Soon after winning the Bendix Trophy in 1938, Cochran formulated an idea for a military corps of women that would take over the non-combat flight roles that had always been reserved exclusively for men. Politically astute, Cochran took that idea to First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, explaining that the WASP, as they came to be known, would free up hundreds of male pilots for combat. Mrs. Roosevelt referred Cochran to General Hap Arnold, who suggested that she have a look at England's Air Transport Auxiliary, which used women to ferry airplanes around Great Britain. His suggestion was more political than heartfelt. He knew full well the firestorm that would result from letting female pilots into the Army Air Force and wanted nothing to do with it. Cochran, however, went ahead to England, saw how successful the British program was, and returned to the United States with a formal plan to create a branch of the Army Air Force for women. She wanted her group to be organized as military pilots, to be trained in strategy and tactics, and to take on more than just plain ferrying responsibilities. Arnold suggested instead that she put together a volunteer group of 25 American women to go to Great Britain and fly there. While Cochran was out of the country, the Army instituted an alternative plan to use women as pilots. The alternative had been put forward by Nancy Love, a polished former student at Vassar who'd married a Boston aircraft manufacturer. Love was an interesting counterpoint to Cochran. She was diplomatic, where Cochran was brash, and she was less concerned with creating a new women's branch of the Air Force than she was with just getting women flying. Her plan landed on the desk of the Ferrying Command, just as it was beginning its search for experienced pilots. And in September of 1942, the Army Air Force created the Women's Auxiliary Ferrying Squadron with 27 female pilots and Nancy Love as director. When Cochran returned from England, she quite predictably hit the ceiling.
Jackie's approach, both with the WASP program and personally, was to be very competitive, very driven. Nancy Love was a little more laid back, a little more refined, and their programs, I think, each reflected their respective personalities.
Cochran's personality dominated the decision-making process. And in the end, she got command of a new program, the Women's Air Force Service Pilots. When the smoke cleared, Nancy Love ended up working for Jackie Cochran. And so it was Jackie Cochran who arrived in Chicago to recruit female pilots to the war effort. And it was Jackie Cochran who met with the bright-eyed, fresh-faced Lorraine Zillner.
Well, I was in total awe of the woman because she was world famous. Had broken every speed record. I mean, just unbelievable.
A month after meeting with Cochran, Zillner reported for her physical at Fort Sheridan outside Chicago. No one at Fort Sheridan had ever heard of a female pilot, and she spent much of the day showing her orders to disbelieving officers. When she finally reached the doctor's office, the medical staff seemed stymied. They'd never given an Army physical to a woman before and had no idea where to start. Lorraine Zillner and hundreds of other female pilots across the country were getting their first lesson about life and what it would be like in the Army. Sweetwater, Texas, where the Women's Air Force Service pilots set up their training, was like most places where the Air Force conducts its training, dusty, isolated, almost forgotten. But in 1943, when Lorraine Zillner arrived at Avenger Field in Sweetwater, it seemed like the most exciting place in the world. She was surrounded by women like herself, pilots who were so thrilled by the opportunity that they were not discouraged when the Army required them to pay their own way to training.
Then we were assigned our flight gear, which was pathetic, because we got all the hand-me-downs from the men. And my last name started with a Z, and I was always last in line, one of the shortest in the class, and I got a 48 long man's flight suit. The crotch came to my knees, and we all put these things on, and we were just, you know, it was unbelievable.
Together, the brand new WASP tightened their belts, rolled up their sleeves, and pulled and tucked themselves into their new uniforms. They were being paid $150 a month to fly, and that seemed like a pretty good deal, even if the Army was charging them $1.65 a day for room and board.
The women ranged in skill and knowledge very much the same way their male counterparts did. Some of them were extremely good and had a lifelong affiliation with aviation. Some of them had come into it fairly recently and were still developing the necessary skills and understanding of how aircraft worked.
Cochran knew that her WASP had to meet the same training standards as any other military pilots. But she also knew that if the WASP program itself was going to pass muster, her pilots had to be personally above reproach. She had chosen her group from more than 25,000 applicants and eventually brought more than 1,800 to Sweetwater. Those who were selected were chosen as much for their personal deportment as they were for their potential as pilots. Male pilots, Cochran knew, could drink and carouse all they wanted, but females had to behave themselves.
She was very stern, strict. As a matter of fact, at Sweetwater, she was so strict, we she really laid down the law as to what we could do and couldn't do.
Zillner loved the flying, and like the other WASP in training, wanted to do nothing to put the program at risk.
I always sang when I flew. I truly was, I was happy up there. And I'd sing. I wouldn't dare sing anyplace else, but I was up there all alone. I could sing to my heart's content. And, it's wonderful.
She sang through basic, advanced, instrument, and night flight training. Down in the classroom, she studied the physics of flight, mathematics, meteorology, and Morse code. She learned to take apart, repair, and reassemble aircraft engines. After each segment of training, she was tested by regular Army check pilots, and she passed her tests with flying colors. She was just beginning to feel like a real pilot when, flying one afternoon out over the Texas prairie, she got into trouble.
Suddenly the plane just flipped over upside down and went into an inverted spin. I worked with it. I did everything that we had ever been taught. Nothing made any effect on the plane. And then when I looked out and saw how close I was getting to the ground, I knew I had to get out.
She struggled with the canopy, but managed to get herself out of the plane, barely feeling the thump as the plane's tail hit her leg. Her parachute opened perfectly, and she fluttered down to the ground.
So I'm laying there and I'm thinking, am I alive? Am I dead? Where am I? And suddenly I heard galloping of horses. And I thought, oh, I'm in Texas. Of course, I'm in Texas. And up come these horses, and two cowboys jump off of their horses and came running over. And one of them unzipped my leather jacket and opened my tie, and the other one pulled my helmet off, and all my long hair fell down. And he said, "My gosh, it's a little girl."
One of the first women to destroy a government aircraft, she was sure that her career was over.
I went back to my quarters, and I just sat there, and I thought, oh, this is it, start packing. And all of a sudden, I heard my name on the loudspeaker system. Lorraine Zillner, report to the flight line. And I thought, oh. So I went down the flight line. There's my instructor sitting there. And he said, come on, we're going up.
Zillner put on her misfit flight suit and climbed into the cockpit. An investigation showed that someone had cut her plane's control cables, attempting to kill her for the high crime of being a female pilot. The saboteur was never found. But that day, it didn't much matter. She was back in the air, flying, and the pilots around her, male and female, understood that what was more important to her than anything else was to get back up into the clear Texas sky. If back in Washington, there was still debate about whether it was proper for women to fly, in Sweetwater, Texas, it was clear that Zillner had earned her wings. General Hap Arnold himself pinned Lorraine Zillner's pilot's wings on her. The graduation ceremony at Sweetwater was bittersweet. The Wasp had succeeded in learning to fly the military way, but now they were going to be scattered out around the country to more than 100 different bases. The Army Air Force assigned Zillner to the 5th Ferrying Group at Love Field in Dallas. The war was raging around the world, and newly manufactured aircraft were desperately needed at all theaters, so the work was unrelenting.
We would pick up our orders in the morning at our squadron commander would give to us, and we would, by ourselves, just take off and go to whatever factory the plane was coming from. And we would get there, and as the plane came off the assembly line, we would take it up and test it and put it through its paces, and if everything was all right, which obviously it was, we would take it down and accept it for the Army Air Forces, Air Corps, and ferry it to its destination, which was either a base where they were training or to its point of embarkation.
Zillner traveled all over the country, flying all kinds of aircraft. She and the other Wasps worked 7 days a week for weeks on end. always either flying or in transit to fly. And everywhere they went, they faced the same surprised looks.
In those days, I mean, we'd hop out of planes and the crewmen would come up and we'd take off our helmets and down would come this long hair. They'd stand there. They didn't know whether to talk to us or call for the MPs.
There was a certain amount of animosity between the male pilots and the women of the WASP. We were not as enlightened as a society as we are today, and a lot of the men, A, felt threatened by the concept of a woman who might be as good or better in the cockpit, and B, of course, a lot of them felt that women simply weren't competent to be doing that kind of work.
As the WASP got more ingrained in the Air Force, two things happened. On the flight lines, they earned a grudging respect. They were, after all, muscling heavy, difficult-to-fly aircraft around the country without apparent difficulty. But back in Washington, their success seemed to create more rather than less controversy. Jackie Cochran's insistence that the WASP be treated as military pilots rankled many of the powerful men who controlled the military's purse strings. As Cochran pushed harder and harder to get the WASP the same standing that male pilots had, the politics of the situation grew more starkly divided. They flew the same non-combat missions as male pilots, not only ferrying planes, but also pulling live fire targets through the air, a mission almost as dangerous as combat itself. They helped train bombardiers and other flight crew members, and they died at the same rate as their male counterparts while pushing badly needed aircraft through bad weather to where they were needed. Their dedication never came under question, but they were nonetheless paid less than men doing the same job and had no access to military life insurance. They weren't eligible for promotion, which meant that their $250 a month salary would never rise. Congress, in a fit of pique, even banned the WASP from flying outside the boundaries of the United States, which meant they couldn't ferry planes overseas or even to and from factories and bases in Canada. In June 1944, Congress considered a bill that would have made the WASP full-fledged members of the United States Army. During the debate, one representative pointed out that the WASP had exceeded the expectations of even their most fervent proponents, that their service was remarkable by any standard. Congress remained unmoved and voted not to give the WASP full military status.
38 of our women were killed. And, you know, when their remains were sent home and buried at their family's expense. We went to Texas at our own expense. Their burials were at their family's expense, and the families couldn't even hang a star, the gold star, in their window. And it wasn't even at the funeral, no military honors, nothing, no recognition at all.
After months of ferrying aircraft, a badly burned-out Zillner was transferred to Waco Army Base, a basic flight school for male cadets. For the next few months, she flew as a maintenance test pilot, making sure that planes that had been repaired were safe enough for the men to fly. She was there late in 1944 when the Army Air Force brought the WASP experiment to an end. The WASP were mustered out of an Air Force they had never really been in. Not unexpectedly, they paid their own way home. Zillner returned to Chicago and got a job in the operations department at Glenview Naval Air Station. There, she met her husband, Captain George Rogers, a Navy fighter who had returned from the war wounded. They married, had 4 children, and for the next 30 years, she followed his career, moving from place to place as the Navy assigned him to different air groups. There were quiet as the drumbeat built, it became clear that it was not coming from just the WASP themselves. The generation of women behind them many of whom had sought careers in both civil and military aviation, wanted the WASP to get their due. At public appearances, reunions, and civic functions, Lorraine Zillner Rogers and the other WASP found themselves on the receiving end of unsolicited standing ovations. In 1977, Senator Barry Goldwater introduced into Congress a bill that would recognize the WASP as having been a real part of the Allied victory in World War II. The bill gave the WASP honorable discharges from the Army Air Force, granted them the full status and benefits afforded other military veterans, and recognized that their actions in wartime had been courageous and determined.
We were the first women pilots to fly military aircraft. And as a result, we opened the doors for today's women military pilots, women airline pilots, women corporate pilots, women astronauts. We opened the doors for them. And every time we come in contact with any of them, they always say, thank you.
He was a fighter pilot whose heroism was grounded in his study of Epictetus the Stoic. He fired the first shots of the Vietnam War and flew more than 200 combat missions. As the senior officer in a Hanoi POW camp, he saw his role as nothing less than the recreation of Western civilization in the torturous, predatory prison environment. He retired as the only three-star officer in the history of the Navy to wear both pilot's wings and the Medal of Honor. He then served as a college president, published regularly on classical philosophy, and even ran for vice president. He is Admiral James Bond Stockdale, and he is a legend of air power. Stockdale was born 2 days before Christmas in 1923 in Galesburg, Illinois. He was the only child of Mabel and Vernon Stockdale, who lived on a small farm outside town 50 miles west of Peoria. His mother was a schoolteacher who demanded excellence in the classroom and signed her son up for seemingly every extracurricular activity available. He took piano lessons and acted in plays his mother staged at the Daughters of the Revolution Hall. His father was a part-time farmer and full-time supervisor at a local pottery company. A Navy veteran of World War I, Vernon Stockdale pushed his son toward the Naval Academy from a very early age. When Jim was 12, his father took him to see Admiral Richard Byrd, recently returned from his daring exploration of the South Pole. Jim was impressed by Byrd's sparkling white uniform and confident bearing. The autographed picture sealed the deal. The Naval Academy became James Stockdale's goal. He got in and attended during World War II. Arguably, the most important event of his 4 years at Annapolis took place during his senior year. On Easter weekend, Stockdale went out on a blind date with Sybil Bailey, a schoolteacher from East Haven, Connecticut. The two became a couple, inseparable and bonded for life. Years later, Sybil summed up their relationship this way: "We wouldn't be comfortable if not together." They married after James graduated from Annapolis. Stockdale went to flight school and did his first tour as a pilot flying anti-submarine duty in Grumman Avengers. There aren't many flight duties duller than flying submarine patrol in peacetime, but Stockdale's skills as a pilot were obviously outstanding. Stockdale was considering leaving the Navy and pursuing a career as a mining engineer until he toured the Mediterranean on an aircraft carrier. The order of shipboard life, the camaraderie among the pilots, after the tour, he couldn't imagine himself in any other life. He decided to make the Navy his career. He earned admission to Navy Test Pilot School at Patuxent River, Maryland. At Pats River, he was outstanding, not just in flight, but in the classroom. He helped tutor other outstanding young pilots through the classroom portion of the training. Future astronaut John Glenn, for example, learned physics and astronomy from Stockdale. He went from Pax River to Stanford University. He went as a naval officer studying international relations, a subject of considerable importance in the Cold War. Stockdale saw his education in larger terms, however. His interest, he said, was in moral philosophy. He studied Socrates, Hume, and Mill, and steeped himself in what he described as literature with moral overtones: Shakespeare, Dostoevsky, Camus. It was at Stanford where he was first introduced to the Stoic philosopher Epictetus. Born a slave in 55 AD, Epictetus believed that there is ultimately only one thing that belongs to a human being, and that is his will or purpose. Stockdale, a young military pilot raised to excellence and a sense of duty, absorbed Epictetus to the fiber of his being.
Stockdale is actually one of the most brilliant people of the period in the Navy. He went to Stanford and received an MA in philosophy. He wanted to go on and get a PhD, but he had a choice of either getting a PhD and becoming a professor at the Naval Academy or going on and becoming a commander.
He graduated from Stanford in 1962 and returned to active duty as executive officer of VF-51, flying the F-8 Crusader, an attack fighter capable of flying more than 1,000 miles an hour. He was an outstanding officer and pilot and was quickly promoted to Air Group Commander. A sea aboard the USS Ticonderoga, he and his men set sail for Southeast Asia. While most of the people back home knew almost nothing of what was happening in Southeast Asia, it was quickly becoming the hottest hot spot in the Cold War. The French had abandoned a former colony called Vietnam, and in the power vacuum that was left behind, different factions vied for control. A communist insurgency from the north, fighting with the help of Soviet and communist Chinese trainers and equipment, seemed ready to take over the whole country. Back in the United States, President Lyndon Johnson and his cabinet believed that if Vietnam fell to the communists, so would other countries in the region. Operating under what was called the domino theory, Johnson surrounded the area with American warships, including several aircraft carriers, in an effort to put pressure on the communists to pull back. No sooner had Captain James Stockdale and his air group arrived in the area than they were reassigned to the USS Constellation to fly secret missions over one of Vietnam's neighbors, the country of Laos. Stockdale and his men spent 2 months escorting reconnaissance aircraft and flying the occasional highly classified bombing run. While it was not at that time a shooting war, the situation was enormously tense. Stockdale himself felt that war was inevitable. Back on the Ticonderoga, it seemed obvious that both sides were spoiling for a fight. The Americans had deployed destroyers to the Gulf of Tonkin on what were called DeSoto patrols. These were intelligence missions close to shore, designed as much to provoke the North Vietnamese as to gather information. The North Vietnamese, for their part, were running a fleet of tiny, high-speed PT boats. The boats darted out of hiding places along the shore, harassed American warships in international waters, and then just as quickly disappeared. The results of the DeSoto patrols were predictable. American boats every day. anything could be called an actual battle. In early August 1964, the situation seemed about ready to boil over. For several days, there had been skirmishes up and down the coast. American intelligence warned against a possible attack on the USS Maddox that might include packing the PT boats with explosives and ramming the destroyer. In a skirmish on August 2nd, the Maddox had been hit by a North Vietnamese 14.5 millimeter shell. The shot caused little damage, but seemed to set Lyndon Johnson off. In a tough re-election campaign against staunch anti-communist Barry Goldwater, Johnson sent a message to North Vietnam through diplomatic channels. Johnson said, basically, that he would assume the shot that hit the Maddox had been a mistake, but that the next shot would be an invitation for reprisal. On August 4th, the Maddox returned to its DeSoto patrol, accompanied by a second destroyer, the USS Turner Joy. Stockdale was in the pilot ready room when word came by radio of a pitched battle. The destroyers were reporting a significant attack and were firing in their own defense. Stockdale scrambled to his Crusader and, along with 3 other aircraft, launched toward the battle. He was there in minutes, looked down at the ocean surface and saw nothing. The Maddox and the Turner Joy were firing all right, but Stockdale could see nothing to fire at. No PT boats, no wakes, no flaming wreckage. In the after-action report, everyone seemed to agree that nothing had happened. But back in Washington, Lyndon Johnson received reports of a brazen attack on American interests. He ordered a reprisal, and the next morning, James Stockdale took 16 aircraft loaded with Zuni missiles and led an attack on oil storage tanks at Vinh City on the North Vietnamese coast. Stockdale led the way, swooping out of the sky in a perfectly executed surprise attack. The Zunis ignited the oil tanks, destroying the facility. All of Stockdale's aircraft returned safely to the Ticonderoga. James Stockdale, who could have been teaching at the Naval Academy if he'd wanted to, had just fired the first shots of the Vietnam War. James Stockdale fired the first shots of the Vietnam War in response to an attack that he didn't believe had occurred. He said later that he had started the war under false pretenses, but he also knew that he hadn't started the war at all. That credit belonged to President Lyndon Johnson. But no matter who started the war, it was Stockdale who was on the front lines, and it was his duty to fight as well as he possibly could. It was a new war, and no one knew how it was going to be fought. It seemed as if every experience was new, as if every day brought challenges that were not covered in training. In those early days, the pilots simply flew as many missions as they could stand and hoped they were having an impact. They flew under increasingly difficult terms of engagement, and every passing day seemed to bring new restrictions from Washington. Stockdale flew all the missions he could stand. On one, he had the canopy of his plane shot off and had to ditch in the Gulf of Tonkin. Stockdale served his time and rotated home, but signed up for a second tour of duty. After a couple of months of training, he returned as wing commander on the USS Oriskany. On September 9th, 1965, Stockdale strapped into an A-4 Skyhawk for his 202nd combat mission. The weather was bad, the low overcast that was frustratingly familiar to Navy pilots in Vietnam. There was doubt about whether the mission would launch, but it did. On the way to the target, Stockdale passed over the scorched remains of the oil storage yard he had bombed exactly 400 days before. Stockdale and his flight approached the rail yard that was their target. They dropped their bombs and banked away toward the safety of the ocean. He thought he'd made it when he heard the sound of a 57 millimeter anti-aircraft gun below him. He ejected over a small village. The villagers descended on him wielding clubs and fists. They beat him unmercifully, and his wingmen circled helplessly above. By the time communist authorities arrived, he had a broken shoulder, a broken leg, and cuts and bruises all over his body. He had no idea of what was going to happen to him. The North Vietnamese transported Stockdale to Hoa Loa prison in Hanoi. Built by the French while Vietnam was a colony, the prison was dank and cramped, closer to a medieval dungeon than a modern prison. Ruled by sadistic communist apparatchiks and populated by a small community of American flyers, Stockdale arrived as the highest-ranking officer. He was badly injured with no prospect of medical attention, thousands of miles from home and surrounded by men in not much better condition than himself, and they were looking to him for leadership. Stockdale remembered something he had learned in grad school, something he had been told by one of his professors. Being an educated person means that, given the necessity, you could refound your own civilization. In his first few days in the North Vietnamese prison, Stockdale realized that he had descended into a world where Western civilization as he knew it did not exist. His job, he decided, was not merely to survive. It was to refound Western civilization in what amounted to a tiny North Vietnamese dark age.
Here's a fellow who studied for years advanced education, and he knew he could quote these philosophers, the Russian philosophers, who had gone through this incarceration in the Soviet Empire, and who they wrote and things, and he knew it. So he had a sense of what it was that carried them through, and he applied those principles to our policies and guidance.
Stockdale's war didn't end when he was taken prisoner. It began. He began, in small ways, to organize the prisoners, to order their lives in a way that Stoic philosopher Epictetus would understand. Because of Stockdale's philosophical approach, the prisoners' lives stopped being about animal survival and started being about resisting the North Vietnamese by not abandoning what they held dear. When the severely injured James Stockdale arrived in Hanoi, he was one of only 3 Americans held in the section of Hoa Loa prison known as the Big Wallow. The rest of the facility was filled mostly with Vietnamese political criminals, male and female. The guards reminded Stockdale of teachers in an 18th century schoolhouse, bent on beating the devil out of their charges. The guards had it down to a routine, developed in their long years of re-educating politically wayward civilians. They'd beat the prisoners, gather them for self-criticism, and then watch as their prisoners chattered on about their antisocial crimes in an effort to avoid another beating. The Americans from the first didn't play that game. They tried to answer every question with name, rank, and serial number. And when they had been beaten and tortured badly enough, they eventually gave in and divulged some fact, and the beatings would stop. And then the prisoner would inevitably be filled with guilt. He had violated the code of conduct and had betrayed the expectations of his fellow prisoners. Stockdale came to Hoa Loa armed not simply with the uniform code, but with the teachings of Epictetus. He knew that under severe torture, no one could control what they said. So he changed the rules. Stockdale, as he recovered, led the prisoners in creating a new code of conduct. Unlike the code they had learned in their training, it didn't focus on what the men told their torturers. Rather, it gave them the room to take pride in what they had endured before they had succumbed. That allowed the POWs to survive without feeling they had failed. And it created a system where the endurance of torture was a source of pride, not shame. Stockdale led his men by example, indulging in tiny acts of disobedience, no matter what the consequences. He was like nothing the North Vietnamese had ever confronted. When guards misquoted Lenin, Stockdale corrected them. When he detected in the speech of one a reference to the works of Plato, he engaged the guard in a prolonged debate about human nature. He helped the prisoners build a microcosm of Western civilization under the most dire circumstances. They built a community that sustained itself with its own rules and laws. They named their torture ironically as the Alcatraz Gang. They became a living, breathing affront to everything the communists believed about humanity and decadent Americans. Utterly powerless, the POWs somehow maintained a kind of control over their destiny. When a prisoner took sick, Stockdale organized a hunger strike. The North Vietnamese, confronted with the prospect of hundreds of dead POWs, brought in a doctor. When they tried to use Stockdale in propaganda, he beat himself with a stool so that he could not be photographed. He gargled with lye rather than talk with his tormentors.
One night they got mad and came charging down the hall, popped the door open. I barely got off the bunk before they got in the room, and Jim barely got up on his feet. And this Vietnamese second lieutenant walks in, or really storms in with a guard. And as he walked up to Jim, Jim decked him. And I thought, man, we're in trouble. And we were.
The more the North Vietnamese pressured the POWs, the more the POWs were able to endure. The communists threw Stockdale and other leaders into solitary confinement, sometimes for years at a time, in an effort to decapitate the resistance. It did nothing of the sort. Stockdale and the others had built a self-sustaining civilization in their prison. To break the isolation of solitary confinement, Stockdale introduced a code that would allow them to communicate even in isolation. He got the idea for the famous tap code from a 2nd century historian who dabbled in cryptography. Soon, even those in solitary confinement could communicate with other members of their community. In late 1969, after he'd been in Hoa Loa for more than 4 years, the North Vietnamese decided that the key to breaking the American prisoners was breaking Stockdale. One of his captors said before leaving for the night, "Tomorrow, we will bring you down." They put Stockdale in leg irons, ropes constricting his arms behind him. They left him alone, assuming that he would spend the night fearing what would happen the next day. Stockdale stretched his bonds enough to get his hands on a broken piece of glass. Working it around, he slashed his own wrists and nearly bled to death. The act convinced the North Vietnamese that it was hopeless. Stockdale, and by extension all the American prisoners, would rather die than submit. The beating stopped. The prison commander who had instigated much of the torture was replaced. For 3 more years, the POWs endured internment in what came to be known as the Hanoi Hilton. They returned home heroes, victors in a war that their country had not won. Stockdale received the Medal of Honor for his service in Hoa Loa prison. He returned to his wife and children, and after his retirement, to decades of productive writing and study. He served as president of the Citadel, ran for vice president of the United States, and returned to Stanford as a professor. Years later, he wrote, "Was I a victim? Not when I became fully engaged, got into the life of unity with comrades, helping others, and being encouraged by them."
I think they could have gotten through without Stockdale. I don't think they would have gotten through as well without James Stockdale, because he kind of set the tone of what a POW should behave like. He set the standard of conduct, and he provided one heck of a role model of what a POW should do in a time of very heavy emotional and physical obstacles.
Being a POW was, Stockdale said, the highlight of his life. It was a time, he said, when he was exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what needed to be done. was the real-life model for Tom Swift, the boy inventor and adventurer who was the stuff of dreams for young Americans in the early 1900s. He raced motorcycles and is the only person in history to hold at the same time the world speed record on both land and in the air. He turned aviation into a viable business, and his success so infuriated Orville and Wilbur Wright that they sued him for patent infringement. The suit barely slowed him down. By the time he'd retired, he'd manufactured more aircraft than anyone in the world. He is Glenn Curtiss, and he is a legend of air power. Glenn Hammond Curtiss was born in Hammondsport, New York on May 21st, 1878. His father and grandfather both died when he was very young, and Curtiss spent the rest of his childhood shuttling back and forth between his mother and grandmother. The two were very different.
Mother was artistic, she was flighty, she couldn't manage money, she painted, she played music, she went out ice skating, she had gentleman friends, she was an expert driver of horses. Grandma was very hardworking, very practical, she knew how to get along with people.
He worked as a newsboy and as a delivery boy for Western Union. His bicycle, acquired in large measure as a practical money-making tool, became something else entirely to him. It became the mechanism of his escape from his mother's world.
He lived for a while in Rock Stream with his mother, but he really wanted to be with his grandmother in Hammondsport. So that was down a slope and across a valley and up the ridge and then down the other slope. Then he bicycled there, and it was speed, speed, speed that he wanted.
As a teen, he built a small business repairing and selling bicycles, but it was the speed of riding that he really loved. He became a well-known bicyclist, racing champion of the Lower Lakes region of upstate New York. Then he saw his first motorcycle. He was amazed how fast it went, and he wanted one of his own. Buying a motorcycle, of course, wasn't possible. He had little money, and motorcycles, which were an experimental technology at the time, weren't easily available. He decided to build one of his own. Curtiss converted a bicycle frame and ordered a one-cylinder engine from the Thomas Company. And when it arrived, he discovered that it was little more than a box of rough parts. There was no carburetor and few instructions. With the help of a local machine shop, he built a carburetor, put the engine together, and fastened it to the bicycle frame. When he took it out for a test, the whole town of Hammondsport turned out to see what the noise was all about.
The engine alone weighed 180 pounds, and as he was demonstrating his motorbike, he lost control of it and had to jump off before he careened into a lake.
He learned how to ride it and made enough of an impression on the people of Hammondsport that friends and local businessmen put up the money for Curtiss to go into the motorcycle business. In 1902, he opened the G.H. Curtiss Manufacturing Company, building and selling the Hercules motorcycle that he designed. He tested the motorcycles himself, pushing the speed higher and higher, and inventing technology that allowed the bikes to be lighter and more maneuverable. In 1903, he created the V-Twin, the first two-cylinder motorcycle in the United States.
He took it down to New York City, and he went into a hill climbing race and just demolished the opposition, including professional racers on chain-driven Indian motorcycles. Then he tore across town to Yonkers, jumped into a 10-mile race, won the race, set a new world speed record, and became American amateur champion, all on the same day.
His exploits inspired a series of books for young boys. The books were about Tom Swift, a boy adventurer and inventor who bore a striking resemblance to Curtiss.
Tom was a young inventor who had his own factory on the shores of Lake Carlopa in upstate New York. Well, Glenn was a young inventor who had his own factory in Yucca. York. So especially in the first few books, it's pretty clear that a lot of the immediate inspiration, anyhow, is the character of Glenn Curtiss.
While Curtiss experimented with motorcycles, on the dunes of North Carolina, Orville and Wilbur Wright were experimenting with airplanes. In late 1903, they flew, but concerned that others would steal their design, they applied for a patent and hid their plane away. All over the country, however, inventors with different visions were building and testing aircraft. Soon after the Wrights' first flight, Thomas Scott Baldwin bought a Curtiss motorcycle engine to power his dirigible, the California Aero. That transaction seems to have kindled in Curtiss an interest in aviation. He worked with Baldwin on several other designs, building lighter and lighter engines for Baldwin's blimps. He also kept building motorcycles, and in late 1906 put together a racing bike unlike anything to come before. It was massive, and his only problem now was to find someone to race against.
We went down to Ormond Beach in Florida, and he wheeled out the world's first V8 motorcycle. He put in it a V8 engine he had created for a dirigible. And the officials there said, well, Glenn, this is obviously is not a standard machine, so we can't let you race, but we will give you an official time test.
He revved the machine up, got a rolling start, and covered the mile between the starting and finish lines in just over 26 seconds. His speed, 136.36 miles per hour.
He was literally the fastest man on Earth. Not even a locomotive had ever done the mile in that short a time. And it took him another mile to come to a halt after that. So by that time, he was a pretty well-known person, at least if you were interested in speed and mechanics and things like that.
Newspapers around the world covered the astounding achievement. Glenn Curtiss, who'd fallen in love with speed while riding a bicycle to his grandmother's house, had gone faster than anyone had ever gone before. Faster even than the fastest locomotive. The only way he was going to go any faster was to do it in the air. 4 years after the Wright brothers first flew, the world of aviation was like a gold rush. Everyone wanted in, though no one knew for sure what the results were going to be. One of those suddenly interested in flying was Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone. He founded the Aerial Experiment Association, a group of aircraft experimenters willing to pool their knowledge and skills to push aviation forward. Bell bought one of Curtiss's aircraft engines for the AEA. He was so impressed by both the engine and Curtiss that he invited the motorcycle racer to join the organization. Curtiss's first impulse was to refuse Bell's offer, but after some thought, he delegated the running of his motorcycle factory to an associate and threw himself full-time into aviation. He signed on to the AEA as Director of Experimentation. While Curtiss was thrilled to be working with Bell, he quickly realized that the inventor's ideas about flight were highly impractical. Bell had spent much of his time developing a 60-foot tetrahedral kite. Curtiss, a successful businessman, saw no way that a kite would ever evolve into a viable product.
He paid attention to a number of areas. First of all, the product itself. And secondly, to the marketing of the product. For instance, let's take the airplane. Now we've got an airplane. Who's going to buy an airplane? Well, we have to market it.
Curtiss believed he could sell airplanes the same way he'd sold motorcycles, by setting records in them. If he made enough headlines, he felt, people would buy airplanes the same way they'd bought motorcycles, by asking for one just like Glenn Curtiss had. He threw himself into designing an airplane. Working with other members of the AEA, the innovations flowed fast and furious. He collaborated on the White Wing, a revolutionary airplane that introduced two critical technologies, wheeled landing gear and a way of steering more practical than the Wright brothers' patented wing warping system. The Wrights had constructed a complicated system of pulleys that pulled the aircraft's wings into different shapes to steer the plane. This wing warping was dependent on brute force, and in some cases required two people struggling with their controls to control the aircraft. Curtiss, working with other AEA engineers, developed a flight control system that required moving only small surfaces attached to the tips and edges of the wings. Those smaller surfaces came to be known as ailerons, and are virtually the same technology used on aircraft today. In 1908, he set out to gain the publicity that he felt would turn aircraft manufacturing into a business. He took his aircraft, the Junebug, out and flew it for the general public. The flight was short, exciting, and made headlines. He made the first straight-line flight of more than 1 kilometer. He became the highest-profile pilot and advocate of flight. And by 1909, he'd outgrown the AEA and set out on his own. He continued with his research, unsuccessfully testing a prototype seaplane, for example, but spent most of his time entering and winning various flying contests. His publicity-centered business strategy infuriated the Wrights, who felt he was usurping their rightful role as the leaders in aviation. They bristled every time he won another headline and fumed when he received recognition they thought should have been their own. But Curtiss kept going. He won the Scientific American Trophy for circular flight and made the first airplane flight in Canada. He became the first licensed aircraft manufacturer and sold the first private aircraft in the United States. And when he went to France to race against a Wright flyer, he set a new world airspeed record.
While he was there, the Wright brothers sued him, and they deliberately timed the suit for his presence at the meet because they wanted to send a message to everybody in the aviation community. And they were charging him with infringement of their patent. Even though his airplane was very, very different from the Wrights airplane, and in fact superior to the Wrights airplane, they claimed that their patent should be interpreted broadly.
Suddenly, Curtiss's embryonic aviation business was in trouble. Customers stopped buying planes because they were worried that the Wrights would sue them too. Legal fees ate into his capital. Desperate, Curtiss risked his life answering a newspaper's challenge to aviators. Fly from Albany, the capital of New York State, down the Hudson Valley to New York City in one day and collect a $10,000 prize. All along the route, people poured out of houses to see Curtiss's plane. They waved, ran along the roads below him, rang church bells, and blew fire whistles. The trip proved that aircraft could fly dependably between distant points. The public reaction proved Curtiss the leading aviator of his time. The $10,000 newspaper prize kept his business alive. The Wright brothers' patent infringement suit, irritating though it was, didn't slow Glenn Curtiss down. He made the first flight across Lake Erie and helped fund research on aerial gun sites. He flew the plane as a gun-wielding Army officer, fired the first shots from the air to a target on the ground. Curtiss's escapades were more than mere stunts. Militaries around the world were considering adding aircraft to their arsenals, and Curtiss wanted that business. There was, he knew, much more at stake than just a few dozen airplane orders.
Back in the very earliest days of airplaning, each manufacturer had his own unique set of cockpit controls, which meant that once you had learned, you were sort of stuck with that technology and with that manufacturer. This created some difficulties. First of all, people killed themselves trying to make the transfer.
Curtiss knew that the manufacturer that sold its planes to the emerging Army Air Corps would end up with a huge advantage over other manufacturers. The Army Air Corps would train a large pool of pilots to fly, and what they learned to fly in the Army, they would tend to fly when they... The two... his ailerons. Curtiss knew the victor would ultimately control the air.
Eventually, the Wright brothers' control became so complicated that you needed two pilots to fly the airplane. And they each had a separate set of controls and a separate set of things that they did.
The Air Corps settled on Curtiss's airplanes and bought a handful to train pilots with. Though the Wright brothers' lawsuit continued, Curtis's aircraft manufacturing business was secure. Curtis trained the first American female pilot, Blanche Stewart Scott, and himself received the first pilot's license issued in the United States. When the Navy got interested in aviation, Curtis earned the title the father of naval aviation by inventing the technology that made naval aviation possible. Eugene Ely, a Curtis pilot in a Curtis plane, made the first takeoff from a ship near Hampton Roads, Virginia. In late 1911, Ely made the first landing on the deck of a ship in San Francisco Bay.
Ely took off from the shore, circled around, and then came in for landing on this very short deck. Fascinatingly, how they made that possible was by getting sandbags and laying them out along both sides of this makeshift deck with ropes tied between each pair of sandbag. And the very first time somebody landed on the deck of a ship, he used a tail hook and caught those ropes and slowed himself down, just as is done today. And a few minutes later, they turned the airplane around, Ely took off and landed safely ashore.
Curtis trained the first naval aviators and revived an earlier failed experiment by building an airplane that could take off and land on the water. On January 26, 1911, a Navy pilot trained by Curtis took off in the first successful seaplane flight. A few weeks later, Curtis outfitted his seaplane with retractable wheels, allowing it to land on runways. With the help of a New York boat builder, he honed the design down until his seaplane seemed little more than a boat hull with wings. Dubbed the Flying Boat, it promised to open aviation to the whole world.
We have to remember there really were no airports or flying fields or anything like that in the country, in the world back in those days. And to find a long, level field that didn't have a herd of cows or a stand of corn or a barbed wire fence on it was very difficult. So for many people, they say, well, really the water is the surface that we're going to use for landing and taking off.
In 1913, the courts ruled in favor of the Wrights, in effect granting them a patent on the concept of using any type steering system based on wing surfaces moving in opposite directions. The ruling, in effect, gave the Wrights a patent on the fundamental laws of physics. Curtis, unwilling to give up the progress he was making in flight, worked to get around the patent. He also used every legal means he could to stall because he'd just put his company to work designing an inexpensive, easily manufactured biplane that he believed would do for aviation what Ford's Model T had done for the automobile. He hired a British airplane designer, D. Douglas Thomas, and put together a team to work on the plane.
So one of the things about Curtis is he was able to bring in people who had better education and better training than he did and put them to work and keep them to work, and they enjoyed it. They thought it was a great experience to be in. And more Curtis's work became kind of getting the initial idea and then maybe making some sketches and turning it over to other people to refine.
Curtis's team worked on two competing designs, the Model N and the Model J. After several years of experiments, in 1914, Curtis combined the best aspects of the two and introduced the JN-3, which was destined to be one of the most famous aircraft of all time, the Curtiss Jenny.
Within a few months of the time that Jenny was introduced, World War I broke out in Europe. And suddenly the Europeans were in a position of having to train hundreds and then thousands of pilots. So the British placed an order with Curtis for 250 airplanes.
Though Wilbur Wright, who had been most active in pursuing the suit against Curtis, had died, the legal wrangling between Curtis and the Wright Company continued.
Really, the only thing that brought an end to the Curtiss and Wright rivalry was the advent of World War I. And at that point, the U.S. government stepped in and said, guys, we've got to build aircraft. We've all got to work together. We've got to share our ideas. We've got to share our innovations, at least for the duration of the war.
Between 1914 and 1918, Curtiss produced more than 6,000 Jennies. A whole generation of pilots, including Charles Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart, learned to fly in Jennies. And after the war, the surplus aircraft became the favorite of barnstormers around the world.
For many people, it was the first airplane they ever saw, the first airplane they ever rode in, the first airplane they ever piloted.
When the war ended, it became clear that the battle with the Wrights had taken much from Glenn Curtiss. Those around him noticed that he seemed to have lost some of his zeal for innovation. He continued to improve his aircraft. In 1919, 3 of his newest model flying boats set out to cross the Atlantic. Only one made it, the first aircraft to cross an ocean, but the other 2 protected their crews and made it safely to port. But it was also becoming clear by then that Curtiss's mind was wandering from aviation, looking for new challenges. He moved to Florida and dabbled in inventions of local impact. He designed the first streamlined travel trailer, the precursor of hundreds of thousands of recreational vehicles to come. He conceived and built the first airboat, which became a staple of transportation in Florida's Everglades. But mostly, he turned his imagination to the development of real estate. He envisioned paradise and tried repeatedly to create it from the raw material of Florida's warm sunshine and open spaces. Instead of sketching aircraft, he sketched and built whole towns. He played key roles in the development of Hialeah, Opelika, and Miami Springs, bedroom communities outside Miami. And in 1930, he received a Medal of Honor for his contribution to aviation. He accepted it gracefully, if quietly, a man nearer to the end of his life than anyone knew. He enjoyed flying as a passenger on the plane, reenacting his historic flight down the Hudson Valley.
But I think for those who are knowledgeable, most people look at that and say that in many ways Curtiss was the most significant figure of those early aviation years. Fascinatingly, like all of those early pilots, he sort of taught himself to do it. Nobody showed Glenn Curtiss how to fly, because nobody else knew.
Glenn Curtiss died in July 1930. He died in Buffalo, New York, of complications after an appendectomy.
He loved flying and he loved aviation, but I think he was partial to the concept of innovation and pushing the envelope. I think he liked to take ideas and machines and envision them not for what they are, but for what they could be.
And that, of all the things Glenn Curtiss left behind, may be his greatest legacy. He was the son of a Korean missionary who grew up in Texas. He learned to fly in the Navy, but before Pearl Harbor, resigned his commission to join the American Volunteer Group in China. As one of the legendary Flying Tigers, he shot down 12 enemy aircraft. After Pearl Harbor, the Tigers were folded into the Army Air Force. He went right along and recorded 6 more kills. He commanded the 1st American Jet Fighter Squadron, and after the war, resigned his commission in the Air Force to become, at 34, the youngest general in the history of the Air National Guard. He is David Lee Tex Hill, and he is a legend of air power. Hill, the son of a Christian missionary. When he was still a baby, his father took sick and returned to the United States to recuperate. The family lived on a farm in Virginia for 4 years, then moved to Texas.
He was called to San Antonio as the pastor of First Presbyterian Church in 1921. So we came to Texas at that time. And my dad was a big hunter and fisherman, and so from the time I was a little kid, why, he'd take me hunting and fishing.
San Antonio was, of course, one of the most active military flight centers in the world. Hundreds of Army Air Corps pilots passed through town during their training at Randolph and Kelly Fields. The pilots in training were a familiar sight around town, and were a particularly familiar sight around the Hill home.
I had a good-looking sister and a first cousin that lived with us, and these cadets at Randolph used to come around, and Kelly, they used to come around in helmet and goggles, you know, and everything. I thought that was pretty neat.
For a kid who spent his spare time making models of the airplanes he saw flying over his house every day, meeting all those pilot cadets was almost magical. Flight became an obsession with him.
So one day, a friend of mine and I, we slipped off from church and took our collection money and went out to Winburn Field, and a guy named Dick Hare took us around a pattern in an old travel era. And I was pretty much hooked from that time on.
In the 1930s, military aviation in the United States staggered along with almost no money or governmental support. Late in the decade, as the Japanese spread their empire across Asia and the Germans remilitarized and began to expand their holdings, President Franklin Roosevelt began quietly to expand American air power. New planes went into development, both bombers and fighters, what were then called pursuit craft. At the same time, the government ramped up the training of pilots. Many trained under the auspices of civilian agencies, but many others trained on Army Air Force bases, like those around San Antonio. Hill watched the influx of young pilots and vowed that he too would learn how to fly. His family sent him to military school in Chattanooga, Tennessee. The tall, gangly Texan fit in well at military school. He was well-liked and emerged as a leader among the cadets. He was not one for inspirational speeches. Instead, he led by example, and others followed. It helped that he made friends easily, a skill he learned from his father.
He always practiced being a friend to people. He said, if you want to have friends, you got to be one.
At military school, he learned the value of military discipline. He also earned a nickname. Soon after he arrived in Chattanooga, people stopped calling him David and started calling him Tex. The name followed him for the rest of his life.
He went to college at Texas A&M and then finished up at Austin. And upon graduation, he basically handed his diploma to his mom and went to enlist in the Army Air Corps. As it turns out, he was too tall. They wouldn't accept him. So he went across the street to the Navy and scrunched down, and by golly, they accepted him, and he became a naval aviator.
He moved through naval aviation training easily, a natural pilot who mastered not only aviation, but the tactics of aerial combat. He graduated from NAS Pensacola in 1939. He was assigned to a torpedo squadron aboard the USS Saratoga, and after that to a dive bomber squadron aboard the USS Ranger. He went to the Caribbean, where the Ranger sailed slowly in great sweeping circles while its pilots took off in support of mock amphibious landings on the beaches far below. Hill was flying, which was good, but even to a kid who'd grown up wanting only to be an aviator, the takeoff, circle, land cycle grew boring. All over the world, great things were happening. The Japanese were advancing in Asia. The Germans and Italians were on the move in Europe and North Africa. The Ranger returned to Norfolk, and Hill and the other pilots reported to the operations officer ashore.
And they introduced us to this Commander Irvine, and he was the recruiter for CAMCO, Central Aircraft Manufacturing Company. And so he said, pulled down this map, said this is Burma, and we didn't even know where Burma was, you know.
Commander Irvine explained that the Japanese had occupied Manchuria in 1931 and invaded China proper in 1937. The Imperial Army had backed the ragtag Chinese army into a corner. Their only resupply routes were overland from India through Burma. The Japanese had started harassing traffic along the Burma Road from the air, and the Chinese Air Force was hiring, paying 3 times as much as the Navy paid, plus a bounty on every Japanese plane shot down. The program, Irvine said, was not recognized by the United States government. It would require participants to resign their commissions in the Navy or Army and follow a circuitous route to their assigned bases. When they got there, they would fly P-40 Warhawks, an aircraft with which Hill was not familiar. Still, he decided to sign up. Commander Irvine shook his hand and disappeared, saying he'd be back in the future with a contract. Until then, he would stay in the Navy and do his duty. Soon after meeting with Commander Irvine, Hill and the Rangers shipped out to patrol the shipping lanes between North America and Great Britain. The Battle of the Atlantic had begun, and while the United States remained officially neutral, President Roosevelt had agreed to patrol the sea lanes southwest of Iceland and to report any U-boat activity to the British. It wasn't much, but until Commander Irvine reappeared, there seemed nothing better for Tex Hill to do. When Tex Hill set sail on his second tour of duty, all across the United States, young military pilots were meeting with the Chinese Air Force recruiter Hill had met. The story was the same. Not an official function. You'll have to resign your commission. We'll pay you more than you're making now. What the recruiter didn't say was that while the group of volunteers he was assembling was not officially recognized by the United States, it had the unofficial approval of President Roosevelt. The political climate in the United States was virulently anti-war. World War I, the first real appearance of American military might on the world stage, had left the country deeply scarred. The public at large believed that European and Asian wars had nothing to do with the United States. Roosevelt knew better and tried as best he could to support the nations fighting the Germans and Japanese without either violating American neutrality or getting the electorate up in arms. All over the world, he and his administration ran inconspicuous programs designed to steel the resistance to fascism. He used Lend-Lease, a program of financial aid to combatants, to give the Chinese the money they needed to buy American combat aircraft. He tacitly ordered the Army and Navy to open their ranks to Chinese pilot recruiters, but that was as far as the president could go.
So it was one thing for the United States government to want this operation to succeed, but given the circumstances, the political circumstances of the day, it was another for them to properly supply them. So they were at a disadvantage really from the get-go with outdated and outmoded equipment, and in some cases no equipment, to fight this battle.
Roosevelt assigned aircraft carriers to patrol the bulk of the North Atlantic under the guise that the trade routes between North America and Europe were American waters. In an era when everyone accepted 3 miles as the limit of a nation's claim on ocean waters, Roosevelt's doctrine was a stretch that freed up British aircraft and pilots for more pressing duties closer to home.
So when the convoys would make up, we would pull out ahead of them. We didn't know anything, you know. All we were was just another set of eyeballs. And so anything we saw, we'd call it out in the clear. And then the British would pick that up.
Hill and the other pilots stared down at 1 million square miles of open ocean in search of patrolling U-boats. They saw almost nothing and spent their days just flying back and forth across the water.
On one of my watches, we saw 2 submarines and a tender. And we reported it, and then on our next round, we would fly these, what they call a retiring search curve. And on our second round, there was nothing but oil slick debris. The tender was gone.
Give the flight turned to boredom. In March 1941, the Ranger returned to port, and the Chinese recruiter, Commander Irvine, was there waiting for it, contracts in hand. Hill signed the contract and then resigned his commission. When 3 other flyers did the same, the base commander got on a plane and flew to Washington to complain. Admiral Harold Stark, the chief of naval operations, explained that though the Chinese project was not official, it was presidentially approved. The commander returned to Norfolk an angry man.
They gave us complete discharge, Navy. I mean, they didn't want to have anything to do with us. So we were in a civilian status, of course, and we had no, our government had no jurisdiction over us.
Hill said goodbye to his family and joined the flow of pilots heading for China. They traveled in small groups so as not to attract attention and assembled for training in Toungoo, Burma. By August 1941, Hill was back in military training, this time under the command of Colonel Claire Chennault. An American-trained pilot who befriended Chinese strongmen, Chiang Kai-shek, Chennault was the operational brains of the American volunteer group. He'd conceived the project, flown with Chiang to the United States to buy the airplanes, and had set up the training base. But most importantly, Chennault created the doctrine under which the AVG would fight. Experienced with P-40s, Chennault understood the plane's limitations and taught his new Air Force how to fight around them.
In his tactical lectures, you could tell that the guy had been there and done that, you know. He just, he was the kind of guy that just exuded confidence. You could have confidence. You really knew that he knew where he was going.
Chennault organized the AVG into 3 squadrons. Hill was assigned to the 2nd, nicknamed the Panda Bears. Racing against time as the Japanese continued to advance, Hill worked fiercely to help meld his unit into a coherent whole. The pilots had flown all different aircraft on all kinds of missions, and getting them combat ready proved daunting.
The interesting thing about our operation was the fact that here General Chennault was able to take guys from different services and in a very short period of time weld them into the finest fighting outfit in the world at that time.
On December 7th, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. The British, desperate for help in Rangoon, requested a squadron of American volunteers to help defend the city. The 3rd Squadron went south to Rangoon, while the 1st and 2nd went north to Kunming in China. Kunming had recently been a target of Japanese bombers.
So when we landed in there that evening, there were dead bodies everywhere. Must have been a couple of hundred or more people, arms and legs blown off, and that's when I really knew what war was all about.
On December 20th, not even 2 weeks after the United States entered the war, the American volunteer group attacked a group of Japanese bombers heading toward Kunming. The Americans shot down 4 Japanese bombers. It was the first American attack of World War II, and it was waged by a group of unofficial warriors that only months before the government had refused to even acknowledge. The American volunteer group, christened in the American press as the Flying Tigers, altered the balance of power in China. The Japanese, seldom challenged by the Chinese Air Force, were stunned to be confronted by aggressive American pilots. Few were more aggressive than Tex Hill. He got 2 kills on January 3rd, 1942, 2 weeks after going into combat for the first time. He knocked down 2 Japanese Ki-27 Nates over the Japanese airfield at Tak, Thailand. 3 weeks later, he scored 2 more. He made ace the next day, knocking down his 5th Japanese aircraft in just over a month of combat operations. By then, the Tigers had confirmed kills of 73 Japanese aircraft and had lost only 5 of their own. The Tigers seemed to confuse the Japanese. The tactics developed by Chennault, hitting and running in the fast P-40s instead of dogfighting, gave the Japanese little chance to use their superior fighters. And the small size of the American units made the support teams on the ground nearly as mobile as the planes in the air.
They would have to go into remote, advanced airstrips and set up an operation, and of course the Japanese would know about it the day they would arrive, and the next morning they would be attacked.
In March, Chennault promoted Hill to command of the 2nd Squadron. It seemed natural no one else in the squadron was as respected by the men as Hill. A fighting force made up of hard-drinking mercenaries, many of whom had been disciplinary problems in the regular military, needed special handling. Tex Hill's leadership philosophy could be summed up in 2 words: follow me. He cared little for the norms of military decorum on the ground. His squadron was, after all, made up of highly paid volunteers, not active duty military personnel. And Hill himself saw no need to overdo the discipline.
Everybody looked up to him, and he never lost his sense of humor. He's just as funny today as he was then.
Despite the success of the AVG, the Japanese continued to advance in China. In May, they started building a bridge across the Salween River. The Japanese plan was to pour men and equipment over the bridge, build up their army, and defeat the Chinese once and for all. Hill led a flight of 4 P-40s down into the mile-deep Salween Gorge to demonstrate that the bridge could be hit. For the next 4 days, Hill and the AVG flew continuous missions down into the gorge. The Japanese gave up on the bridge, and their long advance across China stopped. On July 4th, 1942, the American mobilization caught up with the American volunteer group. Chennault, in preparation for the arrival of the regular United States Army, disbanded the Flying Tigers. The pilots and support crew were invited to join the Army Air Corps. Many didn't. Hill, who'd been credited with 12 1/4 kills, thought about leaving, but decided not to. He'd developed a real affinity for the Chinese people and wanted to stay until the war had been won.
Those people was our friends, traditionally our friends, and they just couldn't do enough for us. They were so grateful. After these battles, the whole village would come down, and the whole town would come down and give us all these presents and everything.
The Army Air Force promoted Tex to major and made him a part of the 23rd Fighter Group and installed him as commander of the newly formed 75th Fighter Squadron. Still, he didn't abandon the casual ways of the AVG. Don Lopez, who later became a fighter ace on his own, often told the story of his arrival in China.
He walked into Tex Hill's office as a lieutenant and went to salute. Tex Hill grabbed his hand and said, "Sit down, son." And he noticed on his desk there was no papers. There was an inbox and an outbox. There was peanuts in the inbox and peanut shells in the outbox.
In December 1942, the Army ordered Hill back to the United States. For the next few months, he commanded the Proving Ground Group at Eglin Field in Florida and found himself missing the war.
I'm not a great pilot. I just run of the mill. A lot of guys fly circles around me, but I was dedicated. I was well trained. I'm saying I was dedicated to what I was doing. I loved it. I mean, you know, if it wasn't for people getting hurt, war is real stimulating.
He got back to the war after Chennault told the Army that he needed his best squadron commander back. Chennault requested that Hill be sent back to China and the Army. On Thanksgiving Day, 1943, Hill led a force of 12 B-25s, 10 P-38s, and 8 new P-51s in the first Allied attack against the Japanese stronghold on Formosa. Hill's attackers crossed the Straits of Formosa only 100 feet above the tops of the waves. There were more than 100 bombers and 100 fighters parked on the airfield when the Americans arrived. The attack was devastating. 42 Japanese planes were confirmed destroyed. Another 12 were listed as severely damaged or probably destroyed. Tex's squadron suffered no casualties. By the time he was done in China, Tex Hill had been credited with 18 1/4 combat kills. He had received 6 decorations from the Chinese government, 4 distinguished flying. In 1944, he took command of 412th Fighter Group, the first American jet squadron. The war ended before it saw combat. In 1946, Hill, for the second time, resigned his commission to the Air Force. By then a colonel, he resigned as he had before, to take a job for another flying force. This time, Hill moved to the Texas Air National Guard. At 34, becoming the youngest brigadier general in the Air National Guard's history. He retired from the military in 1968.
Thought I did a pretty good job, but I maybe could have done other things that would have been more effective. But I have absolutely no regrets. I mean, joining the American Volunteer Group and marrying my wife Maisie, two of the few things I ever did in my life I wasn't sorry for.
He was an engineer who flew, a human bridge between the worlds of aircraft designers and aircraft pilots, worlds that were not always in harmony. For 10 years, he dominated flight testing as a test pilot who had days when he'd fly missions in 3 different experimental aircraft. He flew every one of the legendary X-planes. He was the first man to break Mach 2 and the first to break Mach 3. He helped conceive and was the first to fly the X-15, the rocket plane that paved the way to outer space. He was too outspoken to make the cut as a Mercury astronaut, but signed on with NASA as a consulting engineer. He played a key part in the design of both the rocket that took men to the moon and the command module that brought them home. He is Scott Crossfield, and he is a legend of air power. Albert Scott Crossfield was born October 2nd, 1921 in Berkeley, California. His father, Albert, was a chemistry professor who left the security of academia for the adventure of the oil business in Southern California. At a young age, rheumatic fever laid Scott flat. He spent long periods in bed, isolated from other children, but determined to lead a normal life. Scott's father arranged for the boy to go up in an Eagle Rock biplane. The 6-year-old climbed into the front cockpit for what his father assumed would be the adventure of his young life. He fell asleep as soon as the plane left the ground. By the time he was 12, he was a fixture at Wilmington Airport, south of Los Angeles. He delivered newspapers to the pilots and helped wash mud from airplanes that had landed on the airport's unpaved landing strip. He took his pay in flying lessons and learned to fly secretly without his parents' knowledge. A combination of economic depression and creeping dissatisfaction with the industrial life drove the Crossfields out of Southern California. In 1935, when Scott was 14, his father packed the family up and headed north.
So we moved up to a farm in the state of Washington, and he and I built that farm over the next few years. Got it back on a profitable basis. Probably was a godsend for me in my physical condition because I didn't have time, wasn't allowed to be sick. That was my father's nature. And I got to be a pretty strong farm kid and managed to get along pretty well after that physically.
Even if he had left his monthly flying lesson behind, flight was never far from Crossfield's mind. He joined the civilian pilot training program in the late 1930s and studied engineering at the University of Washington for 2 years. In need of tuition money, he was working on the A-20 assembly line at Boeing in Seattle when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor.
I was determined I was going to fly in the war. I knew damn good and well I had a bigger job getting into the Air Corps and the Navy than I had flying. And I managed to work that through many devious channels.
First, he enlisted in the Army Air Force. When he arrived in Arizona for training, he found himself just one of thousands of new recruits arriving at a base almost completely unprepared to accept them.
We just got off the train and they gave us a ticket home and said, "Don't call us, we'll call you."
Crossfield returned to Boeing, watching the A-20s roll off the line and thinking that he should be flying airplanes, not building them.
So I switched over and went over to the Navy, and they were glad to snatch up a potential Army recruit.
He made the cut as a fighter pilot, but was assigned not to combat, but to Corpus Christi, Texas, as a gunnery instructor. For the next 2.5 years, Crossfield pestered his commanders for a combat assignment. In late 1944, the Navy relented and ordered him to report to Air Group 51 for combat training. Air Group 51 was training for what would be the biggest, deadliest battle in human history, the invasion of Japan. Crossfield didn't care because he was at long last on his way to the action.
I have to get in it and probably won't live through it. Generally, that had to be the attitude. You see, we're taking on two of the biggest navies and armies in the world.
His last stop before going overseas was Pearl Harbor. Assigned as a Hellcat pilot to the aircraft carrier Langley, he arrived to find Hawaii a paradise preparing for a major escalation of war. The harbor and the ocean were covered with ships riding low in the water, packed to the gunwales with men and materiel. There were hundreds of aircraft and more carriers than he could count. Every few days, Crossfield's unit would go for exercises with the 2nd Marines on Maui. The Marines were preparing to go ashore in Japan. Crossfield would fly close air support, taking aim at positions that would, in Japan, be occupied by thousands or even millions of armed enemy.
I can remember just thinking, you know, in less than a month, all of that's going to be on the bottom, because it was going to be a tough fight to get into Japan.
The Marines, he knew, were going to get slaughtered. The only way to overcome the Japanese defensive advantage would be to throw wave after wave of young Americans into the line of fire. The day before Crossfield was scheduled to ship out, he went up on a routine patrol. He flew out over the ocean alone with his thoughts, preparing himself for the fight. When he landed, however, he sensed immediately that something had changed.
And we didn't know what. We didn't know if it was good or bad, but something had happened. The atmosphere just told you that.
What had happened was the atomic bomb. Word spread quickly that a single bomb had wiped out an entire Japanese city and that the war would be over in a few days. The war, everyone believed, was as good as over. The thousands upon thousands of young men who had grimly prepared to be slaughtered in the invasion of Japan had been granted new life. Scott Crossfield, who had wanted so badly to serve in combat and would now be denied that experience, celebrated as hard as anyone. All those Marines he'd flown over on the beach, all those brave young men he'd imagined being cut up by machine gun fire, would instead go home alive. And so would he. After the end of World War II, Scott Crossfield joined the Naval Reserve and returned to Washington State. He led the Navy's 13th District Corsair Aerobatics team, becoming a kind of official barnstormer for naval aviation. But in 1948, he enrolled in the University of Washington to complete his aeronautical engineering degree. He'd married during the war, and he and his wife were on their way to what would eventually be 6 children. He thought about going back into the Navy, but decided he could make more money doing research at the University of Washington's wind tunnel. As the chief wind tunnel operator, he ran tests on the Goblin, a radical new airplane design. He for a new generation of intercontinental bombers. He also earned his master's degree. There wasn't much money in being an aeronautical engineer in those days, so Crossfield decided to look for a job as a test pilot. He heard there was an opening for a test pilot at Moffett Field.
I decided not to ask them if I could come down because they'd say, oh, I'll come down in a couple of weeks or make an appointment. It'd be too late, so I just went down and walked in their office. Surprisingly enough, they were expecting me.
At Moffett, he discovered that he was on the list to be interviewed for a test pilot job with the newly formed National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, a forerunner to NASA. The NACA was to be based at Muroc Field in the California desert. Crossfield hightailed it down to Muroc and landed the job. In aviation, there is no more storied time and place than Muroc in the 1950s. He was totally isolated and populated by a priesthood of hot test pilots. They were there not for money or glory, but for the pure adventure of going faster and higher than anyone had ever gone before. They were all decorated combat veterans, seat-of-the-pants tough guys who strapped in and took their chances. Crossfield, a degreed engineer with good but not outstanding flight credentials, arrived as a whole different kind of test pilot. Undaunted, he swung into the Muroc routine, which involved almost daily flight in untested aircraft that were as likely to crash as they were to fly. It was the era of the X-planes, aircraft designed to operate at higher speeds than could be wind tunnel tested.
They could do it in theory on a drawing board. They could do it in theory, by talking about the way things might happen and the way things should happen. But it wasn't until they actually got into the planes that they really knew for sure that it was going to work or not work.
The pace of the testing at Muroc was astounding. Crossfield flew the Skystreak, a research jet built by Douglas, and went up a few days later in the Northrop Bantam Skylancer. Apparently, feeling his oats, he tried to loop the plane. At the top of the loop, the engines flamed out, and the only thing that saved him was his own ability. A few weeks later, he made his first flight in the Douglas D-5582 Skyrocket. The Skyrocket was a rocket plane designed to test once and for all whether a swept-wing fighter could be controlled in flight. Crossfield launched from beneath the wing of a B-29 bomber and almost immediately found himself unable to see through the badly fogged windshield. Crossfield, directed by the pilots in his chase planes, brought the Skyrocket down safely. In 1951, 3 years after Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier in the X-1, Crossfield made his first flight in the legendary craft. Carried aloft and released at 30,000 feet, the rocket plane flipped over and headed for the ground. Crossfield calmly rolled the plane back over, fired up its 4 rockets, and zoomed to more than 41,000 feet. There, the windshield iced over. Crossfield became a flight test legend by taking off one of his socks and using it to rub a hole through the ice. Peering through that hole, he landed safely.
It's a dangerous business. If you claim that you never got scared, you're a liar and you shouldn't be a test pilot. You didn't have good sense.
As the pilots and aircraft at Muroc performed more and more miracles, they came under more and more scrutiny. Fueled by the Cold War rivalry with the Soviet Union, there was talk of a space race. The high ground of space became the real estate everyone worried about. The experiments at the newly renamed Edwards Air Force Base were suddenly too important to be left to mere pilots.
After the war, we had a lot of goggles and flying scarf fighter pilots who were doggone good aviators and did most of the test flying, but really didn't wholly participate in the analysis and determination of what that was doing. During the 50s, that all changed.
Crosfield, who as a degreed engineer had arrived at Edwards as something of an oddity, moved into the mainstream of the new Edwards. He continued to fly, of course, but also got more involved in design and theory. He played a key role in the development of the first full-body pressure suits, the precursor of the modern spacesuit. He test flew the Bell X-5, an aircraft designed to go more than 5 times the speed of sound, and helped develop aerodynamic parabolas, the first systematized method for artificially producing weightlessness in flight. In November 1953, he took the second skyrocket up to more than twice the speed of sound, faster than anyone had ever gone before, and not long after, pushed the throttle up further than authorized to become the first man to fly at 3 times the speed of sound. Crosfield seemed, to those on the outside, as if he was right on the verge of popping through the atmosphere into outer space. He was brought back down to Earth by an F-100 prototype and one of the old seat-of-the-pants combat veterans that was on the way out at Edwards. During a landing, Crosfield's brakes failed. The world's fastest pilot crashed in slow motion through the wall of a hangar. Chuck Yeager, the first pilot to break the sound barrier, broke into a huge grin and let Crosfield have it. "The sonic wall was mine," Yeager announced. "The hangar wall is Crosfield's." One weekend in the 1950s, Scott Crosfield went fishing with Walt Williams, his boss at the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics. On the way home, they heard on the radio about the successful test of a rocket engine being developed for the Viking project. The engine produced the then amazing thrust of 75,000 pounds. The two started talking about the plane they could build with a 75,000-pound thrust rocket engine. Crosfield dug around in the glove compartment, got out a piece of scrap paper, and started making notes. Those notes were the genesis of the X-15, a rocket plane capable of flying into space, though not quite into Earth orbit.
When we first proposed it, I decided that I was going to follow that airplane. I didn't want to leave the committee, but it was just such an opportunity that I made a deal with 2 or 3 of the manufacturers that I wanted to talk to them about working on the airplane during its whole development and manufacture as an engineer, and then take it into flight test.
The concept for the X-15 kicked around NACA for a few years until the government awarded a contract for its construction to North American Aviation. True to his word, in 1955, Crosfield went to work for North American. He left a hole at the NACA that was nearly impossible for the agency to fill. Incredibly, during his 5 years there, Crosfield handled 38% of all the agency's research flying. The X-15 was designed to fly at altitudes over 250,000 feet and at speeds of 4,500 miles an hour. It had 2 different flight control systems, a conventional system of flaps and ailerons for use in the thick lower atmosphere, and a second system of thrusters for use on the boundaries of space. Also, because it was going to fly so fast, it would have to be made of lightweight materials that could stand the heat of re-entering the atmosphere. Crosfield worked on the X-15 for more than 3 years before it was ready to test. On June 8, 1959, he was in the cockpit when the X-15 first released from its B-52 mothership and glided safely to the dry lake bed at Edwards. 3 months later, he took the X-15 for its first powered flight.
And the X-15 was like a fucking stallion, I'll tell you. It was going to kill me, or we were at a Mexican standoff for a while. But we finally broke it, and it turned out to be a good mount.
Because of delays in the development of the X-15's main engine, the first few flights were carried out using a pair of smaller rocket engines. On Crosfield's third flight, one of those engines exploded. Unable to either jettison fuel or burn the fuel load in flight, Crossfield brought the plane in for an emergency landing much too heavy for the plane's lightweight frame. He landed it safely, but the X-15 snapped neatly in two just behind the pilot's cabin. Crossfield was uninjured, but the plane needed extensive repairs. The X-15 project, which had originated property of the newly formed National Physics and Space. What NASA brought to the table, at least to the NACA veterans like Crossfield, was an added layer of bureaucracy that did nothing but slow everything down. Crossfield, who'd been around long enough to know better, spoke up every time he saw anything he didn't like.
I was inclined to stand on principle when all that did was get me kicked off a program so I couldn't do anything about what I was arguing about. You know, that doesn't make very good sense in hindsight, does it?
NASA would have loved to send Crossfield packing, but his standing at Edwards seemed to preclude that option. Besides, the agency didn't care that much about the X-15 program. Where Crossfield and the other NACA veterans saw the rocket plane as the natural stepping stone to manned spaceflight, NASA saw it as a kind of sideshow. At best, a technology test bed, and at worst, a drain on precious funds. The future for NASA was Project Mercury, a rocket and capsule-based space program that would use little of the technology developed at Edwards. All the same, testing of the X-15 continued. Without anyone making much fuss about it, the X-15 started regularly flying above 50 kilometers, the generally recognized boundary between Earth and space. Twice, it flew above the so-called Kármán line, 100 kilometers above the planet's surface. But it was clear, once NASA committed to Project Mercury, that the cutting edge of what had come to be called aerospace would no longer make its home at Edwards. Crossfield made a passing attempt to become an astronaut, but was warned off by a friend. NASA, it seemed, was more interested in pilots who were media-friendly than they were in pilots who were outspoken. In 1960, Crossfield won the International Harmon Trophy as the world's outstanding aviator. A year later, he stepped away from flight testing completely, becoming Director of Space and Missile System Tests at North American. He helped develop the Hound Dog air-to-ground missile system and consulted with NASA on proposals for the Saturn booster rocket and the Apollo command and service modules. His disagreements with NASA continued, however, when he complained that NASA's use of pressurized pure oxygen in launch training was too dangerous. NASA cut its ties with Crossfield. Soon after, a flash fire in the command module of Apollo 1 killed astronauts Grissom, White, and Chaffee.
We knew it was going to happen, and we fought like hell to find another way to do that ground test where we were going to have that very high total pressure of pure oxygen in that cockpit. But no, sir, NASA was going to do it their way, and I was told to shut up or get off the program.
In 1967, Crossfield became Director of Flight Research for Eastern Airlines and did pioneering work in commercial application of short takeoff and landing aircraft. He helped develop a navigation system that eased air congestion in the Washington, New York, Boston corridor. In 1975, after a stint at Hawker Siddeley Aviation, he became a technical consultant to the House of Representatives Committee on Science and Technology, focusing on problems posed by the growth in air travel. His influence on Congress's aviation policy was significant, and at his behest, Congress developed the computerized air traffic management system in use to this day. Through all the years, however, he never forgot the potential that went unrealized in the X-15. He became a vocal advocate for a national space plane and a high-visibility booster of the future of space flight. He may be the only person in history who fell in love with flight because President Calvin Coolidge took a vacation. A baby-faced Swede who flew a trainer in a loop around the center span of the Golden Gate Bridge. He was a stunningly talented pilot. It was said of him that he thought more quickly in 3 dimensions than most people did in 2. His string of combat victories over New Guinea turned him into a national hero. He shot down an incredible 40 enemy aircraft before being removed from combat once and for all. A national treasure who could no longer be risked on the battlefield. When the endless cycle of parades and war bond rallies wore him down, he asked for and received assignment as a test pilot in the secret program that produced America's first combat jet. He is Richard Ira Bong, and he is a legend of air power. Richard Ira Bong was born September 24, 1920 in Superior, Wisconsin. Superior is a small town at the western tip of Lake Superior and about as far north as you can be in Wisconsin without being in Minnesota. His father, Carl, had come to the United States from Sweden at the age of 7. He worked his way halfway across the continent before settling as a farmer in Poplar, Wisconsin, 20 miles to the southeast of Superior. Carl Bong married Dora Bryce and settled in to start a family. Richard was the first of their 9 children, a quiet, thoughtful boy who grew up hunting and fishing in the dense forests around his family's farm. Known from an early age as Dick, he was first taken with aviation at the age of 8, when President Calvin Coolidge decided to spend a summer vacation in Superior.
And every day the mail would be delivered by a courier, air courier, and Richard saw the plane going over every day, and I think it just fascinated him, and I think that was the start of his love affair with aviation, and it just built from there.
When the presidential party left town, so did the air couriers, but aviation had made its impression on young Dick. He contented himself with building model airplanes and dreaming of the day when he would learn how to fly. He played basketball, baseball, and hockey. He was a fisherman and hunter, played clarinet in the school band, and was active in the local 4-H club. He was, like almost everyone else in Poplar, a Lutheran, and he sang tenor in the choir every Sunday morning at Bethany Lutheran Church. Poplar was a town so small that its high school only lasted 3 years. To complete his senior year and make himself eligible for college and the civilian pilot training program, he commuted 44 miles round trip every day to Superior. In 1938, he graduated 18th in a class of more than 400. He attended Superior State Teachers College and enlisted in the civilian pilot training program. That government-sponsored flight training system was designed to boost the number of experienced pilots in the United States. The government justified the program based on the growing need for airmail and commercial pilots. In reality, the government's main concerns were the wars that were brewing in Europe and Asia. There was going to come a time, military planners believed, when the United States would need a lot of pilots quickly. Bong earned his pilot's license in a Piper J3, and almost from the first showed a gift for aviation.
He had a knack for it, and he learned that through the pilot training programs he had been in college and afterwards, that he was just a natural pilot, and that was the word that everybody used to describe him in all of his pilot training programs. He was just a natural pilot. He loved it, and it became evident in the performance he turned in as a pilot.
In 1941, Bong enlisted in the Army Air Aviation Cadet Program. In May, he shipped out to far-off and exotic California. He did his primary flight training in a Tulare. The famous faulty vibrator at Garner Field in Taft.
He was, as I said, a natural pilot. He had natural skills, natural abilities, and in those days, you didn't get a whole lot of instructions.
Most of the pilots at Gardner simply flew, running up their hours and getting a feel for maneuvering in 3 dimensions. Bong quickly distinguished himself and was ordered to report for gunnery training. At Luke Field, near Phoenix, Arizona, he moved from the BT-13 to the AT-6, a single-engine fighter trainer that was smoother and more capable than the Vultees he'd been flying, but sluggish compared to real combat fighters. His gunnery trainer was Captain Barry Goldwater, the future senator and presidential candidate. Goldwater, a tough, precise teacher, said later that Bong was a talented pilot. In those years, hunting with his Winchester rifle in Wisconsin had honed his shooting skills. But Bong really proved himself one afternoon in an informal, impromptu hassle high over Luke Field. Bong, flying an AT-6, squared off against a Czech pilot in a P-38. The dogfight should have been a mismatch. The P-38, after all, was much faster and more agile than the AT-6, and the Czech pilot had hundreds of hours more flight time than Bong. But no matter how the P-38 pilot maneuvered, he couldn't keep Bong off his tail. The two would square off, and in a few seconds, Bong would be closing in on the P-38 from behind. The Czech pilot, upon landing, pronounced Bong the best natural pilot he had ever seen. Bong was at Luke when the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor in December 1941. Like the other pilots, he wanted into the war as soon as he could get there. A month later, he received his wings and his officer's commission. But rather than sending him into combat, the Army kept him at Luke as a gunnery instructor. Dick Bong's war seemed to end before it had started. For almost 6 months after the American entry into World War II, Second Lieutenant Dick Bong was stuck stateside. As a gunnery instructor at Luke Field in Arizona, he trained other young fighter pilots and then watched as they departed for points unknown overseas. In May 1942, however, the Army Air Force assigned Bong to Hamilton Field in San Francisco. There, pilots were learning how to fly the new Lockheed P-38 Lightning fighter. The P-38s were big, fast, and had proven themselves unsuitable for combat in Europe. The cooling systems for the plane's twin engines froze up at low temperatures common at altitudes over Europe. The pilots training in P-38s at Hamilton all understood where they were headed, the Pacific. After arriving at Hamilton, Bong quickly came to the attention of Major General George C. Kenney, commanding general of the 4th Air Force. Bong was both a gifted pilot and an incorrigible hot dog. On training flights, he liked to dip down low and buzz San Francisco's downtown. Showing off for the civilians seemed to be his greatest joy in life, and it got so bad that General Kenney put out an official order that such antics would not be tolerated.
Well, as most pilots are prone to do, he disregarded that instruction and, in fact, went out and did a couple loops around the middle span of the Golden Gate Bridge, went down Market Street waving at the secretaries as he was buzzing through town, and had gotten so low that evidently he blew down somebody's laundry. And that woman actually filed a complaint with General Kenney.
Kenney knew, of course, that Bong's juvenile clowning was not altogether a bad sign. There's a long tradition of cocky fighter pilots indulging their whims. Indeed, Kenney knew that confidence and spirit were traits necessary for fighter pilots to survive in combat. Still, he was a general, and generals have to at least attempt to keep a lid on their pilots. He disciplined Bong regularly, making him wash, dry, and fold the laundry he had blown off the clothesline, for example. But he also took note of the young pilot's enormous skills in the air.
He actually spotted the spark, I think, when he called him on the carpet in his office. You know, I don't know what he was expecting when this pilot walked in the door, but here comes this, you know, average size 5'8", blonde-haired, baby-faced Swede who appeared to be scared to death that he was going to lose his wings.
Bong's passion for flight so impressed Kenny that when General Douglas MacArthur chose Kenny to set up the 5th Air Force Base in the Southwest Pacific, Kenny made sure that Bong was one of the first pilots sent to his new base in Australia. He arrived in September, springtime in the Southern Hemisphere. For more than a month, Bong sat around in Brisbane awaiting delivery of his plane. In November, Kenny assigned him to temporary duty with the 35th Fighter Group based in Port Moresby, New Guinea. New Guinea at the time was a hornet's nest of Japanese aircraft. MacArthur's campaign to reclaim the Philippines had just begun. American forces were beginning the bloody harbor-to-harbor conquest of New Guinea. The Japanese were throwing everything they could at the arriving American forces. The Army Air Force used a kind of sink-or-swim training method, throwing green pilots into the periphery of battles to ready them for full-fledged air combat. Flying under the careful tutelage of an experienced combat pilot, Captain Tom Lynch, Bong flew long patrols and skirted air battles for nearly a month, learning from Lynch the best tactics for fighting in a P-38. Then, on December 27, 1942, Bong got his first real taste of battle. He was in a flight of 12 P-38s led by Lynch. The flight intercepted 40 Japanese aircraft over Buma on New Guinea's northwest coast. Badly outnumbered, the P-38s charged headlong into the formation. Bong showed no sign of the fear he surely felt. He scored a Zero fighter and a Val bomber. Altogether, the P-38s knocked down a dozen Japanese aircraft. Bong, who had never been in real combat before, earned a Silver Star for his actions. From that point on, in dependable, almost unspectacular fashion, Bong began to compile what turned out to be the finest combat record in the history of American aviation. It took him only until January to become an ace, scoring his 5th kill over Leh Harbor. In February, Bong left Lynch's shadow and returned to the 9th Fighter Squadron. On March 3rd, on the opening day of the Battle of the Bismarck Sea, Bong flew escort for a flight of B-25 and B-17 bombers attacking a Japanese convoy. Bong knocked down a Zero. The bombers sank 4 Japanese destroyers and 8 transports. 1 and 2 kills at a time, Bong upped his total. Kenny promoted him to first lieutenant and gave him a 2-week leave in Australia. By then, a double ace, Bong enjoyed his R&R but longed to get back into action. The Japanese were throwing thousands of aircraft at the advancing Allies, creating aces almost as fast as the Allies could get pilots into the air. But Bong, perhaps uniquely among American pilots, seemed more interested in the experience and challenge of flight than he was in his kill count.
He was an introvert on the ground, shy even. In the air, became a different person, became the ultimate fighter pilot.
On July 26, Bong had his best day ever. Escorting American bombers attacking Leh, he knocked down 4 Japanese fighters. General Kenny, who had been so impressed by Bong's skills in training, could barely believe how proficient a warrior the unassuming Swede had become. He put Bong in for a promotion to captain and filed an after-action report that resulted in Bong receiving the Distinguished Service Cross. Bong was, in fact, emerging as a leader. In the almost unspoken competition among pilots to become the ace of aces, he became one to watch. The press started wiring accounts of his combat accomplishments back stateside, and his name started to be mentioned in speculation about whether an American pilot would break Eddie Rickenbacker's seemingly unbreakable record from World War I, 26 combat victories. In November 1943, Bong shot down his 20th and 21st enemy aircraft, a pair of Zeros over the airfield at Lovell. General Kenny, knowing that his ace pilot was as valuable as a morale-building hero as he was in the air, gave Bong a 60-day leave to return home for a visit. Bong met with General Hap Arnold, posed for a few pictures, and then returned to Poplar, Wisconsin to enjoy, as ordered by Kenny, a little home cooking. The leading ace of the war was welcomed home as a hero. His honorary 18-year-old homecoming queen. For the next 2 months, if he wasn't busy appearing at war bond rallies or launching ships for the war effort, he and Marjorie were together. By the time he left Poplar on the long journey back to the Southwest Pacific, he and Marjorie were in love. Captain Richard Bong returned to the Southwest Pacific as the leader in the race to become the ace of aces, in hot pursuit of Eddie Rickenbacker's combat kill record. Bong slapped his girlfriend's picture on the nose of his new P-38, which he christened Marge. 5 victories behind the record set by Eddie Rickenbacker in World War I, he went into battle with the whole world watching and an advantage over his competition. He was assigned not to the 9th Fighter Squadron, but to 5th Air Force Headquarters. In the competition to become ace of aces, the flyer with the most kills, Bong had become the favorite. The press had gathered to watch his achievement. While other pilots' assignments were limited to specific geographical areas where there might or might not be enemy activity, General Kenny allowed Bong to roam where he liked, in search of action and Japanese planes to shoot down. But they increased slowly. The number of Japanese aircraft had decreased, and the enemy was shifting to a more defensive posture. That limited the number of mass attacks that had created so many American aces. The Southwest Pacific was about as unnatural a habitat for the Wisconsin farm boy as it's possible to imagine. Hot, humid, bug-infested, and moldy, it was a place that seemed to reek of death. Bong went out almost daily, enduring long, boring patrols. Often he found no enemy aircraft at all. When he did, the combat lasted only minutes, and then a long return flight, often over open water, to inhospitable accommodations. That was his reward. On February 15th, the day after Valentine's Day, Bong recorded his first kill in the plane he'd named for the girl back home, Marge. It was his only official kill for the month, though he did destroy a transport as it sat on the runway. The transport, it turned out, was loaded with high-ranking Japanese officers, and while it didn't count on his kill total, it struck a significant blow to the Japanese war effort. On March 8th, the tedium of the war turned to tragedy. Bong had reunited with his former commander from the 35th Bomber Group, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Lynch. The two were flying over Atape Harbor, New Guinea. Bong watched helplessly as his old friend and mentor spun down to his death. For the next month, Bong was ineffective in combat. He flew, but he didn't score any kills until April 3rd, when he knocked down his 25th enemy aircraft. The press gathered in anticipation. The folks back home waited for word of Bong's heroism. On April 12th, Bong shot down 3 enemy planes in a single day, shattering Rickenbacker's record. The news flashed around the world. Rickenbacker sent a telegram congratulating Bong and promising to send a case of scotch as a reward. General Kenny, doubly pleased that the record had been broken by an officer in his command, sent a case of champagne. Back in the States, Middle America was scandalized that people would send alcoholic beverages to a pilot in a combat zone. To quell the uproar, General Hap Arnold made a big show of shipping Bong 2 cases of Coca-Cola. Arnold slipped the press copies of his personal note to Bong, stating that America's newest hero would certainly prefer America's favorite soft drink. Bong, still the cheerful, baby-faced kid from the North Woods of Wisconsin, was having a ball. What he didn't realize is that by becoming the ace of aces, he had become a national treasure, too precious to risk in combat.
After he broke Rickenbacker's record at 26 victories, they did everything they could to the point of sometimes setting him down or sending him back on, publicity campaigns and things like that back in the States to keep him out of harm's way.
He returned to the United States, went on a war bond tour, and most importantly, proposed to Marge Vattendahl. He didn't return to combat for 5 months, reporting to General Kenny in September 1944 as a gunnery instructor. He could fly, but he was only allowed to fire in self-defense. He defended himself a lot. He shot down 5 enemy planes in October and 3 more in November. Kenny suggested to General Douglas MacArthur that Bong ought to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. MacArthur agreed and forwarded Kenny's request up the chain of command. In December, Bong went to Tacloban to receive the Congressional Medal from General MacArthur himself. In December, Bong shot down 4 more planes, bringing his total to 40. General Kenny, who had bent every rule to keep Bong flying, once and for all, pulled him out of combat. He shipped his favorite pilot back home, armed with a personal letter to General Hap Arnold and 6 bottles of Coca-Cola for the flight. Bong arrived back in the United States on New Year's Eve, 1944. He went to Washington, met with Hap Arnold, and participated in what seemed like an endless stream of public appearances, including a press conference with Eddie Rickenbacker. He broke away in February and returned to Wisconsin. There, in the Concordia Lutheran Church, he and Marge married. After his honeymoon, Bong received the plum assignment of flight testing the P-80 Shooting Star, the first American jet. He made 11 flights in the P-80, immersing himself in the theory and engineering of jet engines. On August 6th, he pointed the nose of his jet down the runway for his 12th flight. The plane rolled down the runway perfectly, but as it rose into the air, the engine flamed out.
Here's a guy that had, 200 missions, combat missions in the Pacific, shot down 40 enemy airplanes, was shot at on a daily basis, won the Congressional Medal of Honor, comes back to what's supposed to be a relatively safe stateside job, and dies in an accident on takeoff in an experimental airplane, the P-80, in California.
Dick Bong, the ace of aces, died the day the Enola Gay dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima. His death, which would have made headlines almost any other day of the war, made barely a ripple in the public consciousness on that particular day. The bomb had dropped. The war Bong had fought in so heroically was about to end. As the whole world prepared to celebrate the end of World War II, Poplar, Wisconsin mourned. In tiny Poplar Cemetery, Dick Bong came home for good. From her earliest days, she terrified those around her by seeking adventure and excitement. As a girl, she was a real-life Pippi Longstocking, building a roller coaster in her backyard and riding a sled through the legs of a passing horse. She believed that women could accomplish anything if just given the chance, and she sought her own fulfillment in aviation. She became the first woman to fly across the Atlantic Ocean, first as a passenger, then as a pilot. She was the first person to fly across the Pacific, broke a dozen different speed records, and became the most famous woman of her time. In 1937, on a highly publicized flight around the world, she disappeared without a trace. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened to her. She is Amelia Earhart, and she is a legend of air power. Amelia Earhart was born in Atchison, Kansas on July 24, 1897. Her father, Edwin, was a charming alcoholic lawyer whose career was on a downward trajectory. Her mother, Amy, was the prim woman. As a young girl, she defied the norms of female behavior. She climbed trees, hunted rats with her .22 caliber rifle, and rode her sled head first downhill.
She loved boys' games. When she went to school, she learned how to play basketball and baseball, and then she taught all her girlfriends. They played all the boys' games. She was like the Pied Piper. Whatever she did, all the other kids wanted to do also.
When Amelia was 12, she and her sister went to live with her parents in Des Moines. The family was stable for only a few years before the railroad for which her father worked demoted him and transferred him to St. Paul, Minnesota. That move didn't solve any of Edwin's problems. In 1914, unemployed and desperate, he moved his family to Springfield, Illinois, where he abandoned them. Amelia, her mother, and sister Muriel moved to Chicago. At Hyde Park High School, Amelia was a loner, a pretty girl who seemed to distrust the motives of those around her. She was embarrassed by her family's financial condition and embittered by her father's abandonment. In her high school yearbook, she is described as A.E., the girl in brown who walks alone. After she graduated, an inheritance from her grandmother allowed her to attend the exclusive Organt School in Philadelphia. On a Christmas visit to Toronto in 1917, she encountered a group of wounded soldiers returning from the war in Europe. She was nearly undone by the suffering she saw, young men rendered helpless by tuberculosis and mustard gas. The encounter changed her life. She enlisted as a volunteer nurse's aide at the Spadina Military Hospital in Toronto and spent the next year tending to the needs of the most desperately wounded. In Toronto, she also had her first real encounters with aviation. Many of the wounded she cared for were pilots, and they regaled the pretty young nurse's aide with stories of their exploits in the sky. On a walk through the countryside with a friend, she watched a group of planes flying overhead, and one of the pilots dived down in an attempt to scare her. Amelia's friend dove for cover, but Amelia stood fast as the plane passed only a few feet over her head. After growing ill herself, she joined her mother and sister in Northampton, Massachusetts, where Muriel was preparing to attend Smith College. Amelia, pursuing her own interest without regard for what anyone else thought, took class in auto mechanics before enrolling in Columbia University in New York. A pre-med major, she was determined to be a doctor, no matter how much everyone else thought she should do the ladylike thing and become a nurse. In 1919, her parents reconciled and moved to California. Amelia left Columbia to visit with them, hopeful that her family would at long last stabilize. On Christmas Day, 1919, her father took her out to Glendale Airport for a ride in a Curtiss Jenny. It was his Christmas present to her.
And she got in the airplane and took the ride, and records later that as soon as she did that, she was absolutely convinced that this was the outlet that she'd been looking for all of her life.
The girl who had always enjoyed climbing high and taking risks, who could never go fast enough or have enough of an adventure, didn't return to college. She announced to her parents, "I think I'd like to fly," and went looking for a job to pay for flying lessons. For the next year, she worked as a file clerk, an office assistant, a photographer, and a truck driver. She searched for and found a female flight instructor, convinced that she would learn faster if taught by a woman. She eventually signed up to take lessons from Nita Snook, one of the first female pilots in the country.
They were about the same age, and they had pretty much the same background, and they both going to college, and they were fast friends for a while, but actually Netta thought that Amelia took too many risks, and she thought she was foolhardy.
On December 15, 1921, Amelia Earhart passed her pilot's test and was issued her very first license to fly. Her mother and sister helped her buy her first airplane, a Kinner Airster that her flight instructor, Nita, thought was too dangerous to fly. But Earhart could not be dissuaded, and for the next 3 years, she flew every chance she got. As the roaring 20s roared around her, Earhart got her kicks taking chances in the air over Southern California.
Now, being a female aviator wasn't exactly acceptable at that time, but it was more acceptable than grabbing hold of the jazz age and becoming one of the flaming youth and drowning in bathtub gin, which was something that her Victorian upbringing simply would not allow.
So she flew, developing a reputation as a pilot that bordered on the irresponsible. She buzzed her friends on the ground, turned terrifying spirals through the air over Los Angeles, and even flew her plane between telephone wires for the sheer exhilaration of taking a risk. And it didn't seem to matter who disapproved of her actions. She went right ahead and did what she felt like doing. After learning to fly, Amelia Earhart spent 2 years in Southern California doing nothing but flying. In 1922, she got her first taste of fame when she set the unofficial women's altitude record, flying her plane up to over 14,000 feet. The brief flurry of recognition quickly settled, and she went back to being just another pilot. In 1924, her parents separated again. The sinus infections that had bothered her since her time in Toronto returned, and she was hospitalized. Depressed at once again being torn between the life she was expected to lead and the one she wanted, she sold her planes to pay off her debts. She bought a car and drove with her mother to Boston, where her sister was in school. Unbeknownst to anyone else, Amelia brought with her a file of newspaper articles she had collected. The collection featured article after article on women who had broken out of their traditional roles to become doctors, lawyers, and even champion sharpshooters. Earhart returned to Columbia for a year, but couldn't afford to continue. She returned to Boston and took a job teaching immigrant children, and then became a social worker at a settlement house. She started flying again as a sales representative for Wilfred Kinner, who had built the plane she'd owned in California. She joined the local chapter of the National Aeronautics Association and began to correspond with noted women aviators about forming an organization for women who flew. In 1928, she came to the attention of George Putnam. Putnam, of the Putnam & Sons publishing family, was the aviation dilettante who had published Charles Lindbergh's account of his transatlantic flight. The blizzard of attention Lindbergh's flight had generated changed Putnam's life. A fierce competitor and opportunist, he grasped instantly aviation's potential for generating fame and fortune. He instantly repositioned himself as the publicist to aviation stars and adventurers of all types. It has been said of generals that they are always preparing to fight the last war. The same thing can well be said of publicists like Putnam. They're always preparing to recreate the last craze. When the first planned transatlantic flight by a woman fell through, Putnam took the project over. He contacted Amy Guest, the wealthy heiress who had originally planned to make the flight. He convinced her to let him use the Fokker F-7 she had purchased and outfitted if he could find a suitable female to make the flight.
Actually, it was his representative that found Amelia Earhart in Boston, was just absolutely bowled over by her. And then when George Palmer Putnam met her, he was bowled over by her too. And then the Guest family were equally impressed, so nobody but Amelia Earhart was ever interviewed.
Putnam plugged Earhart into the flight that had been planned for Guest. Attracted by her tomboyish good looks, thin figure, and modest Midwestern demeanor, he envisioned her as a female version of Charles Lindbergh. He christened her Lady Lindy and prepared to recreate the publicity blitz he'd put together for Lindbergh. Initially put off by Putnam, Earhart could not turn down a hard offer to be the first woman to fly the Atlantic. She said at the time, "How could I refuse such a shining adventure?" and left, once and for all, the quiet life of a children's social worker behind her. On the 5th anniversary of Lindbergh's New York to Paris flight, Earhart and co-pilots Wilmer Stutz and Louis Gordon named The adventure was not, perhaps, as shining as she envisioned. Nominally the captain of the flight, Earhart was in fact little more than a passenger. She sat quietly in the cockpit while Stutz and Gordon did the flying. More than 20 hours after takeoff, the Friendship landed in Berryport, Wales. Putnam had done his job well. The flight made headlines all over the world, and those headlines barely mentioned the two men who had done most of the flying. Instead, they focused almost exclusively on Amelia Earhart.
He essentially created her from the ground up in terms of her promotional self, which was far different than the very quiet and introspective Amelia that her friends knew. And many people were not comfortable with their relationship and with the way that he appeared to exploit her.
Exploited or not, Earhart went along willingly. Though she abhorred being referred to as Lady Lindy, she also recognized that Putnam's stunts enabled her to pursue aviation full-time. He published a quickie memoir of her transatlantic flight that became a bestseller. He got her a job as aviation editor of Cosmopolitan, a magazine that had not shown previous interest in aeronautics. She became the first woman to fly coast to coast across the United States. She bought a Lockheed Vega and used it in air races all over the country. She competed in the first Women's Air Derby, a race from Santa Monica, California to Cleveland, Ohio, and came in third. She set the world women's airspeed record of 181 miles an hour. She signed deals with advertisers, designed a line of luggage, and endorsed a line of women's clothing. She became a sought-after speaker and attraction at air shows. At the same time, she worked diligently to attract women to aviation. She organized and served as president of the 99s, an organization of female pilots that exists to this day.
She proved that women could fly, and she did the things that many men were doing. So in that respect, she had a very important impact on what became the United States Air Force, because she proved that women could do this too. And it was harder to say, no, women can't fly, but all you had to do was bring out a picture of Amelia Earhart, and everyone knew who she was.
The young woman who had secretly accumulated a file full of articles about women doing things that only men were supposed to do became an inspiration for the generation of girls who grew up to invent the women's movement. She turned Putnam's publicity machine into one of the driving forces for the growth of aviation, particularly among women. And then, in 1931, she did something that shocked the world. She married Putnam, the man who had given her career wings. When Amelia Earhart and George Putnam first met, she was engaged and he was married. 3 years later, when Earhart and Putnam cast off their previous entanglements to marry each other, there was considerable speculation about the nature of their relationship. Their marriage seemed to many based more on business than emotion. The marriage didn't slow down Earhart's aviation career. 2 months after their wedding, Earhart bought an autogyro, a type of aircraft that never moved out of the novelty category, and went to work setting records in it. She went higher than anyone ever had before and flew the autogyro cross-country under the sponsorship of the Beechnut Company. She wrote another book and then flew solo across the Atlantic Ocean, making up for the fact that on her highly publicized first flight, she had not really flown at all. Putnam put together publishing and endorsement deals, and Earhart flew the missions. She set and then broke the coast-to-coast speed record for women. She became the first person to fly from Hawaii to the mainland, a flight hyped by Putnam as the first flight across the Pacific, though it covered less than half the ocean's diameter. She won 3 consecutive Harmon trophies as the outstanding female aviator, and President Herbert Hoover presented her with the gold medal of the National Geographic Society. She flew solo from Los Angeles to Mexico City at the invitation of the Mexican government, and on the return trip became the first person to fly non-stop from Mexico City to Newark. That a flight from Mexico City to Newark made headlines is tribute to Putnam's skills as a publicist. But what he could not finesse was the fact that Earhart was growing tired. As her activities in support of women had grown more important to her, flying had become less. As a consultant to Purdue University, she had seen co-ed enrollment skyrocket just by her mere presence on campus. A generation of girls that she had inspired was coming of age, and she no longer felt the need to prove herself by flying made-up missions for the newsreel cameras. Together, Earhart and Putnam dreamed up one last headline-grabbing flight for Earhart to finish on. It would be, without question, the greatest achievement of both of their careers. And when it was done, Earhart would settle down and pursue her broader interests. The Purdue Research Foundation chipped in for a new airplane, a brand new Lockheed Electra. The plane, after the round-the-world flight, would come back to Purdue for use by Earhart to do research on various aspects of flight. She took delivery of the craft in July 1936 and went to work planning her flight.
There have been a lot of round-the-world flights, but never at the equator, and basically had never been done because everybody was still scared of flying the whole width of the Pacific Ocean. Huge, no plane could make it.
Even with the Electra's oversized fuel tanks, the trip would require pinpoint navigational accuracy. Earhart would have to find tiny islands in the vast ocean and land on them with little fuel to spare, hopscotching across the Pacific with almost no margin for error. In March 1937, she set out around the world. Putnam had the publicity machine wound up to full throttle. When Earhart took off from Oakland, California, the whole world was watching. A few days later, when she set out on the next leg of her journey, she crashed on takeoff.
She claimed to hit a wet spot. People who were watching said the wing dipped and she ended up ground looping. But whatever happened, she ended up knocking off her landing gear and the plane had to go in for repairs.
Earhart recuperated at her friend Jackie Cochran's ranch in California. When she told the story of the Hawaii crack-up, Cochran and her husband, Floyd Odlum, sat in stony silence.
She said, well, what's wrong? Aren't you guys going to talk me into going back and doing it again? And nobody said a word except Jackie, who said very quietly, I really hope you don't.
Undaunted, on June 1st, Earhart took off from Miami on her redesigned west to east route. Each time she took off and each time she landed, the headlines flashed around the world. She stopped in South America and in Africa, taking the route in legs that were manageable for the airplane and that could be manipulated to generate publicity. She crossed the Middle East, the Asian subcontinent, and the jungles of Southeast Asia. Back home, her husband fueled the publicity fires. The world had never seen anything like this, a 5-week flight around the world with near real-time reporting furnished by ship's telegraphers and the emerging medium of radio. On July 2nd, 1937, Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, took off from the landing strip at Lae, New Guinea, headed for tiny Halland Island. It was, without question, the hardest leg of her journey, a long flight that had to culminate at a speck of land barely 20 feet above sea level and more than 2,500 miles away. It was the last anyone saw of Amelia Earhart, her navigator, and the Lockheed Electra.
Of course, nobody knows for sure what happened.
if you were to have asked her friend Jackie Cochran, who claimed to be psychic, she believed that she got a psychic picture of Amelia floating in the ocean with her airplane not too far off Howland Island for about 3 days before she and Noonan and the plane finally sank.
President Roosevelt ordered the largest, most expensive search and rescue operation the world had ever seen. For weeks, Navy ships and aircraft scoured the area around Howland Island, but nothing was ever found of Amelia Earhart. Ever since, different theories have been advanced about what happened. There are those who believe that Earhart was on a secret spy mission, captured as they expanded. Earhart and Noonan were secretly in love, and they spent the rest of their lives together on an idyllic Pacific island. The reality is probably as simple as this: a small error in navigation, a short circuit in a radio receiver, and a journey that, under the best of circumstances, would have ended with only a few minutes of fuel to spare. Somewhere below the blue waters of the Pacific Ocean, Amelia Earhart's final airplane awaits discovery. To this day, there are people who continue to search. He was the son of immigrants who grew up in poverty. As a teenager, he dropped out of the 7th grade to work and support his family. He had a gift for mechanics and became a world-famous racing car driver. At the outbreak of World War I, he enlisted in the Army. His lack of education disqualified him from flight training. He was assigned instead as a chauffeur. He conned his way into flight training, and as the horror of trench warfare unfolded, he became the dashing hero America so desperately needed. After the war, he founded an automobile company, bought and returned to financial health the ailing Eastern Airlines, and even owned the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He is Eddie Rickenbacker, and he is a legend of Airpower. Edward Vernon Reichenbacher was born on October 8, 1890, in Columbus, Ohio. His parents, William and Elizabeth, were Swiss immigrants who had met in the United States and married. His father was the unsuccessful and difficult owner of a construction company. He hand-built the family's house, which lacked electricity, indoor plumbing, and central heating. He was a tough disciplinarian, and Eddie, the third of 8 children, grew up on a very tight leash. His father died when he was 12 and may have been murdered. Eddie, though not the oldest son, took it upon himself to find work to support his family. He lied about his age and took a job as a helper at a glass factory in Columbus. It was, without question, an unhappy childhood. Eddie worked to support his family and took no joy in the menial jobs he could get as a 13-year-old. He cleaned, he carried, and he dreamed of better days to come. Eddie Reichenbacher took a job in the machine shop of the Pennsylvania Railroad, where he learned that he had a gift for mechanics. It would be, he decided, his ticket out.
He decided he wanted to get into that industry and convinced a local automobile repair shop that it needed his services. And from there, he decided he would become an expert in engine repair and actually took a correspondence course at the age of 15 to achieve that.
He scratched and hustled his way up through a succession of automobile repair and manufacturing jobs. He traveled to Texas to sell dealerships for Firestone Columbus. There, he crossed paths with politician William Jennings Bryant, who was hopscotching the state on a speaking tour. Eddie offered to drive Bryant to a few of his engagements, and when Bryant accepted, Firestone Columbus reaped a publicity bonanza.
He had a sense of showmanship, and he realized that the best way to advertise the quality of the automobile and thus increase its sales was to race and race successfully. It would garner publicity for the automobile, and that would certainly help in the sales of them.
As the Midwest sales manager for Firestone Columbus, Eddie started racing his employer's cars on small-town dirt tracks. It was wild and woolly racing, and he was excellent at it. He won more than his share of races and sold more than his share of cars. He raced for every car company he worked for. But as time passed, the racing became less of a sales tool and more of an end in itself. Eddie Reichenbacher simply loved the speed, the challenge, and the thrill of victory. He formed the Maxwell Special Racing Team. He ran in the Indianapolis 500 and made enough of a name for himself that he was invited to travel to England to race the 1917 British Circuit. By 1917, of course, the war that would come to be known as World War I had spread from one end of Europe to the other. Instead of going to England, Eddie enlisted in the United States Army and approached the brass with an interesting idea: train automobile racers as pilots for the war. Racers, Eddie reasoned, had the same fast reactions and cool under pressure that combat aviation would require. The Army considered Reichenbacher's case. It took into account his stature as a highly successful racing car driver, his success as a businessman, and his compelling personal story, and they assigned him as a chauffeur. What mattered to the Army, it seemed, was not what Reichenbacher might be capable of in the future. It was the fact that he had no college education and the sound of his last name. There were those in the Army who worried that Eddie Reichenbacher might very well be a German spy. Eddie Reichenbacher arrived in France with the American Expeditionary Force on June 26, 1917. As a driver for the General's staff, he chauffeured dignitaries, including General Blackjack Pershing, and he made known to everyone he came in contact with that he wanted to be a pilot. The odds of someone named Reichenbacher being made a pilot were, of course, pretty long. The distrust of everything German, or in Eddie's case, German-sounding, was pervasive.
While he was away from his family, he decided that he was going to change it from the Germanic spelling with H to the more Americanized spelling with the K, and he did so without his family's knowledge.
Eddie Reichenbacher became Eddie Rickenbacker, and Eddie Rickenbacker went to work trying to get himself into flight training. His lucky break came when he came across a car stranded beside the road. The car belonged to Colonel Billy Mitchell, the chief of the Army's Air Service. Rickenbacker stopped, fixed the colonel's car, and made his pitch. Mitchell, who of course knew of Eddie Rickenbacker from his racing days, was impressed with Eddie's enthusiasm and mechanical talents. He told Rickenbacker he'd go to bat for him. It worked. Eddie got into the Air Corps, and because of his mechanical skills, was assigned as an engineering officer at the Issoudun Aerodrome. He spent most of his time patching up outdated aircraft, but squeezed in enough flight time to qualify as a pilot and gain a promotion to lieutenant. He was one of only a few American pilots who, in the rush to battle, received formal gunnery training. In March 1918, he joined the 94th Aero Pursuit Squadron. The 94th had pilots, mechanics, a base of operations, but no airplanes. When the ancient cast-off Nieuports finally arrived, they arrived without guns. It took nearly a month for pilots, planes, and guns to get to the same place, a former French airfield at Toul. On April 6, 1918, Major Raoul Lufberry chose Rickenbacker and another pilot for the squadron's first patrol over German lines. Lufberry was a legend in the small community of flyers, a revolutionary with little regard for the genteel traditions of the Army. He judged his pilots based on their flight skills, not their pedigree, and he took an almost instant liking to Rickenbacker. The three American Newports flew to 15,000 feet. Rickenbacker looked down at the war-ravaged countryside, marveling at the trenches and barbed wire wasteland. Suddenly, as to prove to Rickenbacker that the war was real, them through the fire and back to the base. There he tore into his young charges. They had failed to see aircraft circling near them. They had been doing too much staring and not enough active looking around. He poked his fingers through shrapnel holes in the side of Rickenbacker's airplane and pointed out that he could have been killed.
Eddie is smart enough to stay as close to Raoul Lufberry as possible and learn as much as he can from a master, because he realizes that in this environment, his life will depend on the knowledge he can glean from others.
Eddie learns. For the next couple of weeks, he and the other pilots of the 94th flew patrols and probes into German territory, designed more to acclimate them than to accomplish any military goal. On April 29th, he got his first real combat opportunity, intercepting a German two-seater as it flew over Allied territory. Rickenbacker got between the plane and German territory. The other pilot chased the German into the trap. At 150 yards, Rickenbacker took aim and fired. The German went down in flames. In the next month, Rickenbacker knocked down 4 more German planes, becoming an ace and earning the French Croix de Guerre. The Army, clearly impressed with his abilities, put him in charge of the 94th Aero Squadron's first flight. Rickenbacker loved the flying and reveled in the recognition, but he also paid a price for his success. The more he flew, the more his health seemed to fade.
He was an older man than the other pilots, and so flying these high altitudes, going up and down in unpressurized, no oxygen cabins, it was physically very, very taxing. But he was at 27 years old. We think of this as being a young man, but at the time he was considered an old man by the other pilots who were 19, 20 years old.
He sat out much of the summer with debilitating ear infections caused by the rapid changes in air pressure during dogfighting. He spent time in a Paris hospital recovering from pneumonia. He fought his way back every time, enduring pain that must have been nearly crippling in order to fly with his squadron. But for months, he recorded no enemy kills.
It's during these convalescence periods that he decides he is going to become the absolute best fighter pilot that he can be, and he gives it a lot of thought.
In August, the 94th got new aircraft, Spads, that, while still not on a par with the German Fokkers, were vastly superior to the Newports they had been flying. In September, Rickenbacker's health returned, and in his new plane, he went on a tear. He shot down 2 Fokkers in 2 days. A week later, near the French town of Billy, he was flying alone when he encountered a flight of 7 German planes, 5 fighters, and 2 bombers. He dove into the flight, broke it up, and shot down 2 enemy aircraft. Witnesses on the ground were amazed. They had never seen a single plane break up an entire enemy formation like that before. Soon enough, word of his exploits started to reach back to the United States. The famous auto racer was becoming a famous war hero. Eddie blossomed. He was the American king of the air, racking up kills almost at will. The other American flyers gravitated to him, and in September, the Army turned command of the whole 94th Squadron over to him. It was not, however, a promotion without insult. The Army had not forgotten that Eddie Rickenbacker was a man with a 7th grade education. They had not forgotten his German-sounding last name and the fact that he got into flight through a back door. They gave him command of the squadron. He'd earned that, but they didn't promote him to major. Captain, the Army said, was plenty high enough up the totem pole for Eddie Rickenbacker. In command of the 94th Aero Squadron, Captain Eddie Rickenbacker set out to remake the way his young pilots were trained.
One of the things he vows he will do is bring up the younger pilots in an environment that gives them the best possible chance for learning their craft without getting killed in the process, because he saw it happen many, many times, nearly happened to him. If there was anything he could do about that, he vowed he would lead in a manner that would give the most people the most experience so that they could continue on successfully.
He led primarily by example. He never passed up a chance to fly, taxiing out and taking off on solitary patrols when he could just as easily have stayed in the safety of his quarters. It's telling that in only 2 months as commander of the 94th Aero Squadron, he recorded more than half of his total kills. In October alone, he shot down 14 enemy aircraft, including 2 observation balloons. And on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, the moment the war came to an end, Eddie Rickenbacker was on patrol. He looked down from his airplane as men on both sides emerged from their trenches. He watched as men who had been trying to kill each other only moments before crossed no man's land to shake hands before going home to resume their lives. The former racing car driver, who had 26 confirmed victories over Europe, returned home perhaps the greatest celebrity the nation had ever known. He toured the country, riding in parades, shaking hands, and wondering what was next. Clearly, he could not stay in the Army. The mayhem of World War I had so disillusioned Americans that the government nearly eliminated military spending. Aircraft were sold, tanks sold for scrap, and career officers mustered out almost without ceremony. Eddie Rickenbacker was left with little but his own ambition and his good name. He returned to Columbus, put together a group of wealthy investors, and opened the Rickenbacker Automobile Company to manufacture a car that he claimed would be worthy of its name. The car was indeed a technological marvel, but the company was a flop. When Congress passed the Airmail Act of 1925, he joined a war buddy in setting up Florida Airways to carry mail and passengers. A hurricane in 1926 set that business back, and as it limped along, Eddie looked for another. A year later, he raised $700,000 and bought the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, site of the most famous race of them all, the Indianapolis 500. In 1929, he took a job working for General Motors, which had acquired the Fokker Aircraft Company. He went from shooting down German aircraft to selling them. In 1930, the government awarded Rickenbacker the Medal of Honor, the country's highest decoration, for conspicuous gallantry in the skies above France. The recognition brought to the attention of another generation Rickenbacker's accomplishments. He took a year off to run American Airlines, and then returned to General Motors to run all of the conglomerate's aviation properties. One of those properties, now called Eastern Airlines, was the former Florida Airways that Eddie had helped set up. The airlines was larger than it had been when he'd left it, but it was every bit as much of a shambles as it had been after the hurricane of 1926. He whipped Eastern into shape, and in 1938, a third party offered GM $3 million for it. Eddie went out and raised $3.5 million. While that may not seem like a lot of money today, consider this. 1938 was the heart of the Great Depression. The stock market had crashed almost 10 years earlier and had not recovered. There was almost no investment capital available anywhere at any interest rate. But Eddie Rickenbacker, the ace of aces, could assemble millions of dollars in cash in only a few weeks to execute a purchase he largely saw as a political act.
One of the things that he decides he is going to do, in fact, he vows he's going to do this, is make Eastern successful without government. The things that the airline industry. He does this with his fierce determination.
He raised the pay and professionalized the airline's co-pilots, creating a pool of experienced flyers who could become captains as the airline industry grew. He submitted ridiculously low bids for government mail contracts, sometimes offering to fly the mail for free in order to lock up routes that would form the spine of Eastern Airlines for decades to come. And he watched with concern as Europe and Asia crept toward World War II. He became an active isolationist, joining the America First Committee, which, among other things, attempted to bridge the gap between the United States and Nazi Germany. Like Charles Lindbergh, he traveled to Germany at the invitation of Hermann Goering to observe the progress the Germans were making in aviation. The Germans assured him their intent was peaceful.
But he was able to see that beyond that, they were actually building an air force for future conflict. And he reported on that when he returned to the United States. Now, unfortunately, as history has shown, that fell on many deaf ears in high places.
When the war broke out, he toured American air bases on what were billed as morale-boosting visits. He reported back to Washington on the conditions and combat readiness of the units he visited. He toured bases in the United States and England, but on his flight to Port Moresby in New Guinea, the B-17 on which he was riding went down. After 3 weeks of searching, the Army and Navy were ready to give up. Rickenbacker's wife, Adelaide, made a personal appeal to Hap Arnold to keep looking. He ordered the search to continue, and after 23 days, Rickenbacker and the crew of the B-17 were found and rescued. The oldest man on the raft, Rickenbacker had lost more than 50 pounds. When the war ended, he returned to Easton. He was in many ways a changed man, absolutely convinced of his own rightness. He orchestrated Easton's purchase of the first Constellation aircraft and helped Lockheed design the Super Connie to better fit airline expectations. He became a vocal political activist, occasionally shocking even his supporters with the disturbing racial imagery he inserted in his speeches and writings.
One thing about Eddie Rickenbacker was he was very, very loyal. He was also very stubborn. So if he had a belief, he would hold firm in it without much compromise.
In 1959, the board of Eastern Airlines fired Eddie Rickenbacker as CEO of the company. At the dawn of the jet age, the ace of aces refused to allow the airline to move from turboprops to jets. The board disagreed. From then until his death, Eddie Rickenbacker was one of the freest men in the world. A celebrity beloved by his generation, a hero known to all, he traveled and spoke wherever he wanted on whatever subject he wanted. He railed against government regulation and socialism, and his outspoken views alienated millions who preferred their heroes be more like bronze statues than living, breathing human beings. He published a short book on economics that served as a rallying cry for conservatives and engaged in a long, loving correspondence with his two sons. He seemed at the same time to be a man very much at peace with himself and very much at war with the way the world was changing around him. Rickenbacker died in 1973, not long after celebrating his 51st wedding anniversary. He died in Zurich, Switzerland, not far from the home his parents had left to emigrate to the country that he loved. He may be the most influential person you never heard of. He grew up in grinding poverty and lived his adult life almost as an ascetic, with a deep fear that his possessions might end up owning him. As a fighter pilot in the Korean War, he scored no kills, and as his career progressed, he moved through the ranks slowly. He alienated many around him by advocating weapon systems that were small and nimble rather than big and strong. And when he died, he was more embraced by the Marines than by the Air Force. His status was so low with the flyboys that only 2 Air Force officers attended his funeral. But he left behind a legacy of monumental proportions. Scholars of warfare see him as a peer of Sun Tzu and Clausewitz. And while his name remains barely known even in the military, this fighter pilot's theories form the foundation of America's present overwhelming military strength. He is John Boyd, and he is a legend of air power. John Boyd was born in Erie, Pennsylvania in 1927. At first, his family was secure in a time of economic insecurity, affluent in a working-class town. Then John's father died. The funeral was on the boy's 3rd birthday, and from that moment on, his family teetered on the brink of collapse.
His mother tried to maintain the lifestyle she had had before. She was a very stout, militaristic, almost stereotypical German woman who was very authoritative and very loud and very demanding.
Boyd's mother baked cakes and sold programs at civic events to earn enough money to feed her children. And Boyd's hand-me-down clothing was so worn and mismatched that he was once sent home from school to change. His mother, at times like that, gave her son only cold comfort.
She said that people would pick on you, Boyd, because of your background and your culture and your poverty. But you have something they don't. You have strong principles and good moral values. So no matter what they say, you just keep on keeping on. You never give up and you never give in. And then in the end, you will prevail.
The fatherless Boyd gravitated to the beaches of Lake Erie and fell under the influence of 2 men who helped shape his future resolve. One was swimming coach Art Weeble, who became a kind of surrogate father to Boyd. The other was Frank Pettinato, the head lifeguard at the beach, who watched over Boyd and kept him out of trouble. After the outbreak of World War II, Pettinato hired Boyd to work at the beach, a position of some responsibility and high status among the youth of Erie. It was Boyd's first taste of success.
And then when Boyd was 15 or 16, the fellow who started the Eckerd chain of drugstores was from Erie and had an airplane and took Boyd for a ride. And after that, he was hooked on airplanes and knew fairly early on that he was going to be a military pilot.
In school, Boyd doodled airplanes like something out of science fiction. He covered notebooks and scrap paper with designs for swept-wing aircraft, the likes of which wouldn't be seen for more than a decade. After graduating high school, Boyd enlisted in the Army, but missed World War II. He served with the occupation forces in Japan and showed a keen sense of fair play that did not endear him to the Army. A popular story about Boyd, which may or may not be true, is that he was so offended that officers lived in comfort while enlisted men slept in cold tents that he once tore down 2 aircraft hangars to use as firewood.
And then when he was threatened with a court-martial, came back with some arcane collection of military law that put the officers on the defensive, and he said that they let him go. I think the story is more revealing of Boyd if it's not true than it would be if it were true, because it reveals what was to be a leitmotif, if you will, throughout his life. That is, he, a man of great principle and high morals and enormous integrity, confronted a superior officer.
He attended the University of Iowa, where he enlisted in the Air Force ROTC and took a flight aptitude test to see if he could get into pilot training. The results showed that he had an IQ of only 90.
Boyd said that all of his life, that gave him a great advantage. People thought, this guy doesn't even have a triple-digit IQ. He's a dummy. He was underestimated all his life, and he loved that. He said it gave him an extraordinary advantage in confrontations with the bureaucracy.
He promised his girlfriend and future wife, Mary, that someday he would be a fighter pilot despite the low test scores. And after leaving Iowa in 1952, he attended pilot training at Williams Air Force Base in Arizona. There, the Air Force took stock of his talents and directed him to bomber training. Boyd, however, refused the assignment. He had, after all, promised his future wife that he would be a fighter pilot, and he had no interest in the flight by committee that is bomber aviation. He eventually convinced his commanding officer to give him a chance in fighters and ended up flying an F-86, the hottest American fighter of its time. Small, agile, with a snub nose and swept-back wings, the Sabre resembled the futuristic aircraft that Boyd had doodled back in high school. Assigned to the 51st Fighter Wing in Korea in 1953, Boyd flew 22 combat missions without recording even a single kill. The war ended, and Boyd stayed behind as tactics officer for his squadron. He took the job seriously, showing no respect for the gallant traditions of aerial combat. He distilled what had been a gentlemanly art down to a bare handful of basic aerial maneuvers. And as he identified those maneuvers, he also identified as well counter-maneuvers that could be used to thwart an attacker. By the time he left Korea for the Fighter Weapons School at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, he'd grown convinced of the inadequacy of the Air Force's fighter pilot training. He arrived in Nevada, a combat veteran with no kills, ready to show the experts how to do things right. The Army Air Force opened the Fighter Weapons School in 1949, and before John Boyd's arrival at Nellis Air Force Base, the school had changed little. Pilots spent their days practicing air-to-ground gunnery and taking air-to-air pot shots at slow-towed targets. They got almost no classroom instruction in tactical theory, and what they learned by doing. Boyd arrived at Nellis convinced that he had a better way of flying than the way the Air Force was teaching. While the instructors at Nellis tolerated his opinions, as a student he had little chance to implement his beliefs. His abilities in the air, however, were impressive. He excelled as a pilot and was asked to stay on as an instructor after he graduated. That gave him the opportunity he'd been waiting for.
He was the first man ever to codify the art of air-to-air combat. Before John Boyd, it was a loosely collected set of intangible rules. It had sort of been tricks, if you will, that had been handed down from World War I to World War II to Korea. And it was thought that this was such an arcane art that no one could ever master it.
Boyd de-emphasized shooting at targets and spent more and more time with his students in the classroom. He taught them the basic maneuvers of combat, always with an emphasis on quick changes in speed and direction. To prove his point, he issued a standing challenge to fighter pilots everywhere. He bet that he could let an adversary get on his tail and, within 40 seconds, reverse their positions. If anyone could outmaneuver him, he'd pay them $40. Cocky even by the swaggering standards of fighter pilots, Boyd's challenge reeked of arrogance. He never lost a bet.
He was an excellent pilot, and that's where you got into the dichotomy of a very swaggering, bold fighter pilot mentality and approach, which was complemented by this analytical and observational ability.
What he was proving in those dogfights was not just that he was a hot pilot, however. In a way, he was also proving that the assumptions under which the Air Force had been operating were wrong. With every dogfight, he demonstrated that the decisive factors in air combat were not speed, firepower, and range, but the ability to change speeds and direction quickly and dramatically. And that didn't set very well with an Air Force committed to the development of a generation of big, fast interceptors that could, at high speeds, barely turn at all. In 1960, Boyd finished the Aerial Attack Study, an encyclopedia of fighter tactics, beginning with the first biplanes and ending with the most current interceptors. He documented moves and counter-moves, the evolution of both technology and tactics. It was a monumental work, and the Air Force immediately classified it. It took considerable editing and the removal of a variety of charts and graphs before the government allowed it to be published. Boyd left Nellis in 1961, bound for Georgia Tech University. There, he studied industrial engineering and began to formulate his energy maneuverability theory, a means of quantifying the combat performance of different aircraft. After graduation, he was sent to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, where he worked with another engineer, Tom Christie, on the development of the EM theory.
Energy maneuverability could tell a fighter pilot everything he needed to know in air-to-air combat. A pilot wants to know, if I'm at 30,000 feet, 500 knots, bending it into 6 Gs, what energy will I have when I come out of that turn? How much energy will my adversary have? If he stays on my back, will I have the energy to reverse the turn and get back into him and make him the defender?
By understanding the energy retention characteristics of different aircraft, pilots can more precisely calculate what maneuver possibilities remain for both aircraft in a dogfight. EM theory changed the way pilots thought about air combat. It also strongly implied changes in aircraft design and tactics, and many in Air Force leadership had vested interests in the status quo.
He was against the institution of the Air Force, against the dogma on which the Air Force is founded. He said most generals never do anything but get promoted. He thought there was an inverse relationship between the number of stars on a man's shoulder and his intelligence.
He became known around Eglin as the Mad Major. His analysis of different fighters showed that the new generation of American aircraft were considerably less capable than their Soviet counterparts. He found himself surrounded by adversaries, a situation in which he seemed to thrive, and isolated from the inside career track, he buried himself in research. He adopted a lifestyle so Spartan that it approximated the poverty of his youth.
My father, lived that way on purpose because he wanted to be able to be free to do what he chose, and they couldn't take anything if you didn't have anything.
In 1965, Boyd won the Air Force Systems Command Scientific Achievement Award for his work on energy maneuverability theory. A year later, he volunteered for service in Vietnam, but the Air Force instead sent him to the Pentagon to take over development of a troubled fighter then known as the FX. The FX assignment was not exactly a reward. The program was already in trouble, and with every iteration, the plane seemed to get bigger, heavier, and less maneuverable. But the assignment was also a tacit acknowledgement of Boyd's contribution. Clearly, for all the problems the Air Force had with Boyd's outspoken dissent, there were at least some high up in the Pentagon who had come to believe what Boyd believed, that the future of warfare would depend on speed and agility, not brute strength. When John Boyd arrived in the Pentagon in 1966, the Air Force bureaucracy was in a kind of crisis. In Vietnam, Air Force pilots mounted up and went into battle aboard F-4 Phantoms, heavy fighters originally designed for the Navy. The Air Force brass hated flying Navy jets and denigrated the F-4 as a saltwater airplane. To solve the problem, they had thrown all of their financial, political, and even emotional resources into the development of a replacement.
They were developing something called the FX, which was really an updated model of the F-111, one of the most scandal-plagued, horrible airplanes the Air Force has ever developed. And they have this bigger, higher, faster, farther mindset.
The Air Force handed Boyd the FX and said, basically, fix it. Boyd's reply was that it couldn't be fixed, except that he expressed his disdain for the work of the previous. He had never designed a plane before, but that he could do a better job screwing up than the Air Force did working hard. The Air Force, confronted with either the failure of the FX program and the acceptance of the next generation of hand-me-down fighters from the Navy, or putting up with Boyd, reluctantly chose to put up with Boyd. And there was a lot to put up with.
He could call him up at 3 a.m. and discuss some of the most arcane ideas they had ever heard of. And he didn't really want a conversation. He just wanted to talk, because Boyd learned by talking, by exploring different ideas. And these people oftentimes never said anything but hello. And Boyd would talk for an hour or so, and then he would thank them for helping him and hang up.
Boyd took the 80,000-pound F-111 clone and whittled it down until it became the F-15. He saved the program and delivered the Air Force an aircraft it loved, but he himself thought the F-15 a failure.
He was so unhappy with what the Air Force did to the F-15. It's a great airplane, but it's nowhere near what it would have been had Boyd been given free rein.
The F-15 was still too big and lumbering for Boyd, too much a violation of the EM theory. It wasn't until his next project, the YF-16, that he got to create a plane from scratch that really exemplified his beliefs. Developed almost in secret, below the radar of the Pentagon brass, who were busy congratulating themselves on the F-15, the YF-16 was lighter, accelerated more quickly, turned in a smaller radius, and featured a bubble cockpit that gave pilots unobstructed visibility in the sky. That visibility was crucial because of another theory on which Boyd had been working, the OODA loop. OODA is an acronym for observe, orient, decide, and act, and describes the basic decision-making process that pilots undergo in conflict.
It was a formula for invading your adversary's space, having situational awareness of where you were at and what you were doing, but at the same time understanding your adversary's motivation.
Pilots flying the F-16 and using the OODA loop experienced something referred to today as getting inside the decision cycle of the enemy. What that means in plain language is that a pilot who understands the basic tactics and responses of air combat as laid out by Boyd while at the fighter weapons school, who uses Boyd's OODA loop, and who is flying an aircraft designed according to Boyd's EM theory, can anticipate the maneuvers of enemy fighters. An enemy executing a maneuver in reaction to an attack finds himself subject to a second attack that perfectly anticipates his not yet completed evasive maneuver.
It causes the adversary to become disoriented. Your moves are ambiguous. He doesn't know what's next. He becomes oriented to himself rather than to the external environment, and he begins to collapse.
The Air Force didn't much care what Boyd did from that point on, and he closed out his service on loan to NASA, working on flight simulators. The Air Force bid him farewell, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. Interestingly enough, however, Boyd found a more appreciative audience while giving a lecture to a group of Marine officers. After Vietnam, the Marines were, it's safe to say, in pretty bad shape. Senior leadership had retired, morale among officers was low, and it seemed to many almost as if the Marines had no relevant mission. Boyd published Patterns of Warfare, a detailed historical analysis of war and battle doctrine. A lecture he gave on his advocacy of high-speed warfare designed to disorient more than destroy made Boyd a kind of cult hero and found himself adopted by an unlikely group of soldiers.
The Marine Corps has always been the most flexible and adaptable of all the services because they have to be. They're the smallest, and they live in fear of being suborned or overtaken by either the Army or the Navy. They loved John Boyd, and they knew he had the answer to their problems.
The Marines saw Boyd's OODA loop as the key to an entirely new kind of ground warfare. They rebuilt their doctrine almost from scratch based on the OODA loop, using speed and information to get inside the enemy's ability to make decisions. Rechristened maneuver warfare, Boyd's doctrine became the basis of the rebuilt Marine Corps, and to a lesser degree, the Army. Boyd, who had retired to Florida, had no idea how his ideas were permeating the military. He immersed himself in military history, and for 15 years wrote tirelessly without really knowing whether he was having an impact or not. In 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait. The initial battle plans for the liberation of the tiny Mideastern country landed on the desk of then Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney. Cheney had attended Boyd's lectures, met personally with him, and had a deep understanding of the meaning of Boyd's theories. He looked the plan over and rejected it because it failed to incorporate elements of maneuver warfare. And then the Secretary did something interesting. He called John Boyd and asked him to come to Washington.
And it was in great secrecy. Nobody knew Boyd was there. And it was Boyd who developed the philosophical underpinnings of what became the famous left hook, the Marine feint in Kuwait, the whole bit. Everything about the swift and decisive nature of that conflict came from John Boyd.
Boyd, typically acerbic, dismissed General Norman Schwarzkopf's initial battle plan as high diddle-diddle, straight up the middle. The battle plan changed, and the famous Hail Mary flanking of the Iraqi army was the first battlefield application of maneuver warfare, a pure manifestation of Boyd's theories. John Boyd died March 9th, 1997. His funeral was attended by dozens of Marines, officials from the Department of Defense, and others who understood his contribution, but only 2 uniformed members of the Air Force. He remains to this day largely unknown, even among those in the military.
It's nice to know that you have people in your family that, do the right thing, work for things, they're not compromising. And he changed things. I mean, there's not a lot of people who can say they've changed things.
He grew up in segregated Charleston, South Carolina, at a time when African Americans weren't supposed to dream big. But dream big he did. First of going to the Naval Academy, and then of flying. He became a United States Marine, flew more than 100 combat missions in Vietnam, and became a respected test pilot. He applied for a job as an astronaut, even though he thought he didn't have a chance. He flew 4 missions on the space shuttle and helped deploy the Hubble Space Telescope, which changed the way mankind sees the universe. He returned from space to active duty in the Marines, becoming Deputy Commandant of the Naval Academy. That had been his first love. Then he returned to Charleston, to the home where he had grown up, and to his place in history. He is Major General Charles Bolden, and he is a legend of air power. Charles Bolden, Jr. was born on August 19, 1946. His mother and father were both educators, high school sweethearts who had married and settled down in the same neighborhood of Charleston, South Carolina, where they had grown up. Charles Sr. fought in World War II, and Charles Jr. was born a year after his father returned home, part of the first wave of a baby boom that would change the world, with parents who expected their children to succeed.
Growing up in the segregated South, it could have been easy to become discouraged. They really didn't allow it because that we could do anything.
With two teachers for parents, it's not surprising that that preparation took the form of education. To this day, when Bolden describes his childhood, he does it in terms of schools he lived near, the stages of his life defined by the stages of his education.
We got a television in 1950, so I grew up watching TV. In junior high school, I saw a program called Men of Annapolis, which was story about life in the Naval Academy. I kind of fell in love with the Naval Academy after watching that program.
He knew, of course, that the odds were stacked against him. The services, while nominally desegregated, were far from open to African Americans. Bolden's dreams of the Naval Academy were dreams that in the 1950s must have seemed impossible. Still, Bolden was not a boy to be denied. So while he was still too young to be considered for admission, he started writing letters, asking to be let in.
I would write every year to my congressman and my two state senators and the vice president saying, I want to go to the Naval Academy. And every year I'd get letters back saying, it's too early. You know, contact us when you're a senior.
After the assassination of President Kennedy, Vice President Johnson ascended to the presidency. Bolden, unintimidated, wrote Johnson again, a black kid in South Carolina reminding the most powerful man in the world that he just wanted a chance.
Never heard from him, but within a couple of weeks, I got a visit from a Navy recruiter who said he understood that I was interested in going to the Naval Academy, and I did some interviews. Almost simultaneously, a federal judge, a guy by the name of Judge Bennett, who now I think lives in Charleston, African American, came to town and said that the president was very interested in increasing the number of minorities in the military academies.
The slots available for Bolden's graduation year were already taken, but the Navy offered him a place at the academy if he would just wait another year. Bolden, an outstanding student who had also been accepted at Yale and the University of Pennsylvania, screwed up his courage and told the Navy no. That was unacceptable to him.
About a week later, they came back and said, okay, they'd found an appointment for me from Congressman William Dawson in the state of Illinois. So I went to the Naval Academy from the state of Illinois, appointed by Congressman William Dawson.
Bolden reported to Annapolis in 1963, a member of the class of 1968.
It was a place that as I mentioned, it was a place I had wanted to go since I was in junior high school. And when I got there, in my class, there were seven African Americans at the beginning of the summer. And it wasn't that it was physically tough, it was just emotionally very demanding.
Which is a nice way of saying the few African Americans at Annapolis were treated as outcasts. For that reason, the small community of African Americans grew smaller. By the beginning of classes in the fall, 2 had already left. By the end of the first semester, a third was gone. That loss of kindred spirits, compounded by the normal homesickness of a first-year student farther from home than he'd ever been, convinced Bolden that he should leave too.
I would call home every chance I got, tell my mom and dad that I'd made a mistake, that I really didn't want to be there. It was an awful place. I would get under my desk and cry sometimes at night because I just didn't like the structured military environment. You know, you were running around doing stuff all the time. My father kept telling me, just kind of hang in there. Said, you know, see what it's like for one more week. And I went through my whole first year of college a week at a time.
What I think set Charles Bolden apart was the fact that he was a young black man. He knew what the culture was. He knew that the odds were stacked against him, and he didn't accept the status quo.
Once clear of his plebe year, Bolden started to enjoy the academy. He joined the Glee Club, which traveled for performances, showing Bolden more of the country than he'd ever thought he'd see. Bolden did what all midshipmen do, tasting the different varieties of Navy life in preparation for selecting a military career path. He went to sea for the first time aboard the USS Bainbridge. He boarded the ship in Charleston, waved goodbye to his family, and sailed off on a tour of the exotic Caribbean. He liked shipboard life, but in the end made a choice of direction that surprised almost everyone.
Much to the chagrin of my parents and my fiance at the time, I decided I was going to be a Marine. Like I said, I looked back on my 4 years, and the person who had impressed me the most was my plebe year company officer, Major John Riley Love. So said I wanted to be like him and decided to go in the Marine Corps.
And after taking an orientation flight at Patuxent River outside Washington, he decided that he wanted to be a Marine aviator.
And the very first time I got in an airplane, fell in love with it. So I kind of fell into aviation.
It was a decision that took the boy from Charleston, South Carolina, farther from home than he'd ever imagined he'd go. In 1968, Charles Bolden graduated from the United States Naval Academy at Annapolis. He had earned a Bachelor of Science degree and knew as he marched into his graduation ceremony how important this first major accomplishment of his life was.
My whole family was there, not just my parents. Everybody in the Bolden family from South Carolina, New York, Florida, Washington, D.C., Massachusetts. We had family who came from all over everywhere. It's a big deal. It's like I mean, it really, it's no different from graduation from any other place, but graduation from the Naval Academy, especially back then, 1968, for a young African American, especially from the state of South Carolina, it was a big deal.
Newly married, he and his wife Jackie loaded up their car for the move to flight training at Pensacola, Florida. Black pilots were as rare at Pensacola as black midshipmen had been at the Naval Academy. But Bolden threw himself into his work and did not dwell on feelings of isolation. He was, after all, in basic flight training, and every day seemed to offer another thrill.
I'd gone to flight school sort of out of default because I didn't want to crawl around in the mud and the snow. And we took off, and I could actually feel it when the wheels lifted off, and it was a feeling that I'd never had before.
Bolden worked his way through all the stages of basic flight training, every day feeling as if he had stumbled on something wonderful. He studied hard in the classroom and worked conscientiously on his flight skills, each step getting more difficult and demanding. When basic flight training ended, Bolden graduated first in his class. The kid who'd practically begged his way into the Naval Academy had his choice of where to go next, and he chose jets.
It got a little bit tougher in the jets, and I found, surprisingly, the one phase that I just did not like and didn't do well in was formation flying, where you're up flying next to another airplane. There's just something about flying along at 300 miles an hour within inches of another airplane didn't impress me, and it scared me, to be quite honest.
One afternoon, a friend from the academy showed up, and Bolden confessed that he was afraid of flying in formation. The friend, who knew Bolden and knew that he was not the type to give up without a fight, talked him through his fears, and soon enough, Bolden was one of the best formation flyers on the base. While in flight training at Meridian, Mississippi, Bolden saw something that looked to him even more amazing than flying in a jet. Like millions of others around the world, he was amazed to see men walking on the moon.
We all sat around the fireplace and drank beer and watched this phenomenal feat, you know. So I knew what that was like. I never believed that I could be a part of that program.
After cruising through carrier qualification, Bolden got his wings and his first choice of aircraft, the A-6 Intruder. The A-6 was an interesting choice. First of all, it was not an air-to-air fighter, and because of that, it was not, in the eyes of pilots, a glamorous aircraft. The A-6 was an attack aircraft, one derided by fighter pilots as air-to-mud. That it was incredibly effective as an attacker that carried a huge weapon load mattered little. The second aspect of the A-6 that is interesting is that it is a two-man aircraft. Flying the A-6 in combat is more an act of teamwork than individual daring-do. In 1972, Bolden was assigned to Nam Phong, Thailand, to supply interdiction missions over Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. The missions were tough, 3 hours out and back in all kinds of weather, day and night sorties in search of supplies moving south.
You form some unique bonds over that period of time with your squadron mates, both enlisted and officer. You learn to put your life in other people's hands.
For the next year, Bolden and his navigator would take off into the skies of Southeast Asia searching for targets. More than 100 times he went up, delivered his munitions, and came back. In 1973, Bolden returned from Vietnam and for the next few years served in various assignments, none of them particularly challenging. He decided he wanted to be a test pilot, and he spent as much time as possible in the air, running up his hours so he would be eligible for flight test training. Highly qualified, highly committed, applied for flight test school and was rejected. As he had once written letter after letter seeking appointment to Annapolis, he again and again applied for test pilot school.
And finally, on my last attempt, what I said was going to be my last attempt, the Marine Corps accepted me for test pilot school input. So I went to Patuxent River, Maryland, became a test pilot.
There, on the runways and in the classrooms of Patuxent, he had his first face-to-face encounters with astronauts. And for the first time, he started thinking seriously about going into space. NASA recruits astronauts out of the ranks of test pilots. And one of the things that Charles Bolden noticed right away at Patuxent River was that many of the pilots seemed to view test flight as simply a stepping stone to space flight. The astronaut corps had at that point been an exclusively white domain. And when NASA put out notice that it was looking for astronauts to man the space shuttle, Bolden didn't bother to apply.
I had thought about it when NASA advertised, but I chickened out. I figured I'd never be selected, so I didn't apply.
He had those traits necessary to go forward into an atmosphere that was not necessarily conducive to who he was as a black man and make up his mind that he was going to achieve.
Inspired by the first African-American astronauts, Bolden applied to be included in the next group, and NASA invited him to Houston for an interview.
I did that and was very impressed, but I didn't think NASA was impressed with me, so went back to Patuxent River to continue my test piloting and told my wife that I thought that would be phenomenal, but there's no way.
About a month later, on Bolden's wife's birthday, the phone rang, and it was NASA, asking if Bolden would still like to go into space. Bolden and his wife packed up their car and moved to Houston. For Bolden, being in astronaut training was like walking among the gods. He arrived in a training group of 21, all under the tutelage of Alan Bean, one of the 12 astronauts who had actually walked on the moon.
I think every astronaut that enlisted in the space program or was selected by the space program between 1959 and 1975 was doing so with the hope that one of these days he would stand on the moon. I think it was a very common aspiration. It was the pinnacle of achievement for any astronaut at that time.
For the next 6 years, Bolden trained as an astronaut. He learned to fly the shuttle, working first in simulators and then in a corporate jet fitted out to handle the way the shuttle handles. For much of that time, he trained to fly the Challenger on the Teacher in Space mission. But about 6 months before that mission was to take place, NASA swapped out the crews, assigning Bolden to a Columbia mission instead. Originally scheduled to take off in June 1985, Bolden's first journey to space was delayed 5 times. Finally, on January 12, 1986, Charles Bolden took off for outer space.
And because we were so late, then NASA decided that, and the Teacher in Space flight was coming up next, they needed to get us on the ground. So they were going to cut, originally we were going to cut our flight to 4 days. God smiled on us, though, because the first day we were supposed to land, the weather at the Kennedy Space Center was awful. Wasn't very good at Edwards, so we waved off 2 or 3 times that day.
Bolden ended up staying in space for 3 extra days. Commander Hoot Gibson and Bolden brought the Columbia down at Edwards Air Force Base at night in a dramatic landing that is still one of the shuttle's most memorable.
It was awesome. I came back unbelievably high. We went through our debriefs and everything, and then 10 days later, we took a break to go watch Challenger launch with mostly everybody else.
7, 6. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff of the 25th Space Shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Now control. Roger, roll, Challenger. Good, roll program confirmed. Challenger now heading down range. Engines beginning throttling down now at 94%. Normal throttles for most of the flight, 104%. We'll throttle down to 65% shortly. Engines at 65%, 3 engines running normally, 3 good fuel cells, 3 good APUs. Velocity 2,257 feet per second. Altitude 4.3 nautical miles, downrange distance 3 nautical miles. Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%. Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up. One minute, 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles, downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
You know, they were all very good friends. Mike Smith and I had been boxers together at the Naval Academy. Ron McNair was a very good friend, had become a fraternity brother of mine. Both of us being native South Carolinians, we had gotten to know each other very well. And just everybody on the crew was superb. Krista was awesome.
Bolden went back into training, and NASA went back to the drawing board. His next flight, more than 4 years later, deployed the Hubble Space Telescope.
The crew knew prior to the launch that it would have an impact on humanity forever. And as it turned out over the years, since 1990, since we put Hubble in orbit, it has done exactly that.
The Hubble Space Telescope changed the way science thinks about time and space. The images beamed down to Earth have captured the deep beauty of the farthest reaches of the universe, asking and answering questions that are both scientific and profoundly spiritual. On Bolden's 3rd and 4th space flights, he took over as commander. As commander, he was more involved in the planning of the flights and was responsible for the successful execution of all aspects of the flight.
My 3rd and 4th flights were different in the respect that I moved to the left seat, so I became the mission commander. Thrilling in another way because you were now responsible for the safety of the crew and the vehicle, for the conduct of the flight, for helping with the planning and preparation and training of the crew. Both of those flights were 7-member crews. Both of those flights turned out to be international crews.
On STS-45, Bolden's crew carried aloft and operated 13 different scientific experiments from different countries, a mission of international visibility and diplomatic importance that went off without a hitch. But it was on STS-60, which proved to be Bolden's last journey into space, where he faced his greatest challenge.
It was a flight I did not want to fly. I was a Marine, and I mean, you know, the wall hadn't come down that long ago.
Another international flight, STS-60's key element was a pair of Russian cosmonauts, designated to fly aboard the space shuttle for the first time. Only a few years after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Empire, Bolden was not comfortable training for a mission with people he'd spent his whole military career training to kill.
The wall hadn't come down that long ago, and I really was not impressed with flying with a Russian.
While training for the mission, however, Bolden got to know the Russians and their families, and by the time he got into space with them, he considered them good friends. In fact, once the mission was complete, he traveled to Russia to visit with them. Bolden returned to the Marine Corps. In 1995, he went home, in a way, to Annapolis. A year later, he took command of a Marine aircraft wing at Miramar in California. and a year later became commanding general of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force in Kuwait. Bolden was in line to take command of the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, when he told the Marines he was retiring. The Marines tried to talk him out of it, but he knew it was time to go home. On January 1st, 2003, after 34 years in the Marine Corps, Major General Charles F. Bolden, Jr. retired. After years during which he traveled millions of miles, had untold adventures, and conquered every challenge he had faced, he decided that it was time to return to the place he worked so hard to leave, Charleston, South Carolina. The home that he lives in Charleston is the home that he grew up in. He's surrounded by friends and family, and the community recognizes him because people. But it is like that in part because of Charles Bolden, Jr., who worked hard, persisted, and dared to dream. As a boy, he was more interested in football than flight. He broke his leg twice, was told he'd never play again, but went on to star for Air Force in the Gator Bowl. He finished first in his pilot training class, flew the first F-4 Combat Forward Air Control mission, became one of the youngest instructors in the history of the Elite Fighter Weapons School, and then became the only Air Force ace of the Vietnam War. He amassed an amazing 10 distinguished flying crosses, and in retirement is helping bring to market a business jet that has more in common with the FA-18 than it does with a corporate jet. He is Steve Ritchie, and he is a legend of air power. Richard Stephen Ritchie was born June 25th, 1942 in Reidsville, North Carolina. He was known from his first day as Steve, and as a boy, his first passion was baseball. As he got a little older, however, his interest shifted to the rough and tumble of football.
I broke a leg in the 8th grade, another leg in the 9th grade. The surgeon that fixed my leg in the 9th grade said, you can't play football again.
Doctor's orders or not, he excelled as the quarterback of his high school team. He did it, he explained later, because he liked to try things that people said couldn't be done.
I wasn't the best guy on the field. I didn't have the most talent, but I worked hard.
Though he wasn't all that interested in flying, Ritchie decided that he wanted to attend the Air Force Academy. Senator B. Everett Jordan, North Carolina's popular Democratic lawmaker, nominated Ritchie, and in 1960, he reported to Colorado Springs.
So I was very highly motivated to go. In fact, I took the first bus down from Denver because I wanted to get started. Well, that was a big mistake because they start out by making life very, very miserable. So I advise people today to arrive at the very last possible moment rather than 5 or 6 hours earlier at the first possible moment. At least you save yourself 5 or 6 hours of misery.
The Academy hadn't recruited Ritchie as a football player, so he walked onto the team. Once again, he wasn't the biggest or most talented player, just the hardest working. The coaches kept him around, not because they thought he'd amount to much, but because they admired his persistence and courage. In many ways, Ritchie and the Air Force Academy were an uncomfortable fit. Ritchie was, in his own way, a rebel. He hated the ritual and regimentation that were ingrained into every aspect of Academy life. But he also recognized as time passed that at least some of the regimentation had a purpose.
Because we had to look straight ahead in everything we did, marching. Whenever we were outside, we had to look straight ahead. We couldn't gaze, as they call it. Same at the meals. The meals, you had to look straight down into the plate and develop this peripheral vision. Well, of course, we griped and complained about having to do that for a year of our lives, but it became important later in the air combat arena. That peripheral vision becomes very, very important.
Ritchie's interest in flight developed the summer before his senior year. As he walked out for his first flight in the T-37, he showed a little fighter pilot cockiness to his instructor, a recent graduate of the Academy.
I was with an instructor who had been a friend previously at the Academy. He was 2 years ahead of me, but we had been friends, named Mert Hull, Lieutenant Mert Hull at the time. And so I bet Lieutenant Hull a steak dinner that he could not make me sick on that first flight. And very unwise thing to do. Another humbling experience in one's aviation career. I bought dinner that night in Lubbock, Texas.
After 12 flights in the T-37, Ritchie decided that he wanted to be a fighter pilot. He returned to the Academy for his senior year as an odd mix of big man on campus and outcast. On the football field, he was a hero, an undersized halfback on a team that beat the #1 ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers on their home field. The team earned a trip to the Gator Bowl, and while they lost the game, there was no question but that Ritchie had won the hearts of Falcon fans across the country. Among the professors and officers of the Air Force Academy, however, Ritchie's reputation wasn't nearly as favorable. He was, in fact, known as something of a troublemaker. He didn't hide his scorn for the hazing and ritual that were so much a part of Academy life. There developed between Ritchie and his superiors a testy relationship that came to a head toward the end of Ritchie's senior year. Once the football season ended, Ritchie had surgery on his knee. The Air Force scheduled him for a series of physical therapy sessions.
It was time to pick pilot training bases, so I decided I need to go to the library and do some research on the bases. So I called the hospital, spoke to a female second lieutenant, and it was my clear understanding that I had rescheduled my appointment for therapy on the knee.
Ritchie's commanding officer, apparently fed up with Ritchie's inability to conform, explained to him in some detail why he was never going to amount to anything, and then confined him to quarters for the remainder of his time at the Academy. Ritchie was so disgusted with the Air Force, he could barely contain himself. In 1964, while Steve Ritchie was still in flight school, in the Gulf of Tonkin off the coast of North Vietnam, history was being made. After weeks of escalating tensions, during which American warships moved to within yards of North Vietnamese territorial waters, a group of North Vietnamese PT boats were reported to have attacked an American destroyer. In all likelihood, the incident did not take place as reported. Pilots flying above the supposed battle publicly declared years later that they had seen no enemy boats, that there had been no battle. But back in Washington, with anti-communist fervor running high and an election just over the horizon, President Lyndon Johnson seized the opportunity. He used what became known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident to push through Congress a resolution giving him the power to do pretty much whatever he wanted to protect American interests in Vietnam. After years of dithering, of secret and not-so-secret support of the South Vietnamese, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution made it official. The Vietnam War had begun. The whole mood of the Air Force changed. The country was suddenly at war, and those working their way through training were suddenly training not just to fly and fight in some theoretical future conflict, but to fly and fight in a very real ongoing war. Ritchie's first operational assignment was in flight test operations at Eglin Air Force Base. There he learned to fly the F-104 Starfighter, a classic jet of the 1950s. The Starfighter was big and fast, but difficult to maneuver, and by the time Ritchie settled into the cockpit, it was already being phased out. The plane of the future was the F-4 Phantom, and Ritchie made the transition 2 years later. The Phantom had originally been a Navy plane, adopted for Air Force use against the Air Force's wishes. Great pilots begin to distinguish themselves long before they see combat. In training, Ritchie began to show the attributes that only elite pilots ever.
Better reflex. Probably a better sense of the situation, situational awareness. They know what's happening around them. They can see things in 3 dimensions and can see a cutoff angle, can see an intercept that maybe somebody else can't see quite as fast.
Ritchie volunteered to fly a brand new F-4 over to Vietnam. At Hill Air Force Base, he picked up a Phantom with only 8 flight hours on it and hopscotched his way around the world, landing at the huge American air base at Da Nang. What he found there was not what he was expecting.
It smelled awful. It looked awful. It was filthy, dirty, slimy. And I thought, good gracious, this has got to be the end of the world.
End of the world or not, the many familiar faces at the Da Nang Air Base almost glowed with the esprit de corps. Though it is sometimes difficult for civilians to understand, combat is, for military pilots, something of a fulfillment. While no one hopes for war, the opportunity to put into practice what they've trained their whole lives to do is not something any of them want to miss. But the Air Force pilots in Vietnam were also laboring under a set of rules of engagement that seemed concerned with everything but winning. Set by civilians in Washington, those rules severely limited the actions the Air Force could take in battle. Frustrating as those limits were, in 1968, the reaction of the military to the various edicts from Washington was a remarkable spirit of innovation. And as soon as Ritchie landed in Vietnam, the Air Force put him to work in one of those innovations, Fast FAC, or Fast Forward Air Control.
The idea was you went out and found targets, did visual reconnaissance, sought intelligence, real-time intelligence, and then you either called in an airstrike right then, real-time, and directed it in on the targets.
Forward air control was nothing new. Balloons had been used for decades before the first airplane, and the first use of biplanes in World War I was to gather intelligence and direct artillery fire. But Fast FAC was something different, a much more aggressive use of aircraft north of the demilitarized zones in North Vietnamese airspace. Fast FAC had previously been flown in F-100s, but with the phasing out of the Century Series fighters, the mission moved to F-4s. The training Ritchie received was not extensive. Ritchie flew the first F-4 Fast FAC mission, and in the next few months, he and the other F-4 pilots rewrote the book on Fast FAC. But as Ritchie had once been worn down by what he saw as the feudal rules and rituals of life at the Air Force Academy, the rules of engagement in Vietnam began to get to him as well. Fast FAC had been an attempt to identify, confirm, and quickly strike targets that were fair game under Defense Secretary Robert McNamara's rules of engagement. But as time passed, the rules grew ever more restrictive, and winning the war took a back seat to knowing the rules.
As an aircrew member, we had to take a test every month on the rules of engagement. Came directly from McNamara, and make 100% or we could not fly. And most of those rules of engagement were what we could not do. Targets we could not hit, places we could not fly, situations where we could not fire back even when we were fired upon.
For a year, Ritchie flew Fast FAC missions out of Da Nang. He watched friends get shot down and die, and he watched others disappear into the horrific communist prison of war camps.
I never worried about being killed in Vietnam. If you're killed, you're killed. You can't do anything about it. What I worried about was losing freedom. What I worried about was being captured. What I worried about was being a prisoner. I didn't want to be a prisoner.
In 1969, Ritchie returned to the United States. The country had changed while he'd been gone, become immersed in a divisive debate about Vietnam, and whether it was worth fighting for. Ritchie had no doubts. There was a nation of people who wanted to be free, being overrun by people who wanted to oppress them. The Air Force sent Ritchie to fighter weapons school at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. Nellis was like graduate school for fighter pilots, and Ritchie's performance there so excellent that he was invited to stay on as an instructor. At 26 years of age, he was one of the youngest instructors in the history of the elite program. But what Ritchie really wanted to do, despite the protests in the streets and the apparent futility of the war effort, was to return to Vietnam.
This is my training, this is my business, this is my profession. Why should I sit back here in America and enjoy the luxury life that we have while my friends and my colleagues and my classmates were fighting in Vietnam?
When the Air Force sent Ritchie's commander from Nellis to a combat assignment, Ritchie wanted to go with him. The commander had been assigned to Udorn, Thailand, and the Air Force said Ritchie could go to Thailand too, but there were no combat assignments available there. He would have to go as an advisor to the Thai Air Force. Ritchie called his former commander and asked for his advice. The commander told him to come on over, that a combat assignment would surely turn up. When Steve Ritchie arrived in Udor, Thailand, he was hopeful that he would be able to wrangle a combat assignment. He lucked out, if you can call it that, and was assigned to the 555th Tactical Fighter Squadron, the famed Triple Nickel.
Well, by the end of 71, start of 72, pretty much everybody in Vietnam was under the impression we're not going to win this thing for any number of reasons. So the morale of the troops, I think, was not as high as it could have been or should have been.
The mission of the Triple Nickel was considerably different from Ritchie's previous assignment in Vietnam. Instead of forward air control, the Triple Nickel flew Combat Air Patrol, or CAP, defending American bombers flying over enemy territory. Ironically, after years of the Johnson administration trying to stay in the war with rules of engagement that restricted American options in combat, the Nixon administration's desire to get out of the war freed the Air Force to fight the war it had always wanted to fight. Nixon's strategy was a simple one. Go after all the targets that had been off limits with a ferocity that had not been previously seen in the war, using American air power to drive the North Vietnamese to the negotiating table. On May 10th, 1972, American forces all over the Vietnam theater prepared a massive attack against North Vietnam. Ritchie took off as part of a flight of 32 Phantoms and supporting aircraft assigned to protect B-52s, unleashing millions of pounds of high explosives on North Vietnam. The fighter sweep had been designed by Major Bob Lodge, who was in the first flight to engage the enemy. Lodge and his radar intercept officer, Roger Locker, shot down 2 MiGs. Ritchie, flying nearby, shot down another.
It went perfectly. We intercepted 4 MiG-21s. We downed 3 of them. What we did not anticipate was a flight of MiG-19s high and behind us.
The unseen MiGs swept in and shot down Lodge and Locker. And for the next 10 days, Ritchie and others from the Triple Nickel flew mission after mission over the area where the 2 had gone down, looking and listening for any sign of life. It was not until 22 days later that a plane passing over the area picked up a radio call. Bob Lodge had died in the crash, but Roger Locker was still alive. The next day, the commander of the 7th Air Force canceled a scheduled strike mission on Hanoi, committing 150 aircraft to the rescue of Locker.
The Roger Locker rescue is the greatest mission that I ever flew. Brought him all the way back to Udorn, Thailand. General Vogt flew up from Saigon and was the first of hundreds of us to meet him as he stepped off that airplane after 23 days. And we had a party at the club that night you would have enjoyed.
On May 31st, Ritchie went out on a mission and knocked down another MiG, his second. On July 8th, he swept up into the chaotic airspace near Hanoi and nearly got himself killed. What saved his life, he says, was not his own skill as a pilot, but an air traffic controller referred to as disco.
I get a call from the disco controller over 100 miles away, orbiting the old Super Connie. And rather than going through the formal radio procedure, which would have been something similar to our call sign was Paula. Paula 01, this is Disco 23, you have blue bandits bearing 350, suggest you come left to a heading of 295, something like that. Would have taken too long. He just said, Steve, they're 2 miles north of you.
Without that warning, Richie would likely have been shot down. Instead, he swung around and, in an engagement that lasted seconds, shot
where not only did I do almost everything right, our team, our flight of 4, did almost everything right, but all the equipment worked either as or beyond design specification, which doesn't happen very often.
With 4 kills, Richie had tied Robin Olds as the leading Air Force fighter pilot. It might have been big news, except that on the other side of Vietnam, a Navy pilot had recorded his 5th kill, becoming an official ace.
Randy Cunningham came along and scored his 5th kill for the Navy in the mid-1972. And the Air Force didn't have an ace. And I think that in the back of everybody's minds, we kind of thought, this war is winding down one way or the other. And you know, there's a real good chance that the Air Force is not going to have an ace.
Richie solved that problem on August 28th by chasing a MiG across the sky and knocking it down with 2 Sparrow missiles.
I just have to tell you, as I've said thousands and thousands of times, if it hadn't have been for this incredible team effort, this incredible network of people, not only would Steve Ritchie not be a fighter ace, I probably would not be alive.
Richie returned to base as a kind of savior of the Air Force in Vietnam. When his tour ended, he had 339 combat missions under his belt and was one of the most decorated pilots of the war. He had an Air Force Cross, 4 Silver Stars, and 10 Distinguished Flying Crosses.
I'm the director of the National Aviation Hall of Fame. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head who's been inducted in the National Aviation Hall of Fame, and there may be, but I can't think of any that have 10 Distinguished Flying Crosses. It's extremely hard to get. I got 1 and treasure it. I can't imagine having 10.
Back in the States on tour with the Thunderbirds, Richie crossed paths with his former commanding officer at the Air Force Academy. The officer, now a colonel, shook Richie's hand and congratulated him. Richie asked if he remembered their last conversation, when the colonel had said that Richie would never amount to anything.
He said, oh gosh, I was hoping you wouldn't remember that. I looked him in the eye and I said, how sweet it is. The impossible is possible.
At the behest of Senator Barry Goldwater, Richie resigned his commission to run for Congress. He lost to an anti-war Democrat. For the next 30 years, he moved back and forth between the public and private sectors, serving in the Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve, and accepting political appointments to, among other things, the Mobilization Policy and Plans Directorate of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. In 2003, Richie returned to the aviation business, helping bring to market a revolutionary aircraft that straddles the line between military and civil aviation.
The Javelin will be about a $2.5 million airplane. It'll perform greater, climb faster, go higher, go faster, at less costs than any business jet on the market today. Very, very exciting. It looks like the combination of an F-5, a T-38, and an F-18.
It will be, without question, the best toy in the world. Whether it will find a market or not remains to be seen. But Richie, as he always has before, is enjoying the challenge.
I think it's that extra effort in anything that we do in life that sets one apart from another.
He was a kid from the Wild West who fell in love with airplanes at the ripe old age of 4½. At the age of 15, he drove halfway across the country to enroll in a cut-rate aviation school. And by the time he was 16, he'd built and flown his own airplane. He built an enormous business training pilots, took time out to personally fly in World War II, and then came back home to build his business even more. He helped design the air traffic control system that enabled aviation's enormous growth in the 1960s, helped get the American space program off the ground, and gave refuge to the first man to walk on the moon. At a time when his peers were retiring, he stepped in to save one of aviation's legendary manufacturers. And when he was done with that, he began a new career as a writer. He is Harry Combs, and he is a legend of air power. Harry Benjamin Combs was born in Denver, Colorado on January 27, 1913. He was raised by his father and grandmother, but his life changed when he was barely 4 years old. That was when his father, after watching what became World War I building in Europe, decided he wanted to become a military pilot.
One day, I came in and the nurse who said, "You better go see your grandmother. She wants to see you very much." And I went in to see her. I called her Gamma. And she said, she was crying. I'd never seen her. You know, she was a stately lady. And I'd never seen her weep, you know, or anything like that, or be disturbed about anything. But she was crying. And I said, "What's going on, Gamma?" I called her Gamma. And she said, "Daddy's going to war. Your daddy is going to war."
The United States wasn't involved in the war yet, so the elder Combs packed up and went to Canada, where he enlisted in the Royal Canadian Air Force. Not long after, Combs and his grandmother boarded a train to visit Combs' father in Toronto. The train ride was an epic journey for the young Combs. He slept in an upper berth and watched the countryside pass through the train's windows. The aerodrome in Deseronto, east of Toronto, near the north shore of Lake Ontario, was, like most aerodromes of its day, little more than a grass field with a swarm of biplanes trundling along the ground. Combs was impressed to see his father in uniform and almost overwhelmed with all the activity. He watched in fascination as the planes took off and landed.
I remember a great deal of it, and excitement, I watched these machines run along the ground and then rise in the air. How do they do that? And my interest in aviation started right there.
Combs' father, seeing the boy's fascination, used a paper airplane to illustrate the fundamentals of aerodynamics. All the way home, all Combs could talk about was the airplanes and flight and the pilots he'd seen and met. He attended the Taft Prep School in Connecticut. He decorated his dorm room with pictures of the great flyers of his time. He wanted to learn to fly more than anything else in the world. But in those days, flight training was rare and very expensive. On a trip back to Colorado, he and a friend paid $5 for a brief ride in a mail plane.
That was an experience. I never forget it. The airplane gaining speed and the earth going by and then suddenly lifting off. And I God, this is for me. This is for me. And I can't do anything else, but then I was nutty about it.
Back at school, Combs couldn't get his mind off learning to fly. In those days of barnstormers and air races, being an aviator was like being a rock star. Lindbergh had flown to Paris and returned the world's most famous man. Newspapers almost daily carried stories of new records broken and new aircraft flown. Combs was nearly bursting with a desire to fly. And one day, he picked up a magazine and found a solution to his problem.
I discovered in a magazine an advertisement, $99, learn to fly. And in those days, there were no little Piper and so forth that fly. And there were surplus, and there were biplanes, big, used up a lot of fuel and so forth. So a thing like this was unbelievable. But it was at Lindbergh's old school.
Which meant, of course, that the $99 flight course was in St. Louis, Lindbergh's hometown. The fact that Combs was in Connecticut posed only a minor problem. He convinced his flight-mad roommate, who had a car, that they should drive out to St. Louis and learn to fly, which they did. And after only 3 hours and 13 minutes of instruction, Combs soloed, a 15-year-old kid who lied about his age, taking off into the wild blue yonder.
When Harry Combs was 16, the world was a little different place than it is now. Young boys didn't have Nintendo, they didn't have television sets, they barely had movie theaters, and they worked a lot more with their hands and with building things. It really wasn't illogical for a 16-year-old who was mesmerized by flight to decide to build an airplane.
Harry and a friend designed and built a sport biplane, which they christened the Vamp Bat. It had a Jacobs radial engine and, remarkably, flew just beautifully. For the next 2 years, Combs flew the plane every chance he got, until in 1931, a gust of wind flipped the plane on a taxiway in Pueblo, Colorado. Combs went to Yale University, where he received his degree in applied economics. Still wanting to be part of the aviation world, he took a job as a ticket clerk for Pan American Airways. Pan Am at the time was the most glamorous airline in the world, with routes stretching farther than any other airline and a fleet of aircraft reminiscent of the great clipper ships of the high seas. He roomed with a couple of college friends in New York, scraping by on his $50 a month salary, and just missed meeting Charles Lindbergh one morning in the Pan Am offices. Combs got a $1,000 graduation present from a rich uncle, and he teamed up with a friend to buy a Warner Fleet biplane. Still, fuel was expensive for someone making $12.50 a week, so Combs was still scratching for flight time. A friend of Combs' girlfriend convinced him to move back to Denver to work in investment banking, and almost as soon as Combs arrived, he was scrounging around for flight time. He joined the Colorado National Guard, which had a small flight operation, and swaggered onto the field to see if he could get a little stick time. The officers laughed, and while planes took off and landed in the background, handed Combs a broom and told him to sweep the hangar. Soon enough, however, Combs was flying in 019 and building up his hours. He earned his instructor rating and discovered that he liked teaching others to fly. In fact, he liked it so much that he quit his job at the bank and opened his own flight school. He partnered with a fixed-base operator named Ray Wilson, charging $3 an hour for training and getting 10% of every airplane he sold. They called the venture Mountain State Aviation, and their timing couldn't have been better. Another war was brewing in Europe, and in Washington, planners in the War Department were cooking up a way to get a few thousand pilots trained, just in case. The civilian pilot training program was a stroke of genius. At a time when interest in aviation was high but defense spending low, the government started the program to train civilian pilots who could, if war came, make a relatively quick and easy transition to military flight. Harry Combs' new flight school, Mountain State Aviation, quickly landed a government contract to train pilots. An initial $7,500 investment bloomed into a $300,000 business. As World War II approached, however, Combs couldn't keep himself out of the action, and while his role as a flight instructor would likely have earned him a draft deferment, he enlisted in the Army Air Corps. While he was off flying transports in North Africa and India, his company back home trained more than 9,000 pilots and came close to going broke. Combs came home, and rather than mourning his financial losses, he simply went back to work, rebuilding the school.
A lot of GIs that took their annuity and spent it learning to be pilots, which was good because the airlines were getting plowed up, you know, and they needed pilots.
Combs bought out his partner and renamed the company Combs Aircraft. He expanded it into Wyoming and Montana. He sold what were essentially package deals, teaching people to fly and then selling them aircraft. And by 1958, Combs Aircraft was the largest seller of Beechcraft airplanes in the country. Aviation boomed in the 1950s, and by the end of the decade, it was becoming clear that the industry's growth would be stunted unless a better way of handling traffic in the air could be devised. Newly elected President John Kennedy, impressed by Combs' managerial and administrative skills, tapped the can-do Westerner to help redesign the antiquated air traffic control system. The task force, called Project Beacon, was probably Combs' greatest contribution to the growth of the aviation industry.
Harry was the man who came up with the concept of segregating the airspace by the type of airplane that was flying in it, so you didn't have Piper Cubs competing with 747s in the same airspace.
Segregating aircraft by performance enabled the growth of both commercial and civil aviation. The air traffic control system as it exists today is largely a result of knowledge Combs accrued while teaching hundreds of new pilots how to maneuver in 3 dimensions. His seemingly simple insight, the segregation of aircraft, helped turn aviation from a risky, if glamorous endeavor, into a safe, everyday mode of mass transport.
It was very easy for him to marry the love of aviation and the love of business by going into aviation as a business. Took him a while to perfect it, but once he did, he was absolutely brilliant at it.
As Project Beacon wound down, Combs was hired as a consultant to NASA, the space agency that President Kennedy charged with putting a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s. He brought his background in flight training to bear on the problem of astronaut training, and he helped as well in streamlining the agency's procurement and manufacturing processes. By the mid-1960s, Combs seemed to be cutting back on his business activities. He sold Combs Aircraft to Charles Gates of Denver's Gates Rubber Company, but stayed on as a consultant. He convinced Gates to buy Roscoe Turner Aeronautical, forming the highly successful Combs-Gates network of fixed-base operations. And then, in a move that many in the industry considered foolhardy, he convinced Gates to buy Learjet Industries. Based in Wichita, Kansas, Lear was the leader in what was really an embryonic corporate aviation industry. But it was also a company that had lost its way, diversifying into businesses unrelated to aviation, including the manufacture of 8-track tape players for automobiles. Combs convinced Gates that Lear could be returned to profitability, and Gates went along because Combs promised that he would stay close to the project and make sure it maintained its focus. Combs didn't know how close he was going to stay. Soon after Gates acquired Lear, the company's CEO was killed in a car accident. At the age of 58, when Harry Combs' attention was turning to light work schedules and long weeks spent on his beloved Colorado ranch, he instead stepped up and took day-to-day control of a troubled aviation icon. He did it, he said, because he couldn't resist a challenge. And Lear would prove to be a very big challenge indeed. In the late 1960s, the renamed Gates Lear Jet Company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Though it manufactured a full line of elegant corporate jets that enjoyed a reputation as the apex of jet-age luxury, the company itself was a mess.
Harry Combs had to step in and really rebuild the company from the ground up. He had to create energy and enthusiasm. He had to create airplanes that people wanted and needed, and he had to create a market for them. He had to teach America why they needed small business jets like the Lear.
Combs started with the company's employees, who were discouraged and saw little future for the company. He gathered them together and told them Lear was a good company, but that it was going broke. "We will have to be austere and humble," he told them, "but we're going to be austere with class and humble with pride." He then began the long process of dismantling and reassembling the company. He sold off divisions that weren't relevant to the company's core mission, corporate jets. He scrapped the complicated and expensive system of distributorships, centralizing sales in the home office in Kansas. And he broke down one of the keys from buying Lear's shortage. In general, pilots and mechanics qualified to fly and work on passenger jets were more likely to take jobs with major airlines, jobs that paid more and had a higher status than working in civil aviation. Thinking back to his days building Combs aircraft, he decided that Lear should sell planes and training as a package. He contracted with Flight Safety International, which established a training center in Wichita. The center was packed with simulators for pilot training and provided maintenance and ground school instruction as well. Companies or individuals that bought Lear jets got not only a plane, but the training it took to operate the planes efficiently and safely. Then he went to work on Lear's product line, developing the Lear Model 35, which was sold as the Longhorn 55. The Longhorn was in many ways the first modern corporate jet. It was roomy and comfortable, with a ceiling of 51,000 feet for cruising in the relatively calm air high above the clouds. It was more fuel efficient, cheaper to operate, and went faster and flew farther.
I think Harry Combs' greatest strength is as a visionary. He's one of those people that has the ability to look at anything and see beyond what's on the surface.
He certainly did that with Gates Lear. In less than a decade, he took a company headed for bankruptcy and turned it into a profitable industry leader. In the process, he made corporate aviation the major business that it is today. While he was building Gates Lear, he remained in touch with NASA, helping out here and there where he could. In 1969, he was invited to Cape Canaveral to watch the launch of Apollo 11, man's first mission to the moon. Accompanied by John Love, the governor of Colorado, he listened to the countdown and marveled at how far aviation had come.
Down to zero and whoom, and you just see that fire burning under this thing, and you begin to see the whole world shakes. I mean, hell, you're 2 miles from where the damn thing is going up, and the ground is shaking all over. And here you see this damn thing climbing, struggling against the gravity of the earth, and a guy's in it. There's 2 or 3 guys in there. The moonshot, of course, went off without a hitch.
turning Neil Armstrong into the biggest aviation hero since Charles Lindbergh. When the astronauts got back, the public interest in them was extreme, and NASA needed a place for Armstrong to relax and unwind with his family.
Now, some NASA public affairs officer had come up with the wonderful idea that they would send Neil to a dude ranch. And somebody else wisely said, we don't want to send Neil Armstrong to a dude ranch. Hey, let's call Harry Combs.
Combs, of course, was perfectly thrilled to host Armstrong and his family. NASA asked Armstrong if he and his family wanted to go to Harry Combs' ranch. Armstrong thought about it for a few seconds and said, yes, I've heard of Harry Combs, that will be fine. Combs, told that Armstrong had heard of him, laughed and had one of his aides call Armstrong back to tell him that Combs had also heard of Armstrong. During 3 weeks on the Combs ranch, the two struck up a fast friendship. They rode horses and wandered the open ranges of Colorado, while the media speculated on what Armstrong was up to.
They were both passionately in love with aviation and space exploration. I think Harry was used to being around people of note, and so he wasn't overwhelmed by Neil. Neil was equally impressed with Harry and with his many achievements, and I think they spent many long hours discussing aviation.
One of the favorite topics of the two was the Wright brothers. Combs had no idea how methodical the Wrights had been in researching aerodynamics and designing their flyer. The discussion spurred Holmes to begin a long research project on the Wrights, and he eventually wrote and published a book, Kill Devil Hill, that reconstructed the Wrights' scientific and engineering studies of heavier-than-air flight.
Harry Combs has a natural affinity for pioneers. I think it doesn't matter whether they're pioneers of the sky or pioneers of the West. I think he identifies with them, and I think he has tremendous respect for them.
Though Combs regularly describes writing as a pain in the ass, after his retirement from Gates Lear in 1982, he threw himself full-time into researching and publishing books about various kinds of pioneers. He wrote a fictional trilogy about the taming of the American frontier, and later published a study of the Battle of the Little Bighorn.
Harry Combs is what is commonly described as a Renaissance man. He is somebody who is equally at home in a corporate environment, but is probably happiest when he is either out riding the range or he is in the air flying an airplane.
He was born in a big white farmhouse in Myra, West Virginia, just up the Mud River from the Lincoln County seat of Hamlin, one day after Lincoln's birthday in 1923. He was an average student, learned mechanics from his father, and loved to sneak away to hunt and fish. When World War II came, he joined the Army Air Corps as an aircraft mechanic. But by war's end, he was an ace fighter pilot and destined for glory in the air. He was the first man to break the speed of sound in the Bell X-1. He won nearly every aviation award, a Peacetime Congressional Medal of Honor, and was the youngest man enshrined into the Aviation Hall of Fame. His name, Charles Elwood Yeager, and he is a legend of air power. Chuck was an easygoing easygoing boy at Hamlin High School, good at math and typing, played the trombone, and played both football and basketball. But when school was out, you'd find Chuck down by the Mud River with his fishing pole, or out in the woods hunting with his .22 rifle.
Chuck and I used to loan all these hills. We hunt all these hills, squirrel hunt, and what have you. And old Chuck will never forget it. And on this ridge back here was the Devil's Head, what they call the Devil's Head. We used to go back there. They had a carving in this. And then back this way is the Mall Rock, about 2 miles back in these mountains. Chuck and I used to go back in there, and not only him, but a lot of other boys and girls with us. When we grew up and around in this community, we had a real good time. We didn't have no cars to run around in like they do today, but we did enjoy the hills and the mountains, picking blackberries and what have you.
When high school ended in the summer of 1941, young Yeager immediately joined the Army Air Corps and left home for training in September. He was trained as an aircraft mechanic, first at Mather Field, California, and then at nearby Moffett Field, where he was an AT-6 crew chief. While at Moffett, he applied for the Flying Sergeant's Program, and just 3 days before the attack on Pearl Harbor, he passed his first flight physical and awaited selection. He subsequently was transferred to Victorville, California, as a crew chief on an AT-11, an aircraft used to train bombardiers. And in the spring of 1942, it became the first airplane he ever got a ride in. Corporal Yeager was selected for flight school in July of 1942. He attended primary school at Ryan Field, Hemet, California, and basic school at Gardner Field, Taft, California. Graduation from Luke Field, Arizona in March 1943, Flight Officer Yeager was assigned to the 363rd Fighter Squadron, 357th Fighter Group, Tonopah, Nevada, flying Bell P-39 Era Cobras.
That was up Tonopah in 43 with P-39. The old rancher had about a 20-foot cottonwood up there in front of his house, and he said he wanted to take out. I took it out with a P-39 wing. I was up there last year, and that tree's still there. It's about 8 feet in diameter, and the branches about 6 feet above the ground where we cut it down. I told the maintenance officer I had a bird. He said it must have been carrying a nest with it.
The fighter group trained at several airfields throughout the West, including Oroville, California. It was in Oroville that Chuck met his future wife, Glennis Stickhouse. Glennis was the social director for the town's USO, and she planned a dance at Chuck's request for the other pilots in the group so they could meet the local girls. Chuck took Glennis. In November 1943, Chuck's fighter group departed Casper, Wyoming for Leiston, England, and their first taste of combat. The group was now flying the North American P-51 Mustang, escorting bombers deep into Europe. On March 4th, 1944, Yeager claimed his first victory, a Messerschmitt Me-109 over Berlin. Celebration was short-lived. The very next day, on his 9th mission, while flying Tail End Charlie on another bomber escort mission over France, a Focke-Wulf 190 shot down Yeager's P-51, Glamorous Glen. Although Chuck was slightly wounded, he evaded German patrols looking for him. And with the help of an old French woodcutter, he was hidden and handed over to the French underground, who eventually moved him to the Pyrenees, where he and other downed aircrew continued to evade into Spain. His final trek to freedom included a hair-raising escape from a German patrol. Once in Spain, he was repatriated with the 357th Fighter Group by mid-May. Regulations prohibited evadees to go back to combat, but Yeager insisted all the way up the chain of command until he got permission directly from General Eisenhower himself. He returned to his squadron in Leiston, flew 56 more combat missions, shot down 11 more German aircraft, 9 in 2 missions, 5 Me-109s on 1 mission, and 4 FW-190s in another. 13 in all, including Germany's famed jet, the Me-262. From July to October 1944, Yeager was promoted to second lieutenant, first lieutenant, and captain. Captain Chuck Yeager returned to the United States in February 1945 and went directly to California, picked up Glennis, and took her home to meet his folks. They were married in the parlor of his home in Hamlin on February 26. After a honeymoon in California, he was assigned as an instructor pilot to Perrin Field, Texas. That didn't last long. In July, the Yeagers arrived at Wright Field, where Chuck became the maintenance officer in the Fighter Test Branch Flight Test Division, and was soon participating in test projects on the Lockheed P-80 Shooting Star and the Republic P-84 Thunderjet, America's first operational jet fighters. Young Captain Yeager impressed Colonel Albert Boyd, the chief of the Flight Test Division, with his jet air shows he was flying and his understanding of the maintenance needs of airplanes. In December 1945, Colonel Boyd asked Chuck if he'd like to attend test pilot school. When he graduated in August 1947, he was sent to Muroc Air Base, California, as the project pilot for the Bell XS-1.
I remember in looking at the airplane, I said, man, that thing got speed written all over it, and it did.
In October 1947, at Muroc Desert Test Center in California, history is made by this aircraft, the XS-1, and its pilot, Captain Charles E. Yeager.
I only flew the X-1 about twice a week. And it was fun because I didn't have to work on a lot of other test programs when I got to fly the X-1.
This airplane and this pilot are about to be the first ever to fly faster than the speed of sound. A B-29 will take the XS-1 aloft and launch her at an altitude of about 35,000 feet. The XS-1 is not a military aircraft, but a flying research laboratory designed to test the effects of supersonic flight upon airplanes. It is powered by 4 rocket engines. Its weight empty is less than 5,000 pounds, but it carries 8,000 pounds of fuel. B-29s have done a lot of memorable things, but none of them ever before had a mission quite like this one. And no airplane ever did what the XS-1 is about to do. Cracking the sound barrier in level flight will be more than a spectacular feat. It will also give the Air Force valuable knowledge of the resources of new propulsive systems. Captain Yeager gets aboard the XS-1. It can't be a long flight he's going to have in the little aircraft. At full power, the flight can't last more than 2.5 minutes. But it's going to be a fast one.
I didn't give any thought to whether or not we were going to get above Mach 1. It just, duty was paramount in my mission.
The radar crews are ready, too, to do the timing, the only possible method for timing aircraft at extremely high altitudes. There she goes, a big moment in a history-making flight. Now she's approaching the barrier. The speed of sound at 35,000 feet is 660 miles per hour. The really big moment. Through the sound barrier. The first time ever.
One thing we found out with the X-1, since it was the first airplane to ever get into the region of the speed of sound and exceed the speed of sound, was that on the horizontal stabilizer, or the tail plane of the airplane, shock waves were forming, and as we got up to about 94% of the speed of sound, these shock waves were right at the hinge point of the elevator, and consequently we lost our elevator effectiveness. And the X-1 had the capability of moving its whole horizontal stabilizer, and that was the way we got the airplane through Mach 1.
For breaking the speed of sound, President Harry Truman presented Captain Chuck Yeager with America's most prestigious aviation award, the Robert J. Collier Trophy for the greatest achievement in aeronautics, and the McKay Trophy for the most meritorious flight of the year. During the next 2 years, Captain Yeager flew the X-1 more than 40 flights, exceeded 1,000 miles per hour. To 1,650 miles per hour, or 2.5 times the speed of sound. The record almost cost him his life. The X-1A went uncontrollable at 80,000 feet and spun down to 25,000 feet in 51 seconds before Major Yeager was able to regain control and land on the Mojave Lake bed. For his new speed record, Yeager was awarded the Harmon International Trophy by President Eisenhower and was selected one of the 10 outstanding young men of 1953 by the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce. Earlier in 1953, Major Yeager accompanied General Boyd to Kadena Air Base, Okinawa, to fly and evaluate a North Korean MiG-15 whose pilot had defected. Yeager considered this assignment to be one of the most dangerous of his flying career. The MiG was put through every possible test to evaluate the airplane's capability, and they did it all during a severe tropical storm. In October 1954, after more than 9 years of flight test work, Major Yeager became 417th Fighter Bomber Squadron Commander, an F-86 squadron at Hahn Air Base, Germany, and later Toul-Rosières, France. During his tour, he took first-place honors in air-to-air and air-to-ground gunnery, ensuring that his wing won the 1956 Fighter Weapons Gunnery Meet held in Europe.
I think that Chuck Yeager thinks of himself primarily as a fighter pilot, more than he even thinks of himself as a test pilot. And his combat record certainly indicates this. You know, here was a man who, people who have flown with him and opponents who flew against him have all reflected that this individual was extraordinarily gifted as a combat pilot, and indeed is extraordinarily gifted as an airman today.
In September 1957, Chuck and his family left Europe and returned to the high California desert at George Air Base, just 50 miles from Edwards. Lieutenant Colonel Yeager became the squadron commander of 2 North American F-100 squadrons in succession, the 1st Tactical Fighter Squadron and the 306 Tactical Fighter Squadron. During his days at George, Yeager took his squadrons throughout the world, participating in TAC Strike Force exercises. His squadrons crossed the Atlantic non-stop 2 times, once to serve as an air defense force for the Strategic Air Command at Morón, Spain, and the other in Italy on special weapons alerts. He attended the Air War College at Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama in 1960, and was promoted to full colonel in March 1961. After War College, Chuck Yeager returned to the Air Force Flight Test Center at Edwards, and in June 1962 became the commandant of the United States Air Force Aerospace Research Pilot School.
carefully calculated intervals to boost acceleration. When the aircraft nears the apex of the zoom maneuver and reaches an altitude at which dynamic pressure becomes too low for conventional aerodynamic controls, the reaction controls are activated. At the altitudes attained by the NF-104A, he enjoys a unique view, a byproduct of his mission. The sight is familiar to the astronauts, and now, because of the Zoom flight program, to these future astronauts in training at the Aerospace Pilot School.
As well as future experimental aircraft test pilots. He continued to lead by example, involved in every type of aircraft testing, including the M2 lifting body, the concept vehicle used to study the re-entry needs of future aircraft and spacecraft, such as the present-day Space Shuttle.
The legacy of Chuck Yeager, I think, can really be found in today's test pilots. You know, these are individuals that are highly trained, highly skilled individuals. There has been talk about the so-called right stuff. I think the danger when we look at the test pilot in a strictly popular sense is confusing the sense of recklessness with the sense of adventure. If you look at the history of flight testing and flight research, recklessness has never had a part in it. Chuck Yeager was a supremely adventurous, extremely crafty and shrewd individual, but never a reckless one.
In July 1966, Colonel Yeager returned to operational flying when he became the commander of the 405th Fighter Wing, a B-57 wing at Clark Air Base, Republic of the Philippines, but with 5 squadrons assigned all over Southeast Asia. Even though the job kept him moving, Yeager still managed to fly 127 missions in South Vietnam. In 1969, Yeager became the commander of the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, North Carolina, and was promoted to Brigadier General. While commander of the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing, he led his unit to South Korea to bolster other forces after the North Koreans captured the USS Pueblo and its crew. His next assignments carried him and his family back to Germany, where he was vice commander of the 16th Air Force, then on to Pakistan as U.S. defense representative to that country. General Yeager's last assignment was as Director of Aerospace Safety for the Air Force Inspection and Safety Center at Norton Air Force Base, California. He retired in February 1975.
This man is one of the genuine heroes of the air age. He's a legendary person in terms of his piloting ability and his test pilot acumen in the same sense that we think of, say, Jimmy Doolittle. And just as Doolittle played a transforming role in the development of aviation technology in the 1920s and 1930s, we certainly see Chuck Yeager doing that in the 1940s into the 1950s.
But this was by no means the last we heard of Chuck Yeager. General Yeager continued to test aircraft as a consultant for the Air Force, NASA, and many major aircraft companies.
We've come a long ways in the last 40-some years when we first started flying Mustangs against the Germans back in 1943, 44, and 45. A lot of things have changed in modern aircraft. We went through a big evolution. After breaking the sound barrier at the X-1, we had airplanes that would fly at supersonic speeds like the F-100 would go out to about 1.3 Mach number. You get in, you shoot, and you get out.
30,000 feet at about 0.95 Mach, and we're going AB now.
50 years to the minute after breaking the barrier in the experimental aircraft named Glamorous Glennis, Chuck Yeager made history once again in the skies over the Mojave Desert.
And we just went through Mach 1.
This anniversary of supersonic flight was about more than just a machine and the speeds it reached above Edwards Air Force Base. This anniversary was instead a time to honor a man who had the courage to fly into the unknown. This anniversary also signaled the end to a test flight career for General Yeager.
What I can say is that what I am I owe to the Air Force.
Chuck Yeager did it all in airplanes and research flying. An ace in World War II, the first to break the speed of sound, he won nearly every aviation award available, received a special Peacetime Congressional Medal of Honor, and was the youngest person ever enshrined in the Aviation Hall of Fame. And for this, he is a legend of air power. He was born in Washington, D.C. in 1912, son of a black Army officer whose career was badly stunted by segregation. He attended West Point, where he believed his classmates would accept him because of his character and not his race. He was wrong. For 4 years, he was shunned. He despised segregation and was determined to destroy it. He was turned down for flight training because there were no black flying units. When blacks were finally allowed to become flyers, he was their commander, and they were the Tuskegee Airmen. Under his leadership, the men of the 99th Pursuit Squadron and the 332nd Fighter Group became renowned for never losing a bomber they escorted to fighter attack, a feat unmatched by any other group. With World War II behind him, he took up a new fight to destroy segregation within the military. He won that battle too. He went on to serve with great distinction, became the first Air Force black general officer, and saw his dream of an integrated Air Force and a more tolerant nation come true.
He's an American. He's an American who contributed to the victory in World War II. He's an American who contributed to the victory in all the wars after that. He's an American who contributed to whatever we gained during the Vietnam War through his command of the 13th Air Force. He's an American.
His name is Benjamin O. Davis, Jr., and he is a legend of air power. Young Ben Davis was born in Washington, D.C. on December 18, 1912. But by his third birthday, his mother had died, giving birth to his sister Lenora. While his father traveled to different Army postings, he and his sister were raised by their grandparents and aunts and uncles until his father remarried and they could once again be together. He attended segregated schools in Washington during his early years, but feels he got an excellent education. As a teenager, he moved with his father to Cleveland, Ohio, where he attended integrated schools for the first time. And he excelled academically and athletically. He was president of his senior class in high school and lettered in track. He was determined to follow in his father's footsteps as a military man and applied to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. While he awaited his acceptance, he briefly attended Wayne State University and the University of Chicago to improve his math skills. He entered West Point in 1932 with great hopes and was sure his classmates would accept him for his character and merit. He could not have been more wrong.
General Davis shared with me, Tess, you really don't know how bad it was for me and for others. And I said, sir, can you explain? It was difficult, but he knew it was going to be that difficult. He was prepared for the inevitable. He withstood the silencing. His very best friend, and of course his bride of over 60 years, Miss Agatha, came to visit him at every opportunity. And many times that was the only person that General Davis spoke to until she actually came back in social conversation the next time to visit. Now, of course, he participated in his classroom. situations, but nothing on a personal basis by either his classmates or upperclassmen. He was completely silenced.
His fellow cadets silenced him for his entire 4 years. In his senior year at West Point, he was given orientation flights in Air Corps airplanes. And from that first flight, he decided on a military flying career. But when he applied, he was told he would not be accepted because the Army had no black flying units. The segregation of Benjamin Davis Jr. continued. His classmates had hoped the silence would force Cadet Davis to resign. He stuck it out and graduated in 1936 in the top third of his class. He left West Point vowing to fight segregation, and for the rest of his life, he did. He was assigned to Fort Benning, Georgia, and the infantry school where his former classmates continued their silence. There was one exception when former classmate Lieutenant William Westmoreland stopped by Davis's quarters for a visit.
He accepted that man without any problem. He didn't ask him, why did you do it? He just made the rationalization. I almost said excuse, but it wasn't an excuse. He rationalized that that was a sign of the times. That's what was characteristically done at those times. He accepted it and moved on. It did not diminish General Westmoreland's overall being or his status as an understanding human. He was a victim, as many of us are, of our circumstances. And I think General Davis articulated that to me in that fashion. And it's judge ye lest you be judged. And he lives by that rule.
To help ensure the black vote during the 1940 election. But Roosevelt did one more thing for the Davises and other black military men who aspired to fly. He promised prominent black community leaders that if he were reelected with a strong black vote, he would form a black flying school and the 99th Pursuit Squadron in the Army Air Corps. Roosevelt was reelected, and he fulfilled his promise. Since there was no other black West Pointer in the Army, the brass focused on Davis to be the 99th's commander.
He was given a flight physical at Fort Riley where his father was stationed, and he was aide-de-camp to his father. The flight surgeon, not knowing that the Air Corps had decided that they were going to allow blacks to serve, failed him because he had epilepsy. My God. If he had epilepsy, he couldn't have been an officer in the first place. The sham continued. A flight surgeon got the word that no, we don't want him failed. We want him to command this organization. Then he was passed and he was sent to Tuskegee.
In the spring of 1941, the first 13 Tuskegee Airmen began flight training. The white mindset of the time was convinced that the Tuskegee Airmen would fail and that no black man could become a pilot, much less a fighter pilot. They thought blacks were lazy, childlike, and incompetent. They were also thought to lack the hand-eye coordination and physical dexterity necessary to be a fighter pilot.
The litmus test was different for black Americans at that time than it was for white Americans. There were so many things to prove. And it wasn't just that they were capable of flying airplanes, but there had been so many misrepresentations that blacks were uncontrollable. They lacked discipline. And General Davis set out to show that, yes, if there are rules, you must follow them. I follow them, and I'm only going to ask of you that which I would do myself.
In the spring of 1942, the first 5 black flyers graduated as Army Air Force pilots. Captain Benjamin O. Davis, Jr. was there.
Well, here we are, and I'm looking at a picture that was taken back in 1942. And I must say that it takes me back in memory a long way. I see a lot of old friends here. This one class went on, of course. It was followed each month by a new set of graduates. Enough were finally graduated, the first 25, to form a fighter squadron. This was called in those days the 99th Pursuit Squadron. We left the old T-6 and started flying T-40.
After a another year of training in the United States, the 99th Pursuit Squadron was fully manned and trained and sent to North Africa, where they hoped to get into the fight. The group was assigned to the 33rd Pursuit Group, but from day one, they were rigidly segregated from the rest of the group. And the 33rd refused to provide flight practice that was afforded every other group.
And when they did not perform magnificently in the beginning, the commander of the 33rd started a campaign to get them removed from combat, which failed. But he started a campaign that was ratified at every level, including the commanding general of the United States Army Air Forces, Hap Arnold.
But the Army Chief of Staff, General George Marshall, had a question and decided to have a study done. Lieutenant Colonel Davis, back in the United States at the time to pick up the 332nd Fighter Group, was brought to Washington, where he successfully defended his command and was given more time for them to prove themselves.
Performance is the absolute key in combat. And when I speak of performance, I mean it's either the delivery of bombs on target, it's the escort of heavy bombers in those days, which were B-17s and B-24s, to protect the bombers, to prevent them from getting shot down by enemy fighters. The 99th Pursuit Squadron was an expert in dropping bombs and hitting targets with bullets and hitting locomotives. He was also an expert in aerial combat. The 99th Squadron did one thing at Anzio that no other squadron did. It shot down 16 enemy airplanes.
In the summer of 1943, Captain Charles Hall shot down their first enemy fighter, a German Focke-Wulf 190 with his obsolete Curtiss P-40 Warhawk. The victory prompted General Eisenhower to come by to congratulate Hall in person. Meanwhile, the 332nd Fighter Group arrived in Italy and was given another obsolete fighter, the war-weary Bell P-39 Era Cobra. But they made them work and fought on courageously with a close air support mission protecting troops on the ground. Spring of 1944, the 15th Air Force bombers were taking heavy losses to German fighters. And the 332nd was given a new mission and new aircraft. First, flying Republic P-47 Thunderbolts, and later North American P-51 Mustangs. The Red Tails, as the Tuskegee Airmen became known by the bomber groups, began escorting the bombers and did an exceptional job.
Flying to the Ploesti airfields, flying to southern Germany, flying to Berlin even, the 1,500-mile flight by the group. Some 72 airplanes, Mustangs, took part in that flight in March of '45. I'd make this big point. Here's old Spanky Roberts, here's Mac Ross, Custis. There's Span Watson, who works over in the FAA right now. All of these men performed these types of missions.
They flew 200 missions, escort missions, perhaps 10,000 sorties. Between May of '44 and April of '45, when they stopped flying, they never lost a bomber to an enemy fighter. And there is not another outfit in the United States Army Air Forces that can make that claim.
The accomplishments of the 332nd Fighter Group taught the Army Air Force that if you give a black man the same training you give a white man, he'll do the same job. That's not a revolutionary idea today, but it certainly was to white America in 1944 and 1945.
The general was a straight arrow. He kept a lot of young men straight. They didn't appreciate it at the time, but I think they all appreciate it later in life. He's always been my #1 man, and he just was a straight arrow and taught you how the job should be done.
Through it all, Davis was a tough commander who kept his fighter group tightly disciplined. He felt his men could make no mistakes if the Tuskegee Airmen were to break down the barriers of segregation.
If you crossed the line, General Davis would pull you back or give you an article, whatever it required to get your attention to bring you back. If you misrepresented or disrespected the uniform that you wore, he definitely called their hands on it. He was a tough disciplinarian. And of course, again, that's all his training. He was reared as a tough person.
When Davis returned to the States in 1945, he was given command of the 477th Composite Group at Godman Field, Kentucky. The group moved to Lockbourne Army Air Base, Ohio in 1946, where Davis commanded both the flying units and was base commander. He supported many all-white units on the base, and inspection records show only harmonious relations prevailed between the Tuskegee Airmen and their tenants. Davis and his Tuskegee Airmen overcame local bigotry through professionalism and continued to undermine the tenets of segregation. Disproving the century-old myth that whites could never work for blacks, they did it and did it well. By 1947, the Air Force was reeling from the massive demobilization that followed World War II. They were experiencing shortages in manpower in every command, and job and segregation was making it even tougher to put the right people where they were needed.
In 1947, when the Air Force became independent, the Chief of Personnel, a man by the name of Ilwal Edwards, wanted a study done to prove something he already knew was true, that segregation was not necessary. At Lockbourne, where Davis was in 1947, he had surplus radial engine mechanics that could have been used in the Strategic Air Command, where they used the same engine, but could not be used because they were black. And the Strategic Air Command was white.
General Davis saw that it was very, very difficult to try to accomplish a military mission by separating the talents of the individuals at which you were going to work with. And so he worked hard to try to correct that. Not so much, I don't think, from his work at the time wasn't specifically about racial equality, even though that's the direct result. He was really concerned about the mission, and he tried to describe that to people.
The Air Force announces in April of '48 that it's going to integrate. Several months before Truman's executive order, and much to the dismay of the Secretary of the Army, Kenneth Royal, who insists that the Air Force stay in segregation like the Army is going to stay in segregation. In May of 1949, the Air Force integrates, the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy does not.
In 1949, Colonel Davis attended the Air War College in the bastion of racism and bigotry at the time, Montgomery, Alabama. He and his wife were banned from the best restaurants, hotels, and housing in the city. Southern society was not willing to move at the same rate as the Air Force, and discrimination raised its ugly head again for the Davises. But again, he toughed it out and graduated among the top in the class. After graduation, in 1950, he was assigned to the Pentagon to be chief of the Air Defense Branch of Air Force Operations, a prestigious position where he supervised white officers and enlisted men. He was so successful at the Pentagon that he was assigned to take command of the 51st Fighter Interceptor Wing at Suwon Air Base, South Korea, in 1953. Again, he excelled, commanding a wing of thousands of airmen, most of them white. Davis was reassigned to Japan as Director of Operations for the Far East Air Force. Shortly after his arrival, he became the first black Air Force officer to be promoted to Brigadier General. He went on to the most significant post-war assignment of his career as Vice Commander of the 13th Air Force and Commander of Air Task Force 13 Provisional in Taipei, Taiwan. After 2 years in the Far East, he moved halfway around the world to Germany. Director of Operations. Now Major General Davis returned to the Pentagon as Director of Manpower and Organization, and within 4 years was promoted once again to Lieutenant General. With 3 stars, he moved to Korea as Chief of Staff of the United Nations Command and U.S. Forces Korea. Then in 1967, General Davis became the commander of the 13th Air Force in the Philippines. His command included more than 55,000 people all over Asia, including many thousands who were flying and fighting in the Vietnam War. After a year in the Philippines, General Davis was summoned back to the United States as Deputy Commander of U.S. Strike Command. Lieutenant General Benjamin O. Davis, Jr. retired from the Air Force in 1970 after more than 33 years of active duty.
As I and others look back on it, the impact that General Davis had on the military, the Air Force, and the nation at that time is as significant as the war itself, World War II itself, because that was truly a turning point in my mind for the nation.
Today, we advance to the rank of 4-star General Benjamin O. Davis, Jr., a hero in war, a leader in peace, a pioneer for freedom, opportunity, and basic human dignity. He earned this honor a long time ago. Our armed forces today are a model for America and for the world of how people of different backgrounds working together for the common good can perform at a far more outstanding level than they ever could have divided. Perhaps no one is more responsible for that achievement than the person we honor today. To all of us, General Davis, you are the very embodiment of the principle that from diversity we can build an even stronger unity, and that in diversity we can find the strength to prevail and advance.
He is a great leader, a great patriot, and a great American. And for this, he is a legend of air power. He was born in the Golden Age into a family of wealth and influence, but chose the Army as a career and way of life. Brilliant, inventive, and outspoken, he enlisted as a private to fight in the Spanish-American War, arrived in Cuba as a lieutenant in the Signal Corps, and emerged as the youngest captain to serve in the Army at that time. He taught himself the basics of aeronautics from a book and became the leading exponent of air power to a reluctant general staff. Promoted to Brigadier General in less than 20 years, his meteoric career collapsed after he charged the military and civilian command of the nation's defense with negligence and ineptitude. He predicted the First World War with Germany, the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese, and even an age when planes would fly at 1,000 miles per hour. His foresight and outspokenness won him both a general court-martial and a special Medal of Honor. His name is Billy Mitchell.
He was tempestuous, he was controversial, he was outspoken, he occasionally acted intemperately, but it was Billy Mitchell who gave to us the vision of modern global aerospace power that we have today.
That is why Billy Mitchell is a legend of air power. William Mitchell was the grandson of a Scottish immigrant banker, Andrew Mitchell, and the son of a United States senator, the reform-minded Democrat John Mitchell of Wisconsin. Billy Mitchell was a college junior of 18 when the Spanish-American War was declared in 1898. He heard the news, decided to enlist, and took the train back to the family home in Milwaukee to join the Wisconsin Volunteers. After completing his basic training with the Wisconsin militia, he was shipped out to a staging area in Florida, where he was called to active service with the U.S. Army and offered a commission as a second lieutenant in the Signal Corps. By the time he arrived in Cuba, most of the fighting was over, but he impressed his superiors with his industry. He taught himself the entire code system of the Army, taught himself Spanish, and even typing to improve the appearance of his reports. By 1901, he was promoted to first lieutenant and sent back to the States for a series of assignments, taking him to Alaska, Virginia, Colorado, and finally back to Virginia in 1904. He was now the youngest captain in the Army, eager to learn all he could of the new emerging technologies, radio, submarines, and airplanes. He met Orville Wright in 1908 when Wright was preparing for Army tests at Fort Myer, Virginia, where Mitchell happened to be stationed. While Mitchell did not actually witness the flights, he was impressed with the potential of what he saw. Including the Army's colleges at Fort Leavenworth and Washington, he read everything he could find on aviation. In 1914, Mitchell wrote a paper for the Command College, envisioning the possibility of invasion and attack by hostile patrol vessels and aircraft. In 1915, Mitchell took flying lessons, 4 of them before soloing. Now 36 years old and a newly promoted major, Mitchell was made head of the Army's aviation section in Washington. He began studying other nations' air forces, making particular notes on Germany, France, and Japan for their advanced aircraft development. By 1917, Mitchell believed the United States could no longer avoid becoming involved in the war in Europe. Both sides were hopelessly stalemated in trenches on the ground. American volunteers were flying with the French Army in a unit called the Lafayette Escadrille, but tactics were almost non-existent, and the death rate was appalling. Mitchell finagled an appointment as an observer with the French Army. 1 week after his arrival, German U-boats sank the liner Lusitania, and the United States, completely unprepared, entered World War I. Despite promises of thousands of American-built planes, the United States had almost no pilots to fly them. Flight school consisted of 50 hours of rudimentary training, often with disastrous results. So the peacetime nation began the process of building airplanes out of cloth and wood. Designing easy-to-assemble aircraft, which were tested, then disassembled and packed in crates for the long voyage across the Atlantic. In the next 6 months, Mitchell was promoted to full colonel and given command of U.S. Air Forces assigned with the First Army. Mitchell believed that air power demanded special persons to be pilots, and he actively recruited those he felt demonstrated the right qualities. Chauffeur. He'd already been in the States before the war, and so Eddie Rickenbacker of the famed Hat in the Ring Squadron became a flyer, an ace fighter pilot, instead of a driver. But there were still no American planes to be had. Mitchell struck a deal with the French. If they would give him the planes, he would fly American pilots against the Germans. On Sunday, April 14, 1918, Mitchell gave the order to launch patrols against reported incoming German aircraft. 2 American pilots took off, and in less than 2 minutes engaged the Germans. 2 minutes later, both German planes had been struck, and their pilots bailed out. By July 1918, after 4 exhausting years of warfare, both sides were reaching levels of desperation. While the French and British controlled their sections on the ground, the Germans controlled the air. Attempts to send up observation planes only brought a swarm of a dozen German fighters, eager to send them flaming to the ground. The Americans devised a counter-strategy. Observation airplanes were escorted by as many as 50 American pilots. Now in the summer of the 4th year, the Germans made an all-or-nothing assault on the French-American lines near San Miguel. 70 German divisions crashed against the Allies and buckled the front lines. Mitchell recognized the Germans would throw thousands of airplanes into the fight unless he beat them to it. He ordered 1,500 planes to be readied and actually launched 1,481. He attacked the German supply lines, cutting the troops off from behind and trapping them between Allied ground forces and his massed pursuit planes and bombers. In the 4 days of the offensive, American flyers made 3,300 flights over enemy lines, dropped 75 tons of explosives, and destroyed 60 German aircraft. Based on his success in smashing the German offensives and coordinating air and ground units, Mitchell was promoted to Brigadier General in October 1918. He was drawing up plans for a new combat contingent. Armed with machine guns, these special infantry units would parachute into position from bombers designed to carry a dozen or more men. The war ended before Mitchell could try his idea. It would be another year before it was tested by one of his junior officers, a young major named Hap Arnold. With the victory of Allied forces came a prayer from the public that such a war, with such terrible losses of human life and weapons of destruction, never be allowed to happen again. Many called for the elimination of the Army, the destruction of the Navy. Aces like Rickenbacker were shown by the newsreels, trading in their uniforms for new suits to pursue peaceful careers. Some of the flyers took up barnstorming, demonstrating the skills they had learned in combat to thrill crowds who gathered anywhere the sound of an airplane engine could be heard. Mitchell returned to Washington and the War Department as the acknowledged expert on military aviation. But those who commanded the Army and Navy felt that aviation was still just an adjunct to artillery and battleships. The service heads joined with powerful groups in Congress to effectively wipe out the aviation units in favor of more conventional weapons. Without realizing it, they began a battle which would last longer than the war itself and cost Mitchell his career.
It was Billy Mitchell who first recognized in this country that the stakes of warfare had changed, that three-dimensional forces, those operating in the atmosphere and those operating below the surface of the sea, would hold two-dimensional surface forces hostage. And he paid with his career for his outspokenness in championing that view.
In the spring of 1919, Mitchell wrote an article in which he predicted, "The Atlantic is going to be crossed, and within short times we shall have regular airplane mail transportation between America and Europe. We no longer measure distance by miles, but by time. The commercial traveler henceforth will read the new air timetable and find that Chicago is 4 hours from New York, or Los Angeles is 28 hours from Boston." To prove his points, he launched the first transcontinental air reliability contest of Army aircraft from New York to San Francisco. But as Deputy Director of the Air Service, Mitchell focused his energies on convincing the Congress of the value of his vision, that air power would soon overrun that of the Navy's warships and Army's ground troops. His vision was made public in congressional budget hearings, where he testified and laid out his challenge. "All we want to do is have you gentlemen watch us attack a battleship. Give us the warships to attack and come watch." A furious Navy Secretary, Josephus Daniels, replied that he would stand bareheaded on the deck of any battleship Mitchell tried to bomb. The test began June 20th, 1921, off Hampton Roads, Virginia. One by one, over the next month, Mitchell's planes targeted and hit mothballed American and German ships. And, one by one, they sank. The final attack was against the German battlecruiser Ostfriesland on July 21st. Largest of the German dreadnoughts, she had already survived a combined torpedo attack and salvos from British battleships in World War I. The American and German navies considered her unsinkable. Mitchell's flight of bombers sighted and dropped their payloads. They placed the bombs around the ship, crippling the battleship's hull. It took less than 4 minutes and 4 bombs. Ostfriesland rolled and went down. Mitchell next led a flight of Martin bombers against the retired U.S. battleship Alabama. With General Pershing and other Army and Navy officers looking on from the transport ship San Miguel, the air group sent the ship to the bottom. The success of the bombing test did not spell the end of Mitchell's troubles with the Navy and War Departments. In fact, it made things worse. Despite promises from the new president, Coolidge, to create a unified military department and support for expanding the Air Corps, nothing happened. The Army and Navy kept their individual departments. In 1925, Mitchell was reverted to his permanent rank of colonel and transferred from Washington to Kelly Field as air officer. Others who had supported him, like Hap Arnold, were also reduced a grade in rank. Following a pair of air disasters in September 1925, Mitchell issued a press release which said, "The accidents are the result of incompetence, the criminal negligence, and the almost treasonable administration of our national defense by the Navy and War Departments." On October 3rd, 1925, Mitchell was ordered to executor. You say that in future wars, soldiers will invade by leaping in parachutes from airplanes? Would you care to reveal who gave you this startling information? Mitchell: "Nobody gave it to me. It's quite obvious to anyone with the slightest foresight." Is it your actual belief that the country is vulnerable to attack from the air in the foreseeable future? Colonel Mitchell, do you have any idea of the width of the Atlantic Ocean? Approximately 3,000 miles. And the Pacific Ocean? I know what you're getting at, and I tell you that it won't be long before airplanes will fly non-stop across both oceans. You say that airships traveling 1,000 miles an hour will fight each other in the stratosphere? Do you have any comprehension how fast 1,000 miles an hour is? Of course I do. Do you know it is faster than the speed of sound? Approximately 250 miles faster than the speed of sound. You say that the Hawaiian Islands, our base at Pearl Harbor, will fall victim to an air attack? Does your crystal ball reveal by what enemy this mythical attack will be made? By whom, Colonel? By whom? The attack will be made by the Japanese. The court found Mitchell guilty of insubordination and suspended him from rank, pay, command, and duty for 5 years. Billy Mitchell resigned from the Army and retired to his farm in Virginia. Now a civilian, he continued his campaign for a separate Air Force department and unified command under a Department of Defense. He met with old friends and supporters and spoke and wrote constantly to the public. But in 1936, the wear of the years and campaigning finally took Billy Mitchell. He died February 19th in a hospital in New York. On December 7th, 1941, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, launching their planes from aircraft carriers just as Mitchell had predicted. America's first aerial assault against Japan was led by Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Doolittle, flying the B-25 bomber, named after Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell fought with distinction in 2 wars. He set a world speed record and proved beyond question that his vision of the future for the nation and his beloved air service were correct. Though a thorn in the side of those he considered mossbacks for failing to be innovative or intelligent, his voice and vision reflected his love of country.
What Mitchell did was he lit a fire that burned within the hearts of air power advocates after him, people like Hap Arnold, Tui Spots, and their successors. And his example, I think, should be with us to the present day. He is a revered figure and should be as long as this Air Force continues to exist.
On July 18, 1947, 2 months before his dream for the United States Air Force was finally made a reality, a special act was passed by Congress promoting Billy Mitchell to the rank of Major General, retroactive to the date of his death. It was finally recognition of the contributions to his country by this legend of air power. He was born in Alameda, California, just before the dawning of the 20th century. His mother raised him while his father left them to chase dreams of gold in Alaska. Within 3 years, they would be rejoined in the frontier town of Nome, where he was forced to write that he was the shortest student in the town's one-room school. But if he never grew very tall, he would rise over the years to the stature of national hero. He would achieve world recognition as the holder of speed records and earn the Medal of Honor. His contributions to aviation revolutionized the industry. His name was Jimmy Doolittle, and he is a legend of air power. Missed the fighting war in Europe. Now he and the fledgling Air Corps faced a greater challenge: how to convince senior officers and the public that the airplane was not only a weapon needing further development, but deserving of its own branch of the service. While General Billy Mitchell was flying demonstration flights, bombing captured German battleships to exploit the aircraft's destructive capability, Lieutenant Jimmy Doolittle was on the West Coast, mastering his flying lessons and developing some techniques of his own. He convinced his immediate superiors that the proof the public needed lay in demonstrating that the airplane was reliable and safe. If he could use the airplane to set records, it would bring glory and good public attention to the Army. He was given the green light. After several failed attempts, on September 4th, 1922, he made the first coast-to-coast flight in less than 24 hours. With the feat came headlines and the greater willingness to let him do more, which fit Jimmy's plans perfectly.
His public image was one of a daredevil, but he was a master of the calculated risk, in that he never took a risk without calculating the chances of surviving that risk.
In October 1925, Doolittle won the Schneider Cup race in a Curtiss seaplane with an average speed of 232.5 miles per hour. In the following 4 years, he won the McKay and Bendix trophies, and in 1929 completed his test of the first instrument-only flight.
The greatest contribution that I made to aviation was when the Guggenheim Fund established a blind flying laboratory, of which I was the head. And we developed the artificial horizon, the directional gyroscope, and various things that made it possible to fly regardless of weather, and ended up with making a trip around the field under the hood, never having seen out of the airplane.
In September 1932, he set another world speed record, this time in the Granville Brothers GB, at an average speed of 296 miles per hour. It was his last race. Doolittle's gift was anticipation, and just as he had seen the need in the industry for greater durability and safety, he now realized that the age of experimentation, seat-of-the-pants flying, was over. From here on, he would need more expertise. He was admitted to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he earned both his master's and doctorate in aeronautical engineering. It was also clear to him that greater speed demanded more than just a bigger engine. He left the service to join the Shell Oil Corporation in New York. He served as spokesman for the company, but also began his own campaign for Shell to begin refining higher octane fuel. He visited Europe and took careful note of airplane development there, particularly in Germany, and was alarmed at what he saw. In his opinion, Germany was clearly rebuilding an offensive air capability. A new war was coming. He brought those concerns back to his old friends in the Army, and then made a new pitch. Jimmy Doolittle knew the Air Corps wasn't ready to fight a war. They would need new aircraft. They would need new ideas. They would need experienced leaders. Tactics. Then, on December 7th, 1941, Japanese naval aircraft attacked the American bases at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Now America joined the World War.
I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Pearl Harbor was just the beginning. The Japanese attacked at Guam, Manila, Wake Island, and the Solomons. The Japanese Navy effectively created a wide defensive ring around the home islands. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan would never be attacked successfully by her enemies. Few in the U.S. would have argued with him. With the loss of our battleships and thousands of troops at Bataan and outposts at Wake Island, attacking Japan looked to be impossible for the foreseeable future. Doolittle was selected to devise a plan to carry the war to Japan. His solution was to select 18 Army Air Corps bomber crews and train them in B-25 bombers to do the impossible. Operating in complete secrecy, they trained at Eglin, Florida, learning how to force a fully loaded B-25 airborne in less than 400 feet. In March, the crews flew their bombers cross-country to San Francisco, where they were loaded aboard the aircraft carrier USS Hornet and lashed to its wooden deck. Even then, the crews didn't know where they were going or their specific mission. If they were lucky, and the Japanese didn't discover them first, they would strike the first offensive blow against the Empire of Japan. At a point roughly 400 miles from Japan, they would launch their planes off the carrier. For Jimmy Doolittle, there could be just one destination: Tokyo. April 18, 1942. Doolittle's Raiders have enough fuel aboard for an 850-mile round trip. The plan calls for the planes and crews to make their bomb runs, scatter, and then return to a rendezvous point where they can ditch their planes close to the task force and be recovered. But a lookout plane spots a Japanese fishing boat. Has it seen the Hornet and transmitted their position? The order is given to destroy the boat. Doolittle knows their best advantage is surprise, and it's possible they struck quickly enough. But he cannot risk the mission on that guess. Despite being over 800 miles from the target, the extreme range of these planes, he gives the order. There will be no pickup by the Navy now. Now they must make their runs and then push on for China, hoping to land their planes safely, hope to find sympathetic Chinese forces rather than Japanese troops along the coastline, hope to survive until they can regroup and get back. One by one, the B-25 Mitchells run up their engines, wobble forward, and lurch into the air. Doolittle knows the odds, and like so many other times in his career, he knows there are no alternatives. They have a mission, they have their orders, they go. The Japanese are so confident in their security, there is no fighter cover.
Thus, the bombers were virtually unopposed as they flew on the deck. They swept in over the coast on their way to Tokyo. Elements separated and some climbed to 1,500 feet for the bombing. At 12:15, the attack was opened by Doolittle, who dove in before he unloaded his incendiaries upon the Japanese capital. checked off their targets. Tank factory, shipyard, docks, railroad yards, steel plant, gunpowder factory.
Surprise is complete. The shock is devastating to the Japanese. Tokyo has been bombed. The lift to American morale is without measure. Doolittle has done it again.
One purpose was to give the folks at home the first good news that we had had in World War II.
Doolittle himself is not pleased. Downed in China, his crews are missing. 2 broke orders and landed in the Soviet Union in Vladivostok. They're taken prisoner and remain in Soviet hands for over a year. Many crash land and are injured. One has a leg amputated. All of the aircraft are lost. On this, his first mission as a combat commander, Doolittle is sure the mission has been a disaster.
He felt he was a failure. It caused them to bring back their fighter units to defend the Japanese islands and change their strategy in the Pacific. And changing their strategy led them to believe that they should capture Midway Island. And in that great battle, they lost. So that could be said that the Tokyo raid by Jimmy Doolittle and his raiders was the beginning of the end.
President Roosevelt awards him the Medal of Honor and promotes him to Brigadier General. Doolittle is astonished. Accepting the medal in the name of his crews, he says to the president, "I will spend the rest of my life trying to earn this medal." Jimmy found himself with a new assignment, 12th Air Force Commander and later the 15th Air Force Commander. His job? Take on the Luftwaffe in the skies over North Africa.
A British lad came by with the new Spitfire that was just out, a beautiful airplane. And I was looking it over, and he said, "Would you like to fly it?" I said, "Well, yes, I would indeed." And so I got into this Spitfire and flew around for a while. Suddenly noticed 2 battleships that were lobbing shells at each other. So I went over to watch that, and just as soon as I got there, they both started shooting me, so I got out of there. It was a very interesting experience. When I got back, the officer of the day said, "General Eisenhower wants to see you right away." And so I rushed in there, and he was boiling. He said, "I've been trying to get you. Where have you been?" I said, "Well, I was out trying out one of the new Spitfires." And he said, "Listen, I've got news for you. You can either try out new Spitfires and be a second lieutenant, or you can be a brigadier general and be my airman." Well, that was the first I knew that I was up for promotion. So I said, "Well, it's a very easy decision, sir. I'll do the best I can." And spent the next year, and I must say that a year from then, when he went up to take over the big command, he took me with him. I consider it the best job of salesmanship I've ever done.
Jimmy Doolittle succeeded in defeating the Germans and controlling the sky.
We had 12th Air Force bomber boys who had started in the muddy fields of Algeria. They were teamed up with 9th Air Force men who had eaten sand all the way from Egypt, 1,500 miles. Before 9 o'clock, we had planned to fly more than 1,000 sorties. Anything that could take off went up to the corridor. Our fighter bomber boys, including the 57th Group of Cape Bone fame, were about to sweep a road to Tunis. We were using the experience gained in Egypt, smashing Rommel at El Alamein. Then we were only a few. Now we were hundreds, all grouped in a powerful package. The Germans, realizing their desperate situation, retreated to make a last-ditch stand.
From North Africa, Doolittle was promoted to Lieutenant General and moved on to England as commander of the 8th Air Force. Selected U.S. strategic bomber. The Luftwaffe Fighter Command played havoc with the slower bombers. American escort fighters, already stretched to the limits of their range, could help to fend off attacks, but defense proved inadequate. Doolittle proposed a radical solution: take the battle to the Luftwaffe. matter of weeks, the indomitable Luftwaffe no longer controlled the skies over Germany. At war's end, Doolittle has brought about massive changes to the weapons and tactics of aviation. He has served with distinction in history's greatest war and won nearly every decoration and award in the civilian and military world. Shell offers him his old job back as Vice President of Research. He agrees, but also has other things on his mind.
Jimmy Doolittle's post-World War II career is not as well known as his career before the war or during the war, but in point of fact, Doolittle's post-World War II career is really quite remarkable in its own right. He was one of the major figures behind the creation, working behind the scenes for the creation of the United States Air Force. And he was one of the major figures behind the creation of the Air Force Association.
The Air Force Association was formed to press for a separate military branch for the air power he has done so much to build. He is elected as its first president. And Doolittle, with his chief officers, meets with President Truman to press their recommendations. On September 18, 1947, President Truman signs the National Security Act, creating the Department of the Air Force.
We had a fervent belief that, just as General Arnold had said, it is important for the United States to maintain its air power, because the world is never going to be completely stable. And he said, I want to inform the American public on how important it is to occupy the high ground, to get there first with the most, and to know where the enemy is before he knows where you are.
Doolittle is also recognized for his vision and becomes an advisor to President Dwight Eisenhower. He serves first as a member of Eisenhower's Technical Advisory Committee, recommending development of such extraordinary aircraft as the SR-71 Blackbird. Finally, he is named chairman of the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, where he serves until it becomes NASA in 1958.
I think that he would say in a completely self-effacing way that he had just done what he considered to be his duty.
General Doolittle was a master of brevity. As an example, in the early days as his president, and we didn't have computers, we were lucky to have 3x5 cards. And obviously members weren't getting their magazine or this or that, and they'd write in complaining. Doolittle would often answer me, he'd just say, "Dear so-and-so, I agree." Sincerely, Doolittle. He was great at that.
Now in his 60s, Jimmy Doolittle turns over the reins of power to younger men. But he was still active, participating in AFA meetings, making speeches, and visiting air shows. At an AFA dinner held at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, President Ronald Reagan paid this tribute to Jimmy Doolittle.
Will you join me in a toast to a magnificent American, a man whose name will be remembered as long as the virtues of valor and patriotism last? Jimmy Doolittle.
And in June 1985, President Reagan awarded Doolittle his 4th star. Jimmy Doolittle died on September 27, 1993, and was buried at Arlington National Cemetery.
Our leader has fallen. He led us in war and in peace, and he led us by example. He was an uncommon man whose foresight, integrity, and courage and intelligence are unmatched in the annals of aviation.
2 years later, the Air Force Association dedicated this statue of him in the lobby of the association's headquarters.
The statue of General James H. Doolittle commemorates a lifetime of achievements. It has been written that General Doolittle led one of the most useful lives in American history. I'm sure all of here would certainly agree. His achievements range from the practical to the theoretical. The general once explained his philosophy of life by saying, "I believe we were put here on earth for a purpose, to make it, within our capabilities, a better place in which to live." The world is a better place thanks to this unique individual. I am sure I speak for all of us here today, and when I say how proud the Air Force Association is to have a constant reminder in the likeness of this man of wisdom, of humor, and of warm humanity. This legend in his time and ours.
Doolittle literally had a hand in aeronautics all the way from the very earliest days of the open cockpit biplane, indeed the open framework biplane, all the way up to the first efforts to put man into space. You look at him, this short little guy, and he was truly a giant.
And a legend of air power. He grew up in tiny Oil City, Pennsylvania, the son of immigrant parents. He showed no interest in flying until 1938 and his college days at Notre Dame. And nearly no one described him as a natural pilot. But he was a natural warrior. He was one of a handful of fighter pilots who launched themselves against the Japanese at Pearl Harbor. His first air combat was fought in a British Spitfire with a Polish fighter squadron. But he would make his mark with the P-47 Thunderbolt, emerging from World War II as the top ace in the European theater with 31 German kills. He would go to war again in Korea and achieve his ace's status a second time, this time in jet fighters. His experience led him to create a completely new set of air combat tactics that saved American lives. His name, Francis S. Gabby Gabreski, and he is a legend of air power. He was born Francis Gabrzyewski, third of 5 children of his Polish immigrant parents. They lived in a small town north of Pittsburgh called Oil City and ran the local grocery store. They changed the name to Gabreski to make it easier to pronounce. But the boy who would become one of America's greatest air aces spoke his entire life with a pronounced Polish accent. Francis Gabreski graduated high school in 1938, just as Hitler's legions marched into Austria. He says his eyes at Notre Dame invasion of Poland in 1939, Gabreski knew the United States would be going to war. And when it did, he was determined his weapon would be an airplane. He joined the Army Air Corps as a cadet in 1940. He trained in PT-17 Stearman biplanes with sleek blue and yellow paint. Gabreski admits he was not a natural pilot. He was nervous, always trying to wrestle the airplane around in the sky, compensating for the torque of the radial engines. He nearly didn't make the grade, but he did qualify, and after some advanced training was allowed to select his first assignment. He chose someplace that sounded glamorous, exciting.
I chose Hawaii. Hawaii, of course, I mean, it was a glamorous place. I read about it from travel logs and so forth. It's a beautiful climate, The people are nice and tan, beautiful, and so forth, and the girls are even prettier.
But Gabreski found himself in at the start of the war he knew was coming.
I was getting ready for church, and I could hear the bombardment off in the distance. And I paid no attention to it because the Navy does have a range in the mountains, and they work 7 days out of the week. There's Sundays when they probably drop a few of the practice bombs. And then all of a sudden I heard machine gun fire. And that machine gun fire was right next over me. And I looked out the window, and sure enough, there was a Zero flying with his machine guns wide open and so forth, strafing everything before him. And I saw the rising sun. And that was my first indoctrination into World War II. And of course, there's no question about being scared. I was scared stiff, but at the same time, I was trained to do a job. We looked at the line, and of course, the buildings, some of the hangar lines were going up in flames. The flight line was going up in flames. Our number one job was to move away the intact airplanes away from the burning airplanes. And of course that wasn't easy because all our ammunition was in the hangar line. The hangar line was up in flames, and it was just like Roman candles then. In other words, you could see the tracers coming up and firing, and they were more scary than they were destructive. So we did our work, airmen as well as officers, shoved out the airplanes away from the burning airplanes. And by the end of, say, an hour and a half, well, we were able to save about 75 of the 150 airplanes that were parked on the line. We did become airborne about 2 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor. It was a very, I would say, somber flight. I looked down from about 6,000 feet over Pearl Harbor and saw all those airplanes just over off on their side or going up in flames. And it was just a big, billowing black smoke all over Pearl Harbor.
With much of the air power of the Pacific gone and the Navy clearly in charge, Gabreski felt out of the action. The Air Corps found itself trying to salvage what was left of its Pacific bases. Gabreski filled his time reading up on the war in Europe. The Battle of Britain action reports showed that the fighter squadrons with the highest kill ratios against the Germans were Spitfires, piloted by members of the Polish Air Force. Gabreski had an idea. He would use his language skills and attach himself to a Polish squadron to learn their combat tactics. He would then pass them along to the Americans when they arrived in Europe. His idea earned him a trip to Washington and a promotion to captain on his way to London.
I came over as a casual. I came over as an individual flying with the Polish Air Force to gain experience. So I joined the 315 squadron that was flying Spit 9s, and it was just a super airplane. So I flew with them on 20 missions.
In February 1943, Gabreski left the Polish squadron. The Americans were arriving in England in force, and it was time to put the lessons learned to the test. He joined the 56th Fighter Squadron of the U.S. 8th Air Force and met his new aircraft, the P-47 Thunderbolt. After the tight quarters and sleek lines of the Spitfire, the Thunderbolt was a battleship.
After 20 missions with with the Polish Air Force. I joined the 56, which was the first airplane, first group that was coming in intact from the United States of America with a brand new airplane, a P-47. So you can imagine when I went from a Spitfire, which is nothing more than about a 7,500 pound airplane, to this great big belly tub that I saw. I said, my God, what a big airplane. It was twice the size of a Spitfire. But it turned me off immediately, but that was the only thing I had to fight in, and I was going to learn to fly it. So I took the airplane up, and it was a good airplane. It was a good airplane because it had a turbine supercharger that could derive to 2,000 horsepower at sea level, as well as up to 30,000 feet, when the velocity of the turbine supercharger would not accelerate any faster because it would disintegrate.
Unlike the mission of the Spitfire to intercept and shoot down attacking German bombers and fighters, the role of the Thunderbolt was clear: protect the bombers of the U.S. 8th Air Force. Also, unlike the Luftwaffe and the RAF, he was about to command a unit in a uniquely American Air Corps.
We're all amateurs. The Germans were all pros. The RAF, they were pros. And all the Belgium, all the other Allied forces, they were pros by the time that we were there. So we were going to learn from them. And it took us quite a few missions before we felt very comfortable in the operating field where we knew what we were doing.
The U.S. 8th Air Force was in Europe to carry out daytime strategic bombing of the enemy. The B-17s were slow, long-range bombers, and the 56th Fighter Group was to escort those bombers to or from the target, to protect them from German fighters the best way they could, and come home. After a non-combat injury sidelined him for several months, Gabreski came back with a vengeance. On August 24th, 1943, he scored his first confirmed victory at FW-190. On September 2nd, he scored his second.
You're not out there to glamorize the destruction of fighter aircraft. You're there on a specific mission to keep those bombers from being shot down. In other words, if you could scare away, which we have on many occasions, where the Focke-Wulf 190s and 109s would break off because we'd start coming in head-on to them, and with our guns wide open and so forth, firing at them, so they'd turn over and go down to the deck. We wouldn't follow them, naturally. I mean, because we did our job.
In January 1944, General Jimmy Doolittle, fresh to the 8th Air Force from his North African experience commanding the 15th, changed the general orders for U.S. Fighter Command. The only way to beat the Germans was to eliminate their aircraft and pilots. The role of the fighters was no longer to simply escort bombers. Now they had clearance to pursue and flame every German aircraft they could, in the air or on the ground. February 1944, the 56 went on a binge. Gabreski called it the Big Week. Now flying missions over Germany using extender tanks, the P-47s of the 56 scored 59 kills in 5 missions. Gabreski owned 3 of them, running his number to 11. He was now an ace twice over, and now he was racking up kills faster than his crew could keep him in swastika decals. In May, he scored 3 more kills in a single day, with a 4th listed as probable. By D-Day, June 6, 1944, Gabreski was in contention for the highest-ranking ace in the 8th Air Force. Truth be told, he was anxious to match the numbers set by a pilot from his group who had been sent home after 27 air victories. A month later, Gabreski did the impossible. He beat the record with a 28th air victory. He could now go home. Gabreski had been overseas nearly 2 years and flown 165 missions. His fiancée was waiting with plans to get married as soon as he got home. Gabby was ecstatic. With the exception of an injury to a pinky finger, he had come through without a scratch. Gabreski collected his orders, packed and scheduled to begin the long journey home July 20th, 1944. He stopped by the operations hut on his way out to say goodbye. They were busy preparing to fly another escort mission over Germany. It looked like the kind of mission where a hot pilot could run up another couple of kills. He had 31. Could he score more? Gabreski decided he had one more mission to fly. They found an airfield west of Koblenz and decided to let each of the flights take a crack at it. Gabreski led his flight team down and during his pass exploded a German bomber. He turned to make another pass, hugging the ground too close. The propellers hit, and Francis Gabreski, America's hottest air ace, was down in Germany. He would spend the rest of the war in a German POW camp. His Stalag Luft was freed on May 13, 1945. A year later, Lieutenant Colonel Gabby Gabreski, 26 years old and credited with 31 kills, retired from the Army Air Corps. But that's not the end of the story. Like many returning vets, Gabreski was anxious to complete his college degree and take up his married life. He and his wife thought the civilian life looked good, and he managed to snag a job with Douglas Aircraft. It lasted less than a year. Gabreski missed the cockpit and flying. He applied for a permanent commission, and in April 1947, returned to the Army Air Force as a lieutenant colonel. Less than a year later, he was assigned to command the 56 Fighter Group, his old combat unit, and with it came promotion to full colonel. It was peacetime work, but not for long. The tension in Korea finally exploded into open warfare, and Gabby found himself watching from the sidelines. The war went back and forth, and it looked like it would be over once MacArthur landed at Incheon. But in mid-1950, a new weapon launched into the skies, and the Americans found themselves fighting a hot new fighter, the MiG-15. Gabreski's command had just made the transition to F-86 Sabre fighters, and he wondered more than once how the planes would stack up. He was going to find out. In May 1951, Colonel Gabreski reported to K-14, the air base near Kimpo, South Korea. Gabreski was assigned to the 4th Fighter Group as deputy wing commander. They had only 50 F-86s, and their mission was to distract the MiGs away from the slower Mustangs and F-80s. To do that, they flew the area the pilots called MiG Alley.
When MiG-15 came into the theater, that put another sort of dimension. That's when I went out to operate in the Korean theater, because the MiG-15 was so superior to any other airplane that we ever had there. So the only offset to that was a F-86. F-86, which was a It was a Mach .9192 airplane, equivalent to the MiG-15. So that put us on par, and it kept again the MiG-15s from destroying the F-80s and the F-84.
And if you do get a bounce, cut him off, and drive in range. When you get in range, shoot, and when you shoot, shoot to kill. Anybody got any questions? Okay, let's go get him.
On April 1st, 1952, Gabreski led his group back into MiG Alley.
Tiger lead, Tiger 2 here. I got a couple of bogeys out there. One coming around at 2 level. Roger, boy, I got him. Going down. You got him? All right, well, that's a good deal. Watch it. We got 4 of them coming in here on us at 7 o'clock. Hang on. All right, I got him. Go ahead and take it, and I'll cover you. All right, I'm going in now. Okay, he's in down. Well, you got him too.
He had 4 kills and wanted his 5th. He went head-to-head with a MiG-15, and after 3 passes, he watched the pilot pop his canopy and bail out. He was over his 100 mission limit, though he and another veteran had given orders that their sorties not be posted anymore. But he had had enough. With 6.5 kills credited to him and his 31 from World War II, he is the 3rd top air ace in American history. On June 4th, the Air Force sent him home. He had a stop along the way. President Harry Truman called him to the White House and thanked him personally.
I've had everything from a squadron to a group to a wing, and I've been in the cockpit up until I retired.
Colonel Francis Gabreski ended his combat role that summer of 1952, but his career continued. He remained in the Air Force until 1967, commanding units at bases from Kadena to Hickam to Adana, Turkey. He had flown aircraft from the old P-40 to the heavy P-47, where he achieved glory. He made the transition to jet fighters in the F-86 and had flown everything up to the F-111 supersonic fighter bomber. His record of 37.5 kills stands today. He set standards for performance and tactics. For all his contributions to the U.S. Air Force, Colonel Francis S. Gabby Gabreski is a legend of air power. He was born in the small town of Indiana, Pennsylvania. 6 months before Orville Wright demonstrated the Wright Flyer at Fort Myer near Washington, D.C. Fascinated by magic tricks and crystal radios as a boy, his life was changed forever after he spent $15 to buy a flight with a barnstormer. From that point on, aviation was his passion. He became famous for his acting on Broadway and in Hollywood. His public image was that of a modest, gangling, somewhat shy man. But the private persona believed in hard work, responsibility, and personal excellence. When the draft began in 1940, this Hollywood star tossed aside his career and enlisted in the Army. With the outbreak of the Second World War, he fought to enter combat and rose through the ranks from private to brigadier general, earning respect as commander of a B-24 squadron. 3 times he was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross and twice the Croix de Guerre. He helped campaign to create the Air Force and regarded his military service as the most important thing he ever accomplished. He was known to the world as Jimmy Stewart, but he was also Brigadier General James Maitland Stewart, United States Air Force, and he is a legend of air power. Jimmy Stewart was born on May 20th, 1908, the only son of Alex, proprietor of the J.M. Stewart & Company hardware store, and Bessie, an organist at the local Presbyterian church. He discovered his fascination with aviation about the same time as the rest of the country. Many pilots returning from World War I found themselves without work and making their livings with war surplus airplanes, barnstorming across the country. One of them landed in a farmer's field near Jimmy's hometown. Despite the fears of his parents, Stewart bought his 15-minute flight for $15 and went flying, while his father sat below in the family car, engine running, ready to help in the event of a crash. He landed a changed person.
Barnstorming pilots were very popular in the 20s, and a pilot did land outside of town, and he pestered his father to go up in the plane, and his father didn't want him to, and he scraped together the money, and his father did allow it. However, a good friend of the family, Dr. Torrance, also went along for the ride, and that was Jimmy's first taste of flying.
From that point on, Stewart kept a scrapbook with clippings of major aviation events. One such event was the flight of Charles Lindbergh 10 years later. In fact, his cross-Atlantic flight occurred on Stewart's 19th birthday. Excited by this historic flight, Jimmy placed a model of Lindbergh's Spirit of St. Louis airplane in the window of the Stewart hardware store, which was kept lit at night. A wire attached to a round board suspended the model between a drawing of the Woolworth Building in New York and the Eiffel Tower in Paris. As wire reports from the Indiana Evening Gazette across the street spelled out Lindbergh's progress, Jimmy dutifully ran back to the hardware store to move the model, letting the rest of the town know how Lindy was doing.
Oh, he was crazy about flying. There's a little book called How to Fly an Airplane. It's about ½ an inch thick in red leatherette. And the first 14 pages are the history of flying. Then after that, they get into how to fly an airplane. And Jim pored over that book.
Flying would be a lifelong passion for Stewart. Years later, sitting on movie sets between takes, he could be found curled up with a flying magazine. But it would be quite some time before Jimmy would climb into the cockpit himself. After graduating from Princeton in 1932, he embarked on an acting career that eventually landed him in Hollywood as an up-and-coming star. Now being paid for his talents, Stewart used the money to finance his childhood dream, learning to fly. Within a year, he would be flying his own plane. In less than 10 years, he would be commanding his own squadron of bombers. By 1936, Stewart had logged several hundred hours of flying and owned a 3-passenger Stinson HW-75. As predicted, he used it to escape the glare of press agents and the pressure of making as many as 6 films a year. But Jimmy always found time for family and friends.
He was always Jim Stewart. He'd come home and be just the same as he was. You'd have no idea that he was a famous man. And he was unfailingly kind.
He would fly home after he bought his first airplane. He did fly home to Indiana, Pennsylvania to visit his parents, and I understand that he would follow the train tracks.
Deutschland und hinter uns kommt Deutschland! 1936 was also the year a European politician named Adolf Hitler hosted the Olympic Games in Berlin. Hitler used the Games to showcase his National Socialist Party and intended they would also flaunt Aryanism and his serious rebuilding of Germany's military strength. Back in the United States, most Americans only knew about the Games and Hitler from what they saw in the newsreels at the movies. But Hitler was being noticed by American military leaders. The rise of the Luftwaffe began ringing alarms with American Army commanders like General Henry Hap Arnold. In 1936, the United States ranked only 7th in air power, flying a limited number of obsolete trainers from a single training base. The only bombers that existed were twin-engine, medium-range aircraft, totally unsuited for anything but a defensive battle. Arnold, faced with tight budgets and a Congress reluctant to invest in new aircraft, pushed civilians to begin building airstrips and learning how to fly. Stewart was anxious to help. Southwest Airlines was one of the companies that pledged to train pilots for the military effort, and Jimmy invested in the program. The result was some 80 new flyers. But it pointed Jimmy Stewart as something far more serious than his film career. He was one of Hollywood's most eligible bachelors, and he was a star in the film industry.
When Jimmy Stewart was first in Hollywood, it must have been a magical time. Hollywood in the 1930s, he was single, good-looking, acted in films with a lot of the really popular stars of the day. Joan Crawford, Ginger Rogers, dated, and really was a bachelor about town.
But Stewart wondered if it wasn't just a bit frivolous and unimportant. It looked like there was a war coming, and Jimmy wanted to do his part. Congress passed the draft September 16, 1940, calling for nearly 1 million men between the ages of 20 and 36. Much to the horror of the studio bosses, Jimmy Stewart announced he was going to enlist, referring to his draft notice as the only lottery I ever won. He wanted to fly, and despite an early ambition to attend the Naval Academy, he signed up with the Army and went to take his physical. He failed. He was 10 pounds underweight. Stewart was furious. He played football at his weight and felt that he had a responsibility to serve his country. If the Army wanted him to weigh more, he'd simply go on a binge.
When Jimmy Stewart first went to take his physical for induction into the Army, he failed the weight test. He was underweight and was below the limit acceptable by Army standards. He thought the whole idea was ridiculous, that he couldn't serve his country because he was underweight. He did go back and take the test again, and this time the Army looked the other way, and Jimmy Stewart entered the Army.
Jimmy Stewart passed the weight requirement by 1 ounce and ran out to a waiting friend shouting, "I'm in, I'm in." He reported for duty at Moffett Field, California on March 22, 1941, despite the protests of MGM studio boss Louis B. Mayer. Hollywood leading man Jimmy Stewart became Private James Stewart, U.S. Army.
The studio Jimmy Stewart was with at the time he wanted to enlist in the Army was MGM. And MGM was not happy with his idea to enlist. But Jimmy Stewart came from a very patriotic family. He had a long line of ancestors who had served in military service. Stewart had fought in every American war since the Revolution.
But he was no ordinary buck private, having taken a $5,979 monthly pay cut to be there. He was Jimmy Stewart, the Academy Award-winning actor, the man who'd kissed some of the most beautiful women on Hollywood's silver screen. No radio interviews, Jimmy told Colonel George Usher, his commanding officer at Moffett Field. But Colonel Usher knew the determined actor turned private was there for a reason. He wanted to fly.
Jimmy Stewart entered the Army hoping to fly and become part of the Army Air Corps. He did have over 100 hours of air time before he went into the Army. Knowing that he would have to pass a very stiff proficiency test, he actually paid for an additional 100 or so hours of flying time so that he would be able to pass that test.
Urged into Army Air Corps extension training by his understanding commander, Stewart persevered. And in November of 1941, he completed flight training. But his commission was not immediate, and he was sent back to Moffett Field while the military bureaucracy processed his papers. And then, on December 7th, 1941,
I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
America declared war on Japan, and the need for pilots grew greater than ever. On January 19, 1942, just over 1 month after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, Corporal Jimmy Stewart jumped to the officer ranks, receiving his commission as a second lieutenant, and most importantly, his pilot's wings. He was immediately ordered to active duty and transferred to Kirkland Field, New Mexico, where he trained as a bomber pilot and became an instructor. There, the newly promoted first lieutenant set his sights on combat, unconvinced of the argument that helping on the home front was just as important as being in the thick of battle. What's wrong with wanting to fight for your country, he once asked. Why are people embarrassed to use the word patriotism? But Stewart would get his wish, or at least he thought so at the time. After convincing his commanding officer to send him to bomber training, he emerged as a fully qualified B-17 bomber commander. The stage was set for Stewart to go overseas when he ran into an unforeseen snag. Awaiting final orders in Salt Lake City, his commanding officer delivered the bad news. There must be some hitch about your going into combat, he said. I've got orders to classify you as static personnel. That meant Jimmy wasn't going overseas, at least for the time being.
There were people within the Army powers that be that weren't crazy about sending a famous movie star off to combat and perhaps running the risk of him being lost in the war. So they did their best to keep him grounded.
Instead, Lieutenant Stewart was assigned as an instructor pilot at Gowan Field in Boise, Idaho. Heartbroken but strong, he never uttered a word of discontent and reported as ordered for duty. Instructing at Gowan Field wasn't combat, but it was grueling work. Orders from above came to churn out the flight crews. Instructors flew round-the-clock missions to keep up with the demand, and Stewart grew weary from the constant pressure to deliver qualified pilots. Now a captain, he longed for an overseas assignment and the chance to fight the enemy. Fortunately, he wouldn't remain an instructor for long. His commanding officer heard his requests and arranged a transfer to the 445th Bombardment Group in Sioux City, Iowa. The 445th was scheduled to go overseas and needed a squadron operations officer. Jimmy reported for duty and immediately impressed his superiors. In just 19 days, he was promoted to commander of a B-24 bomber squadron. He was finally headed for combat.
When Jimmy Stewart was about to fly out of Sioux City, Iowa, his parents both visited him, and his father did slip him a note that Jimmy didn't read right away. And within the note was also the 91st Psalm, and it was a prayer that Jimmy Stewart carried with him throughout the war and referred to on a number of occasions.
Captain Jimmy Stewart, B-24 Squadron Commander, arrived in England during the latter part of 1943. During his tour of duty, he flew 20 combat missions over the German cities of Bremen, Frankfurt, and Berlin, to name a few. Hundreds of bombers were lost during those missions, but Stewart's calm command style held his squadron together, earning him accolades from peers and superiors alike. Serving with distinction, he was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross with 2 oak leaf clusters, the Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters, France's Croix de Guerre with palm, and emerged from the war as a colonel in command of the bomber wing he served for so long. Colonel Ramsey Potts was honored to present Jimmy Stewart with the Distinguished Flying Cross.
8th Air Force lost over 6,000 airplane bombers and during the campaign, and we had over 50,000 casualties. He led a number of very difficult missions, including one to Berlin. And it may well have been that DFC was awarded to him because of his leadership on one of those very difficult missions.
Jimmy Stewart was a talented flyer, and beyond that, he was a leader. The men, you know, he could have been hated in his outfit. Just think about it. Here's a movie star, guy with tremendous amount of income, could walk at any time. He could have walked from his task. He didn't demand special duties. He didn't demand special promotions. He was in the ranks, went up, made his way on his own. Tremendous leader.
Stewart returned to America in September of 1945, noticeably grayer, but nonetheless the same gangly, modest, and somewhat shy man he always had been. True to his nature, he refused to let the MGM studio bosses use his war record to promote his movie career, instead electing to quietly leave active duty for the Air Corps Reserve. But this would not be the end of Jimmy Stewart's military career.
When Jimmy Stewart returned from World War II, he was a colonel. He had gone in as a private and rose to the rank of colonel by the end of the war. He went back to Hollywood without a contract. MGM did not renew his contract, and he worked without a contract for a number of years, actually. One condition that he did have written into a contract was that they could not use his war record to promote a film. He did not want to be known as a war hero.
1946 was a busy year for the actor turned war hero. His first movie after World War II was Frank Capra's holiday classic, It's a Wonderful Life, for which he received an Academy Award nomination. He also found time that year to help establish the Air Force Association, a lobbying organization aimed at turning the Army Air Corps into a separate military branch. Stewart was elected National Vice President and was one of 6 board members to meet with President Truman on Air Force matters. The following year, President Truman signed the National Security Act, authorizing creation of the United States Air Force. Jimmy Stewart was proud to be a member of this new service, pledging his support as a reserve officer, board member of the Air Force Association, and as the master of ceremonies for Air Force awareness events such as Wing Ding 48.
James, I know that there are very few people can do it this way, but you have the talent. Usually people finish with a song or a dance. They do something. Don't you do anything?
Oh, you see, I don't have to do anything. I'm a colonel.
Now in his early 40s, with World War II over and having been established as one of Hollywood's most acclaimed actors, Jimmy Stewart felt the need to settle down. In 1948, Jimmy met Gloria Hattrick McLean at a dinner party hosted by fellow Hollywood screen star Gary Cooper. Their romance quickly flourished, and a year later, they were married.
She was very high style, very sophisticated. And Jim wasn't, but he thought she was beautiful and wonderful, adored her, just absolutely adored her.
Gloria had 2 young sons from a previous marriage, Ronald, age 5, and Michael, age 3. But to Jimmy, that just meant more family.
I don't think Jimmy Stewart ever felt that he was anything less than a father to both Ronald and Michael. They were very young when he married their mother, and they were his boys, and he was their dad, and they called him Dad. I don't think he ever looked upon them as stepsons. They were his sons.
2 years later, Jimmy and Gloria added twin girls to the family. A devoted father and husband, he found a family of He was still fascinated by military air power, taking time out of his busy schedule to visit airmen abroad during the Korean War. Recognized for his continued achievements by the Air Force, he was promoted to Brigadier General in 1959, a post he would hold until his retirement in 1968. By the 1960s, the next generation of Stewarts was serving in the military. Gloria's son, Ronald McLean, was in Vietnam, serving a tour of duty as a Marine officer. Jimmy and Gloria pledged their support by visiting him as part of a goodwill tour. Unfortunately, it would be the last time they would ever see their son.
In the spring of 1969, Jimmy and Gloria Stewart went on a goodwill tour of Vietnam. They met up with their son, Ron, and enjoyed their visit with him and met a lot of his friends and visited with a number of military personnel. Tragically, about 3 months later, in June of 1969, Ronald was killed, which devastated them both.
When Ronald was killed in the war, he may have mourned privately, but he did not seem to be mourning because he said he died in the service of his country, and you can't ask for anybody to do more than that. But Gloria mourned. She never got over that losing that boy.
But the shy, modest war hero from Indiana, Pennsylvania was proud of Ronald. And just like the bomber pilots he served with who never returned, Stewart knew his son had died with honor. He would never forget the brave men and women who risked and sometimes lost their lives for their country. He always held the military in high esteem and once told an Aerospace Education Foundation audience, "My service in the military has made me a better citizen, and for that I am grateful to the United States Air Force." The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences held him in high esteem too, awarding him an honorary Oscar in 1985 for his 5 decades in Hollywood. His star is a fixture along Hollywood's Walk of Fame, and in his hometown of Indiana, Pennsylvania stands the Jimmy Stewart Museum, a collection of exhibits on his life as both an aviator and a celebrity. But Jimmy Stewart regarded his duty to the United States as his most important achievement. He will be remembered by many as an accomplished actor, a Hollywood statesman, and most importantly, a decorated war hero. His name is James Maitland Stewart, and he is a legend of air power. He was born in Columbus, Ohio, just 50 miles from the Wright brothers' shop in Dayton. He saw his first airplane at the age of 4. It fascinated him, and he ran to catch it, but it was gone. From then on, he was fascinated by flight and continued to chase it. After college, he joined the Army and became a pilot. The chase that began at age 4 was fulfilled. And for the next 40 years, aviation would bring him fame and achievement through a long and glorious career. He was always the best bombardier, best navigator, and best pilot in his unit. He developed the tactics to win wars from the air, then led the way as the Army Air Forces smashed Germany, then Japan on their way to victory in World War II. When the Soviets became a menace, he thwarted them by first organizing the Berlin Airlift, then developing the Strategic Air Command into the world's premier nuclear deterrent bomber and missile force, dedicated to the preservation of peace, a peace that lasted for over 40 years. His name is Curtis Emerson LeMay, and he is a legend of air power. Curtis LeMay was born November 15, 1906, to Irving and Arizona LeMay. His father was a steel worker and sometimes handyman who often was forced to move his family in search of work. Their travels carried them from Ohio to Pennsylvania to Montana to California and back again. While in California, young Curtis and the rest of his family visited the Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco. Young Curtis saw aeronaut Lincoln Beachley do aerobatics over the crowds, and he wondered just what it was like up there, a wonder he would never lose. LeMay graduated from Ohio State University in 1928 with an engineering degree. He also finished ROTC as an honor graduate and received a reserve commission in the Army. Unfortunately, the reserve commission didn't help land him in flight school. He worked hard to enter flight training as an aviation cadet at Kelly Field, Texas. His first tour of duty was with the 27th Pursuit Squadron at Selfridge Field, Michigan, where he received his regular commission in February 1930. At Selfridge, LeMay flew the Curtiss P-1. He stayed at Selfridge until 1937, when he transferred to Boeing B-17 bombers at Langley Field, Virginia. In February 1938, Lieutenant Curtis LeMay was lead navigator when the Air Corps demonstrated the long-range capability of its new B-17. 6 bombers of the 2nd Bombardment Group made a goodwill flight from Langley Field, Virginia to Buenos Aires, Argentina, and back. General Hap Arnold awarded the group the McKay Trophy for the most meritorious flight of 1938, and LeMay was there. Just 2 months later, 3 B-17s of the 2nd Bombardment Group intercepted the Italian liner Rex 725 miles out, headed for New York City. The Air Corps demonstrated that it could intercept an enemy fleet threatening the United States at vast distances, long before they became a threat. Once again, the lead navigator was Lieutenant LeMay. Just prior to World War II, LeMay, assigned to Ferry Command, pioneered ferry air routes over the South Atlantic to Africa and over the North Atlantic to England, routes that would be used constantly once the war began. LeMay then took over the 305th Bombardment Group, trained them in California, and took them to England in the fall of 1942. He gained the reputation as a tough commander, the Iron Eagle. But no matter how tough, he was fair and made sure his crews were well taken care of. LeMay once commented, "I don't mind being called tough. In this racket, it's the tough guys who lead the survivors."
Curtis LeMay was an individual who had very high standards that he held himself to, and he held the people that worked for him to. He was fair. He was uncompromising in his pursuit of quality, in his pursuit of performance. He had a reputation for being abrupt. He was a man who was very performance-driven and very goal-oriented and very results-oriented. He was uncompromising in the way that he viewed his own performance and the performance of those who worked for him.
He trained his crews hard and prepared them well, and through them he developed new formation tactics. These tactics greatly improved defensive protection for the bombers from fighter attack. The tactics also improved the group's bombing accuracy and effectiveness.
I found that bombing accuracy was very poor. As a matter of fact, we didn't know where half the bombs we hauled across the channel fell. And further, everyone was having an opportunity to use their equipment and get good results. So in our stupidity, we decided to make a straight-in run from the time we saw the target.
His bombers flew as an 18-aircraft combat box for mutual protection. They all dropped their bombs when leads were dropped, so that the bombs fell in a tight grouping, known as synchronous bombing. LeMay's tactics were adopted by all groups in all theaters of operation. He excelled as a combat leader, prompting General Ira Aker to say of LeMay, "He may not be human, but when I can find 100 other group commanders like him, we'll get on with this war. We might even win it." LeMay was quickly promoted to 4th Bombardment Wing Commander, and in August 1943, he planned and led the famous shuttle mission from England to Africa, in which they bombed the Messerschmitt airplane factory at Regensburg, Germany. Other bombers in the attack hit the ball bearing factories at Schweinfurt. Although successful, the mission lost 60 bombers and another 100 were damaged. A month later, LeMay became the 3rd Bombardment Division commander, making him the youngest Major General in the Army. His next move came in August 1944, when General Arnold selected LeMay to command the 20th Bomber Command in India. It was time to take the war to mainland Japan, and LeMay planned to do it with the new Boeing B-29 Superfortress. As action began to taper off in the China-Burma theater, LeMay was appointed commander of the Marianas-based 21st Bomber Command in January 1945. The B-29s could now hit mainland Japan with relative ease. From his headquarters on Guam, LeMay directed the bombing campaign. Initially, LeMay used the European tactic of high-altitude flights with high-explosive bombs against targets in Japan. In an effort to shorten the war, he changed tactics. Realizing that Japanese construction was primarily wood, he sent his bombers in between 5,000 and 7,000 feet with incendiary bombs. The results were catastrophic for the Japanese, as many of Japan's major cities were consumed by fire. Unbelievably, the fires did not bring the unconditional surrender intended. President Truman gave the order to use the atomic bomb. On August 6, 1945, the Enola Gay, a B-29 from the 509th Bomb Group at Tinian, dropped its 9,000-pound little boy on Hiroshima. After a visit with LeMay, General Carl Spaatz telegraphed Washington, "Have had opportunity to check up on Baker 2-9 operations and believe this is the best organized and most technically proficient military organization the world has seen to date." Just 3 days later, a second bomb was dropped, this time on Nagasaki. On August 15th, the war was over. The bombers of LeMay's command had helped bring it about. Major General LeMay became the first Deputy Chief of Air Staff for Research and Development at Air Force Headquarters in Washington in December 1945. He was in charge of nuclear weapons development and wasted no time in planning the weapons testing in the Marshall Islands Bikini Atoll. LeMay was promoted to Lieutenant General in October 1947 and assigned as Commanding General for U.S. Air Forces in Europe. In April 1948, the Soviets began to restrict the flow of supplies to Berlin, prompting General Lucius Clay, the commander of European Command, to ask LeMay if he could deliver coal by air. LeMay responded, "Sir, the Air Force can deliver anything." LeMay immediately began Little Lift from Rhine, Maine, West Germany, to deliver U.S. Army rations and perishables like fresh milk, eggs, and vegetables daily into Tempelhof Aerodrome Field in Berlin. LeMay organized the air operation and ordered more modern aircraft. Until they arrived, he had to rely on the 96 Douglas C-47s already assigned to Germany. Then on June 26th, the Soviets closed the city completely, except for the air corridors. The Berlin airlift began. With the airlift flowing efficiently, LeMay returned to the United States, was promoted to general, and assumed command of the newly formed Strategic Air Command. He established its headquarters at Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska. He transformed the command from the remnants of World War II bombers, primarily the B-29 Super Fortress and the larger consolidated B-36 Peacemaker intercontinental bomber, to an all-jet bomber force, comprised of the sleek Boeing B-47 Stratojet and the awesome Boeing B-52 Stratofortress, manned and supported by professional airmen dedicated to the preservation of peace. As the new Boeing bombers came into service, LeMay quickly checked out in both the B-47 and the B-52. General LeMay commanded the Strategic Air Command for nearly 9 years. He was uniquely identified with SAC and its progress, and also with the welfare of its people. He realized that by demanding high standards of readiness, the command exacted a human toll on its people. Being a strong family man, General LeMay had a great concern for his men and their families' welfare, and over the years was responsible for living personnel.
LeMay's devotion to his people is how he was concerned about them in their off flying hours. He was an enthusiastic sportsman. He encouraged the development of recreation centers. He developed a particular interest in road racing and road rallies, and that was a feature, really, of the LeMay era. And then he was very concerned about the welfare of his people, particularly his enlisted force, and put a great deal of time and effort into the Cape Hart housing program and developing appropriate housing and recreation facilities for them. He was a genuine total force person.
Under LeMay's leadership and supervision, SAC laid the plans for the development and integration of an intercontinental ballistic missile capability to complement the manned bomber. In July 1957, LeMay became the Vice Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force. But even as Vice Chief of Staff, General LeMay continued to set records.